Those who have raised snakes know that a snake becomes a python after 10 years, a serpent after 100 years, a dragon after 1,000 years, and transforms into a dragon after 10,000 years. However, I only need 1 second to turn a snake into a dragon, just because I unexpectedly awakened the divine level talent sequence extraction. All organisms' genes can be extracted by me to evolve my own divine beast. It is well known that dragons are composed of 10 biological features: lion, tiger, deer, shrimp, crocodile, snake, turtle, fish, eagle, and hawk. Therefore, I just need to extract the genes of these creatures to create a dragon. And the reason why I want to create a creature like a dragon, not only because the dragon is a symbol of Chinese civilization, but also because there is a white snake that has traveled with me to this world. At this moment, I am gently stroking the body of the white snake and murmuring to myself, "Don't worry, I will definitely awaken my beast taming talent and won't let you become snake soup." The white snake, upon hearing those words, unexpectedly spat out snake venom at me with great agility. And the reason why I say this is because even though the white snake gained some spiritual wisdom after coming to this world and being baptized by spiritual energy, but its strength and talent are really too rubbish. The most important thing is that ordinary people in this world are not allowed to keep ferocious beasts. If I cannot awaken my beast talent at the age of 18, the ultimate fate of that little white snake is very likely to be captured and turned into a bowl of snake soup. Seeing this, I earnestly touched the head of the white snake. "After all, you are the only proof of my previous world." Then he continued to say, "Of course, even if it's not for you, I must awaken my talent." And the originally touched Xiaobai suddenly rolled his eyes, as if he was very dissatisfied with my words. At this moment, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in my mind, detected that the host has reached the required age. The mythological gene system is activated after awakening the divine beast talent. Upon hearing this, I was not surprised but rather delighted. It's been over a decade, and the system is finally going to be credited. I am increasingly looking forward to today's awakening ceremony in my heart. At this moment, on the playground of Yangchang Noble Middle School, with the sound of the homeroom teacher, "Let's begin." The awakening ceremony of my class has officially begun. As time passes, most people have quickly completed their awakening. Apart from a few individuals who failed to awaken their beast spirits, the rest of the students in the special class at school were successful. Other people have awakened decent C-level and D-level talents. Just at that moment, the homeroom teacher shouted, "Lin Sheng, it's your turn." I immediately stepped forward and placed my hand on the awakening prop, the turtle shell. Soon, a voice echoed in my mind, "B-level talent, bloodline enhancement." I couldn't help but nod when I heard the words, "B-level talent." It seems pretty good, but the most crucial thing is my system. And at this moment, another sound echoed in my mind, "Drip, drip, drip." The host has awakened their talent. Mythical gene system activated. B-level bloodline amplification evolves into extracting talent sequences beyond SSS level. The system, you finally came. However, isn't the highest talent level in this world SSS grade? How strong should one's talent be to surpass SSS level? Thinking about this, my gaze fell on the introduction of talents. Sequence extraction, able to extract the genes of all organisms and infuse them into the imperial beast. In the instant that my gaze fell upon it, I instantly understood everything. In the process of evolution in the natural world, all organisms will evolve abilities that are advantageous to themselves, and I can extract and store all these abilities, then inject it into your own beast's body to make it evolve and gain various powerful abilities. The next second, a creature that only exists in myth and legend appeared in my mind. That is a dragon located at the top of the food chain with a formidable power ceiling. There are also mythical creatures from previous lives such as the phoenix, Qilin, Xuanwu, and Tao Tai, and so on. Even the legendary goddess Nuwa. Can she be brought into this world? As soon as I think of this, I get excited and can't wait to give it a try immediately. Just at that moment, the homeroom teacher interrupted my imagination. "Lin Sheng, how are you doing?" After a brief moment of reflection, I responded, "Teacher, I have awakened my S-level talent and strengthened my bloodline." The old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It's best not to easily reveal one's own talent that surpasses SSS level, but it is also impossible to say what you want too low, because afterwards, there will be instrument testing for each student's talent. However, the highest level of detection for that instrument is only S-level, so it is most appropriate to declare oneself as having an S-level talent. S-level talent? The class teacher exclaimed in surprise at the words, even on his face, revealing a hint of disbelief. The group of students below also displayed shocked expressions. It turns out to be an S-level talent. You know, the entire Dragon Kingdom has billions of people, but every year, no more than 100 people can awaken S-level talent. At this moment, the principal quickly ran over from a distance upon hearing the commotion. The wrinkles on the face of the middle-aged principal, who is over 50 years old, are now so excited that they are wrinkled like chrysanthemums. S-level talent. This has already reached the highest level of scholarship qualification in the school. By the way, what is your name, classmate? I responded calmly. Lin Shen. Okay. Afterward, we will have a scholarship support of 5 million, plus a specially bound king-level cub for you to choose. And upon hearing these rewards, the students below are already drooling with envy. The beast hierarchy in this world is divided into 7 levels: Awakening, Warlord, Lord, King, Disaster, Emperor, and Myth. The upper limit of the beast tamer is determined by the aptitude of the beasts. In other words, even if you have an SSS level beast talent, if your beast is at the Lord level, then the highest level you can upgrade to is also the Lord level. Of course, when the rank reaches Lord or Disaster, you can contract a new spirit beast again, and the royal level beast tamer is qualified to directly become the Lord of a city. Being able to directly obtain a king level cub is already a boundless future. Forget it, principal. I already have a desired spirit beast. However, I just briefly pondered and declined. After all, I have already made an agreement with Xiaobai to enter into a contract, and Xiaobai is a creature brought from the blue star. Who knows, maybe it can evolve into a real dragon with the help of the system's abilities. That is a formidable existence stronger than any beast. The principal was stunned when he heard my words, but if the talent of the beast is not enough, and they cannot pass the subsequent exams, they will not be able to become a beast master. The homeroom teacher and classmates were completely confused. This is royal level. What creature can be more talented than a royal level cub? They know that Lin Sheng's family has some money, but it is simply impossible to buy a king level cub, let alone one that is better than this. Under helplessness, the principal could only speak up. Okay then, we won't insist. The money will be transferred to the card you have at school later. Thank you, Principal Wang. After saying goodbye to everyone, I turned around excitedly and hurried home. I can't wait to try out my system and see if it can really create a real dragon. At this moment, inside the villa, as I cut my finger and a drop of blood comes out, the little white snake opened its mouth and sucked a few drops of blood into its mouth. Then a strange sensation arose in its mind. Contract successful. White snake. Level, early awakening. Skill, entanglement. Evolutionary path, none. Introduction, the weak beast that has been waiting for 1,000 years and still hasn't arrived. After seeing the attributes of the white snake, I couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Is it really too low level? After all, they are creatures brought from the blue star. Although awakened with some intelligence, it is still not strong enough to compare with those fierce beasts in the wilderness. Fortunately, I still have a system, and there happens to be several million inheritances at home, which can be used to buy some remains of ferocious beasts online for extraction. I immediately went online and bought a complete awakened late-stage silver-scaled fish. Soon, there was a knocking sound at the door. Your package has arrived. I'm here. Excitedly, I brought the silver-scaled fish, which is about the same size as my body, into the room. Dong. After throwing the silver-scaled fish on the floor, I reached out and wiped the sweat off my hand. It's truly a ferocious beast, unexpectedly so heavy. This silver-scaled fish is covered in silver-colored scales all over its body. The sharp teeth in its mouth can bite through a steel plate that is 20 centimeters thick. Looks very scary. This one costs 100,000. It's too expensive. I placed my hand on the silver-scaled fish with a heart full of pain, hoping you won't disappoint me. Extract. As my words fell, the skin of the silver-scaled fish in my hands unexpectedly began to dry and peel off. Just a few seconds later, it completely turned into a skeleton. Immediately after, I heard the sound of the system prompt. Obtain the bloodline of the silver-scaled fish. Obtain silver scales, spout water, sharp teeth. After the successful extraction, I looked back at Xiaobai again, and there appeared the words that were bestowed upon it. So I immediately and without hesitation put my hand up and said, give silver-scaled fish bloodline silver-scaled spewing water benefit teeth. In the next instant, the white snake that was originally coiled around my arm suddenly revealed a look of pain. And then, the originally inconspicuous scales on its body gradually began to grow. The silver scales of the silver-scaled fish then covered the body of the white snake, and its body shape has also undergone some slight changes. Hiss! Xiaobai showed a painful expression and curled up on the ground. This pain lasted for several minutes before finally ending. At this moment, Xiaobai's appearance has completely changed. The scales on its body have become tougher and more delicate, and its snake eyes have transformed into the eyes between fish eyes and snake eyes. Such a strong force. At this moment, under the nourishment of the divine beast, I can feel a continuous surge of power flowing into my body. I clenched my fist and felt like I could punch through a solid wooden board right now. However, I don't have the leisure time now, so I quickly looked at Xiaobai's panel. White snake. Level, mid-awakening. Talent, awakening phase. Skills, wrapping, spraying water. Evolutionary path, silver-scaled piranha. Silver python water monster. Introduction, the very peculiar royal beast is actually a snake that can spew water. This is the mid-awakening stage. I opened my mouth and felt somewhat incredible. A beast in the mid-awakening stage needs to eat exclusive food for at least a month. For example, the iron bear needs to eat iron bamboo, while the flame bird needs to eat fish with extremely high heat content. In this process, a professional training manual is also needed, so that there is a slight possibility of breaking through to the mid-awakening stage of one's beast control within a month. Not to mention the energy spent. Even the money spent is definitely more than 100,000. But now I have only bought a silver-scaled fish and injected its bloodline into Xiaobai's body, which raised its level to mid-awakening stage, talent to late awakening stage, and even obtained a new evolutionary path and skills. I made a huge profit. Snake becomes python. Python becomes rat snake. Rat snake becomes water dragon. Water dragon becomes dragon. If it continues to evolve, it is not impossible to become a dragon. However, I currently do not have enough money to buy the top-tier bloodlines and skill parts. Just like the scales of a silver-scaled fish can only withstand knives and guns, the scales of stronger fish can withstand firearms. Even some creatures' scales have even more magical effects. Now you must allocate and purchase the most suitable organisms. Just at that moment, my phone suddenly emitted a sound. Ding dong. The last 4 digits of your bank card, 9,527. Have received a deposit of 5 million yuan. Please check it carefully. The school scholarship has been credited. With this money, plus my own savings, it should be enough to make the purchase. Thinking about it, I quickly opened the shopping platform and bought the creature that could potentially allow Little White to evolve into a dragon. Within just 20 minutes after buying them, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts were piled up in the courtyard of my villa. Hiss. In the courtyard, Xiaobai sniffed around the corpses of these ferocious beasts, seemingly very interested. I smiled and said, "These are not for you to eat, Xiaobai." At this moment, Xiaobai's intelligence was clearly much higher than before, and upon hearing these words, it obediently stepped aside. Extract. I reach out my palm and extract all the ferocious beasts in front of me. Obtain the bloodline of the red-feathered bird. Obtain the bloodline of the clawed serpent. Obtain ironclad tiger blood. Acquire the eagle eye skill. Acquire hardening skills. Acquire the skill of extreme speed. Dozens of ferocious beasts turned into a pile of bones in a matter of seconds. These fierce beasts are all late-stage awakened beasts, and their prices are extremely expensive. I feel very heartbroken when everything disappears in an instant. But fortunately, all of this is worth it. Come here, Xiaobai. I called Xiaobai to come in front of me. Hiss. At this moment, Xiaobai seems to also know what is about to happen and appears very excited. Inject some bloodlines first. If there is too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. I extended my hand and placed it on its head, infusing it with bloodline. In the next second, Xiaobai curled up again. The cells throughout the body are being greatly stimulated and are rapidly functioning. Even for awakened beings, it is difficult to withstand such a large amount of biological genes all at once. However, the changes are also evident. The scales on its body became more distinct and angular. Its body also became thicker, and its eyes appeared sharper. At the same time, as I receive reciprocation, I also feel that everything around me has become clearer. And then I tried to transfer the acquired skills to Xiaobai, but most of the skills failed. Finally, only obtained 3 skills: water spraying, entanglement, and hardening. However, I am not too disappointed. Typical divine beasts can only possess 1 skill at the awakening level, at most 2. But Xiaobai already has 3 skills at the awakening level. Now, passing the test to become a beast tamer should be a sure thing. Seems like digestion is complete. Looking at Xiaobai lying limp on the ground, a string of information appeared before my eyes. White snake. Level, mid-awakening. Talent, late-game warrior. Skills, entangling, spraying water, hardening. Evolutionary line, python. silver python water monster, unicorn snake, rainbow electric eel, scale snake. Introduction, rare genes and their powerful organisms. It is difficult to imagine how other life forms survived countless years ago. Talent has unexpectedly reached the late stage of the warlord. And finally the options have appeared. I am overwhelmed with joy at this moment. Although this kind of garbage evolution path has long been eliminated on this planet. But in order to transform into a purebred dragon, one must change from a snake to a python. As for other silver water monsters and unicorns, I have no intention of evolving. Because evolving according to the genes of other organisms may make us stronger, but it is also very likely to interfere with Xiao Bai's path to evolve into a dragon. And although it is only the weakest evolutionary path, with Xiao Bai's current physical hardness and the skills it possesses, it is completely on par with awakened creatures in the later stages or even the early stages of warlords. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this time, I injected the stored genes and essence of bloodline into Xiao Bai's body every day. At this time, Xiao Bai's level has already reached the late awakening stage. This progress speed can be described as extremely terrifying. To know that according to common sense, even with the best conditions, it would take at least 6 months. However, I managed to do it in just 3 days. The injection of the gene into the corner is indeed effective, and there are actually some small protrusions. At this moment, I couldn't contain my joy as I gently touched the 2 small protruding horns on Little White's head, and Xiao Bai curled around my arm, enjoying it, but still not strong enough. From what I know, there are indeed some creatures in this world that are extremely powerful, capable of unleashing thunder and killing everything. However, with my current abilities, I definitely won't be able to obtain it. Xiao Bai is going to school tomorrow, so you must behave well, okay? Hiss. Xiao Bai nodded very seriously. I touched Xiao Bai's head again and said, when I open the beast space tomorrow, you will have a place to go. After awakening their beast talent and forming a contract with their own beast, individuals in this world can open their own beast space at school and officially become a beast tamer. As long as one can awaken the talent of controlling beasts and form a contract with a pet, there is almost no situation where the beast space cannot be opened. However, the potential of the beast space is closely related to the talent of the pet and its owner. The higher the level, the more benefits there are for pets to stay in it. Not only can it accelerate the growth of pets, but it can also restore the injuries and hidden ailments that pets suffered during battles. Of course, in most cases it is used as a storage space. The next day, early in the morning, I arrived at the school playground. After a long speech consisting of 3 major points and 5 minor points, the principal's speech finally came to an end. Alright, students, there are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. I won't waste any more of your time. Speaking, the principal made way for the position on the stage, and then brought out a sparkling and translucent raw gemstone. The Spirit Stone. Translucent Spirit Stone. This was the material necessary for opening the Imperial Beast space. As long as the favored beast drops its blood on it, and the Beast Master then places his hand on the translucent Spirit Stone, he will be able to awaken the beast space. Depending on the size of the awakening of the royal beast space, the translucent Spirit Stone would react differently. It was an extremely divine material. Soon, a student walked forward. His imperial beast was a half-human tall flamingo with a battle general level talent. Wow! As the flamingo dripped out a drop of crimson blood, he placed his hand on it. The piece of translucent spirit stone emitted a thin green glow. It reflected both this imperial beast and the imperial beast master with a healthy, green glow. Class C imperial beast space. It's got a size of 100x 100m and triple acceleration. An exclamation of surprise came from the bottom. This was already quite a good talent. It was unexpected that a royal beast with a low talent and a low talent for a favored beast would be able to awaken a royal beast space of this level. For a while a small amount of hope arose in the hearts of the other students as well, and as the ordination ceremony continued, a brilliant golden light burst out violently from above that translucent spirit stone. The crowd under the stage immediately stared in amazement. Even the principal smiled. Grade A space, 10 times growth increase, 500 square meters in size. She's that White Lotus who awakened her A-rank talent at the awakening ceremony earlier and got that monarch-ranked cub from senior brother Lin. Isn't she? Need you say that? She's one of the top 3 school beauties in our school. And why isn't she number 1? It's only because she already has a place in her heart, and she's secretly in love with someone on the list that everyone has to kill. Which person? That person. Really? Is that person? How can there be false? It must be that person. Lin Shang. He walked off the stage and looked at Lin Shang with a gaze that seemed very happy. Now she would be able to keep up with Lin Shang again. As long as she could keep looking at Lin Shang, she was satisfied. Cheer up. It's your turn. Aha. Hearing Bai He's encouragement, Lin Shang nodded silently. Getting up, he walked towards the stage. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure in his own heart what level of Imperial Beast space he could open. The other students were also curious about what kind of Imperial Beast Lin Shang had contracted. What kind of Imperial Beast could make someone give up a Monarch-level cub, and also an initially contracted Monarch-ranked cub? Normally a Royal Beast was the first Royal Beast that was contracted. Due to the fact that an Imperial Beast Master's physique still belonged to the human category, it was absolutely impossible for the rank to exceed the Monarch rank. In other words, this Monarch class cub was already the most outstanding existence amongst the initial Imperial Beasts. Yet even so, it was still rejected by Lin Shang. This couldn't help but cause curiosity to arise in some of the students. Those pairs of eyes kept watching Lin Shang's figure. Even the principal and the two powerful members of the Imperial Beast Association came to be interested. He's Lin Shang? A middle-aged man on the high platform wearing a black combat uniform with a knife-like face opened his mouth and asked. Yes, Chief Instructor Liu. The principal held the middle-aged man in front of him in high esteem. After all, he was the second in command of their young city Imperial Beast Association. Not only was his status respected, but even his strength had reached the late war general stage, owning a royal beast that was about to break through to the lord level. If one could be taken in by this person, there would be endless benefits for the student's future as well. This kid is indeed not bad, at least it looks good. On the side, there was another woman in a tight black dress who spoke with a smiling face. It seemed to be very interested in Lin Shang. Alas, it was really a world of faces. Just now, even Bai He had awakened the A-class royal beast space, and the two of them didn't have much of a reaction. As a result, once Lin Shang came out, without even seeing the Imperial Beasts, he started asking questions. The principal sighed helplessly. However, these two were both the top big shots of Young City. They could be called the second in command, and the third in command of the Young City Imperial Beast Association. In a way, they could also be described as the second and third oldest in Young City. It was far from something he could mess with. If it wasn't for the fact that the two had come here today with important things to say, he was afraid that he wouldn't necessarily be able to meet such figures in his life. However, while several people were talking, a vision arose steeply. Whoosh, 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 only to see that the translucent spirit stone violently emerged from it, with green, blue, and red rays of light. It instantly covered the crowd present in it, and then shot straight up into the sky. For a time, even the entire academy was covered by that bright aura that was so brilliant that it blinded dogs' eyes. Three-colored light. This is the sign of an S-class Imperial Beast space. Who is it? The three people on the high platform were startled. Their eyes looked downward, only to see that in front of the translucent spirit stone, a teenager had a white snake the thickness of an arm wrapped around his arm, and placed his arm on the dazzling spirit transparency stone, and that radiance was coming from his handwriting. Lin Shang, it's really you. The principal's heart had already guessed, and the crowd below, the students were stunned. It wasn't that they were surprised that Lin Shang was able to awaken the S-class royal beast space. After all, he already possessed a top S-class talent, and as long as the Imperial Beasts weren't too weak, awakening the S-class Imperial Beast space was already a done deal. What really surprised them was the Imperial Beast that Lin Shang had contracted. An ordinary white snake? It didn't have horns on its body, nor did it have legs. It didn't even have a divine light. Wasn't it just an ordinary white snake? Why contract this useless Imperial Beast? Even the principal was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Lin Shang would have contracted such a royal beast after rejecting himself at that time. How could it compare to that monarch-class cub? Even the principal was a little skeptical as to whether or not he had misread the situation. Yet being so close, only a blind man would see wrong. This was definitely a fucking ordinary white snake. Could it be that this kid has watched too many TV dramas and really thinks that contracting a white snake can turn him into a maiden? And as soon as he just thought of this, the principal immediately shook his head. Impossible. Who would give up awakening a higher level talent to contract a trash Imperial Beast? What's more, after becoming a strong Imperial Beast Master, what kind of woman couldn't be found? Not to mention finding them, there would even be quite a few who would actively come over and throw themselves at them. Doing so is simply more than worth the loss. This student's talent is not bad, but this Imperial Beast, Instructor Liu, who was wearing a combat uniform, frowned. It was indeed a bit of a drag. I do think that this child is quite heartfelt. The contracted Imperial Beast is no longer strong, but rather appropriate. On the side of the black tights, the woman opened her mouth and said, "This, too, that monarch-level cub, I did hand over to his hands, only to be rejected by him." The principal hurriedly opened his mouth, his face all wrinkled into a bitter melon. He was afraid that the two of them would mistakenly think that he was the one who had enriched himself with this monarch-class Imperial Beast cub. he didn't have the guts to do that, daring to embezzle what the Imperial Beast Association had issued. This was a felony. Once discovered, he would be hunted down by all parties. However, just as the Hexenbeast was regretting it, wow! The vision regenerated. The three colors of light that had originally separated violently coalesced into a stream of golden light. This golden light instantly covered Lin Shang's entire person in it, appearing divine. The white snake on his arm was the same. It was also dyed a golden color at this moment. Both of them were bathed in this light, unaware of what was happening in the outside world. SS class. The students below were once again shocked. The three colors of light fusing into golden light. Isn't this the vision produced by the SS grade Imperial Beast Space as stated in the textbooks? I told you, how can it only be S rank? SS rank is only worthy of Brother Lin's Imperial Beast talent. A beast space of this level would have to be as big as a megavilla. The crowd revealed envious looks, and Instructor Liu, who was on the stage, and the woman in the black tights, were even slightly moved in their expressions. SS grade Imperial Beast Space. This is worthy of an S grade talent. The principal's face was delighted. It seemed like that white snake wasn't dragging his feet. That's not bad. I'll recognize it even if you directly contract a maiden. And without waiting for the crowd to be surprised, whoosh! That roiling golden aura was retracted in an instant. All of them condensed in that translucent spirit stone. And after a few seconds passed, aang! A dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came out. The golden light in that transparent stone had actually coalesced into a small golden dragon roaring in it. Even Lin Shang was a little surprised at this moment. Didn't this world say that dragons didn't exist? Why was it that a small dragon had coalesced amongst the transparent spirit stone? At this time, Lin Shang was completely unaware that the playground had long been silent. Countless students stared wide-eyed at the translucent spirit stone on the platform. The principal and the two instructors were no longer able to remain calm. With a bang, they stood up. A vision that only occurs in SSS grade Imperial Beast Space. The dragon roars in the 9 heavens. The total number of Imperial Beast Masters who awakened the SSS Imperial Beast Space in the entire Dragon Kingdom is no more than 10. And among them, no one is able to produce such a top-notch vision. The woman who was to be dressed in tight clothes spoke excitedly. Even her entire vocal line was slightly trembling, which meant that the Lin Shang in front of her was the only person in the Dragon Kingdom who had produced a dragon-chanting vision when opening the Imperial Beast Space. And before this, people had always thought that this was just a legend. But today it had indeed appeared before their eyes. And the next moment, just as the crowd thought that everything was over, Ka-ching! There was no such creature as a dragon in this world. Rather, it was the same as the blue star in the previous world, only existing in ancient books and legends passed down, coupled with the fact that there were some lizard-like reptilian creatures that were stained with dragon blood that appeared. This legend had a certain degree of authenticity, and because of its dragon blood descendants' strong combat power, dragons are at the top of the food chain in the legend. And due to people's beliefs, on the occasion of awakening the Imperial Beast Space, there was a certain probability that they would be able to call out the visions of such non-existent creatures. The situation in front of him was just like that. A golden dragon's silhouette appeared in the middle of the translucent spirit stone. The moment he saw this shadow, Lin Shang subconsciously used the sequence extraction skill. The next instant, gotcha! A crisp cracking sound emanated from the field. That originally unbelievably hard translucent spirit stone unexpectedly cracked a few cracks in a split second, and that golden dragon even directly scurried out from that crack. However, without waiting for it to charge up into the sky, it was absorbed by Lin Shang. This scene was not seen by anyone in the surroundings. It was because their attention was still focused on the scene that had just come out. It was still focused on the sound of the dragon's roar that had just come out. My gosh! A dragon roar vision! This is already a vision that surpasses what an SSS grade Imperial Beast Space can produce. That's right, this is definitely the first instance. It's enough to be called a divine grade Imperial Beast Space that surpasses SSS grade Imperial Beast Spaces. To think that it could produce such a legendary vision, can it be that Lin Shang's little snake is actually a young dragon? There has to be a degree to which you can YY, right? If that was a dragon, I would have eaten this spirit transparency stone on the spot. But by the way, did you guys hear the sound of something cracking just now? What sound? Can it be that it's a stone monkey coming out of the world? The originally silent playground was noisy at this moment. The students present were talking a lot, all wanting to bring their imperial beasts to come close and inhale the dragon's chi. And at this moment, the two Royal Beast Association executives and the principal on the high platform were even more directly stunned. I didn't expect that just coming for routine business, I could actually encounter such a good thing. At this moment, Chief Instructor Lu's eyes released green light, like a hungry wolf. He was staring at Lin Shang's figure with a deadly stare. Principal Zhang, I'll take this student. As for the translucent spirit stone, he broke. Afterward you take this business card to the Imperial Beast Association and someone will compensate you. The woman in black tights on the side took out a business card and handed it to the principal. At this moment, the principal received the business card with trepidation and suddenly had no heartache. This kind of thing, the translucent spirit stone, was neither expensive nor inexpensive, to say the least. Expensive mainly because its quantity was simply too rare. And the reason it wasn't expensive was because the market for translucent spirit stones wasn't allowed to be auctioned off. This resource was almost always in the hands of the state. You can rest assured, I'll clean him up tonight. No, I'll go and ask Mr. Lin Shang's opinion in a moment, said the principal as he looked at the business card that the female officer handed over. When he saw the 3 big words Chopping Dragon Bureau engraved on it, he was instantly taken aback. It was well known. The Imperial Beast Association was divided into 3 organizations. One of them, belonging to the association, was responsible for the auction of ferocious beasts and the regulatory department for all types of resources. The other was the military, which was in charge of most of the Imperial Beastmaster forces in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was the very same force that Chief Instructor Lu belonged to. The remaining portion of the top powerhouses were in the hands of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, and the woman in front of her was actually the director of their Yang City's Dragon Beheading Bureau. One must know that the average student who wanted to join the Dragon Chopping Bureau had to be the most outstanding amongst all the students. And now, the director of Yangchang had personally said that he would accept Lin Shang into the Dragon Beheading Bureau. It was almost equivalent to a through train. Who would refuse an opportunity like this? I don't agree. I was the one who asked first just now, and now you're trying to snatch the person away. What do you mean? Chief Instructor Lu on the side showed no weakness. This was an SSS grade Imperial Beast Space Imperial Beast Master, who had even triggered the dragon's breath vision. So how could he give up so easily? He must join our military. I'm not going to argue with you much. It's okay to ask him in person later, right? The woman in black tights smiled and spoke. It seemed to have already won. Chief Instructor Lu, on the other hand, glanced at her and didn't say much. Indeed, there was no point in the two of them arguing here now. Everything still depended on Lin Shang's will. 2 big shots actually went so far as to tear their faces apart for the sake of a single trainee. The principal reached out his hand and wiped the vein sweat from his forehead. It wasn't clear whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for Lin Shang, but for the other students, they were definitely envious. After becoming a royal beast master, there were only 3 of the best ways out. Now 2 of them were throwing out olive branches to Lin Shang. Almost instantly, he had come to the end of his life. But this was only Lin Shang's starting point. From this, one could see just how great a chance this was. Fear was only afraid that after Lin Shang joined one organization, he would break the face of another organization and be found in trouble afterwards. And after Lin Shang had awakened the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Space, the emotions at the scene were ignited to the extreme. The students present were excited beyond belief. One by one, they came forward, wanting to be the first to open the Imperial Beast Space. This way, they might even be able to get a little bit of dragon chi. Soon, in less than half an hour's time, all the students completed opening the Imperial Beast Space and officially became an Imperial Beast Master. As for the proof of the Imperial Beast Master's identity, it was necessary for the Imperial Beast Association to send a special person to distribute it. Hello students, I am the chief instructor of our Yang City Imperial Beast Association, Lu Qing. Standing on the stage, Chief Instructor Lu swept his eyes towards the crowd. The scene instantly quieted down. Chief Instructor Lu nodded his head in satisfaction and then spoke. This time I'm here. I'm only going to do 3 things. First, which is also a routine matter, to issue you all with certificates as Imperial Beast Masters. Second, to select suitable seedlings to join me, or this MSD next to me in the Dragon Chopping Bureau. Speaking here, Chief Instructor Lu paused for a moment. Some excitement also flashed in the eyes of the crowd of students below. Wasn't becoming a Royal Beast Master to join amongst the Royal Beast Association? As long as one was able to enter the Imperial Beast Association, not only would they be able to gain the respect of the crowd, they would also be able to obtain a large amount of resources and wealth. It would be even better if one could join the Dragon Beheading Bureau, which only accepted elite Imperial Beast Masters. It was rumored that the founder of the Dragon Beheading Bureau was a strong man who stood at the top of the human race. It was a place that all students aspired to. It's just that the acceptance rate has always been very low, and a school may not necessarily have one person accepted by it in a year. Then what's the third? One person below raised this question. This was also the question in the hearts of the crowd. In previous years, the Imperial Beast Association would also send people, but they would only help them open the Imperial Beast Space and take away a few people. They hadn't heard of it. There was a third Looking at the students' expectant looks below, Chief Instructor Lu coughed twice, and then spoke with a solemn face. Cough, cough, cough. Cough 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 cough. Instructor, what's wrong with you? Sorry, I've been having some throat problems lately. In the end, Chief Instructor Lu coughed heavily twice more. In order to cope with the complex changes in the situation and to promote the synergy between Imperial Beast Masters and favored beasts, the opening was a lullaby. In just a few words, the students below were shaken and their eyes were hazy. Its effect was comparable to that of a favored beast with hypnosis skills. It was only after the nonsense had been spoken for several minutes that the point was finally made. What about superfluous words? I won't say any more. In recent years, our Imperial Beast Association has seen very few disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters appear. So in order to deal with this situation, we decided to focus our resources on a few individual people. Everyone is qualified to compete for this spot, but the prerequisite is that you must be a member of our Imperial Beast Association. Even if you're a janitor, you're fine. We will select 100 people nationwide, and give you the resources of 100 people that we have already prepared. And this selection will be held in 1 month's time in the Giant Beast City. After hearing these words, the students below were silent, and then there was some fervor. Competing for a quota of 100 people on a national scale, doesn't it mean that the winner would be the top 100 of the younger generation in the entire Dragon Country? And this is a resource given to only 100 people. It's bound to be extremely generous. Aren't you talking nonsense? The resources for cultivating disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters, how can it be poor? If we can get this resource before the college entrance exam, there might really be a chance to be able to enter those 5 great Imperial Beast Academies. I'll take this resource. Some of the students below had burning eyes, clenching their fists to death. They stared at the target of that champion, clearly confident in themselves. Just because the Imperial Beasts were weak with weak talents didn't mean that they would remain weak in the future as well. One must know that there was once a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master whose initial Imperial Beast was only at the Battle General level. Even his talent wasn't outstanding. However, he was still able to go farther than those in his class who were more talented than him and had a higher Imperial Beast level than him. In addition to Heaven's determination, the more important thing was that people won. Beast City. I remember that place is infested with Lord-level beasts, right? Lin Sheng, who was hidden in the crowd, silently spoke. He was definitely going to participate in this competition. After all, with his current strength, trying to get some rare resources was far less easy than relying on the Imperial Beast Association. However, wanting to survive in a place like that, with Little White's current rank was far from enough. However, if he could obtain the resources therein, he would be quite certain of getting into the university of his choice. And I even got the genes of a dragon type. Lin Shang was a bit excited. Originally, he had only come to awaken in Imperial Beast space, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. And this harvest also coincided with his future goals. It had to be said that there was indeed a very handsome person helping him in the underworld. Lin Shang, congratulations. Bai He came forward to congratulate him. Thanks a lot. Lin Shang smiled and responded. Not to mention Little White's innate ability. Relying on his own innate ability that surpassed the SSS grade, awakening the top tier of Imperial Beast space was the nail in the coffin. It just depended on which vision appeared. Well, go for it. Hearing Lin Shang's reply, Bai He immediately blushed slightly and lowered his head, mumbling a little. How could this little girl's mind Lin Shang not know? Almost every time he just got some achievement, Bai He would take the initiative to come and congratulate him. Even failures would run over to comfort Lin Shang. Almost everyone in the school knew about her crush on Lin Shang, and Bai He was also very quiet and attractive. Even Lin Shang also once had reborn a life. Why not roar and love this idea? But unfortunately, the background of this world was an extremely dangerous world. If you fall in love in this worldview, you're doomed to die without a burial place. It definitely wouldn't do to be a personal expert. One would also have to be a cold-hearted killer to survive. Of course, the most important thing was that he already had a nominal girlfriend. Whenever he got too close to a certain girlfriend would appear on the scene and blow the other party out of the water with her stunning looks and identity. Student Lin Shang. Just as Lin Shang was reminiscing, the principal and 2 other tall, upright-footed duos came straight to Lin Shang. Student Lin Shang. These 2 are Chief Instructor Lu of the Imperial Beast Association in this. The principal looked towards the woman in black tights. The other party had not yet told him her name. My name is Di Qian. I'm the chief captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau's branch in Yangchang, said Di Qian as she extended her hand to shake Lin Shang's. Chief Instructor Lu. Chief Captain Di. I don't know what the 2 of you have come to see me about? Lin Shang opened his mouth to inquire. Of course it's to invite you to join us. The 2 spoke in unison. And then they froze for a moment, and then glared fiercely at each other. Surname Lu. You have to talk like me, don't you? Who learned to speak like you? On the contrary, It's you. It's clearly me who first opened my mouth to include him in our department, and as a result, you temporarily inserted your foot in the door. Isn't it a bit too much? There was a lot of gunpowder between the two, and Lin Shang also heard it. These two were here to invite themselves into the Imperial Beast Association, and that was the first thing Lin Shang wanted to do at the moment. After all, if he wanted to go to Beast City to participate in the competition, the first thing he had to do was to become an insider of the Imperial Beast Association, and only after that was to exercise the tacit understanding and strength between himself and his pet beast. Lin Shang, I'm sure you've heard of our Dragon Beheading Bureau, and those who are able to enter our Dragon Beheading Bureau are all rare geniuses. Moreover, the director of our Dragon Beheading Bureau is also one of the top royal beast masters in this world. As long as you can join us, I can promise you 30 million dragon coins and all the resources you need to advance your favored beasts to Lord level. I can give the same conditions given by the Dragon Beheading Bureau, in addition to the rare evolutionary root of the snakes. Moreover, my Imperial Beast is also a serpent that is about to advance to Lord level, so I can let you watch from the sidelines when it's time to advance. Chief Instructor Lu was completely out of his depth at this point. Di Qian, on the other hand, froze for a moment. To know the evolutionary root of the Imperial Beasts, this kind of thing is a top secret among top secrets. To be able to freely give something of this level, Chief Instructor Lu had indeed put his blood on the line. However, the two did not realize that Lin Shang did not need something like an evolutionary root. Although it was extremely important to others, it was nothing more than a blank sheet of paper to Lin Shang, and Di Qian, who was unaware of this, could only grit her teeth in order to keep this genius from being snatched away. This is what you're forcing me to do. Don't blame it on sacrificing a killer. Lin Shang, your sister is also in our Dragon Chopper Bureau, and I was the one who personally sent her to the headquarters back then, so as long as you enter my department, I'm confident that I'll be able to cultivate another genius of comparable strength to her. Di Qian opened her mouth and said. Chief Instructor Lu was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to have such tactics. He hadn't heard of Lin Shang having any sisters before he came. If that was the case, it did seem like his own snake-like evolutionary path was no match for blood thicker than water kinship. What's the point of sending it? Lin Shang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Whether it was the snake's evolutionary path, or his own sister, both were debuffs to Lin Shang. Not only did they not have any utility, they also made him unable to raise a single bit of interest. However, at this moment, the two of them were treating him like a gem and were recruiting him. Can you show some sincerity? It's fine to exchange his sister for money. Yes, Lin Shang did have a sister. After all, he was only about 10 years old when he crossed over to this world, and it was difficult to keep the family fortune on his own, let alone live in this world. It was also at this time that a person 2 or 3 years older than himself, who claimed to be his own sister, came to Lin Shang's home, dissuaded all of his relatives, and began to take the initiative to take charge of his clothing, food, housing, transportation, and schooling. Even at that time, Lin Shang also spat out, if a genius sister waste brother, he is not the protagonist template? But alas, both were wastes, until her perverted control and talent began to be exposed. I remember that year, I had also spit out, sister, why aren't you a beast royalty genius that? After asking this sentence, his sister also froze for a long time. Then, she really became a royal beast genius, a genius that was rare to see in 100 years. For a time, it made Lin Shang think that his golden finger was actually words, but now I'm finally free of her. Thoughts pulled back, Lin Shang let out a long breath. Then he looked solemnly at the two people in front of him. I will make my own choice, and although it also has to do with the conditions given by the two of you, it's more of my personal will. Hearing Lin Shang's words, the two people in front of them froze for a moment. This teenager in front of them seemed to really have his own ideas. Don't worry, even if you choose her, I won't retaliate against you. I'm not that careful. After all, they're all geniuses of our Imperial Beast Master Association. Instructor Lu speaks up. Di Qian also responded with a smile. Lin Shang nodded silently. That's good. That's good. He was really afraid of being targeted by a big shot. This small body of his own couldn't handle it. Thinking about it, Lin Shang began to think carefully. Joining the military was certainly a way to get great resources, and the best honing, but it was likewise a loss of freedom, and a higher level of danger. While joining the Dragon Slaying Bureau is a free profession, with their own strength can also get more resources and training, but the same danger is also decided by themselves, and even sometimes higher than the military, and the conditions given by both sides were exactly the same. Dragon Beheading Bureau? I heard that the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau once swore that he would use his own Imperial Beast to behead a true dragon. I also happen to want to evolve my own Imperial Beast into a true dragon. So doesn't that mean that I can lampshade it? in order to avoid the stranglehold of the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, and had no choice but to sneak into it. He ended up becoming the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau and changed the name of the Dragon Beheading Bureau to the Dragon Nurturing Bureau. It didn't sound bad at all, but the key thing was that Lin Shang liked to be a bit free, because protagonists like to be a little bit free. That way, they wouldn't lose out with the unexpected fortune, and the minions who came to deliver their heads. I'd better join the Dragon Beheading Bureau. Lin Shang made his choice after thinking about it. Tisk. Chief Instructor Lu immediately frowned. Surely young people still preferred sexy and hot senior sisters? If he had known, he would have sent other instructors. I'll claim that person. Di Qian's face is a bright smile that she can't hide. Sure enough, using the card of affection. Whenever. But Captain D, don't send me to my sister. And don't tell her that I've joined the Dragon Chopper Bureau. Di Qian, who had thought that she had succeeded in her ploy, froze for a moment and then nodded. It seems that this younger brother wanted to give his sister a surprise, wanted to personally tell his sister that I joined the Dragon Beheading Bureau. After all, this is the dream of all pig-headed youths. Back then, when she entered the Dragon Beheading Bureau for the first time, she was also very excited to tell everyone in her family. It was estimated that Lin Shang was now in the same mindset as herself. However, she had thought wrong. Lin Shang just simply didn't want his sister to bother him anymore. If she really let her know that she had joined the Dragon Beheading Bureau, she was afraid that she would transfer over to him the next day. That image was terrifying to think about. Alright, I have to go and select the other geniuses, so after 3 days, I'll come and find you after I pass the news to all the academies. I understand. Lin Shang nodded silently. Even if he was a genius, before he had shown enough strength, he wasn't qualified to gain too much attention from Di Qian. The resources you deserve will be sent to your home today. After Di Qian gave an explanation, she and Instructor Lu left the noble high school. Then a group of people immediately surrounded Lin Shang's side. Brother Lin, what exactly does an SSS-ranked Imperial Beast space look like? We haven't seen it yet. That's right. Why don't you tell us about it, so we can use it as bragging capital in the future? But what kind of Imperial Beast is your Imperial Beast? Brother Lin, to have awakened such a top-notch vision, it's at least a Monarch-class Imperial Beast. After all, Brother Lin's own talent is only S-ranked, so the Imperial Beast would have to have a Monarch-ranked talent to awaken this kind of top-tier Imperial Beast space. Makes sense, but Monarch rank isn't enough. I feel like it has to be at least Disaster rank. Are you kidding? Whose physical qualities can withstand the feedback from a catastrophe-level Imperial Beast? The crowd was very curious. What breed of favored beast was the white snake in Lin Shang's arms? It was surprisingly able to make him give up his Monarch-level cub and turn to contracted instead. No one in the slightest was able to think that this was, in fact, really just an ordinary snake, and there was absolutely no second one to be found in this world. It's just an ordinary little snake. Sorry everyone, I'm going to head back first. Lin Shang hurriedly dismissed the crowd before pulling out his legs and rushing towards home. An awakening-level ferocious beast can make Xiaobai evolve. So what if it's the genes of this dragon vein? Lin Shang's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Thinking of this, his feet couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, Yang Chang was also on the news because of this matter. The main character of this news was Lin Shang himself. Not long after Lin Shang had awakened his talent at the competition, the news in Yang City had already begun to broadcast his story. The news had even spread to several other large base cities. In the Dragon Kingdom, there were 3 major base cities: Imperial Capital Base City, Magic Capital Base City, and Everest Base City. Around these 3 large base cities, there were 10 to 20 large and small cities. Yang City belonged to the small city attached to the Magic Capital Base City. Although it was a small subsidiary city, its population was still as high as hundreds of millions. Since the surface area of the Earth was much larger than the blue planet in the previous life, it was understandable that the population was larger than that. Although this matter had spread to the major base cities, it wasn't too well known. His sister was also in the main city of the Imperial Capital Base City, so she did not know about this matter, but it was already considered a major event in Yang City. At this moment, the news of Yang City was listed with several brightly colored headlines. New SSS-class Imperial Beast Space. It is rumored that the Imperial Beast Cubs in its contract are disaster-level talents. Does this break the restriction that initial Imperial Beasts cannot be contracted above the Monarch level? Pay attention. This man's name was Xiao Shuai. He was at the Imperial Beast Master Ordination Ceremony at the Yangchang Noble High School. The citizens below were also buzzing about this matter, but Lin Shang didn't care much. It was just that this news-blind chicken nonsense made people a bit speechless. He had never said that he had contracted an Imperial Beast with a disaster-level talent. How did he make himself up as a disaster level? Wasn't this forcing a picture on him? How else was he supposed to keep a low profile? Lin Shang, who was sitting on the leather sofa, was speechless. At this moment, in his mind, there was an imperial beast space of thousands of square feet. If someone else's imperial beast woke up in the morning was waking up in a bed, then Xiaobai waking up in the morning was waking up in a bed of thousands of square feet. This wave was sleeping in a golden bed. And the most crucial thing was that Lin Shang's top-level imperial beast space was able to accelerate the growth rate of imperial beasts by hundreds of times. What concept? It meant that just needing to spend 3 days in the imperial beast space was equivalent to passing through a year. Although the growth rate was outrageous, it was equally costly. After all, one day was eating someone else's meals for 100 days. And unlike those ordinary pets, Xiaobai had high food requirements and high expenses. Even some rich people might get eaten out of their pockets. Luckily, some ingrates took the initiative to come and let me wool gather, directly contracting all of Little White's meals from awakening level to disaster level. Lin Shang was instantly somewhat glad that he hadn't hidden his strength. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford to pay for this meal alone. It takes 1,000 years to evolve from a snake to a python. And a late awakening level ferocious beast has grown for almost 100 years, which means that only 10 heads are needed. Lin Shang sighed in relief. It was decided that he would go out into the wilderness to fight the ferocious beasts, although relying on the scholarships he had received would support him for a while, but it was also necessary to think about it for the future. What's more, you couldn't raise a good flower in a greenhouse. Xiaobai also needed to hone his will to fight in battles against ferocious beasts, and at the same time, the funds from the Dragon Slaying Bureau also arrived. Your bank card tail number 9526 arrived with 50 million. Please feel free to check. There was a message left below. The extra 20 million was exchanged by your sister. Seeing this, Lin Shang raised his eyebrows. There was this kind of benefit? I didn't realize that it was really possible to exchange money. And apart from the bank card arriving, Lin Shang's information was also entered into the Dragon Chopper Bureau. As long as you enter www.xxx on the internet, then enter your own identification. Then you could enter the network of the Imperial Beast Master Association. This place was mainly used for Imperial Beast Masters to sell and buy captured beasts and cubs. In addition to this, the mall also sells ointments for quick healing of injuries in the wild, all kinds of food consumed by Imperial beasts, and almost everything else, provided that you have enough money. As for Lin Shang, he was a member of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. Among the network of the Imperial Beast Master Association, he was able to get a 10% discount on any item he purchased. And this discount would continue to increase with the status. Since it's a python, let's purchase a snake of the same species. Lin Shang decided to make adequate preparations before going to the wilderness. After all, it was a paradise for ferocious beasts, and almost every day, a royal beast master would die under the mouths of those beasts. Lin Shang opened his computer and logged onto the website, and then entered the mall. Green Silk Thunder Snake Evolutionary Root, Catastrophe Level Talent, 50 million. Iron Armored Python Evolutionary Root, Monarch Level, 30 million. Lightning Serpent Evolutionary Root, Lord Grade, 5 million. 50 million for an evolution root. I remember that the owner of the Green Silk Thunder Snake is also a Catastrophe Grade Royal Beast Master, right? Lin Shang smashed his mouth. This evolution root was too expensive. And that wasn't even counting the various rare resources that needed to be consumed when evolving. However, this was indeed something that could make a low-grade favored beast change its fate against all odds. There was a reason why it was expensive. One must know that a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster was in existence that could become the lord of a city. However, Lin Shang didn't need these evolutionary roots. He wanted to get out of his own path, by the remains of some ferocious beasts, preferably of the python type, and extract all the essences when the time comes. Very quickly, Lin Shang spent all of the 50,000 by recharging it into the mall and converting it into points. It took less than a few minutes to spend 50 million. This experience was Lin Shang's first time, and he couldn't help but feel slightly excited in his heart. However, I'm afraid that he would be able to adapt to this kind of thing in the future, because when the favored beasts reached the later stages, their cultivation amount would be astronomical. Soon, a large truckload of ferocious beast corpses worth more than $50 million was sent to his compound. Due to the discount, it was calculated that an additional $5 million had been spent as well, and for the rest of those bits and pieces, some trauma ointments were bought. The ointment was made from the mucus of some imperial beasts and possessed an extremely strong wound recovery effect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that after being slashed on and rubbing it on, even the scars would disappear after a few minutes passed. Sequence extraction. Lin Shang stretched out his hand and absorbed all of the pythons that were piled up in a single coiled ball in the compound. Obtain unicorn python essence. Obtaining the colorful python essence. Obtaining the fierce poison python essence. And then there were some repetitive skills. For example, the devour, entangle, scale strength gene, and even the poison fang skills that all python types possessed. Little White. Lin Sheng summoned Little White from the Imperial Beast space. At this time, the little white snake was different from before when it could only wrap around his arm. The size became able to wrap around his waist. First try to see if you can learn the skill. This was the most crucial. Thinking about it, Lin Sheng injected the gene of the skill into Little White's body, and then a sound of failure came out. This was also expected by Lin Sheng. Wanting to teach the skill was definitely not that simple. However, just at this moment, an unexpected sound broke Lin Sheng's thoughts. Awakening level entanglement skill gene upgrade. Entry-level entanglement upgraded to proficiency. The skill's proficiency has increased. Lin Sheng was immediately taken aback. It was then reasonable to think about it. After all, these creatures that he had absorbed, whose release of the winding skill had long since formed a muscle memory, and extracting their genes would naturally extract this muscle memory as well. And for each level of skill, its proficiency was divided into introductory, skilled, proficient, perfect, and flawless. As the number of times the favored beast released increased with the strengthening of its senses, the proficiency would continue to increase, and the strength of the skill would also increase. The proficiency level that an entry-level entanglement raises requires at least hundreds or thousands of releases. Instead, I'm directly skipping this process. Lin Sheng was slightly excited in his heart. This also meant that without much training, his combat skills had already reached the proficiency level. By casually using winding, he was able to make the best power generation techniques in angles. This would undoubtedly become a great advantage for him in battle. It seems like there are still a few more winding skill memory genes. Give them a few more times and see. Lin Sheng then empowered the memory gene a few more times. However, it only made the proficiency level increase, and didn't reach the proficient level. But even so, I'm satisfied. To reach proficiency, the favored beast would have to face at least several battles of birth and death. Lin Sheng silently whispered. Being able to white whore was already very good, and to really raise it to the proficient level, I'm afraid that it would also require a proficient level winding skill to do so. Little White opened his mouth. Fujo. Lin Sheng put the extracted python genes, along with the golden genes that he had previously obtained from the translucent spirit stone. It was dripped into Little White's mouth. The instant it was in the mouth, Little White was violently agitated. A rolling white aura continuously emanated from its body, and its size grew larger with the naked eye, until a few minutes later, its size had already grown to more than twice its original size. And those eyes also had some spirituality. From the original snake's eyes, it had changed into rather spiritual blue gold pupils. Lin Sheng could clearly feel that Little White's intelligence had increased a lot compared to before. White snake. Level, late awakening. Talent, pre-junior king. Skills, entanglement, proficient. Water spray, hardening. Evolutionary root, python. Silver python water monster. Unicorn snake. Colorful electric eel. Scaled snake. Dragon blood water monster. Late stage of awakening, and with the additional dragon blood water monster, this evolution root talent has also skyrocketed directly from war general level to monarch level. Lin Sheng was in an excited mood. It looked like that gene extracted from the translucent spirit stone was indeed useful, although it didn't directly generate a dragon as an evolutionary root. However, it had tangibly enhanced Little White's talent and bloodline. No wonder it can awaken the Imperial Beast space. It looks like the origin of this translucent spirit stone is also mysterious. Lin Sheng piqued his interest in the translucent spirit stone. If there was a chance, the more you got, the better it would naturally be. But right now, Lin Sheng had other things to do. Have to go to the wilderness to verify my strength and also familiarize myself with the wilderness, so that I can deal with the giant beast city's examination when the time comes. Lin Sheng spoke indifferently. After all, he was going to face the Imperial Beast masters of the entire country, so it would be easy to lose out if he didn't do his best. And in the surroundings of Young City, there were 3 secret realms that existed. Countless years ago, the world had fallen through countless void cracks, and those beasts and monsters had come out of the cracks, affecting the other creatures that existed in the world. Nowadays, some of the void cracks had already been broken by the beast masters, and a large number of these beasts roamed the area where the void rift was located. As these ferocious beasts were not very dangerous, since they were not very dangerous, and could be used to train the future generations of Imperial Beast Masters in actual combat, they were not exterminated, but only controlled to a certain extent in terms of their numbers. But even so, it was still very dangerous. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a thing as mortality rate. Let's just go to that lightning serpent's lair and take a look. Lin Sheng quickly made his choice, and then he brought along Little White with the few patches of trauma medicines and antidotes that he had purchased, and soon arrived at the place where the lightning snake was located. This was a suburban area located in Young City. Since this place was not dangerous, there was no one guarding it. Instead, There were some Imperial Beastmaster squads practicing here to hunt the lightning snake and sell it to the Imperial Beast Association. There aren't too many people. Let's go in and look for the lightning snakes first. Lin Shang stepped into the dense jungle in front of him. Belonging to the same snake class, it would be great to hopefully get a skill or two from the other party. Hiss. Little White wrapped around Lin Shang's body, sticking its neck out and looking left and right, seemingly excited. This was the first time it had entered the middle of the jungle, and the wildness in its bloodline was stimulated. That young man who went in just now, isn't that the one I saw on the news in Yangcheng? Some professional hunters were a bit startled when they saw Lin Shang's figure. Didn't he just contract a royal beast? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for a person to come to this kind of wilderness? That's true. Even late awakening or even battle general level Imperial Beast Masters wouldn't dare to go deep into the lightning serpent's territory on their own. For a novice to go inside, the danger can be imagined. Maybe you're mistaken? That Imperial Beastmaster called Lin Shang is the son of a rich family, and is favored by all the major powers in Yang City, so he definitely doesn't lack money. So why would he come into the wild alone if he's pampered and spoiled? You're right. I saw a few students followed by several battle general level beastmasters before. Perhaps it was a misreading. With that said, the crowd stopped caring, and at the same time, hiss, Little White spat out his slender snake letters, seemingly smelling a hint of danger in the air. It was also at this moment, in the bushes in front, a long snake the thickness of an arm violently sprang out. Lightning snake. Level, late awakening. Talent, late lord. Skills, paralyzing toxin. Entanglement, evolutionary path, thunder snake. Introduction, the snake that lives in the jungle, extremely fast, and has paralyzing poison. Lightning snake, at the same late stage of awakening. It's only half the size of Xiao Bai. Lin Shang didn't have time to think. The lightning snake had already arrived in front of the two of them. Opening its bloody mouth, those poisonous fangs were about to bite into Lin Shang. However, the next moment, splat, Xiao Bai's slender snake tail instantly lashed out, directly pouncing in mid-air. The lightning snake flew out, its entire head flattened into a ball. The force of this blow was so great that it even sent out a sonic boom in the air. Instantaneous kill. Despite being sneak attacked in advance, it was still able to kill snakes of the same level in seconds. So strong. Lin Shang touched Little White's forehead, very surprised. It was important to realize that the lightning snake was already the best choice for many snake Imperial Beast Masters who wanted to contract a snake. Not some weak only because of the ferocious beasts. However, it was still whipped to death by a tail, and it didn't even use its skills. It could be imagined that Xiao Bai's strength was more than what was shown. If you can kill a late awakening in seconds, do you have any chance of winning against a war general? Lin Shang became interested. If he could capture a war general level skill, it would be a worthwhile trip. Well done. Hiss. Listening to his master's constant compliments, Little White's tail was going up to the sky. This is already the 7th lightning snake, right? Lin Shang extracted the lightning snake's genes, and then once again, he injected it into Little White's body. Entanglement, proficient, upgraded to entanglement, proficient. Proficient level now, but this skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Lin Shang silently spoke. The few times that Little White had killed the lightning serpent, it had almost always been a one-hit kill. The opponent didn't have much room for resistance at all. Naturally, the winding skill couldn't be used. The reason why this skill was upgraded so quickly, it was also because all of the beasts in this wilderness were snakes, and almost all of them possessed the skill of entanglement. Otherwise, even for the lowest ranked skill, it would take at least a few years to upgrade to proficiency, because it wasn't just an increase in proficiency, it was also accompanied by a rise in power. At the proficient level, almost as long as one touches the opponent, one can do nearly 100% to be able to entangle them, and you are immune to the entanglement attacks of any creature with a lower entanglement level than your own. This was already extremely outrageous. It could be called having no natural enemies in this part of the jungle. Find a warlord class and try your hand at it. Lin Shang's boldness grew. Fighting against weak awakening level creatures alone was no longer sufficient for his training. Only by getting infinitely close to death could he realize the true meaning of survival. And at the same time, in the middle of this jungle, there were 3 or 4 battle general level Imperial Beast Masters who were surrounding a young girl surrounding her against a late awakening stage lightning snake. The young girl's Imperial Beast was a monarch level cub. The Mad Thunder Male Lion. Roar! The Berserk Thunder Lion let out a roar. It was tall and milky. However, the moment it pounced, it still found an opportunity to bite the back of the lightning snake's neck, killing it instantly. A mid-awakening stage is able to kill a late awakening stage ferocious beast, worthy of being a monarch level cub. It's also thanks to Mrs. Good command that the battle could be ended in just a few minutes. That's true. If it were any other Imperial Beast Master, even at the same level, I'm afraid it would be impossible to kill the lightning serpent in such a short period of time. Seeing the young girl's imperial beast kill the lightning snake, the protectors on the side immediately started licking furiously. Where? I'm not even close at this level. The young girl spoke modestly. If Lin Shang were here, he would have recognized Bai Hua. As students of a noble school, they naturally all possessed uncommon backgrounds. The Bai family, whereby he is from, has an outstanding reputation in the entire Yang city. It even had a considerable amount of power and branches in the entire Yang city. Miss, let's get going. I have a hunch that battle general level thunder snake is in this neighborhood. When the time comes, miss, you mustn't make a move. With an awakening level favored beast, it's impossible to win against a war general level. The snake crystals of that thunder snake will be taken out by the few of us for you. They had come here to find the key to the evolution of the mad thunder stallion. Thunder serpent guts. The next evolution of the berserk thunder stallion had been prepared in advance. By the way, they could also be in the wilderness, practicing on Bai He's combat level. Saying that, then an imperial beast master summoned an eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters and began to search the surroundings for the scent of a warlord-class thunder serpent. Found it. The faces of those few Dao protectors were overjoyed. A few people quickly rushed towards that jungle, and at the same time, at that location, Lin Shang's white snake had already gone up against a battle general level thunder snake. Hiss hiss hiss, hiss, a blue-colored, huge python with a long, thin letter spat out of its mouth as it stared at Lin Shang and Little White with a cautious expression, and the information of the other party surfaced in front of Lin Shang's eyes. Thunder snake, rank, pre-war general, talent, late war general, skills, winding, discharge, evolutionary route, heavenly thunder serpent. Introduction: a thunder serpent whose bloodline is not strong enough. Its evolutionary journey has long been aborted. A thunder serpent at the war general level. No wonder the sense of oppression is so strong. Lin Shang was taken aback. I wonder if I can take over this discharge skill. Lin Shang silently spoke. Little White attack. Lin Shang ordered Little White to launch an attack. The opponent was simply too cautious, and if he dragged it out any longer, he feared that it would become a change. And after receiving the order, Little White instantly rushed up. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the thunder snake tried to wrap Little White around it. But unfortunately, the opponent's entanglement skill was not as proficient as Xiao Bai's, and turned to be locked tightly around his body. The next moment, Little White was about to bite into the thunder snake's neck. Crack! Thunder snake finally couldn't help himself and instantly released a large amount of electricity. However, this current, which was enough to cause an ordinary person to instantly die from shock, was like scratching an itch on Xiao Bai's body at this moment. Just this? The scales of the silver-scaled fish are electricity-proof. Lin Shang laughed. In the next instant, Little White's mouth instantly spat out a water sword that directly pierced through the thunder snake's head. The thunder snake died in battle. Good job. Go back and reward you with a snack. Lin Shang opened his mouth to encourage. Hiss. Carrot Omega Carrot. Sequence extraction. Touching Little White's forehead again, Lin Shang absorbed the warlord-class thunder snake on the ground. Gained thunder snake bloodline gene. Acquired thunder snake skill gene. Obtaining the thunder snake evolutionary root gene. Acquired thunder snake scales. Thunder snake venom, and thunder snake guts, and then the thunder snake on the ground was absorbed, leaving only a blue crystal. Lin Shang immediately picked it up. Since it's an item dropped by a battle general level ferocious beast, it's bound to be expensive. When the time comes, sell it to the Imperial Beast Association. Loading this blue crystal stone into the Imperial Beast space, Lin Shang bestowed the skills and various genes of the thunder snake on Little White, and since the thunder snake's scales were quite a bit weaker compared to the silver-scaled fishes, it didn't replace them, but instead inherited their excellence. The entire snake's scales became smooth, and Little White's size, too, began to gradually increase. The cells in his body ran wildly, consuming the energy of this thunder snake. After all, it was a thunder snake at the level of a war general, and it would take a little time to completely absorb its bloodline genes, and the discharge skill failed to be inherited. It's probably because of the scales. If we can keep acquiring the excellent genes of other creatures and create the strongest scales, by then it should be possible to inherit many skills. Thinking, Lin Shang brought Little White and then planned to leave this jungle. The training was almost done now. Repeatedly absorbing the genes of those creatures again would be of minimal help to Little White's growth. Only the first absorption would have a greater effect. He had to ask the Dragon Chopper Bureau for some of the food necessary for Little White's evolution. These were the big heads that would prompt the evolution of the pet beast. At the speed of my Imperial Beast space, I'll have to eat a year's worth of food in 3 days. Lin Shang felt amused at the thought of the Dragon Beheading Bureau spending money to raise dragons for himself. And just as Lin Shang had just left not long ago, a team arrived in great numbers. Thunder Snake is dead? Obviously his life signs were detected only a few minutes ago. How could it be so soon? A group of people surrounded a young girl, standing in front of that thunder snake skeleton with some surprise. They had searched for the traces of this thunder snake to come here. The difference in time between before and after was only a few minutes in total. Yet this thunder snake was surprisingly already dead. One must know that even if they were 3 battle general ranked Imperial Beastmasters, dealing with this thunder serpent, which was also at the battle general rank, would still require a considerable amount of effort. In order to prevent its escape, it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes to take it down. However, in the twinkling of an eye, this thunder snake was surprisingly left with only a skeleton. Can't it be that we've encountered a professional snake killer? Impossible. Even if he's skillful, he wouldn't have been able to pick the skeleton so cleanly without any meat left, right? This guy is at least a late-stage warlord Imperial Beastmaster. Otherwise, there's no way he could have killed the nimble-moving thunder snake in such a short time. And he even took away the thunder snake's snake crystal. We've been searching for weeks to find such a snake. Let's just forget about it. This forest isn't our clan's private territory. So since we've been robbed, we'll just be robbed. He spoke in silence. Losing such a piece of snake crystal, there was no telling how much effort it would take to find it next time. Miss, you are still too kind. But there are some professional hunters who love nothing more than to follow others and seize the fruits. We've been following this snake for a long time and only found it now, only to have it snatched away just as we were about to catch it today? At this moment, even he was a bit puzzled. A fierce beast at the war general level was not like an awakening level in the wild. Since it had many materials for imperial beasts to evolve to the war general level, its high price also caused many people to hunt it, and its quantity was extremely scarce, and it was even harder to get a piece of quality material, not to mention that her mother, Mrs. Bai, had made her personally go out into the wilderness to search for the material, not leaving any mercy at all. This time, the snake crystal being taken away could be said to be very hurtful to Bai. Let's go back to the city right now. There are probably hunter associations as well as other individual forces right outside the city that are buying up ferocious beasts here. This kid must be eager to get rid of it, so we can still find him if we go over there now. He couldn't wait for Bai Hua to speak. The crowd hurriedly then rode the imperial beasts underneath them and ran towards the edge of the city. Little brother, have you hunted any rare materials? We can give a higher price than the Hunters Association. As soon as Lin Shang stepped out of the jungle, he was stopped by a few people. However, as soon as they saw Lin Shang's appearance, they froze. So young, and he dared to run into this jungle alone? Of course. How much can I sell this snake crystal for? Lin Shang fished out a blue-purple crystal from his pocket. This thing was of little use to him. It would be better to just sell it. And the moment they saw this blue crystal, several people's eyes were also glowing. This is the snake crystal of the thunder snake. Due to its scarcity, the Hunters Association has given it a price of $1 million. Little brother, how about we give you 3 million and sell us this snake crystal? Several people looked at Lin Shang with a hopeful expression. It seemed as if they were afraid that the others would see it again in a moment and offer a higher price to buy it away. With my current rank in the Hunters Association, even if I sell it to the Hunters Association to exchange it for points, I'll only get a 10% discount. So it's better to sell it directly to an individual. Lin Shang quickly made a decision. After all, the Hunters Association was only a tool used to make profit, and whoever could give a higher price would naturally sell it to them. And for this kind of cherished resource, individuals would definitely offer a higher price. Just as Lin Shang was about to open his mouth and agree. Wait! A voice came from someone in the distance. A few people froze for a moment, and together with Lin Shang, they turned their heads towards there, only to see that in the distance, there were several royal beast masters dressed in flashy clothes, standing on a huge rhino that was 2 or 3 stories tall, charging over towards this place, battle general level imperial beast masters, and they seemed to be from the Bai family. The faces of these few people instantly turned white. This was an attempt to snatch the snake crystal from their manhwa, and Lin Shang also locked eyes with the girl sitting on the back of that rhinoceros at a glance. Isn't this Bai He? Why did you come to the wilderness as well? Lin Shang said silently in his heart. Little brother, wait a moment. How much did they offer you for this snake crystal? That one of the imperial beast masters standing on the rhino's back opened his mouth to inquire. 3 million. Although the price given by the Imperial Beast Association was 1 million, the premium for this snake crystal is actually very high. And 3 million is just a fool's errand to try and take it down. Let's put it this way. Little brother, sell us this snake crystal. I'll bid you 3 million. The Imperial Beastmaster on the back of that rhino directly gave a very high price. Even Lin Shang's was taken aback. It was his first time selling a ferocious beast, and he didn't expect the price to be much higher than he thought. Originally, he would have been satisfied with a sale of over $1 million, but he didn't expect to almost get screwed out of 2 million. Pervert, giving such a high price? Are you out of your mind? and when those few people saw this scene, they immediately turned around with their heads down and left, not daring to stay here for a bit longer. After all, they were the ones who were at a disadvantage. What's more, right now Lin Shang hadn't verbally agreed to the deal, so it was possible to choose someone else. Then, thank you very much. Lin Shang took out the snake crystals and quickly completed the transaction. It was useless to him anyway, and being able to exchange it for 3 million was already worth every penny. See you at school then. Before leaving, Lin Shang didn't forget to greet Bai He. Aha! Bai He also nodded in response. Her eyes kept watching Lin Shang. Only after Lin Shang left did a few people reveal a hint of shock. To be able to slay a thunder snake alone at such a young age. Worthy of being an S-class gifted person. To be able to cross over and kill a battle general level thunder snake in less than 15 minutes. This kind of talent is truly perverse. It's true that just like the rumors, Lin Shang's pet beast is a disaster level talent. Or even a late disaster talent. It's a good thing that Miss explained it to us in advance. Or else I would have specified that I would have offended him just now. It's true that I bumped into it by luck. It's really great luck, but it seems nice to be able to strike up a good relationship with such a genius. Several people were praising Lin Shang at this moment. It could be said that they were praising from the bottom of their hearts. This teenager's talent for beast royalty was indeed beyond their imagination. And at this time, a few people also understood. Why did Bai He say that he wanted to pay a high price for that snake crystal? This was also considered a favor that had been handed over. After all, although that snake crystal was expensive, it was still difficult to sell it for $3 million. That's why I said long ago that relying on my talent isn't enough. Bai Hua said at this time, seemingly proudly crossing her thin waist. And at this moment, the several attendants were also confused. Miss, how can I say that this guy is also your enemy for the exam afterward? If your enemy is so strong, you should be worried, right? How come you seem to be happier than him? So this snake crystal still sold for a high price. The Bai family is really rich. Lin Shang thought silently on his way back. The middle school he was in was the aristocratic middle school of Young City. Almost all of the children of the high powers of Young City, as well as the rich, were in that school, and he was able to have good connections in the Yongchang Noble High School. It wasn't because of being rich, it was just because of good looks. It could even be said that after his parents left, he was already considered to be one of the more penniless and powerless ones in his class. But since everyone grew up with no worries about food and clothing, they didn't see this aspect very heavily, and their minds were especially simple. A few random words would be taken by Lin Shang, a person who had lived 2 lives. But money is money, and when someone else opens their mouth to remind me, it's also considered a small favor owed. And in the future, if I become stronger, I'll still have to help out when I have the chance. He was not a heartless person. At the moment of pondering, Lin Shang had already returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he immediately sent a message to Di Qian of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. Didn't we say that we're contracting to Lord-level resources? How exactly is it going to be distributed? After waiting for a little while, the opposite party came back with a message. What breed is your favorite beast? What kind of ingredients need to be prepared for you? Generally snake food is a mixture of various meats. There are 3 price levels of snake pet beast food in the market. 100, 000, 300, 000 and 500, 000 respectively. I will prepare the best quality for you. As for the materials needed for advancement, it depends on which one you need, but the food can only be advanced for a maximum of 3 months, while the materials needed for advancement must be applied for when the pet beast advances. After a little thought, Lin Shang sent the message back. My Imperial Beast Space consumes energy at as much as 100 times the usual rate, so a day will consume 100 days worth of energy. As for the materials for the advancement, there is no need to prepare them for me. Lin Shang didn't want the way his favored beast advanced to be known to others. After all, it was a unique route. Leaking it out randomly would easily arouse suspicion. And after Lin Shang sent this message out, the other party was obviously caught in silence. This was indeed the case. Di Qian on the other side was completely confused. I hadn't expected the SSS grade Imperial Beast Space to consume energy at such a fast rate. 100 times? What kind of joke is this? Doesn't this mean that 3 days would consume the energy used in a year? If it's 500, 000 a month, you'll now need to prepare $5 million worth of food for him in a month. At this price, even Di Qian couldn't help but smack her lips when she heard it. I should have known to give this kid to surname Lu. Di Qian instantly regrets a bit. This damn thing is also too edible. But that was more or less a joke. In fact, she's still very happy in her heart. After all, the more a pet beast can eat, the greater its potential and the faster it grows. There was actually no change in the resources it consumed to evolve to the Lord level, but it was just overdrawn out in advance. Then I'll recruit a few less people and share their resources with Lin Shang. It just so happened that Di Qian still held a certain amount of resource distribution power in her hands, and Lin Sheng's talent made him qualified to use those resources. Soon, Di Qian gave this order to a few of her subordinates and told them to do it. Then she was in charge of picking up the geniuses from Young City to go to Giant Beast City for the disaster class Imperial Beastmaster cultivation quota. That was the big headache. I'm afraid that the resources needed to cultivate a catastrophe-grade Imperial Beastmaster would be more than 5 million a day. Lin Sheng, I hope you won't let me down and help me grab at least one of the slots. If the students under her command were able to obtain the slot, she would naturally benefit as well. On the contrary, if she gave the resources but didn't give feedback, the consequences would have to be borne by herself. It could be said, Di Qian had placed a huge bet on Lin Sheng. It's a good thing that someone prepared this resource for me. Otherwise, the 3 million I sold the snake crystals for wouldn't even be enough to feed Little White for a few days. Lin Sheng sighed. He touched Little White's forehead on the side. Hiss. Little White seemed to have sensed its master's mood and barked a few times in aggravation. It seemed to be saying that Little White could be hungry. Good fellow. Still pouting at me. Aggressive, huh? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I really let you succeed in provoking me. However, even if no one prepared food for himself, Little White would not starve to death. After all, only by staying in the middle of the Imperial Beast space could he obtain 100 times the energy consumption. And Lin Sheng was also able to control this speed. Your package. Someone soon knocked on the door. Coming. Lin Sheng immediately walked out the door and carried in a large box. There were a few large words written on the box. Higher pet beast ingredients, for snakes. Ingredients, giant rat meat, lightning snake meat. Various meats and even plants were mixed in with balanced nutrition. And their ingredient content requirements were extremely strict. No wonder it can be sold at such an expensive price. Lin Sheng was taken aback. $500,000 a month. It wasn't something that an ordinary family could afford to consume. It was a service that was geared towards the wealthy. Not to mention that Little White would have to consume 5 million a month. Opening the package. What was placed inside was a single rat strip-shaped piece of meat. It looked stupidly adorable. Just eating one a day would be enough to support a month's energy consumption. The energy content of this could be imagined. However, when it came to Lin Sheng, a mouse strip could only last for 3 days at most. And at this time, Little White on the side was already craving for a lot of food. Coffin. Little White's eyes were staring at the rat strips in Lin Sheng's hands. One could imagine just how tempting this thing was to snakes. Here, Lin Sheng didn't molest it either. Picking up one, he handed it over. And Little White directly swallowed it in one gulp. And then it revealed a satisfied look. The energy in it was also continuously being digested in its belly. The next few days, Lin Sheng took Little White to the field every day during the day to train his combat abilities and upgrade his skills. At night, he stayed in the royal beast space to digest the devoured energy. Finally, a few days later, before the beast city's quota grabbing began, Little White's level reached the level of war general. In front of Lin Sheng's eyes, coiled around a white snake that was almost as tall as him. White snake, rank, pre-war general, talent, pre-junior king, skills, entanglement, proficient, water spray, hardening, dragon might, evolutionary root, Jiao, silver python water monster, dragon blood water monster. Dragon might forms a domain and suppresses creatures of lower bloodline in the domain. Domain ability. And finally, a skill related to dragons has appeared. I did make the right choice. Lin Sheng's mood was slightly agitated. He was confident when Little White's level reached pre-war general. And, right now, what made Little White powerful was not its skills, but the characteristics of the different parts of its body. For example, the scales on its body could go underwater and protect against electricity. These were taken from other creatures. And in the future, the characteristics of the scales on its body would only increase. The defense power is also getting more and more exaggerated. And just then, Di Qian suddenly came to the phone. Looking at Di Qian's incoming call alert, Lin Sheng pressed the connect button. And then, a rather lazy female voice came from the opposite side. The selection tournament for half of the Dragon Kingdom will be held in Beast City soon. And including you, there are a total of 12 people from Young City participating. Almost all of the Imperial Beastmasters participating in the competition this time are at the level of War General. Do you have confidence? Yes, but not much. It's good if you have. Sleep well tonight. I'll pick you up tomorrow. With that, the opposite party hung up the phone. Only Lin Sheng was left holding the phone and froze slightly. You said I don't have much confidence? Why don't you come with some off-site assistance? Hiss. However, although Lin Sheng had no confidence, the little white beside him had a high fighting spirit. He was constantly throwing snake punches from the side. The long snake tail pumped out snapping sonic booms in the air. At this time, Xiaobai had completely evolved into a giant python. When he slept at night, He often liked to sleep on the bed and wrap Lin Shang around him. Lin Shang was really afraid that one night, he dreamed of being on a hunt for a ferocious beast and yelled out, "Little White, give it to me." Then Little White responded and accidentally strangled him to death. It's not that there is no such possibility. After all, his small body could not withstand the force that could winch the truck, but due to the fear of hurting Xiao Bai's heart, so there has been no mention of this matter. Cultivating affection and trust with the pet beasts was also what the Imperial Beast Master should do. This competition should be real and effective. Before the competition even started, Lin Shang saw many broadcasts on TV. I heard that since it was held for the first time, the rewards given were extra generous, and that for the places that won 100th place, the resources they received decreased from high to low, place by place, and this competition also drew the attention of countless people. It was called second only to the college entrance exam, a second chance to turn your life around. And once you can get this opportunity and resources, the college entrance exam should also be able to pass easily, just like the Wudong vertical cloud ladder. Left foot on the right foot, directly to the sky. This kind of important thing, Lin Shang thought about whether to send a message to his sister, but after thinking about it again and again he let it go. Finally the night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Shang got up and washed his face and brushed his teeth, and by the way, he helped Xiao Bai brush his teeth, and then dressed up and walked downstairs. At this moment, Di Qian was leaning against an off-road vehicle, and that black leotard outlined her body in a slender manner. Even some subtle muscle lines were clearly visible. At once, she attracted countless gazes around her. Even some of the neighbors looked at Lin Shang with envious faces, and then said to their own children, "See, nowadays, you have to become a royal beast master to be a little white boy." Words like that. And Lin Shang was helpless. After becoming a royal beast master and receiving feedback from his physique, how sensitive was his hearing? Not to mention the words of the people around him. Even if they were hundreds of meters away from him, he could hear their heartbeats. Snap. Let's go. Di Qian opened the rear door and hooked a chin gesture with Lin Shang, then directly sat on the main driver. And Lin Shang also sat directly on it. And on top of this SUV, there had long been a few Imperial Beastmasters who were about the same age as him. 3 men and 2 women. Among them, there was also a figure that Lin Shang was familiar with. Bai He, why are you here? Can't I be here? I'm a newcomer to the Dragon Beheading Bureau now. Bai Hua responded grudgingly. A few days ago, he had said that he would meet again afterward. How could he forget so quickly? That's true. It's still easy to enter here with your talent. Lin Shang silently spoke. The other few people then greeted him as well. In the future, we'll all be sharing the same place, so please take care of us. Yeah, that's right. I didn't expect to see Lin Shang himself here. From now on, we'll all be dragon choppers. Ha ha ha. Those few teenagers and young girls obviously recognized Lin Shang. The words all seemed a little excited. After all, everyone was in Yang City, and Yang City wasn't too big, so it was perfectly normal for geniuses to recognize each other. Lin Shang smiled awkwardly, taking a look. Only Bai He's side still had a seat left, so Lin Shang sat on his butt. At this moment, Bai Hua's heart suddenly beat a little faster, and her entire body stiffened quite a bit, and seeing the crowd arrive, Di Qian stepped on the gas pedal. Off-road vehicle will be like a string sword instantly scampered out of the street around the scenery, crazy to the back of the head to fly. There are several times are close to hitting the car in front of them, and then dangerously to avoid the past. This car driving is also too violent. The crowd was a little stunned. Even a few teenage girls' lips are a little white. Only Lin Shang face calm. In case of really collided, the big deal is to let the little white to wrap himself. Anyway, the little white skin thick scales hard. This injury at most rubs skin. And at this moment, Di Qian, who had been sitting in the front seat, silent, opened her mouth. This is your identification. Our daily work of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. And those hunters are not much different, but we deal with the creatures more bizarre than that. Saying this in advance, he threw a few small books to a few people. Lin Shang reached out to catch them and open them up. Name, Lin Shang. Position, Rookie Dragon Chopper. Authority, none. Lin Shang knew everything Di Qian said. Generally the things that the Dragon Beheading Bureau dealt with. In addition to some wild hunting missions of ferocious beasts, it would also hunt those demons hidden in the crowd in the middle of the city. This was a creature of a higher level than the ferocious beasts, and the Dragon Slaying Bureau had another privilege. It was that one could enter some newly emerged secret realms and could obtain the latest resources in them. But the danger was also higher. Rumor has it that the people from the Dragon Beheading Bureau are searching for something in those secret realms. A teenager on the side said quietly, seemingly very mysterious. No rumors, no rumors. If you keep talking nonsense there, I'll throw you down immediately. Hearing Di Qian's words, that teenager shut up immediately. This instructor, although he usually looks quite kind, is actually not very good-tempered. Mainly, he also doesn't want them to be heckling when they're about to face the ferocious beasts and have to get on their attitudes. Captain D, what is the content of this competition? If we can team up. I want to team up with Senior Lin Shang. Me too. I really don't have much confidence in letting me go. Right now my favorite beast is only a mid-level battle general. My level isn't high either. It's only a late-stage battle general. It still needs some protection from Senior Lin Shang. Several people looked at Lin Shang with a hopeful expression. Elder Lin Shang's imperial beast. How could he say it was a late-stage battle general? After all, that was a disaster-level talent. Even by he silently coughed twice. I'm only at the pre-battle general stage as well. Lin Shang inexplicably wanted to punch them at this point. I've been working so hard for so long, and I'm only at the early stage of the battle general stage. I thought it was all stable, but it turns out that I'm the clown. Little White ate the rat strips and inputted the essence of so many creatures before upgrading. The drain is indeed much higher than normal creatures. But, this also proved Little White's talent side by side. Yes, it must be. Lin Shang sat on the vehicle and comforted himself. However, Lin Shang could understand that these guys' favored beasts were of a higher level than his own. After all, not everyone was like him. Contracted pet beasts were upgraded from the lowest level. Usually, they were contracted mid-awakening, or even late-stage pet beasts. No more. It was also at least a pre-awakening pet beast. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, didn't have any level. It was purely natural and uncontaminated. Soon, Di Qian pulled the crowd to the outskirts of Yang City. Not far from Yang City is Behemoth City. Standing on the tall walls of Yang City, one could see the broken walls of the town. It was an abandoned city that had been completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts that had rushed out in a concentrated manner when the secret realm descended. And nowadays, there were still many strong ferocious beasts roaming amongst the Behemoth City. You guys go over there, I'll send you here. Di Qian leaves the crowd behind and drives away. Go. By he summoned the tall Mad Thunder male lion and invited Lin Shang to ride with him. And Lin Shang didn't make any pretense, jumping on it with a flip. After all, Little White was still not very good at this aspect of long-distance traveling. And this Wild Thunder male lion, too, was well trained by Bai He, without a trace of will to resist. If some masters were poorly trained, it was possible for one's imperial beast to attack others. That was why the summoning of imperial beasts was forbidden in the middle of the city. The remaining few people also summoned their own imperial beasts, a white-furred eagle and a scorpion with a body as robust as a horse. The crowd galloped in the direction of that Behemoth City. Since Bai He was wearing a strapless dress, that white neck and exposed spine continued to undulate in front of Lin Shang without the slightest defense. Helplessly, Lin Shang could only turn his head to look at the snowy mountains in the distance. Noticing this scene, a hint of disappointment flashed under Bai He's eyes. Is it because I'm not beautiful? Bai He said with depression in her heart. However, she didn't give up. After all, she had worked so hard for so long. It was so hard to come to a battle line with Lin Shang. How could she give up so easily? Under the extreme speed of the Mad Thunder Lion, the two of them quickly arrived at that abandoned metropolis. And at that moment, on the outskirts of the Behemoth City, there were already many scholars waiting there with raised hands. Beside them, they were also followed by one after another favored beasts of different races. However, these favored beasts were all slightly inferior in front of the Berserk Thunder Lion. As soon as the Berserk Thunder Lion arrived here, the surrounding favored beasts made way for a patch of land, not daring to fight for it in the slightest. I said that my favored beast has gone a bit weak, so it's the Wild Thunder Lion. That's a monarch-ranked gifted favored beast. Which city's beast master is this? Where did he get the thunderous lion cub? I don't know, but this man is quite handsome. The little girl is also very pretty. But you can't be fooled just because someone has a monarch-class royal beast. Character has nothing to do with looks or imperial beasts. Did you look at it wrong? That Wild Thunder male lion is someone else's beautiful girl. Crap, eating soft food? How the hell did I not have this kind of luck? For a while it became the crowd's gaze towards Lin Shang that was filled with envy and jealousy. They couldn't wait for the one riding behind that beauty right now to be themselves. For the gazes of the crowd around him, Lin Shang had long been used to it. After all, when he was in Yangchang, he had already been listed by his classmates as number 1 on the so-and-so list. Oi, being good-looking was sometimes an annoyance, but I think that more often than not, it's because I'm too good. Lin Shang sighed helplessly, and Little White, who was in the imperial beast space, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know if his master was narcissistic, or if he really thought so. As time passed, more and more students gathered around the Behemoth City. Even during this time, Lin Shang saw several S-class talented imperial beastmasters. There were also several favored beasts that belonged to the same monarch-level talent as the Berserk Thunder Stallion. Lin Shang had once seen it on the iconography of the imperial beasts. The pale divine eagle, the ironclad giant. Even this kind of favored beast has one. But the armor of the Iron Kai giant should be very hard. I wonder if it can be extracted and the genes added to the scales. Lin Shang instantly had a lot of ideas. If it could be done, Little White's scale strength would be raised another big step. At that time, it would no longer be afraid of any hot weapons such as guns and cannons. And just as the crowd was waiting for the moment, but a sound suddenly came out from that radio. Please listen carefully. Next are the rules of the competition. Upon hearing this sudden voice, the crowd present instantly quieted down and all looked towards the source of that voice. For this competition in the Behemoth Arena, 50 people will be selected to receive a spot, while the other 50 people will be selected at another venue. The rules of the competition are simple. I have placed 50 hostages in the Behemoth City, and the one who rescues the most hostages will get the first place in this competition, and those who didn't obtain hostages will be ranked based on the number of demons hunted. There are no restrictions on the rest. Let's begin. At this point, all the rules had been introduced, although it didn't say what exactly the hostages were, and where exactly the hostages were. But the moment that voice ended, almost everyone present simultaneously rushed in towards the middle of the town in front of them. This incomparably dangerous beast town seemed to have turned into a paradise for everyone. In order to obtain the resources to become a catastrophe-grade Imperial Beast Master, everyone would not hold back. Lin Shang, want to join me? Yeah, brother Lin Shang. It's safer for us to act together. When the time comes to rescue the hostages, we can share them equally. Several people from Yangchang extended an invitation to Lin Shang. However, Lin Shang shook his head. It's better to act separately. And also, you guys shouldn't trust others too much in the future. After briefly explaining a few things, Lin Shang also walked towards the middle of the town. Cities were different from the wild. The blockage of vision was very serious. It was no longer possible to deal with ferocious beasts like in the wild. It could be said that this kind of city with broken walls was simply a paradise for ferocious beasts. And at the same time, in order to have a broader view, Lin Shang also came to the roof of a tall building. However, he had just come up. Aang! Those 3 eagles that were originally patrolling high in the sky instantly saw him, and then they rushed downwards with a swift momentum. Little White. Lin Shang immediately summoned Little White to protect himself behind him. However, eagles were naturally the nemesis of snakes. The 3 eagles still swooped down in front of them with unabated momentum. And the next moment, Little White's snake tail, which had turned into an earth-colored color in that instant, instantly whipped towards the 3 ferocious beasts in the air. Snap! 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 3 popping sounds came out. The 3 ferocious beasts were instantly lashed and exploded. Under the enhancement of Little White's hardening, the ferocious beasts of the District Awakening realm could not withstand this level of attack, and were directly killed in an instant. Phew! Sequence extraction. Lin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. This fierce rush over had really almost scared him. Lin Shang placed his hands on the remains of the 3 ferocious beasts, acquired the Crowhawk bloodline for the first time, acquired the Farseeing gene, gained the Eagle Claw gene, gained the Flying gene, gained the Night Vision gene, another series of skill extractions. Nowadays, Little White's strength had long been vastly different compared to before. At the first moment he obtained the skills, Lin Shang injected the genetic abilities of these ferocious beasts into Little White, gaining the Tsang Ying bloodline, gained the skill Visual Focus, gained skill Visual Strengthening, getting 2 more skills. Visual Focus seems to be able to improve Little White's dynamic vision, while Visual Reinforcement is able to increase Little White's visible range. Lin Shang was in a good mood. Both of these skills were what he needed. It was important to know that eagles, however, were able to see rabbits running on the ground from thousands of meters in the air. The strength of their eyesight could be imagined. I wonder where I can get the flight gene from. If Little White could fly, it would be much easier to do things in the future. And at the same time, this visual ability also fed back to Lin Shang. He was keenly aware that just a short distance away from this tall building, there were also a few Imperial Beast Masters that were there observing him. He saw the other party just as soon as his gaze turned away. And at that moment, the hearts of those few people were also startled violently. Hurriedly, they stood up and said, "We're just passing through. Big brother, I heard that hostages are usually on higher floors." Those few people left a few words and hurriedly left. They were afraid that this big brother would look at them in a bad light and take care of them as well. Just with Lin Shang's ability to instantly kill 3 awakening level creatures just now, it was far beyond the ability of the few of them to deal with. Who was that person just now? We were so far away that we could see it at a glance. I should have hidden it well. It seems familiar to me. If I remember correctly, he's the Imperial Beast Master who awakened. SSS ranked Imperial Beast Space before. It's him? Hearing this, the sweat on this Imperial Beast Master's forehead immediately flowed down. It was fortunate that he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, it might be whoever was lying on the ground right now, and seeing a few people leave. Lin Shang also had no intention of continuing to chase them over. The main thing was that Little White was not suitable for chasing battles. Its movement speed was really too slow. And in the future, hunting ferocious beasts would have to start from this aspect. A higher floor? Then that's the only place. Lin Shang's gaze looked towards a tall building in the distance, and in the middle of his line of sight, he could clearly see that a few Imperial Beast Masters had already arrived there ahead of time. This was the benefit that came from the ability to visualize, being able to get information in advance that he couldn't get in the past. Walking down the stairs, Lin Shang quickly arrived at that location. And at the same time, somewhere in the Magic City, in a secret location, several silhouettes were sitting in the surveillance room, watching the videos of various places in the Behemoth City, recording the number of ferocious beasts that the students had killed. And at this moment, in the images of the surveillance videos, there was a teenager standing on the shoulders of a giant wearing steel armor, frantically outputting to the surrounding Imperial Beast Masters. Each fall of the huge wolf-tooth rod in that hand was going to shake up huge dust, and one Imperial Beast was seriously injured. What a strong Imperial Beast! Which city is this? Which student? Iron Armored Giant. A Monarch-level talent. It's an S-rank talent in the Iron Mountain City aside the Iron Mountain Range, so it's an S-class talent. No wonder the Imperial Beasts are so domineering and strong. I heard that the Imperial Beasts in that part of the Iron Mountain Range have extremely terrifying defenses. An awakening level would be able to withstand a Gatling sweep for an hour. This student should be able to get one of the spots, right? I'll take this student. Make sure you give him to me during training. Boss. Damn fatso. You're giving it to you just because you say so? All you do is eat all day long. Can you teach him well? Alright, don't argue. I'll distribute it myself when the competition is over. A middle-aged man with a resolute face opened his mouth to stop the crowd. This middle-aged man's arm was broken, leaving him with only a right arm. But the crowd was still very respectful of him. Even Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu Qing, whom Lin Shang had met before, were here. However, the two people who had made the principal very respectful were sitting in their chairs like a student at the moment. The crowd was led by the man with the broken arm. Di Qian, I've heard that a SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Space Imperial Beast Master has come out from your place. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man spoke with an expressionless face. And hearing this, the surrounding crowd revealed some shocked looks. SSS-grade Imperial Beast Space? This kind of Imperial Beast Space that is rare to see in 100 years actually exists? And hearing this, Di Qian immediately stood up. He's already agreed to join us. And he's in the middle of that giant beast city now. What's his name? And what's his strength? Lin Shang. His strength is around the pre-war general stage. And his Imperial Beast is a white snake of an unknown species. Lin, another one with the surname Lin? You tuned the video to the previous footage for me. The one-armed man spoke. After all, it was the owner of an SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Space. And even its talent was at S rank. So it naturally deserved their attention. The other Imperial Beast Master also gathered his gaze over. At this moment, the video had also tuned back to the image from a few minutes ago. One could only see Lin Shang with his white snake, which was almost as tall as himself, standing on top of a dozen-story high-rise. It seemed to be observing something around. This will to fight needs to be improved. There are a lot of bird-like ferocious beasts present in the Behemoth City. Standing in a place like this will only become a thorn in their side. The somewhat slightly chubby instructor spoke. As expected, in the next instant there were 3 huge eagles swooping down from high in the sky, flying straight towards him, and these 3 eagles were all at the late awakening stage. Although with the strength of a pre-war general, it was fairly easy to deal with the awakening level, but after all, it was 3 of them attacking at the same time, so they were bound to be entangled for a while, but judging from the time it took to retrieve it, he took care of 3 awakening level ferocious beasts in a matter of minutes. This kind of strength is worthy of the title of S-class, but it's nothing more than that. After all, as long as one is an S-ranked gifted Imperial Beast Master, almost all of them are able to do this. Several instructors gave their own evaluations. As long as one was able to become one of the top 50 in the competition, they were all qualified to receive a large amount of resources and specialized training. It was natural to screen and focus extraordinarily. The crowd was waiting. What method was he going to use to deal with this attack? And just as these 3 eagles were about to fly in front of Lin Shang's eyes, he still hadn't given the order to attack. Too close. It hasn't taken an attack stance yet, and it's hard to hit the extremely fast-flying giant pale eagles with the speed of the snakes. The hearts of the crowd inexplicably tightened. At such a close distance, it was a bit difficult to resolve it unharmed. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Only saw the originally long snake tail suddenly disappeared in place. the original small white stand-up snake tail. In that instant, it disappeared in place, and even turned into a residual shadow, making a knife-cutting sound in the air. Swish! A few people immediately stared wide-eyed. A knife? A knife from where? No, it wasn't a knife. Rather, it was a snake's tail that was extremely forceful and fast. But at what level of speed could it make a sound like a knife cutting? You have to know that the snake's tail is not a sharp blade, and without waiting for the crowd to continue thinking, pa! Snap! Snap! 3 audible explosions instantly emanated from that high altitude, and the 3 awakening-level giant crow eagles were instantly smoked and exploded as if they were hit head-on by a missile. This horrifying scene instantly startled the crowd, their jaws unable to close for a long time. This was the speed that a white snake should have? At this moment, even the one-armed man's countenance froze. Immediately rewind the video footage for me and slow play it. Very quickly, the video footage was tuned back to what it was just before Xiaobai struck. Slow down 10 times. However, even if the video screen was slowed down 10 times, it was still difficult to see the snake tail's trajectory. Slow down 100 times. Slow down 500 times. Slow down 1000 times. Until then, the snake's tail could not be seen clearly, only to see that long snake tail, covered with a layer of gray keratin in that instant. Then drawn out, retracted, and drawn out again, retracted again, several times in succession until all 3 ferocious beasts were killed. This kind of proficiency must not have trained much. He must have had a lot of practical combat experience before this. I guarantee it. What kind of species is this white snake? A pre-war general can instantly kill 3 late awakening stage ferocious beasts. Could it really be at the disaster level like the news said? Then it's simply the perfect choice to train a disaster level Imperial Beast Master this time. Don't get too happy yet. What if it's not a disaster level favored beast? The crowd looked at Lin Shang's figure in the picture, and a few flashes of appreciation flashed through their eyes. If it really was disaster level, then they would have made a fortune. Not only would they no longer have to search for a disaster level cub for them, they could even whore out a disaster level royal beast master for nothing. It was important to realize that catastrophe level beasts could be ranked in the entire blue planet, and to go and seize their cubs, the hardships and dangers could be imagined. That's why this time, the plan was originally to select 100 spots, and then they would be given specialized training, and only a few of them would be selected to focus on training and help them look for catastrophe class gifted pet beasts. If it was really a disaster level cub, it would have saved a great deal of effort. However, they didn't hold much confidence. After all, disaster level cubs were really hard to find. Lin Shang seems to be meeting that iron armored giant's royal beastmaster. I don't know who called out. Countless gazes once again gathered in the middle of the monitor screen. Sure enough, at this moment, Lin Shang had already brought his white snake into contact with that iron-armored giant that was in the midst of a great killing spree. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. The iron-armored giant could also be a favored beast with a monarch-level talent, and it was a humanoid pet beast belonging to a special class. With the kind of battle prowess that White Snake just displayed, the ironclad giant shouldn't be a match, right? What are you babbling about? The ironclad giant is a humanoid ferocious beast known for its early-stage battle power, not to mention a mid-stage battle general ironclad giant. Yeah, just like those awakened fierce beasts just now. If it's an ironclad giant, as long as it can be hit, it can also be instantly secured. Not to mention that ironclad giants are known for their defense. Creatures like Whitesnake would have a hard time breaking through his defense. It's better to avoid the front line for now. Imperial Beast Masters should also use their strengths to strike their weaknesses. The Imperial Beast Masters present made an analysis of the scene. It seemed that they were very unfavorable towards Lin Shang. Di Qian, on the other hand, was very trusting of him at this moment. Don't forget guys, he's an SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master of the Imperial Beast Space. Di Qian spoke confidently. He believed that Lin Shang had his own measure. Just based on the fact that the iron-armored giant had defeated several Imperial Beast Masters in a row just now, and Lin Shang still dared to come, it meant that he had a measure in his heart. And at this moment in the giant beast city, "You're Lin Shang?" A teenager stood on the tall shoulders of that iron-armored giant, looking down at Lin Shang. "You recognize me?" Lin Shang was a bit puzzled as he hid behind Little White. The moment he came up, he was able to say his name. And this guy wasn't even from Yang City. He had obviously investigated him in advance. "Of course, I'm a person who likes to make friends with strong people the most. The first Imperial Beast in the district was able to contract a late disaster level. I would like to challenge you. Let's see how big the gap is between my Monarch class favored beast and your disaster class." That teenager had a defiant look on his face. He was trying to prove that the talent of the favored beast wasn't the problem. The Royal Beast Master was the key. With my S-rank talent ability of defense increase, combined with the iron-armored giant's defensive power, there is absolutely no problem whatsoever. There's no way anyone can break my defense. What the hell? Where did the late disaster come from? Lin Shang looked towards his left and right, yet he and Little White were the only snakes here. Nima, has this rumor already spread to other cities? It seems to be getting more and more outrageous. Lin Shang couldn't help but sweat a little. Even if Little White had swallowed the liquid from the translucent spirit stone, his talent was only at the monarch level. It wasn't even close to the late disaster stage. Are you mistaken? My pet beast's talent is only at the monarch level. Lin Shang said honestly. It's useless for you to hide it now. Today you have to accept it even if you don't. Iron Kai Giants, give it to me. Eyes. That teenager gave an order. The Iron Kai Giant picked up the huge hammer in his hand and charged towards Lin Shang with big strides. Doesn't this guy listen to people? Lin Shang frowned slightly, and then violently seemed to notice something. Little White, give me a spray of water towards that place, as Lin Shang gave the order. Although Little White wasn't sure why, he still did as he was told. Opening his mouth, he sprayed a puddle of water towards the ground, and that ground was exactly where the iron-armored giant had landed. Spraying water? Although I don't know why a snake would have a water-spraying skill, there's no way any attack can hurt my iron-armored giant. The teenager spoke confidently. What's more, the accuracy was too lousy. How can you show off my iron-armored giant's defense when you can't even hit such a large target? This is the water skill of the silver-scaled fish. Not only is it extremely powerful, but the slime is very slippery. The corner of Lin Shang's mouth hooked up slightly. Not to mention a bulky favored beast like the iron-armored giant. Any creature that stepped on it would likely slip and fall. And now Lin Shang still had one more piece of poor information. That was, the other party had never seen a snake with a water-spraying skill. Even if they did, there was no way it could be tied to slipping, because it wasn't a snake skill at all. It was a silver-scaled fish. The next instant, the arrogant iron-armored giant stepped on that puddle of water with a sliding step directly and planted its head on the ground with a rumble. And the teenager standing on its shoulder. His eyes glazed over. One didn't react in time and was also thrown to the ground. The teenager got up violently, with a dumbfounded look on his face, not knowing what had happened at all. What the hell kind of liquid was this? How the hell was it more slippery than a fish's water-spraying skill? Back then, his iron-armored giant had only planted itself against the silver-scaled fish. Since then he had paid extra attention, but he didn't expect to be undermined by a snake today. And at this time, Little White had long since taken advantage of this opportunity and slipped behind that teenager. The long tail of his hand had long been poised to strike, and as long as Lin Shang gave the order, the teenager would be overpowered on the spot. I admit defeat. At the moment of life and death, he didn't dare to say anything more. Worthy of being a disaster-level favored beast, but even though my iron-armored giant's talent isn't as good as yours, under my training, it will definitely be able to catch up with you. At this moment, that teenager still had a warlike look on his face. Then you cheer up. Lin Shang also didn't want to say much to him. It was just that if he let this guy know, his own favored beast talent was similar to Lin Shang's, and he still lost as a result, he would probably have to crack his heart. Of course, if he took the initiative to challenge Lin Shang again afterward and was beaten to the point of his mind blowing up, it would be none of Lin Shang's business. After all, with the hardness of his iron-armored giant, it would be a fool's errand to try and block an adept-level winding. Even in a head-on battle, Little White would be able to completely abuse his iron-armored giant. However, before leaving, Lin Shang still collected some interest on that iron-armored giant. Inject iron-armored giant gene. Hardening, introductory, evolves into hardening, skilled. At the skilled level of hardening, the tail has been able to evolve from an earthy yellow color to a black iron color. Lin Shang stroked Little White's dark and spiky tail, satisfied, although it could only be partially hardened. But the hardness and power had increased more than several times compared to before. And at the same time, in the middle of the monitoring room somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, the crowd was already completely amazed. To be able to find the opponent's breaks and utilize one's skills to make the most reasonable counterattacks in such a short period of time, this has already initially possessed the awareness that a royal beast master should have. Indeed, a snake-type favored beast fighting a Tai-Kai giant physically doesn't have a high chance of winning, and even if one wanted to win, it would take a long time. But he was able to win or lose in a split second with just his Imperial Beastmaster's combat skills. This kind of combat quality is even stronger than some of the Imperial Beastmasters in the army. In a battle between favored beasts, the Imperial Beastmaster is indeed the greatest weakness, and Lin Shang also happened to take advantage of the opponent's favored beast's bulky nature. If the group of guys under me all had this kind of battle sense, there'd be no need for me to put in so much effort every day. It's normal for a catastrophe-level talented favored beast to be able to win against a monarch level. I just didn't expect it to be this easy. The one-armed man let out an emotional sigh. They had thought that it would be a tussle to say the least, but they didn't expect such a one-sided ending. Di Chen, when the camp opens, This student will be under your control. Hearing these words, Di Qian's eyes suddenly take on a gleam of color as she hastily rises to respond. Understood. This isn't right. Shouldn't we all discipline students in batches? Right. It should be redistributed. The crowd had a feeling that Lin Shang was bound to become a great imperial beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. So they began to fight over it. After all, the title of teaching a disaster great imperial beastmaster could become a topic of conversation after drinks in the future. I know you guys can't part with such a good seedling, but you have to realize that Di Qian has placed a huge bet on him for his sake. The one-armed man spoke with his back turned. The crowd instantly lost their voices. They had indeed heard that Di Qian had poured 10 times the resources of others for this one called Lin Shang. If Lin Shang didn't perform well, this kind of wasteful behavior would be punished or even demoted. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it either. But the one left over can be given to us, right? Even if we're eliminated. Just judging by the performance of this iron-armored giant who killed the remaining few Imperial Beastmasters in a row just now, it's still qualified to enter among the quota. Give it to me. It just so happens that I don't have any S-ranked gifted Imperial Beastmasters under me. I'm also short of an odd job man here. A youngster's sharpness is too sharp, so he needs to be sharpened a bit more. If that were to be heard by that iron-armored giant's Imperial Beastmaster, he would inevitably vomit blood. Why are you guys picking up rags here? What do you mean the one left over? At least I'm an S-class gifted royal beastmaster. I've also contracted a monarch-class favored beast. Can you show some respect? But it's a good thing he couldn't hear that. Still feeling good about himself today. Senior brother Lin, my name is Song Tianzhong. Remember my name. I'll come back to challenge you in the future. That Song Tianzhong was carried by 2 staff members and left Beast City. And Lin Shang could only smile in response. The name is quite domineering. It's this IQ. It couldn't be that just now. It broke his brain, right? But there was no harm in it. Afterward, when it was time for training, wouldn't the people from that military camp and the Dragon Slashing Bureau still train him to the point of wailing? After defeating the iron-armored giant, there were already no Imperial Beast Masters around that dared to compete with Lin Shang. And Lin Shang was also very smooth. Arriving at the roof of this building. In the center of this building's roof was standing an Imperial Beastmaster in tattered clothing, and he had a wooden sign hanging around his neck with the word hostage written on it. Classmate, you're finally here. When this hostage saw Lin Shang, his eyes instantly glowed as if he had seen a savior. Hurriedly, he took off the wooden sign from his neck and handed it to Lin Shang. Before leaving, he muttered under his breath. Damn it, the planners of this competition are really brain dead ####. In short, it was cursing like a thief. This seems to be all people from the Imperial Beast Master Association, right? I'm afraid that in addition to being hostages, these hostages also have the role of protecting the safety of the Imperial Beastmasters in the city. Lin Shang thought so. After all, if you wanted to get a good ranking, you would inevitably fight around where the hostages were. It was just as well that these people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association could also protect the students. Whatever. Go to the next place. Lin Shang then brought Little White with him to the location where one tall building after another was located. With his previous experience, it was much easier for Lin Shang to fight. Within a few hours, he had captured 5 tiles, and just as Lin Shang was planning to head to the next location, a street that he had originally planned to pass through suddenly emitted a bizarre aura, and at that moment, Little White snapped to alertness. Lin Shang instantly stopped his steps, his brows slightly furrowed as he took one step towards the middle of the street with the bizarre aura. The scene in the street instantly froze him. In the depths of the street that Lin Shang was in, the original road had long since disappeared, and in its place was a void-like darkness, and within that darkness, a purple demonic light was emanating. Lin Shang instantly thought of many things, because everything in front of him was exactly the same as what was described in the books before. Gray mist crack. This was a small space that might appear after a large secret world was destroyed. It could also be understood as a super small secret world. Among them, the Gray Mist Rift was the most dangerous. It was because the creatures in it could not be measured by common sense, and were an extremely bizarre creation. But although it's dangerous, there's also a huge chance in it. As long as a secret realm was broken, equipment and materials would randomly drop from it. All of them were needed for the advancement of the favored beasts. Some of the equipment, on the other hand, could also provide some protection for the Royal Beastmaster's life. It wouldn't be like the previous iron-armored giant's Imperial Beastmaster, who was caught by Lin Shang without any resistance. Although Little White's rank is still in the pre-war general stage, his true strength has already reached the late war general stage, or even the pre-lord stage. The strength of a small secret realm split off from such a large secret realm would inevitably not exceed by much, and would at most be in the late war general stage. Lin Shang became interested. The opportunity was too good to miss. Usually the first wave of a secret realm was the fattest. Anyway, if you couldn't beat them, you could still run. Lin Sheng didn't have any reason to refuse. Whatever. Little White will go down with me for a copy. Lose and work in the sea. Win an internal whatever. Hiss. Charge. One person and one snake. Without the slightest hesitation. Directly, they stepped into that black mist. At the same time, somewhere within the Dragon Kingdom, just as the crowd was observing the students on the surveillance screen. Not good. The space amongst the behemoth city has suddenly produced a serious instability. The initial estimate is that it was caused by a crack in it. A staff member who suddenly barged into the room spoke to the crowd. What? And the crowd present instantly tensed up. Although from time to time, there were some residual spatial cracks that appeared in broken secret realms, but it was definitely a dereliction of duty on their part for such a thing to appear on the way to the competition. Moreover, the moment this space appeared, it was very possible that the surrounding students who were having a match would be sucked in. Then this would be very dangerous. One must know that even a residual space was extremely dangerous. If there was no Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster leading the group, with the experience and strength of these students going in would be extremely dangerous. Because with equal strength, the students would most likely only be able to utilize less than half of their strength without experience. Did you find out where that spatial rift is? What type of rift is it? At this moment, even the one-armed man was somewhat gloomy. Already found out. It's the Grey Mist Rift. It's located near the everyday supermarket in Beast City. Hiss. The crowd present immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Adding to global warming was also caused by an inner surprise. The Grey Mist Crack. That's where that group of cultists is. Di Qian. You go and get rid of that rift right away. It must not be allowed to have any effect on the selection. Understood. Receiving the order, Di Qian immediately gets up. Putting on a black combat uniform, she follows the man out. And at this moment in the Grey Mist Crack, how grand! In front of Lin Sheng's eyes, what appeared was an extremely large building. However, around the building at this time, there were many graves planted, just as Lin Sheng and White Snake were planning to enter the building directly. However, a weak voice suddenly emanated from the graves on the side. Lin Sheng. That voice was extremely weak and feeble. It immediately caused Lin Sheng's heart to jump violently. Little White also had a jolt. Hiss. What demon? It's us, Senior Brother Lin. Still calling me Senior Brother Lin? Could it be that this is the legendary evil demon that likes to call people names behind their backs? But it's not right. This is the world of beast masters. How could there be ghosts and monsters? Even if it was a supernatural beast, it wouldn't dare to talk to itself like this. He's also a battle general level beast master. It was far from something that some little ghosts could mess with. No, this voice sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Sheng frowned, and then walked towards the source of that voice. After circling around a hill, he immediately discovered the 5 people hiding behind this mountain. It was Di Qian's car from earlier. The same Imperial Beast Master from Yang City. Even Bai He was among them. That Lin Sheng sentence just now, it was precisely Bai He who called out. These 3 men and 2 women, at this point, had already starved to the point of being a bit yellow, while the moment they saw Lin Sheng, a few of them were instantly relieved. A few of us were originally grouped together in Behemoth City, but we were inexplicably sucked into this place, and we've already been here for almost a week. Bai He said breathlessly. So that's how it is. Lin Sheng probably understood the situation. This was the Grey Mist Rift, and the flow of time was different from the flow of time outside, since it was passively teleported in. Unless the Lord here was killed, there was no way out. That guy is in the building in front. One of the Imperial Beastmasters pointed there, and a hint of fear passed through their eyes. It seemed like they were terrified of the monster in that building. Then you guys wait. I'll go and finish it off. Lin Sheng took out a few packets of snacks from the Imperial Beast space and distributed them to a few people. The crowd's eyes instantly glowed. Only Bai He was still relatively reserved, nodding to Lin Sheng and saying thank you. As for a few people's Imperial Beasts, anyway, they are about to go out. So let's starve first. One couldn't afford to feed so many people plus their favorite beasts yet. To be able to give some food was already considered kind of Lin Sheng. Of course, Lin Sheng was referring to distributing it to those people who only had a one-sided relationship besides Bai He. Lin Sheng, be careful. That guy is a demon with very special abilities. Bai Hua spoke again. Several of them had tried to deal with it before, but the results invariably ended in failure. It was only by relying on Bai Hua's favored beast, the Wild Thunder Stallion, that the other party didn't dare to press them too hard. But if it dragged on like this, the few of them would die here sooner or later. Luckily, Senior Brother Lin Sheng is here. A female Imperial Beastmaster spoke silently as she looked towards Lin Sheng's back. There were a few hints of admiration in her eyes. At a time of extreme hunger and despair, someone had brought food and was so clean looking, it was hard not to feel affection. while Bai Hua was alert at this moment. I'll follow him over. Maybe I can help. Saying that, Bai Hua got up and followed. At this moment, Lin Shang was also following Little White as he stepped into the midst of that tall building complex, climbing up one layer of steps after another. He entered a hall. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came out from the front. Another human rat came in? Ha 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 ha. Another human rat came in. Ha ha ha. Am I entering Boo's range and triggering a CG? Lin Shang silently spat. And Little White, due to the fact that in his previous life, he also often watched Lin Shang play the game. After awakening his spiritual intelligence, this memory was also inherited and couldn't help but nod along. What the master said makes sense, haha. At this time, in front of Lin Shang, a creature with a black body that looked like a humanoid stood there. However, his body was robust like a downer bull, taller than two people. However, what made Lin Shang care? It was the pair of horns on his head. It was a pair of horns that crossed lengthwise like an elk. Isn't this what I want? Lin Shang was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that there would be a surprise in this secret realm, and the level of this demonic being wasn't that high. It was only at the late warlord stage. With Little White's current strength, it was simply more than enough to deal with it. At this moment, although the demon in front of him couldn't understand Lin Shang's words, he could sense the message that upset it from the words. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to give you guys any more hope. Now I'm going to kill you. The pitch-black demon stretched out a hand, pointing it at Lin Shang in front of it, its words icy cold. And then with a leap, he jumped directly into the high sky and flew down towards Lin Shang here. This time if he was directly smashed, I'm afraid that not all of my organs would be shattered. But the good thing is that Lin Shang's physical quality is now extraordinary. Directly a jump plus roll avoided this attack, and Little White was right behind him. The two of them managed to dodge this attack. The black demon behind them landed on the ground, but violently rushed towards the two of them. You've got a face, right? Xiaobai was completely enraged. Before the black demon was about to touch the two of them, Xiaobai's snake tail turned completely black, emitting a steel-like luster. Then he violently lashed out at the demon. Whoosh! The sound of air cutting came out. Being able to fiercely startle, he extended his arm and tried to resist. However, gotcha! A sound of bones breaking came out. That demon's black face instantly became even darker. An unspeakable pain traveled from the arm to the brain, and this blow was like hitting an incomparably hard steel. It immediately emitted a seemingly inhuman roar of pain. Ow! This mournful cry resounded all around, and at the same time, all the low-level demons among the secret realm were impatient. At this time, the few people waiting outside the complex, following Bai Hua, heard this sound and were instantly startled as a bad premonition surfaced. Oh no! Let's go help! This demon is about to get angry. With senior brother Lin Shang alone, he definitely won't be able to withstand it. Quick! Let's go in and fight him right away. Exactly. It's a dead end if we keep dragging on like this anyway. It's better to fight him together with senior brother Lin Shang, so we might still have a chance of survival. Charge! At this moment, both boys' eyes were red. It was clear that Lin Shang had taken the initiative to enter the secret realm, and instead of quitting, he had even helped them. However, now Lin Shang was in danger. How could they not calm down? After all, this was the territory of a demon, and it had a strong bonus for himself. Even a catastrophe-grade gifted pet beast would be at a disadvantage against him. And at this moment, outside of this crack, a beautiful female figure wearing a black leather jacket directly scurried in from outside the crack. However, after stepping into the black mist for less than a few seconds, she was bounced back out as if she had been rebounded. Di Qian froze for a moment. Someone has already taken the initiative to enter this rift? The only time this happens is when someone has already entered amongst the rift. And this kind of small rift space only authorizes one person to enter at a time. But who would actively enter such a place? It's impossible for a student to be unaware of the dangers of such a place. And I'm afraid that none of the students who came here to compete are so unselfish. Then it's only possible that it's those instructors playing hostage. At the thought of this, Di Qian is instantly relieved. With the experience and strength of those instructors, solving these small cracks would not be a problem. But it's better to confirm it first. Thinking of this in advance, she picks up the phone and calls back to the headquarters. The call was quickly connected. I've reached the outside of the Grey Mist Rift, but I've been rejected out. Is there someone else who has already entered it first? Hearing Di Qian's words, the one-armed man reaches out. A staff member hurriedly lowered his head and began to check. However, very quickly, he looked at the one-armed man, but shook his head. No, then who the hell is in there? Di Qian was instantly confused. She genuinely didn't expect this to be the situation. It would be understandable if she was passively sucked in, but to actively enter it, who on earth would be stupid enough to do so? Or who would be so unself-conscious as to do so? The key was not even if it was not self-conscious. if someone was passively pulled into the inside, and then upset the Lord inside, pulling the crowd to accompany the burial, then the number of casualties can be big. At this moment, the people in the monitoring room were also depressed. At this moment, it was like a cloud was hovering over their heads, and the crowd was almost breathless from the pressure. They truly did not expect things to be as serious as this. One must know that the time in the secret realm was different from the flow of time outside. The hell knew how long they had been in that secret realm by now? And at this time, the demon had suffered a big loss, and his pupils were suddenly wide open, and his eyes were filled with blood. If you come to my territory, don't even think about getting out alive. Almighty Lord, Supreme Existence, grant me the power to bathe in flames. The demon let out an angry roar, and then the twin horns on its head snapped out black flames, which gradually climbed all over his body along with his feet. Yet it did not damage his skin. Hiss. Second stage up, master. Little White hissed. It had seen it on TV. Little White, you've learned to snatch. I'm very pleased. Lin Shang stroked Little White's head. But this devil's horn, I also like it. Lin Shang's gaze rested on the pair of giant elk horns that were bubbling with black flames. Yet, he did not expect it. This instantly caused the demon's anger to increase even more. Taking up its feet, it rushed towards Lin Shang, vowing to tear the human in front of him into pieces. This kind of flame, the scales of the silver-scaled fish, plus the reinforcement of the scales of other creatures, should be able to carry it for a while. Little White, use water spray first, and then immediately use the entanglement skill. As Lin Shang spoke, Little White instantly spat out 3 water swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 water swords flew in front of his body, and that demon actually did not panic at all. The right arm, which had been broken by Xiao Bai, had recovered from the flames. He extended his hand and flicked away one of the water swords. The other 2, however, did pierce a not so small hole in its body, but in just an instant, the wound was completely recovered. It was just that the black flames were a little less, and at this time, Little White had already touched its body. As soon as Little White touched that demon's body, it climbed up like a swimming snake, binding it tightly. As the muscles on Little White's body continued to exert themselves, the demon let out a roar of pain. At this time, the flames on its body only left some tiny traces on Xiao Bai's scales. It was harmless. No. At this moment, this demon was finally afraid. It had already discovered it when those few humans broke into his space. Or rather, it was it that deliberately let those people in so that it could feed on the fear of those humans. But it didn't expect such a pervert to come in midway. Even its demon flame couldn't do any damage to the other party. The force of the entanglement was immense. Even if it used all its strength, it was still difficult to break free. It's obviously just a lowly creature. Cackling. How is it possible? However, without waiting for it to complete that sentence, its eyeball bones and blood exploded out of its flesh. The blood that spewed out dyed the surrounding ground red. And at that moment, those countless brats were also gathering in the palace. Gaga 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 gaga. These little ghosts didn't have that high of an IQ, and the desire to attack arose the instant they saw Lin Shang. They didn't even think about the fact that they couldn't even defeat their boss. So what was the use of them going on? And at the same time, after the death of the demon lord, the entire small space was also facing collapse. The few Imperial Beastmasters who were planning to rush into the middle of the palace were startled. This space seemed to be collapsing. A few people immediately revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that Lin Shang has already killed that demon? Impossible, right? How could it be so fast? How else would this space disintegrate? Only when the Lord here dies will the space become one with the outside world. I'll be damned. The combat power of a demon is several times that of a creature of the same level. A demonic creature at the late general stage would need at least 3 imperial beasts at the late general stage to deal with it, right? Cowardly. The few people were completely convinced. This was a true imperial beast master. No wonder senior brother Lin Shang was so calm just now. So he was sure. It's a shame that they wanted to go in and help just now. Now, I'm afraid that even if they go in, they'll only be dragging their feet. Meanwhile, in the outside world, this space has gradually become one with reality. Looking at the massive light and ground space gradually spreading over in front of her, Di Qian frowns and hastily jumps back. Space collapsed? Then it looks like someone killed the space's lord. Who the hell is it? Di Qian's beautiful eyes reveal a few shocks. To be able to possess a share of space alone, one must be at least a demon of the late warlord stage. The battle power of a demonic creature, in turn, is more than 3 times that of a creature of the same level. That meant that the person who entered the space this time was at least at the late war general stage, or even said to be at the lord level. But she was only at the lord level, and almost all of the lord imperial beastmasters present were in the middle of that monitoring room. Who the hell was that? At this moment, a large number of red-skinned imps surrounded Lin Shang. In their hands, they were either holding long swords or weapons made of human bones, and they were screaming madly. And it was also at this moment, Little White's pupils gradually emitted a divine and majestic golden light. In that instant, an invisible fluctuation seemed to spread out from its surroundings. For a moment, a majesty like a mountain enveloped the heads of the surrounding demonic brats. Faced with the pressure of this ultimate creature, the dozens of hundreds of demonic little ghosts present couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts and minds. All of a sudden, hundreds of imps prostrated themselves towards Lin Shang at that same time. Their bones and pupils trembled madly, and they couldn't generate the slightest intention of resistance in their hearts. Dragon Might. Although it was Dragon Might, it was only the name of the skill, and its real effect was far less powerful than that of a real dragon. At best, it can only be considered an imitation. If it was a real dragon, with just a hint of dragon might leaking out, all the beasts in this entire beast city would have to bow and worship. At this moment, Lin Shang did not have the slightest ripple in his heart. Instead, another thought arose. Can I use demonic blood with the bloodline of a spiritual favored beast? Can I create an evil god? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shang became excited. He had heard that demon before, praying to his lord. In other words, these spirit-like creatures and demons, they had their own beliefs. And if they could fuse together with the help of their bloodlines to create an evil god, wouldn't that mean that they could control these creatures to truly visit the top of them? Yog Sotos, Lord of Lalaya, Nyarlathotep. Which of these various evil gods, which one came to this world and didn't slay those lesser gods? But these brats' bloodlines aren't expected to be of much use. Lin Shang's gaze fell on the body of the demon that had fallen to the ground. Even this lord could only be used as a pre-existing overuse at best. Luckily, I joined the Dragon Beheading Bureau. I heard that the missions that the Dragon Beheading Bureau performs enter some spaces, and the creatures that they face are some extremely evil and chaotic beings, so there's no shortage of opportunities to search for their bloodline components in the future. Said, Lin Shang arrived in front of the demon in front of a crowd of prostrate brats and unleashed the sequence extraction skill. Obtained Demon Blood Gene. Obtained the Black Flame Horn Gene. Gained Demon Power Gene. Black Flame Horn. It seems that this thing didn't originally belong to this big demon either. But now it belongs to me. Lin Shang smiled faintly and injected the Black Flame Horn gene into Little White's body. As for the remaining few genes, Lin Shang planned to store them first. After he gathered the bloodlines of various bizarre creatures, he would then inject them for the evil god to use. Black Flame Horn gene injected successfully. After obtaining this gene, Little White was instantly excited. It had just seen that Black Flame's powerful healing ability. Wouldn't it be a random wave if it could have this ability itself in the future? Hiss. Thank you, Master. Little White hurriedly thanked him. Unexpectedly, he was just an ordinary little snake, but his master didn't abandon him. Instead, he took him step by step to become more and more powerful. At this moment, Little White's trust in Lin Shang had climbed to the extreme. Aha! Lin Shang smiled and stroked Little White's head. This was not a small snake but a dragon cub. At the same time, Little White's panel surfaced in front of Lin Shang's eyes. White Snake. Rank, Pre-War General. Talent, Pre-King. Skills, Entanglement, Proficient. Water Spray, Hardening, Proficient. Dragon's Might. Black Flame Horn, Eagle's Eye. Visual Reinforcement, Silver Scales, Thunder Serpent Scales, Unicorn Serpent Scales. Sight, Evolutionary Root, Augur, Silver Python Water Monster, Dragon Blood Water Monster. This skill is simply outrageous. Even Lin Shang couldn't help but lament. Regardless of whether it was active or passive, it had completely exceeded the upper limit of skills that an unusual favored beast could possess. And at this moment, after the space had completely merged with the outside world, Di Qian was dumbfounded as she looked at the image that appeared in front of her. At this moment, Di Qian is wearing a black combat uniform. The lines of that perfect body were outlined to the nth degree. However, at this moment, she is standing at the entrance of the street, and her gorgeous face is shocked in a way that is hard to hide. At this moment, Di Qian simply couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Only in the distance, in the palace that fused out of that space, there are dozens and hundreds of prostrate people. There are dozens and hundreds of demons with bright red skin in different forms creeping around. This scene was originally one that would only appear in hell. But at this moment, those demons are paying homage to a figure in the center. Di Qian doesn't feel the slightest bit of respect from them, only endless fear and awe. It's as if they are in awe of the king of hell. They are offering their loyalty to the figure. At this moment, at the periphery of the encirclement, there were several Imperial Beast Masters who were also shocked. The things that happened in just a few seconds simply caused their brains to go down on the spot and start smoking and burning. They simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. And what really shook them was the figure standing amongst the demons. Lin Shan. Originally, Lin Shang's appearance was quite outstanding. Now in this situation, he was even more evil. The crowd was mesmerized. What was even more unbelievable to them was, Lin Shang had not only killed the lord of this space by himself, he even subdued those crazy, violent, murderous evil spirits under the lord. Are you the son of a demon? This space isn't here to lock you up, it's here to pick you up, and at the same time, breaking space, acquired, demon's token. Demon's token? The moment the space was shattered, a red disc resembling an eyeball appeared in Lin Shang's hand. It's probably a material needed for the advancement of a bizarre type of creature. And usually this kind of thing is more expensive. Thinking about it, Lin Shang put the thing away into the Imperial Beast space. Hiss. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Little White's eyes were glaring round at this time, slowly spitting out letters. The golden light in those eyes was so thick at the moment that it was about to turn into red magma. Can't hold it anymore? Lin Shang frowned. Slowly retreat backwards. With Lin Shang's order, the one person and the snake began to slowly retreat backwards from the encirclement of the demons. On the way, Lin Shang was able to clearly see the red necks of the demons creeping on the ground, along with the blood-red-like crests on their bodies. It could be said that as long as Lin Shang was willing, he could take the lives of these brats at any time. It was as if they didn't know how to resist. They were trembling under this pressure. It seems that no matter what form the creatures are in, the bloodline and rank suppression between them is extremely severe. Lin Shang thought silently in his heart. After all, the sense of rank between these creatures was much more focused than humans. However, once the effect of the dragon's might wore off, these demons would rise up and revolt in that instant. And at that moment, Di Qian, who was standing in the distance, was also keenly aware of this. With a wave of her hand, in a flash of light, a thin ghostly shadow that stood beside Di Qian appeared. The ghostly shadow is pitch black, and can only be seen in its roughly woman-like form, almost indistinguishable from Di Qian's silhouette, while her hands are replaced by two sharp knives, emitting an extremely chilling aura. The bizarre system of imperial beasts, a category of favored beasts that is the most difficult to tame and whose strength is the most difficult to estimate. Shadow, kill all those demons, plus don't hurt those few humans. Cluck 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 cluck. As Di Qian orders, the ghostly shadow let out an acidic cold sound like grinding teeth, and then, step by step, it walked towards the direction where Lin Shang's few people were. The very moment it had just stepped into the space where Long Wei was, it visibly paused in its steps. In the end, it still walked in. Can it even affect Lord-level creatures? This kind of domain ability is truly unheard of. Despite Di Qian's calm words, however, it is still hard to hide the shock in her heart. After all, even her Lord-level bizarre creatures don't have domains of their own. However, at this moment, a small snake at the level of a battle general is actually able to possess such a strong domain, and can even suppress creatures of the same level. If this matter were to spread out, it would inevitably go haywire. It really makes Sister a little envious that, at this moment, the bizarre creature whose hands had transformed into long swords passed by a few other students, those few Imperial Beastmasters, and by he instantly got some chills down their spines. Only after seeing that it was Captain Di Qian's Imperial Beast did they feel relieved. Savior! Seeing the bizarre creature whose hands turned into sharp blades, Lin Shang's eyes instantly glowed. It was strong just by looking at it. The strength designation wouldn't be weak to any extent. At that moment, that weird creature was also confused by Lin Shang. Which person who saw her didn't avoid looking at her or stay away from her? Although everyone tried their best to hide their inner fear, they couldn't escape her eyes. She had the clearest perception of such negative emotions as fear. However, at this moment, she really did not see any fear in Lin Shang's eyes. There was only an inexplicable excitement that she didn't know where it came from. Excitement for her. I'm a bizarre creature, feeding on the fear of life. You really don't give me any experience to brush up on, do you? Forget it. Divert attention. Cackle cackle. The ghostly figure once again let out a terrifying sound before instantly transforming into a phantom and scurrying to the front. Countless redheads thrown up as its hand rose and fell. Under Xiao Bai's domain, these demons didn't know how to end their lives before they died. Just like being mowed down, they were all killed in less than a few seconds. It was as if in an instant, the heads of these creatures had all separated. So strong. This is the Lord level. Killing these awakening level, or even pre-warlord demons was like cutting grass. Bai He and a few others were shocked. Lin Shang was also surprised. I wonder when Little White will be able to reach this level. And then, Lin Shang quickly reacted, immediately turning on sequence extraction. He extracted the genes of all the surrounding brats, gaining the brat genes, obtaining the demon blood gene. Di Qian walked over to Lin Shang's side, and then put away her ghostly shadow. How did you acquire the domain skill? Di Qian asked as she opened the door. If you wanted to obtain a domain skill, unless you obtained it when awakening the royal beast space and the translucent spirit stone, Or if the level of the favored beast reached the lord level and it possessed the potential of a king, you would only have so much of a chance of awakening it. After I awakened the royal beast space, Little White obtained the domain ability. Lin Shang said casually. It wasn't a lie. It was indeed the truth. So that's how it is. Then what are the abilities of your domain? As soon as she asked, Di Qian could not hide the look of curiosity in her eyes. Any domain skill has the effect of strengthening one's own imperial beasts and weakening the surrounding imperial beasts. And this ability would become more and more perverse as the level rises. However, it's impossible to suppress imperial beasts of the same level. At most, it could have a strong suppressive effect on imperial beasts below its own level. However, Lin Shang's domain ability was able to break Di Qian's cognitive ability. However, it shattered Di Qian's perception. Currently it seems to be able to suppress creatures with a bloodline lower than Xiaobai's. Lin Shang silently spoke. This ability might not be strong enough for other creatures, but it was already perverse enough for Lin Shang. This was because he could continuously raise Little White's bloodline. It was so invincible at the same level that it could even affect the other party by crossing the levels. Sort of a pretty strong domain. You continue the match first. I have to go back and answer the mail. Understood. Lin Shang nodded and silently looked at the excited Di Qian. This is strong? It hadn't even gotten to the point where Long Wei was truly powerful that. Are you serious about this? The one-armed man inquired with a grave expression. Naturally it's true. He shattered that space all by himself, and his favored beast has domain abilities. These words came out. This crowd could no longer remain calm. Excitedly, they murmured. How long has he just contracted a royal beast, and he's able to shatter a small gray mist space all by himself? This kind of strength can already be ranked in the top 10 of the contestants. That's right, and his imperial beast also has domain abilities. So maybe it really is a disaster level, or even an emperor level talent. But didn't he say that his favored beast is only a monarch level talent? Do you know what it means to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Every genius naturally has secrets they don't want to tell. Speaking of this, the crowd nodded, keeping it secret from each other. I didn't expect this kid to hide quite deeply. However, this kind of battle power and talent was already enough for them to emphasize and intensify their cultivation. Who is the current number one? The one-armed man suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. It's Du Ning. She's already got 13 hostage tiles. Second place is Lin Shang. He got a few more tiles after coming out of space, and has a total of 8 in his hands. But Lin Shang doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to these tags. Instead he's been searching for special ferocious beasts to hunt in the city. This brat, he's really gone against the grain. He's even practicing in the selection tournament? That one-armed man's eyes were pleased despite his mouth. This was the kind of student he wanted. The rewards for the top 3 in the rankings this time were hardly any different. Since it was already a sure win, why care about the rankings? Improving one's strength was the top priority. That one called Du Ning. I think it's that Du family from Magic City, right? Yes. Her favored beast, the ice butterfly, should have been brought around and cultivated since she was a child. And her current rank has already reached the late stage of battle general. It's only such a big family that can do such a thing. The one-armed man opened his mouth to lament. At this moment, on the monitor screen, a clear and icy-looking girl also appeared, and by her side, a huge ice-blue butterfly like a snowflake was suspended. She and that favored beast merely stood together, and there was a feeling that naturally emanated from them, rejecting others. The Du family, the first of the 3 great families of Magic City. Under their hands, they held more than a dozen Lord-level Royal Beast Masters. They even have a relationship with a Monarch-level Imperial Beast Master. It was truly the number 1 great family. It's almost time. Let the match end. Understood. At this time in the Behemoth City, the match is terminated. The results have been fixed. All Imperial Beast Masters please gather at the starting location of the Giant Beast City to announce the results. The competition is terminated. The results have been fixed. All Imperial Beast Masters please gather at the starting location of Behemoth City to announce the results. The competition is terminated. The results have been fixed. At this time, Lin Shang. He had just hunted a grizzly bear with Little White. After extracting the bear's power, he heard this broadcast. It's already over? I haven't had a good hunt yet. Lin Shang was in a good mood. After coming out of that space, he had searched for various dragon-related ferocious beasts to hunt along the way. Nowadays, he had already accumulated a very large amount of genes for Little White. Gene infusion. As Lin Shang unleashed his natural skill, countless genetic abilities were once again injected into Little White. Gaining the bear-type strength gene, gained the snake venom gene, gained the bear paw gene, acquired eagle eyes gene, visual reinforcement, introductory, upgraded to visual reinforcement, proficient. As the genes were injected, White's scales gradually plumped up, and his size continued to grow. Evolutionary root. Augur, can walk on water, has 4 limbs, Conditions: late warlord, devouring 1,000 creatures. This condition isn't simple. Compared to other creatures, Xiaobai could be far too convenient if it wanted to evolve. After all, it didn't rely on those evolutionary roots and fixed what food it ate every day. All thanks to Lin Shang's sequence extraction skill. And it's also got a demon's token. Rare items like this must be expensive. Let's hope that we can sell it for a good price when we go out. The little white Lin Shang brought with him began to rush towards the edge of the behemoth city. Soon, the remaining Imperial Beastmasters who hadn't been eliminated by the ferocious beasts had gathered here. There were around 160 people, but only 50 of them could be selected. First place 13, Du Ning. Second place 7, Lin Shen. Third place 3, Zhang Ku. First, as each place was read out, the students at the bottom whose names weren't read out were pale. Du Ning, on the other hand, stood there with an indifferent face. It was of course that she could get first place, because she had always been first. However, yet there was one thing that made her very concerned. It was this one called Lin Shang. She had seen him on a building during the competition. Instead of going to compete for the wooden medallion, this guy had been hunting ferocious beasts around the floors surrounding those hostages, but even so, he managed to get second. Is it hard for this guy to treat the selection contest as child's play? Du Ning's slightly whitened gaze looked towards the youth who had been smiling and petting his favored beast in the distance. You've noticed it too, haven't you? A female instructor suddenly appeared beside Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning inquired without looking back. Lin Sheng is Lin Ning's younger brother. Your idol's younger brother. Oh, I heard that his favored beast is an emperor level. Just like you, it already has its own domain. Moreover, on the way to the competition he discovered a gray mist space and destroyed it all by himself. Listening to the instructor's words, Du Ning's pupils suddenly shrunk. She is not my idol, just a senior. As for her brother, and I have no relationship. I don't want the first place this time. The name is not real. I don't need it, said Du Ning, turned around and left. Oh, the little girl is still so competitive. Mouth says don't want. Heart must have already put him in the first place. That instructor laughingly said. It seemed that the provocation was successful this time. Her favorite thing was to watch geniuses fight amongst themselves. Alas, sometimes being too confident does require rubbing one's sharpness at the right time. The instructor spoke with emotion. However, other than this Lin Sheng of Yang City, I'm afraid there's no one who can thwart her sharpness, right? Du Ning was angry. She had never been this angry before. It wasn't because the other party looked down on her, but this kind of disregard and indifference. It made Du Ning, who had been starstruck since she was a child and had gotten first place every time, very upset. Lin Sheng, damnable guy. Du Ning lightly clenched her silver teeth. Doesn't matter. We'll still have a chance to meet when the training program for disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters opens. Congratulations, Lin Shen. Aihua smiled and gave Lin Sheng a congratulatory greeting. You too, didn't you also make it into that list of 50? Aha, I heard that the 50 of us, we're going to train with those 50 people who tested in the other city. And the standards are all towards those set by the disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters. Disaster-class Imperial Beastmasters? Lin Sheng was puzzled. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never imagined that there was a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster leading this training. One had to know that a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster, just one person was enough to fight against a large family. Just like the first-place winner of this test. It came from the Du family, the largest family in Magic City. But even the Du family could only balk at getting close to a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster. And to have a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster teach others, it was even more difficult and near impossible. Unless they were in a good mood, no one could ask them. And this powerful freedom was something that Lin Sheng aspired to and needed. Of course, after all, it's the one that trains disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters. And although it's not always possible to train them, they have to be disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters to teach them anyways, right? That's true. Lin Sheng nodded silently. And I've heard that out of those 100 people, 3 of them can get an optional catastrophe-grade favored beast cub. As soon as he said this, he became a little excited. This was a disaster-class cub. Something that could not be sold anywhere in the world. Naturally, ordinary people wouldn't have the channels to come into contact with creatures of this level. However, now that the opportunity to get it was right in front of them, who wouldn't be excited? I'm afraid that even the biggest clans in the Dragon Kingdom would have to come and fight for it. A disaster-level cub? Lin Sheng also needed such a favored beast as his second Imperial Beast. The key was self-selected. That meant that whether it was a creature class, elemental class, spirit class or any other rare type could be requested. This was very fragrant. One would know that a disaster-class Imperial Beastmaster enjoys a high honorary status and respect in the Dragon Kingdom, and even all over the world. If he could obtain such a cub, then this Imperial Beastmaster's life would be almost as good if he didn't take off. And, he opened his mouth fiercely, seeming to squirm a bit at this point, and only after waiting for a few seconds did he blush slightly and say, "My father said that he would like to meet you. I don't know if you have the time?" Your father? The Bai family's family head? The Bai family's family head had an extremely high status in Yang City. It was the kind of character that only appeared on television. Yet now this kind of character was actually coming to meet him? It wasn't that Lin Shang didn't think it was possible. It was just that there was no reason. It was hard not to. Wanting him to be a gigolo? It's better to forget about it. I haven't done anything to you. Explain it to your father. Lin Shang said with a slight frown. If it was because the two were too close, it wouldn't be good to make the Bai family lord misunderstand. You don't mean that. My father just intends to honor you as a public figure. Bai Hua's pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head. Her cheeks and neck were so red that they were about to drip water. Oh, like that. That's fine. I'll go see your father tomorrow. Lin Shang shook his head violently. How could even he think crookedly? But it wasn't his fault that his heart was crooked. It was only because Bai Hua was too beautiful. With such a top-notch beauty surrounding you in frantic pursuit and ready for you to pick at any time, no one could resist. Say yes. Bai He's tone was one of unconcealed excitement. She only felt her heart thumping at this moment. It was finally going to be a success. Trick the family first. Then, ahem. No. It's only possible if he's willing. Lin Shang got into a vehicle. It quickly returned to the schoolhouse. There's still a week before training starts, so I can still spend some time at the school. Lin Shang stepped out of the vehicle and stepped into the school gates once again, and right after he got out of the car, instantly, he became surrounded by a group of fanboys and fangirls. Holy shit, it's Brother Lin himself. Didn't I see him every day at school before? What's so strange about it? You know shit. You know that Brother Lin is now the first place winner of the auditions. He's destined to become a catastrophic beast master in the future. The principal will have to kneel down. First place? Didn't I remember he was second in the audition? The first thought he wasn't as strong as senior Brother Lin. He won by speculation. Then he abstained and retreated to the second line. How is it possible to think that one's strength is not enough? Do you know who the number one in this audition is? But the ice beauty of the Magic City Du family. Du Ning. Then doesn't this just prove that our Brother Lin is attractive? Even that kind of iceberg beauty is convinced by it, willing to give up the main seat and submit for it. It seems like it's a bit reasonable. These two comparisons. Lin's status seemed to be higher than even that first big family of Magic City. For a while the crowd looked at Lin Shang with even more adoration. A great man should be like this. What iceberg beauty. With strength, they could be made to voluntarily submit and transform into a little petite wife. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Lin Shang's entire body went numb. Can you guys fucking stop spreading rumors about me? Although Lin Shang didn't know why, the little daughter of the Du clan had given up first place. However, he was clear about one thing. That was what it was to bend over and voluntarily bend the knee for. If these words were to be known to the Du family's eldest daughter, he, Lin Shang, would absolutely have to eat his words. And Lin Shang's premonition was spot on. This audition concerned the entire Dragon Kingdom. So many of the matters that took place between the two auditions were already on the news. And the thing that attracted the most attention was the first place abstention. At this time, Du Ning, he was sitting in the garden of his house. And on the side was the ice butterfly that accompanied him. Cluck. Du Ning's reason for rejecting people was actually this man. Let the iceberg beauty for the folding voluntarily submit to the body. At this time, Du Ning, looking at the cell phone and the overwhelming news information, and a word that makes people blush, suddenly angry straight bite silver teeth, and that ice butterfly exuded an icy breath that froze all the plants around the entire courtyard into ice flowers. One could imagine how irritated she was at this moment. Lin Shang, how dare you guys spread rumors about me? Miss, should we send someone to give all this news? The housekeeper at the side was a little nervous. The Du family's youngest daughter had always been calm, but she didn't expect to be angry like this today. No need. I will personally resolve it when the time comes. Du Ning took a deep breath. Deleting this news at a time like this would only backfire. It would be better for her to leave this person behind in her training, so that Lin Shang, recognizing the gap between the two, would personally apologize to her. At night, Lin Shang's home. Lin Shang's phone inexplicably rang. At this moment, there were two large words labeled on that phone. Lin Ming, his older sister, the genius Imperial Beastmaster of the Imperial Capital, calling me at a time like this? Lin Shang frowned. There was a bad feeling in his heart. Then, Lin Shang directly hung up the phone. That ominous premonition had indeed disappeared, and only then did Lin Shang let out a long breath. Smiling, he spoke. It really is all an illusion. And at the same time, in a tavern in the imperial capital. Two clean-looking women were looking nervously at the short-haired girl sitting at the counter holding a cell phone. What's wrong with the captain? She was quite happy when she called just now. Why did she suddenly change her face? I don't know. I have never seen the captain so happy. But, with her current temper, it is estimated that in a while there are demons to suffer. Saying this, the two of them couldn't help but tug their clothes into their arms. And at this time, Lin Ming also got up from the counter of the bar. The right hand gripped creaked. However, the face that made anyone who looked at it have to stop breathing briefly was extremely gentle. Forget it, my younger brother has also grown up. It's time to have a bit of free space of his own. Although Lin Ming said this on his lips. However, the right hand that was clenched tightly did not loosen in the slightest. But, where did he get the favored beast from? Relying on a favored beast of this level, trying to take the slot of a disaster class cub from the hands of those big family scions is a slim chance. Lin Ming silently whispered. In her heart, she knew very well that if she didn't help, her own brother, Lin Sheng, wouldn't have the money to purchase a high-grade gifted pet beast. And his opponents, again, they were the scions of several great families of the magic capital imperial capital, and even the descendants of some disaster-level monarch-level imperial beast masters. Wanting to stand out from these people, the tiger's mouth. Unless I go back to that year again, I might still have a bit of a chance, Lin Ming whispered softly, but it didn't matter. No matter how scrappy her own brother was, she still had her to raise. Captain, what are you thinking about? A team member asked with some concern. Oh, nothing. The one we captured by completing the mission before was a monarch-level egg. Take it out and sell it. Captain, don't you have a great use for it? It's useless now. Take it out and sell it. Understood, but there are so many people who are thinking about this egg. It's not going to be sold for more than $1 billion, to say the least. A few members of the team immediately became excited. Knock knock knock. Your delivery has arrived. It finally came. Lin Sheng's face was joyful. It was just a few minutes ago. Lin Sheng had hung up the phone and hung up the demonic token on the mall. As a result, within a few minutes, a group of imperial beast masters with demonic imperial beasts immediately came to his door to pay a high price for it. This was because a demon's token was something that was necessary for a demon's pet beast to evolve into a higher-ranked demon. It might not be of much use to other imperial beast masters, but for those who needed it, it was a sky-high price. So Lin Sheng sold this demonic token for 100 million dragon coins above the market price, sold this demonic token, then purchased what he needed online. Very quickly, Lin Sheng unloaded all the things he had purchased into the compound. Giant Cobra King, Late Warlord, 10 million dragon coins, 7 colored scaled fish species, Mid-stage War General, 9 million dragon coins, Thornback Piercing Dragon, Late War General, 13 million dragon coins. In total, there were 7 types of creatures, and Lin Sheng's reason for purchasing these creatures was simple. It was time for Little White to change his scales. Now that he had the ability, he would have to purchase higher-grade scale genes. The spiked-back piercing dragon scales are extremely defensive, able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of missiles. The 7-colored scale fish that allows Little White to move underwater, stay longer, and the giant king cobra's scales are extremely resistant to poison. Some of the volcanic creatures after that possessed flame resistance, poison resistance, lightning insulation, frost isolation, and the sky creatures possessed perfect streamlined scales that could reduce air resistance and increase speed extremely high. It's already comprehensive, isn't it? There's almost no downside to the genetics of the one-day scales. Lin Sheng smiled. He was certain that the current Little White was definitely the most capable existence amongst the War General class. It was more resistant than even Wang Bao. Attacks of any kind would be hard to injure it. It could be said to be the greatest collection of bearable creatures in the world, and it didn't need to use their scales. It only needed to transform the genes in them. Sequence extraction. Inject genes. Lin Sheng unleashed his natural ability. The few warlord-class strong-scale armored creatures in front of him corroded in that instant. In the end, Lin Sheng injected them all into Little White scales. Acquired King Cobra bloodline gene. Acquired the 7-colored fish bloodline gene. Acquired snowy armored bear bloodline gene. Acquired volcanic rock worm. Obtained the scale fire resistance gene. Obtained the flowing scale gene. Acquired sky worm lineage gene. In just an instant, countless genes were injected into Little White's body, and Little White's scales changed drastically. However, it could not be seen in a short period of time, but Little White was able to feel that he now felt much more secure than before. It could be described as being able to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. I wonder when I'll be able to learn the flying skill. Lin Sheng was vaguely looking forward to it. However, this was not even a tight priority right now. His first goal was to strengthen Little White's bloodline genes, claws, horns, eyes, and sharp teeth, all to the strongest. This would require a lot of funding. and the Dragon Slaying Bureau couldn't provide it for itself. However, a large amount of resources would definitely be consumed in the training program of a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master. That was Lin Shang's primary goal, to continuously improve his strength so that he could get more resources and a higher ranking in this training, to attract the attention of the higher-ups, so that he could ask for a lion's share. Then let's focus on training first and take the lead in improving Little White's attack power. Lin Shang had already set a goal. That was to stand out in this training program for disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters. At this moment, Little White's pair of horns were already about to grow out. When that time came, these invincible scales coupled with that Black Flame's invincible recovery ability would be enough to be in an invincible position in the training. And this time when I go to the White family, I guess the other party will also take out resources. Lin Shang had a premonition. This time, the White family had come to draw himself in. However, he was at peace with taking this resource. After all, if one wasn't strong enough for others to come and pull him in, where would the resources come from? Everything still lay in being strong enough on one's own. It's just like that Lord-class favored beast of Captain Di Qian's. If Xiao Bai reaches the Lord level, it's enough to make everyone respect it. Everything fell into place. First, I'll go to the Bai family for a bit for my appointment. Then I'll take Little White to train slightly for a few days and hunt some attacking ferocious beasts. Making plans, Lin Shang quickly entered Dreamland. Early the next morning, outside the White family villa. Early morning the next day, outside the White family villa. A young man with a clean-cut look and a handsome bounty was standing outside the door, and to the side of him, there was an old bicycle parked. It was a stark contrast to some of the surrounding boys and girls who drove luxury cars. It was as if characters that shouldn't be in a picture were standing together. Big brother, who was that guy? Did he come to run to the White House looking for a job? A girl sat on a Rolls Royce, leaning on a teenager's body and laughed softly a few times. And hearing this, that teenager's face instantly changed. You lower your voice, don't you know who he is? This teenager's action immediately startled that girl. It was also a bit worried as she asked, could it be that he just got out of prison and has 100,000 predator brothers in prison who will come back at the drop of a hat? Scratch that, I think you're drunk and confused, right? 100,000 brothers are not enough for him to fight, said. The teenager immediately stepped on the gas and drove the Rolls Royce away in a burst of sound engine, afraid that if he stayed 1 second longer, his face would be swollen. And when the girl saw the White family master who personally walked out from the White family villa, she was startled. Wine also woke up most of the time. The heart cannot help but a burst of fear, not to mention her. Even if she relies on the boyfriend's father's back, Big Brother is not the White family's opponent. It could even be said that the Bai family was the emperor of the entire Yang city. Whoever they wanted to make disappear, that person wouldn't live past the next day. This youth is so young. Is he from the Magic City? Her barren imagination could only make him think of this. And at the same time, outside the White family's door, the Bai family's head, Bai Jioga, also greeted them with 2 guards. Little friend Lin, I didn't expect you to come in person. I had planned to send someone to pick you up this afternoon. It's fine. Lin Shang shook his head. It just so happened that he preferred riding a bicycle. He didn't intend to waste time either, so he rushed here early in the morning. However, this Bai Jioga was a good-looking man. Not quite like the serious-faced, pot-bellied family head look that Lin Shang thought of. Soon, Lin Shang followed him into one of the villa's halls. At this time, Bai He and his mother were already sitting there. Lin Shang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Bai He looked so beautiful. There really was a family factor in it. Not only was his father suave, even his mother was charming. Not bad-looking. Mother Bai smiled and nodded. Thinking back then, she had also looked at Bai Jioga's looks before agreeing to let him join the family. And Lin Shang must have never imagined it. The Bai family's head of the family, the most powerful person in Yang City, was actually a flunky. Student Lin, our Bai He has often mentioned you at home, saying that you have a strong talent and are the goal she strives for. And now it seems to be true. That's why I intend to sponsor you with a sum of money in the name of my Bai family. There's no other meaning to it. It's just taken as my Bai family's little bit of help to Yang City's descendants, so that you'll have a chance to be able to capture the disaster cub. Bai Jioga talked about business. Of course, he felt that the possibility was slim to none. After all, the ones who went to participate in the training were all super geniuses with distinguished backgrounds and high eyes, and the Lin Shang in front of him was just an ordinary person with a little bit of money. Then, thank you, Master Bai. Lin Shang nodded. Hearing this, Mother Bai immediately smiled. If Lin Shang had kept pushing back, she might have even had a lower impression of Lin Shang, but she didn't expect this youth to accept it directly. This had somewhat neutralized her. Afterwards, this account will be transferred to your bank card, so if you still have things to do, you can feel free to go ahead. Lin Shang had come so early, he was bound to have his own things to do. This was the intuition of the Bai family head. Then thank you, Bai family lord. Mrs. Bai. I'll leave first. Lin Shang said goodbye. He did still have some things to do. These two from the Bai family also didn't keep being polite as he had imagined, making Lin Shang feel very comfortable. Right after Lin Shang left, how are you going to fund him? Mother Bai inquired. Let's just fund 25 million first. After all, it was requested by the board of directors, and it has to be broadcast on TV afterwards. Bai Jioga silently said. He guessed that Lin Shang had already known about it as well. Those directors and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to use the Bai family to make a good relationship with this genius first. In the future, when Lin Shang soared to greatness, the Bai family would also be able to follow and get some blessings, giving it all, and not making up a whole number. 2500, how bad it sounds. Bai, he muttered in a low voice. Mother Bai instantly laughed. You girl, we've only just met and you're starting to elbow your way out, aren't you? Fine. It's the board of directors that will pay for it anyway. So it'll be $30 million. Not to mention, won't all of the Bai family's money be his from now on? At first, when she heard this, Bai he didn't react. After a little thought, she instantly blushed in shame. Mom, ha, don't worry, Mom supports you. You too, right, Bai Jioga? Bai mother flabbergasted him. Of course, I'm definitely in favor of it. Bai Jioga hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. Just kidding, right now. There was no telling how many people in the entire Yang city were chasing after to flatter Lin Shang. Now that they could climb into such a relationship with a genius like Lin Shang, who wouldn't be willing? It was simply a good thing that fell from the sky, right? If Lin Shang could become a disaster-level beast master in the future, at that time, not to mention Yang city, the entire Devil's Mane, they couldn't even try. Even if they couldn't, a monarch level would still be good. Not to mention that this teenager's heart was not bad either. It made both of them satisfied. I didn't realize that history was going to repeat itself and another one would come to eat soft food with me. Bai Jioga silently spat. At the same time, as soon as Lin Shang left the Bai family, he rushed to the wilderness to start hunting ferocious beasts. After all, to reach the goal of hunting 1,000 ferocious beasts, relying on Little White's current numbers wasn't enough. Therefore, Lin Shang went out to hunt the beasts during the day. At night, he would just find a random hotel in the neighborhood to deal with the night. In this way, 3 days passed. Lin Shang's favored beast had finally reached the time to upgrade. Intermediate War General. Hiss. Little White curled up on the ground as a white layer of molted skin began to emerge on its body, and at the same time that layer of molted skin fell off, the original white rough scales became extremely beautiful and bright. It was obviously the genes that had worked. Each of the perfect scales, all arranged and attached to the body of Little White, looked extremely beautiful. It was like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lin Shang couldn't help but touch it. Immediately, Little White felt a jolt of pain. Lin Shang hurriedly withdrew his hand. Hiss. It's fine, master. You can touch it. Little White will endure it. Asterisk. Are you M? Lin Shang didn't have this particular fetish of bullying his pet beasts, choosing to wait on the side. Finally, after half an hour, Little White finished molting. The gleaming white scales instantly made Lin Shang's eyes light up. It finally looks a bit like a dragon. I'm afraid that this scale would make any expert see it. Wouldn't be able to resist spending a large amount of money to buy it for their collection. Perfection. Only these two words could describe the stunning beauty of this snake scale. When it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll definitely jerk it off. Lin Shang smiled. And at this moment, Lin Shang's phone suddenly rang. Lin Shang picked up the phone. It was Di Qian calling. Hello, is this Captain D? It's me. The training program will be starting soon. I'm sure you've seen the recent TV broadcasts, right? Lots of attention. Lin Shang nodded. On the point of attention, there was nothing wrong with this training. These past few days, almost as soon as Lin Shang turned on the TV, he could see experts amongst the TV discussing the training. Almost all of them were predicting who would be able to get the 3 disaster-level cubs. And Lin Shang also got a lot of information about his opponents from the TV. It was discovered that there were many opponents that even he had a headache. If Little White hadn't evolved his scales in the nick of time, I guess Lin Shang would be having a headache right now, right? Take for example, the winning contestant in the middle of another 50-player quota competition. His favored beast was an elemental type favored beast. This type of favored beast had no entity and was the most difficult to deal with. There were also several others whose favored beasts were extremely rare. Their talents were almost all at the monarch level, reaching the upper limit of the talent that could contract the first favored beast. And since Lin Shang's pet beast talent was rumored to be at the disaster level, or even the emperor level, he had those experts bragging about it on TV, blowing so much that even Lin Shang himself almost believed it. Wasn't this just inviting blackness upon himself? He wondered if someone was looking at him in a bad light, deliberately giving him trouble in the training program to get the other players to deal with him. That's right, training will start soon. A vehicle will come to pick you up at your doorstep in a little while, and the location of this training is absolutely confidential, so prepare for the aftermath. Prepare for the aftermath? Captain D, are you using the wrong words? Didn't use the wrong This training is life-threatening, so there's no harm in preparing in advance. Lin Shang's eyebrows jumped. The phone hung up. It looks like this training program is indeed dangerous. However, Lin Shang had also gotten feedback on the abilities of the little white gene, and now his physique was extraordinary. If anything, before, a ferocious beast could call him to the wall with a slap and couldn't even gouge him down. Then now, a slap of a whoosh would at most make him roll twice. This was already a huge improvement, and there are still a few months left before the college entrance exam. It's always right to train in advance. Lin Shang's goal was to get into one of those 5 universities. The training program was at best a part of that. I heard that those 5 academies only recruit a few hundred people each year. Recruiting only a few hundred people from tens of billions of people. The difficulty of that could be imagined. And his sister had gotten into one of the Imperial Academy. Anyway, Lin Shang wasn't very sure right now. And this training program was an excellent springboard. Lin Shang wasn't made to wait long. Soon, a giant armored car of enormous size stopped at the entrance of Lin Shang's villa. The surrounding neighbors were drawn out of their doors for a while to watch. I didn't expect Lin Girl's brother to have such a strong talent. Who made their parents both Imperial Beast Masters? The children born are naturally not bad either. It's all in the genes. To be able to go to the training program, this is already one of the top 100 young Imperial Beast Masters in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Alas, I regret it. When my daughter went after Lin Shang, why was I so obsessed with pulling her back and not letting her go? Have you forgotten? Lin Girl is looking at her own brother to death. Even if you agreed back then, you wouldn't have had a chance. That's true. In the gazes of the crowd mixed with envy, Lin Shang got into the giant wheeled armored car and quickly left the place. In the armored vehicle, it was closed on all sides, making it impossible to see the road. Lin Shang could only feel the bumps of the vehicle traveling on the road. Secrecy is always good. If those mischievous people know that the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom are all gathered somewhere to train, I'm afraid that a lot of things are going to go wrong again at that time. Want to fool everyone? Then don't even spare your own people. I don't know how long it took. The giant armored car finally stopped moving, and then the back door opened. Lin Shang stepped out of the vehicle and arrived at a contracted airport. And there were 3 small airliners stuck in that airport. At the same time, the few Imperial Beast Masters from Yang City who had passed the test were already standing there. It's Brother Lin. Senior brother Lin Shang is here. So nervous. I didn't think I'd be able to pass the test. You can grasp your mind. I heard that even if you pass this test, there's still a possibility of being eliminated on the way to training. Let's not talk about being eliminated. I heard Instructor D say that there would still be a risk to my life. But it scared me. I bought a set of life-preserving armor overnight. Saying that, the man shook the hardware on his body. It looked as if it was safe and secure. At this moment, the few people in Yang City were excited. After all, the outskirts of Yang City were dangerous. There were strong ferocious beasts scattered everywhere, and one simply didn't dare to go deeper. This also led to the fact that the crowd had never left Yang City since they had grown up, and now that they were finally going to leave, how could one not be excited? Lin Shen, by he also waved. Aha! Lin Shang nodded. Since we're all here, let's get on the plane. Di Qian was still wearing the black combat uniform. The crowd followed her onto the airplane leaning to the left. The 3 airplanes take off at the same time. And inside, the scene outside is still not visible. Soon the small airliner took off. During the flight of this airliner, Lin Sheng could occasionally hear the terrifying cries of flying birds and beasts coming from outside the airliner. However, these birds and beasts were all shot down the moment they approached the airliner. Lin Sheng didn't need to think about it to know that it must be Di Qian's doing. Usually when some airliners wanted to take off, they had to have an Imperial Beastmaster on board to guard them. Basically, they could make over $100,000 in one trip, and there are many other similar jobs like this. This is also the reason why Imperial Beastmasters don't lack money. A situation like this where it was constantly being attacked could only be that this airliner had walked into an extremely dangerous area. If it was some safe route, it wouldn't necessarily be attacked once a year. Just as Lin Sheng pondered where exactly he was flying to, a package was suddenly thrown over. Prepare to jump. If you jump late, you'll be waiting to be shared. Di Qian's voice came from behind him. And then the airliner's rear bin door opened. Ha ha! In an instant endless cold wind poured in. Go Special Forces! A sentence inexplicably popped into Lin Sheng's mind. Without hesitation, the few people put on their backpacks and immediately jumped after Di Qian. This kind of jump was a piece of cake for the Imperial Beastmasters. After all, any of them had a physical quality and learning ability that was no less than that of a professional athlete. And in the air, Lin Sheng could clearly see a base surrounded by a high wall in the middle of a jungle littered with ferocious beasts. It's still true, just 1 second less of jumping and I guess I would have jumped outside the base. Lin Sheng was completely speechless. This was really not having a life in danger. Finding a life in danger for himself even on Lin Sheng's way to float his parachute. He also saw a few people with that huge umbrella, being hung on that tall tower in the center of this base, swaying with the wind. Snap! With a handsome and dashing movement, Lin Sheng landed on the ground. Immediately, several staff members ran up and removed Lin Sheng's umbrella bag. And soon afterward, 5 teams had gathered on the playground. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, came to the team where instructor Di Qian was. A one-armed man walked up to the open space in front and faced the crowd. All the students present held their breath. Greetings, my name is Gao Liang. I'm a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. These words came out. The lower part of the room was suddenly in an uproar of discussion. A monarch-level Royal Beastmaster. The strongest Imperial Beastmaster in our city is only at the monarch level. But I've heard that this training isn't going to be attended by a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster? Indeed. Why is it a monarch rank? Although it's not bad at all. Listening to the doubts of several students, Sorghum smiled. You guys guessed correctly. There is a disaster-class Royal Beastmaster. But he said that he doesn't teach losers. Only the 3 that stand out the most. If you guys can carry the next training, everything is fine. Here Gao Liang paused for a moment before pointing at the few students hanging from that central tower. As for them, they won't have to participate in today's training, and will have no connection to the points. Points? Although the crowd of students were not quite sure in their hearts what points were for, but there was a vague feeling in their hearts that it was important. Lin Sheng was the same. After all, it could be seen from the miserable look the instructor gave the few students on the tower. The consequences of not being able to get the points were expected to be severe. I won't say any more superfluous words. In the beginning few days, I will conduct a unified test on the nerve reaction speed, muscle strength, defense, and all aspects of your favored beasts and Imperial Beastmasters. Those who fail the test, you will not receive a single point. Summon your favored beasts and take the nerve reaction speed test now. Sorghum changed from his previous benevolent look. It instantly became serious. Starting right now? The crowd present was confused. Having only just jumped off the airplane, they hadn't rested well yet, but there were also some students that had a look of indifference. For example, Lin Sheng, Du Ning, as well as a few Royal Beastmasters who couldn't be named. They all looked extremely calm. Alright, the next nerve reaction speed test will be conducted by me for you. Di Qian walked out from the crowd. She then summoned her ghostly pet beast. Ghostly favored beast. Hiss, why do I have an ominous feeling? It can't be that it's planning to make us dodge the ghostly shadow's attack, right? You crow's mouth. Don't say anything. Yeah, this is a Lord-class favored beast. How can this possibly be dodged? Feeling the chilling aura, the students below all paled. It does seem dangerous. But, that's about it. Lin Sheng silently spoke, with little white skillful level of visual ability. This was coupled with the neurological reflexes of the wasps, pale eagles, and other ferocious beasts that he had previously absorbed. It could be said, Little White had almost no rivals in this aspect of neural reaction ability. Let's start. You, come here. Di Qian casually pointed out a boy, and that boy instantly pales. That's just it. It's just a matter of time anyway. That boy clenches his teeth and directly breaks. From his Imperial Beast space, he summoned a creature with slender limbs. The crowd present was dumbfounded. Even Di Qian froze. Ah, this Nima, isn't it a sloth? Is this a joke? Sloths have one of the highest nerve reaction speeds in the world. Of course, this number 1 refers to the countdown. The long and slender sloth is lying on the ground, slowly moving towards Di Qian step by step. Forget it, it's better for me to go over. Di Qian helplessly holds her forehead, this waiting for it to reach itself. It's estimated that the day is over. Lightning, go for it. The boy looks at the sloth monster lying in front of the ghostly shadow and opens his mouth to encourage it. And that sloth slowly twisted its head. It seemed to intend to nod at its master. But, this scene finally made the others nearly unable to hold back. Nima, this was also too funny. By the time you're done fucking nodding, your head will have been cut off. And Di Qian clearly had no intention of waiting for it to nod. The ghostly shadow raised the long blade on its right arm and swished it down. However, something unexpected happened. The ghostly shadow, it actually hacked empty. Di Qian fiercely froze for a moment. And at this moment, the boy also finally stopped pretending and revealed an expression of a thieving smile. Lightning bolt, fast as lightning. His sloth has the skill of being able to accelerate in an instant. The pretense just now was only to trick the instructor. However, with the next slash, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Swish! The ghostly shadow still slashed so fast that it was nearly invisible. A flash of the blade's residual shadow. In the blink of an eye, it left a mark on the sloth's body, counting you as having dodged once. Pass. Many thanks to the instructor. Ha ha, lightning, let's go. The boy brought his favorite beast and immediately retreated to the side. It left some of the surrounding students dumbfounded. And the next crowd wasn't so lucky, because next, Di Qian will not be negligent anymore. Swish. 0. Eliminated. Swish. 0. Eliminated. 1. Pass. In just a few minutes, 100 Imperial Beast Masters, more than 30 people were eliminated. This also meant that these 30 plus people would not be able to gain points. Shit, this attack speed is too fast. Even if the instructor suppressed his strength, it's still a Lord class favored beast anyways. Yeah, I barely managed to dodge an attack by relying on my pet beast's speed bonus skill. Motherfucker, you're not so bad. My favorite beast TND can't even match the nerve speed of a sloth. Ha ha ha, I guess I'll be laughed to death when I go out. You don't say. The elimination list of this training will be announced on the news. Public execution, huh? I admit I'm scared. Next, Du Ning. As this name was read out, the ice crystal jade-skinned young girl walked up from the ranks. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Such a beautiful young girl. Even looking from afar was a pleasure. It was a pity that it was no more beautiful. It was also beyond their reach. Why do I feel as if she glanced at me? Lin Sheng said silently. You too, bro? I also feel like the goddess just glanced at me. Me too. Me too. You too? Who pisses yellow? Diabetic, lean back. Don't let him get a taste. Whoosh. Without waiting for the crowd to continue, cold air filled out from the front. An ice butterfly with an icy blue body gently stirred its wings in midair. Not bad. It seems that this favored beast has been trained well by you. Di Qian nods in recognition for the first time. I won't show any mercy though. Please begin. Du Ning is polite. Or rather, there's a sense of innate arrogance that even she can't detect. But it was this arrogance, if anything, it was what nurtured this unique aura of Du Ning. At most, I can only dodge one slash. If it's a goddess, surely she can dodge several slashes, right? That's not necessarily true. The attack method of a psychic creature can be different from a normal creature. You don't even know what way his wrist will twist. Indeed, that's just too hard to guess. But it doesn't matter. If our favored beasts don't have an advantage in speed, they might have an advantage when it comes to defense tests. That's a very reasonable point. It was also at this time. Swish! Another long blade slashed over. And in that instant, the ice butterfly's wings moved slightly. A violent cold aura spread over towards the surroundings. Even the ghost shadow's sharp blade had some frost wrapped around it, slowing down its speed. The ice butterfly, on the other hand, easily dodged this attack. Dodged it so easily. Worthy of being a goddess. Releasing a skill. Isn't that considered a violation? I remember that the previous favored beasts released acceleration skills, and this time it was slowing down the opponent. But isn't this test an experiment of the crowd's nerve reaction speed? It's definitely not a violation. After all, the timing of your skill release has to be well grasped as well. That's right. Swish, swish, swish. The ghost shadow then swung out 4 more blades. It wasn't until the 7th blade that he finally caught his opponent's mistake. 7 blades. This was already terrifying. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ghostly shadow's swinging speed was getting faster and faster, heavier and heavier at a time. And to be able to dodge 7 slashes was already beyond most people. Come back. Ice butterfly. Du Ning took the ice butterfly back into the Imperial Beast space. Not bad. Passed. Walking off the stage, Du Ning passed in front of Lin Shang, softly saying, I'm looking forward to your performance. I wonder if that little snake of yours can win over my ice butterfly. Leaving behind these words, Du Ning then left. Holy shit, dude is awesome. We were joking and dreaming. And you're actually telling the fucking truth. So Pushing Man and the Clown were actually myself. If I remember correctly, you're that Lin Shang who spread rumors about Goddess Du, right? It looks like I should be right. There aren't many people in the entire base who look this handsome. Cowardly, daring to go against Goddess Du head on. You can be careful of those lapdogs. For the words of the crowd, Lin Shang did not comment. He didn't even listen to Du Ning's words. Just because Lin Shang appreciated her face value didn't mean he would look at her a few times higher. Next, Chen Gao, a teenager with a gloomy face, stepped forward. Directly from the Imperial Beast space, he summoned a blazing mass of flame demon dogs, elemental favored beast. The crowd present was taken aback. Surprisingly, it was an extremely rare elemental type pet beast. It was important to know that the talent of this type of pet beast was at the lowest level of the Lord class, and then in the test, Chen Gao did not fail to live up to the crowd's expectations. He managed to dodge 5 attacks. After all, it was a ball of fire, and the strike area was just too large. A poorly controlled attack could easily be caught, and naturally, it was no match for the ice butterfly that reduced the opponent's speed. Not long after, Brother Lin Shang, it's your turn. Having just finished the test, one of Yang City's Imperial Beast Masters spoke up. Lin Shang nodded silently. Little White, come out. A white snake appeared from the Imperial Beast space and coiled around Lin Shang's body. And at this time, Little White's body had long been as thick as a small tree. The body length had also reached about 5 meters. Immediately, it attracted the gazes of everyone present. What a handsome fellow. This guy should be that genius royal beast master Lin Shang from Yang City, right? What a guy. The top geniuses and family descendants of other cities are all ice butterflies. Flame demon dogs. The kind of pet beasts that are familiar to people. What kind is this white snake? Ha ha ha. This can't be a young dragon cub, right? You can pull it off. But this snake species doesn't seem to have any prominent features, so I can't tell at the moment. It can't really be a normal snake type. Just this. How can we compete with others? Originally, the crowd had some expectations. What was this top genius's favored beast? After all, the previous 2 had already shocked them. However, they hadn't really expected that Lin Shang's favored beast was just an ordinary, just a small white snake that had grown a bit large. To be honest, the crowd didn't mean to look down on him. It was just that this kind of favored beast wanted to compete for a spot in the top 3 of the training camp and get a disaster level cub. It was really a bit of a fool's errand. I guess it's hopeless. There's just too much room for snakes to take a hit. I'm afraid I'll have to give up all my points to Miss Duning this time. With such a long body, it's hard to take care of the head but not the tail. But I always feel that this white snake has been staring at me for a long time, and it makes my heart a little hairy. A cadet silently spoke. He had a special feeling for the bloodline of some favored beasts, and now that he was facing this ordinary white snake, it made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. It was also at this time, Di Qian finally made her move. Swish! Instead of withdrawing his strength, the ghostly shadow used to speed faster than usual to slash towards Xiaobai. Di Qian wanted to quickly test out Xiaobai's strength, and the slash cut through the air. Originally, the knife was so fast that the crowd could not see it. At this moment, in Xiaobai's eyes, it was extremely slow. With just a tilt of his head, he dodged it. A knife. Lin Shang silently spoke. I'm not going to do it. You still have time to count. How pretentious. The crowd stared blankly. Another faster slash. Still easily dodged bye-bye. Subsequently, 3 slashes, 4 slashes, 5 slashes. This isn't going to break Goddess Du's record, is it? The crowd really didn't expect this tiny white snake to be so able to dodge. Down below, Du Ning's small mouth gently opened. She admitted. She was a bit flustered. Even the genius whose pet beast was a flame demon dog was shocked. The only people who gave Lin Shang a boost were the crowd from Yang City, who shouted, "Cheer up, Brother Lin! God Lin is awesome! Who says that a favored beast has to be a rare breed?" And then, as expected, Lin Shang smoothly dodged the remaining 2 attacks, breaking Du Ning's record. Instructor Di Qian, wait a moment. What? Can't make it? But yeah. Anyways, Ghost Shadow had just used a speed close to pre-lord level. If it could even carry this Lin Shang, it would be too outrageous. But unexpectedly, Lin Shang bared his teeth and smiled. No, Instructor D, I just want to try how fast Little White is now, so can you not come all at once? Or let the storm come harder. Feel free to chop. I can carry it. Lin Shang spoke with a serious face. It didn't look like a joking expression. And hearing his words, all the students around him were dumbfounded. Crap, so pretentious? Too capable of pretending. Right? It's already outrageous for me to be able to carry it for a while, but to let it be chopped continuously? I've never seen such an inflated person, but others do have the capital to inflate. I'm afraid that the current strength of his favored beast is already the strongest among us. Don't talk too much. There's still the defense test after that. That's the real big head. The imperial beast identities of the surrounding cities were completely shocked by Lin Shang. They had never thought that imperial beasts could be played like this. A snake could be so flexible and dexterous. It even reacted faster than some speed-type imperial beasts. Although snakes weren't slow, they didn't have any extra bonuses in the aspect of dodging attacks. This guy. When Du Ning saw this scene, her face suddenly turned slightly red. The previous confidence in her heart was also completely shattered in this moment. Thinking about what he had done earlier, she had even personally run to Lin Shang to provoke him. Now it seemed that he had indeed been a bit out of his depth. The difference between the ice butterfly and the other party's favored beast was more than half a star. But I won't lose in the aspect of growth. Sooner or later I'll be able to catch up with you. Even suppress you. Du Ning was still unconvinced. This was of course If a genius conceded just because of one failure, losing the invincible heart, then she wouldn't be a true genius. A strong person wouldn't back down and give in because of a small setback. Not to mention that there were tests on all aspects of defense afterwards. A few months of training. There was plenty of time. But actually, when Du Ning thought this way, deep down in her heart, she already thought that her favorite beast was no match for Lin Shang. Then I can strike, said. The ghostly shadow slashed over with both barrels. The difficulty of dodging this time could be said to have increased geometrically. After only 10 seconds or so, Xiao Bai couldn't carry it anymore. And the final result was 15 attacks, more than twice as many as the second place Du Ning. Apart from the disbelief of the surrounding crowd, the one who was most shocked was Di Qian herself. She's pretty sure that Ghost Shadow has already used his pre-lord abilities, but it still allowed the other party to dodge so many hits. Lin Shang, what race is your favorite beast? Is it hard to believe that it really has dragon blood? Du Ning's pupils shrunk. It couldn't be. That was a creature that only existed in legends. How could Lin Shang have it? Alright, the test is over. A total of 67 people have passed the test. The first place is issued 1,000 points, second place 500, third place 300. As each ranking was read out, countless envious gazes were cast towards Lin Shang. 1,000 points, although they didn't know what it was for. But those of them who had dodged an attack only received 10 points, a difference of a whole 100 times. Alright, it's time for lunch. After eating we'll have the defense test in the afternoon. It's finally time to eat. I couldn't wait a long time ago. I wonder how the food is today. Cultivating disaster level Imperial Beast Masters is definitely not just talk. The food is probably a good batch. That makes sense. He. Brother Lin Shang. Let's go together. By he and the few people from Yangcheng intended to call Lin Shang along. No need. I'll be fine alone. Lin Shang was used to eating alone. The few people didn't blame him. It was perfectly normal for geniuses to be withdrawn. Soon, the crowd arrived at the dining hall. It had to be said that the meals here were indeed extremely sumptuous. Almost all the meals of all the pet beasts and people present were taken into account. 1 point for the low-level set, 5 points for the mid-level set, 10 points for the high-level set, 20 points for the top-level set, and 50 points for the deluxe set. The pet beast nutritionist quoted without mercy. Immediately, some of the students' faces turned white. What about not having points? It wasn't like everyone had points. Just like the ones that were hung up on the tower. The ones that didn't pass the test. Where would the points come from? It was finally clear to the crowd why the instructor said they could just stick it out. This couldn't even eat, so they probably wouldn't be able to starve for 2 or 3 days before quitting on their own. Wipe. Luckily I have 10 points for passing the test, so I can carry on for 3 days. But the stuff here is really good value for money. A low-grade set meal costs $10,000 outside, but you only need 1 point to get it here. Then what kind of dining must the deluxe set be? I don't dare to think. Please give me a deluxe set meal. A silhouette came in front of the window. Hearing this, the crowd moved their gazes over. It was instantly clear. So it's Lin Shang. 1,000 points can certainly afford a deluxe set meal. Motherfucker, even if I can't afford to eat it, can I still not afford to look at it? I'd like to see what set meal is selling for so much. Seeing someone purchase the deluxe set meal, countless gazes fell over in the restaurant, and then a plate was handed out. This catering is made using earthly dragon gallbladder, heavenly phoenix marrow, black chicken dan, and the rarest parts of various creatures. It's the most suitable for battle general level creatures to consume for a long period of time. It can enhance the defense, reaction speed, and all aspects of a pet beast's ability. It can even reshape the pet beast's root bones and revive its ancient bloodline. It was made by the professional nutritionist of that disaster level Imperial Beast Master back then. The pet beast nutritionist seemed to be very proud to be able to personally create a package for a disaster level Imperial Beast Master. It was the dream of any favored beast nutritionist. Surprisingly, it's the same package that person used to cultivate pet beasts back then, and it's still exclusive to the war general level. A package recipe like this is probably going to cause a mad rush when it's placed in the outside world. No wonder the ingredients are under pseudonyms. A heavenly price for something that can be bought at a cost of 50 points. For a while, the crowd looked at the plate of ingredients in which the Imperial Beastmaster and the favored beast were separated into 2 parts. One couldn't help but gulp. Even the favored beasts that were following along couldn't help but ooze out their harumps. It was a pity that they could only blame themselves for not being able to compete. Snap. Here, this is your level 1 energy meal. The nutritionist casually handed out a plate, containing a large piece of meat. Any random chef on the road would be able to make this kind of thing. To have him, a pet beast nutritionist trained through layers of exam screening, do it was simply an insult. Woo, no way. I must rise to the occasion so that my favored beasts can eat the deluxe set meal as well. The number of people secretly made up their minds in their hearts. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. There was no fooling the royal beast masters to be poor. Give me one too. Du Ning came to the window unwilling to show weakness. Ordered a deluxe set meal as well. And as soon as Lin Shang sat down, Little White couldn't help but swallow that lump of meat in one bite. It immediately revealed a look of satisfaction. Comfortable. But on the contrary, Du Ning on the side. On the other hand, she was chewing slowly with her own ice butterfly. It looked very elegant. Moreover, this fellow had purposely picked the side opposite Lin Shang's. The two were sitting so close to each other. And this contrast came out. Helplessness. In order to salvage his image, Lin Shang only had to take out his years of dining experience. It was also at the time when the crowd was almost done eating. The horn of assembly sounded once again. Assemble to the training room immediately. The instructor shouted as he stood at the entrance of the cafeteria with a book. I've only just eaten half of this. Really think you came here on vacation? I'll go. Blood loss of 0. 5 points. No need for a blood loss. Take a bag and wrap it up and bring it back. Stop it. Let's go. The original noisy cafeteria. In just half a minute more than half of the people left. Du Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. Raising her white and greasy chin, she walked past Lin Shang. Let's go brother Lin. A few people from Yangchang greeted Lin Shang. Lin Shang, let's go. Bai's face was flushed red as she waved towards Lin Shang. Lin Shang nodded silently and swallowed the last piece of meat into his stomach. Getting up, he walked outside. A few minutes later, 100 people gathered in the training room. The instructor this time was a bald man with a scar on his face. He stretched out his arm and looked at the pocket watch on his hand. Late. Everyone deducts half of their points. The bald man's words were earnest and his face was serious. The crowd immediately blanched. But it was good that the bald man added another sentence. Forget it this time. Next time, if you can't finish assembling within a minute, bring this time's points along for a piece of deduction. Many thanks instructor. Scared me to death. My 0 points deduction won't turn into 2 C's. Even Lin Shang was relieved. What if this was really deducted? Originally, 1,000 points wasn't enough to eat luxury meals every day for a month. If half of it was deducted, it would be even more insufficient. Alright, next summon all your imperial beasts and put them in the pool in front to give you a bath. Saying that, the instructor pointed to a pool in the middle of the training room. A bath? Although the students were puzzled, but still summoned their respective pet beasts. The flame demon dog comfortably stepped into the pool. The surrounding water was instantly burning hot. The surrounding imperial beasts scattered to the surroundings all of a sudden. As a result, it ran into the ice butterfly behind it again. They were nearly frostbitten. And in the middle of that pool, there was also a huge-sized iron-armored giant. As soon as it went in, the water level line immediately rose by half a meter. The pool could only barely reach its waist. Seeing that the favored beasts were almost in, the bald instructor nodded silently. The assistant at the side instantly understood. Coming to the wall, he moved a handle down. As time passed, the water in that pool gradually rolled up. The favored beasts that were originally frolicking in it also detected a hint of an unpleasant aura and wanted to leave. Roar! Ga. How did the water get hot? Calf, come on up. Still soaking there? I'll boil you into a mature frog in a moment. The imperial beast masters became anxious. Leave the water and this defense test is considered eliminated. The bald instructor's dull voice rang out. Don't come up here. Xiao Nyo, hold on for me. If you can carry it for a while come up, I'll treat you to a big meal. Those few people instantly changed their faces. And everyone present realized that this was the afternoon's defense test. An all-round test of the resistance of the favored beasts in various extreme environments. As long as you guys can win, I'll give the first place 5,000 points. The bald instructor was very generous. It also made the crowd excited. 5,000 points. As long as they could get first place, it would be equivalent to taking 5 first places in the previous tests. But if the second place was equivalent to nothing, it was still the same points as before. And some of the royal beast masters who had accidentally disembarked, they were suddenly furious and gritted their teeth. Then this test is simply tailored specifically for my iron-armored giant. Song Yunzhong spoke confidently. He then glanced at Lin Shang's imperial beast, the white snake. Having won by skill, I'm now competing for defense. I don't believe anyone can beat my iron-armored giant. The iron-armored giant's defense was indeed superb. Many contestants saw that their royal beasts were going to be unable to carry on, and they let them go. After all, not everyone's favored beasts had the defensive capabilities of the iron-armored giant. Half an hour passed. The pool water had all boiled up. At this point, if one stayed in that water it would be like boiled meat. There were only 5 favored beasts left. A white snake, a huge iron-armored giant, an ice butterfly that was surrounded by ice. And she had the most mist there as well, a flaming demon dog, which was enjoying itself at the moment. This was like a hot spring for it, a giant volcanic rock worm, floating on the surface of the water. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Compared to the other favored beasts that were displaying their various skills, the only one that really took a bath in the water was that white snake, with the volcanic rock layer's ability to resist fire. It wouldn't be a problem to stay here for a few days. Damn. I can still understand the other few favored beasts. What's with that snake? That's not how this warm-changing animal makes you change. A bath is coming? Is it hard to believe that this snake species is a descendant of the flame snake? It's really possible. Other than the blazing flame snake, all other snake species are irresistible to heat. The crowd stared intently at the white snake that was flopping around in the water. Everyone else's imperial beasts were fighting to the death against the rolling heat. You actually flipped up in the water? Still TND, the water wasn't hot enough. Deliberately ran to the flaming devil dog side a piece of bubble. This is also too pretentious, right? At this time, even that flame devil dog was a little confused. Staring with a pair of flame-cast eyes, it looked at the white snake at the side. Its walnut-like brain really made it unable to comprehend everything that was happening in front of it. If it was said that at this time, who was the most uncomfortable, that would definitely belong to Du Ning without a doubt. After all, no matter what, her ice butterfly didn't match the phases of this test. Only by constantly using her skills and releasing cold air could she barely block the heat. The rest of the players weren't as relaxed as they looked. Only Lin Shang stood there with a calm face. He even talked to Bai He a few times from time to time. Lin Shang of Yang City? Sure is special. Ha ha ha. The bald instructor walked over and laughed out loud. The more he pretended to be like this, the more there was a need to suppress it. But I don't know if you'll be able to hold up next. The bald instructor's face changed. Assistant, go turn on the cold air for me, and adjust the temperature here to 270 below zero. Understood. The bald instructor and his assistant immediately brought a heavy garment to put on their bodies. Then they turned on the chill switch. Absolute zero. In just an instant, that originally hot ice surface instantly solidified and then froze. This sudden change startled everyone in the arena, feeling the increasingly cold temperature around them. Even some of the Imperial Beastmaster's huffs could be seen. It's so cold, it's ice and fire. This test is also too extreme. Can anyone carry the heat and the cold? But the heat can't be raised too high. But this cold air can already frostbite people. Aren't you talking nonsense? That pool is already frozen. Can Brother Lin Shang's white snake still carry it? The deceased people of Yangchang were a little worried. But the worries in their hearts were all superfluous. How could Lin Shang not have anticipated this? For the aspect of adapting to the environment, Little White was absolutely invincible right now. Its scales were able to adapt to any environment. How else could it be worthy of a noble creature like a dragon? Of course, provided that the test difficulty is not raised to the Lord level. After all, the genes in Xiaobai's body right now were all extracted from Warlord-class creatures. Almost all of the people present were in the middle or late War General stage. Raising it to the Lord level wasn't too realistic. And in this cold air, the flames on the flame demon dog's body gradually went out. It finally couldn't top it. It took the lead and jumped out of the pool. The ice butterfly, on the other hand, was complacent and comfortable. Even that volcanic rock worm, a favored beast that lived in a volcanic region, was not affected by anything. This guy I remember was the top 3 in the northern competition. His volcanic rock bug is a favored beast with an extremely pure bloodline. I've heard that extremely high-ranked volcanic rockworms are able to store heat in their bodies, ensuring that they can keep their bodies warm even when they leave the volcano. It seems so. Another big brother has appeared. Whose imperial beast is this? I didn't expect an imperial beast master to be so low profile. The crowd was a bit surprised. However, compared to these few favored beasts, Lin Shang's white snake was truly mind-boggling. At this moment, it was still gliding on the ice. It seemed like it was also able to store heat inside its body like a volcanic rockworm. Great guy. The bald instructor had to let out a sigh of emotion. Being able to carry his flame test and being able to block his extreme cold test. This class of students was indeed much tougher than previous years. And what surprised him the most was Lin Shang's snake. Not only were the scales on its body extremely beautiful, its defense ability was also astounding. It seems like I have to give you guys something fierce. Power me up. Listening to the bald instructor's order, the assistant at the side froze for a moment. Instructor, are you sure? That's for sure. There's no first in literature and no second in martial arts. There has to be a winner and a loser. But the bald instructor gritted his teeth. I understand, but it will take some time. The assistant then turned around and left the place. Mard, your kid still says it's a snake, and you said it's a monarch-level talent? Son Yunzhong's entire body was dumbfounded. The invincible heart he had just built up, it was completely shattered on that slithering white snake. He didn't expect his iron-armored giant to be unable to defeat not only a snake. Even standing here with a hard shoulder defense wasn't as high as that snake. Is it hard to believe that the heavy armor on my iron-armored giant is all for show? Then why is my iron giant's feet frozen? A snake. Just like a snake, that's fine. This can never be a monarch-class favored beast. Du Ning felt great pressure for the first time. This was a provocation to her genius status. For the first time, Du Ning truly considered a person as her opponent. I won't lose though. The ice butterfly's environmental adaptation skills are no weaker than any pet beast. Du Ning raised her fair face and spoke seriously. What's more, her ice butterfly was ranked at the late warlord stage, and Hao Lin Shang's white snake was nothing more than just broken through to the middle stage of battle general. Although it was only a difference of a mere level, it was unknown how many years it would take in between, and at this exact moment, the bald instructor's men had just opened the electric gate. On their way back, they ran into Gao Liang and Di Qian. Chief Instructor Gao, Instructor Di. Well, the two of us were going to see how the student's defense test went. Oh, it's like this. Instructor Zhang asked me to open the third pass of the defense test, the electric shock test. Electric shock test? Both of them were taken aback. Cao Liang and Di Qian looked deeply at each other. Being able to conduct the third test meant that a royal beast master had carried it to the third pass. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if that kid called Lin Shang is still testing now. Lin Shang's favorite beast is a white snake. It doesn't stand out in terms of defense. I'm afraid he might not even be able to carry through the first test. It wasn't that Di Qian didn't have much confidence in Lin Shang. It was just being honest. It's also true that it's good enough for a favored beast to have one merit. There's no need to force too much. Gao Liang also felt that was the case. In the past, snakes or mutant creatures, there had never been one that could win in this kind of test. It wasn't about the strength of the favored beast. It was just because their types were different. Let's go over and take a look. Sorghum led the duo and walked over in the direction of the training room. And at this moment, in the middle of the training room, crack, after a loud bang, Instructor Zhang, also known as the bald instructor, opened the third test. Countless static electricity began to run into that pool of water, shattering the surrounding ice. The iron-armored giant, being a conductive body, was even more directly startled. Panicked, he stepped out of that water. It only lasted for a few seconds. Du Ning clenched her teeth and put back the ice butterfly. The pretty face was written with unwillingness. There was no way. This wave was restrained. I will definitely not lose next time. Surprisingly, only the flaming rockworm and Lin Shang's white snake remained in the field. Due to the flame rockworm's use of the skill, an earthen shell was attached around it, so it could briefly block the current, and the scales of the white snake were able to perfectly isolate those electric currents outside of its body. After all, it still had Thunder Snake's good genes on it. If it couldn't isolate the electric current, then the Thunder Snake's discharge skill would harm itself. At this moment, Xiao Bai, in the middle of this pool, was like a conductive body, surrounded by blue lightning. The snake's scales and eyes were slightly blue, like a dragon bathed in storms and lightning. It looked majestic and domineering. On the other hand, the volcanic rock bug was there. It was obviously going to be unable to top it. What kind of creature is that white snake? It can even block the electric current? Not afraid of fire, water, or electricity. This is a true dragon. It's hard to believe that it's the same as what the rumors say, that his favored beast's talent is at the emperor level. That's really possible. Aside from the emperor grade, I can't think of any outrageous creatures that can be made like this. This kid, I really can't cure him. The bald instructor was completely convinced. It could be said that all the students present might not be convinced, but only he was convinced through and through. The first snake-like creature to carry through 3 levels and not use any skills. It simply broke his 3 views. This kind of defense ability. It was perfect. It also made him appreciate it. At this moment, Gao Liang and Instructor Di Qian arrived at this training room. In a sound of footsteps, Gao Liang and Di Qian stepped into the training room. The gazes of the two of them instantly landed on the white snake bathed in lightning. Their originally calm gazes instantly became stunned. And then came shock. Looks like the match is over. I was truly surprised that Lin Shang's favored beast could also rank first in terms of defensive ability. I had thought that his nerve reflexes were so fast. The resistance to lightning must be extremely low. Di Qian's face was filled with disbelief. What else could that little white snake not be able to do? This kind of environmental adaptability. It's hard to believe that this creature hasn't spread all over the world. Even the people present hadn't even seen it before. Of course, if it was said that it was just an ordinary snake, they would definitely not believe it. Just kidding. An ordinary creature, even if it is fully cultivated, until it is born spiritually. I don't know how many years have passed. Wait some more to awaken the bloodline. By the time you contracted a favored beast, everyone else would probably be on top of the world. so this idea was ruled out at the very beginning. Little White, come up. In the crowd's shocked gazes, that white snake swam across the pool and came to Lin Shang's side. The gazes of the crowd were envious. Not to mention anything else, this kind of loyalty was not something that ordinary pet beasts could compare to. If it was any other pet beast, it would be difficult just to stay in this environment that made it extremely uncomfortable. Not to mention staying inside for an hour or two. It was also Du Ning, Song Yunzong, by he and the several rich families whose pet beasts had been raised by staying together since they were young. That was why they were extremely trusting of their masters. Could it be that Lin Shang's favorite beast had also stayed together from a young age to be trained? I'm envious. 5,000 points in my hand. But, damn it, Song Yunzong wanted to cry without tears. Lin Shang, you really are strong. Are you hiding your strength? Du Ning stretched out her slender fingers and placed them on her red lips, somewhat puzzled. Those beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Shang's face. It wasn't until Lin Shang looked back. Only then did Du Ning blush and retract her gaze. And when Bai He, who was on the side, saw this scene, his face suddenly clouded for a moment. However, it quickly recovered. He directly walked forward and tugged on Lin Shang's coat. Brother Lin Shang, congratulations. It's nothing. Lin Shang responded calmly. It was already used to the voice of victory every time. Damn it, acting so pretentious in front of a beautiful woman. If you're capable, go pretend too. If you're not capable, what's the point of forcing yourself to lie? Killing people also have to be put to death? At this time, Chief Instructor Sorghum and Di Qian in the distance were also nodding at Lin Shang. Apparently the two were very satisfied with his performance. At least for the time being, he had the initial qualifications to have a catastrophe-class pet beast. But a test was a test after all. It might be affected by the race of the pet beast, the state of the pet beast, and the level of the pet beast. For example, some favored beasts might be rather lackluster in the early stages, but their evolution speed was extremely fast. The best example was the ice butterfly. Once this creature evolved into the Lord level, that strength would change drastically, and the same was true for Bai Hua's wild thunder stallion. Favored beasts with the same Lord class talent were not much weaker than the ice butterfly and the Tai Kai giant. It wasn't as if there hadn't been people like Lin Shang who had overwhelmed the group in the past, but as soon as the training started, they were immediately pulled apart. So everything would have to depend on the training afterward. Soon, the bald instructor began to announce the rankings. First place, Lin Shen, 5,000 points. Second, Lu Yin, 500 points. Third, Du Ning, 300 points. The difference in points between first and second was enormous. It was extremely visual. In less than a few minutes, the rankings were all announced. Lin Shang let out a comfortable breath. 5,000 points. Enough for him to use for a long time. At this time, Little White had not yet returned to his royal beast space. The surrounding area was also filled with students. Their gazes looked at the white snake in amazement. This level of creature could only be viewed from afar. It made them envious. Brother Lin, God Lin, where exactly did you catch this favored beast from? Yeah, is it an emperor grade talent or not? If it's disaster level, wouldn't I have a chance to get it as well? Listening to the words of several people, Lin Shang smiled helplessly. You guys really want to know? Of course. Upon hearing that there was a game, the few people around them nodded their heads in succession. It was almost like writing a few big words on their faces. Thirst for knowledge. As for Song Yunzong in the distance, his ears perked up. Du Ning, who originally wanted to leave, also stopped and bit her lips when she heard this. Ha! Looking at Du Ning's straightened back, Lin Shang smiled. It's not an emperor level, just a monarch level talent. As for the type, it should be the only one in this world, right? Lin Shang squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Cut. Just forget it if you don't want to say it. And the only one? Too pretentious. It's just that even an emperor-grade gifted favored beast doesn't dare to say that it's the only one in the world. Pull back if you don't say it. Let's go. The crowd revealed a look of disappointment. Du Ning, who was far away, felt deeply that she had been tricked, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Even Song Yunzhong's face darkened. It always felt like this brat Lin Shang was doing it on purpose. Lin Shang, is it really a monarch level? He looked at Lin Shang's handsome face with an expectant expression. What's the point of lying to you? Lin Shang revealed a bright smile. Bai Hua's heart immediately beat a little faster. But inwardly, she was also a little disappointed. This kind of thing really can't be talked about. Right, even I can't say it. Ha. Youngsters just have to have confidence in their pet beasts. I'm optimistic about you, yo. Junior. Chief Instructor Sorghum laughed out loud. Di Qian and the bald instructor are both slightly surprised. For the first time, Chief Instructor Sorghum said this kind of thing before he even started training. This indicated that instructor Sorghum recognized Lin Shang, thinking that he would most likely be able to get a disaster-level favored beast. This training had only just begun on the first day, and there was no way instructor Gao Liang would say something like this without absolute certainty. You guys go get some sleep tonight. We'll officially start training after the test. In the midst of the training, if you can achieve a higher ranking, you will also have the chance to receive a catastrophe class favored beast cub. Of course, that one has sent word that if you are talented enough, it's not impossible to extend the 3 slots down. Gao Liang spoke with a serious expression on his face. Hearing this, some of the students instantly became excited and secretly made up their minds. Let's eat. Lin Shang brought Little White to the restaurant. Casually, he ordered a regular set meal. Since the deluxe set meal had more energy content, it was sufficient for Little White to eat it once a day. Normally, it was enough to eat this ordinary set meal. Soon, one person and one snake ate all the food. Lin Shang arrived at the residential area. As soon as he came over, he heard some students crying out from a great distance. Good lord, what's going on? Lin Shang wondered. The residential area? You need to pay points as well. He, who was following beside him, silently spoke. So ruthless? Lin Shang froze. This kind of intensity. The training hadn't even started yet, and it was already like this. Then once the training started, would there still be half of them left? The residential area here, not much different from the usual apartment buildings, but there were still a few single-family houses that stood out independently. A single room in an ordinary apartment building on the 7th floor costs 10 points a night. The detached villas on the side can be lived in on their own, but it costs 30 points a night. Since it was just sleeping, many Imperial Beast Masters chose to live in apartment buildings. Of course, even if they lived in an apartment building, the prerequisite was to have points in their hands, and currently, only Lin Shang had the most points in his hand. Hua, do you want to live in a villa with me? I'll help you pay for the points. Lin Shang laughed. No need. I have quite a few points too, and here, one's points can only be spent on oneself. He blushed slightly and said with her eyes tightly closed, inviting people to stay together, and also took the initiative to pay. This flavor was truly a bit strange. And Lin Shang obviously didn't notice this and simply asked, alright then, I'll go. Lin Shang came to the villa area on the side, swiped his ID card. Cadet Lin Shang, spending 30 points, obtained the right to live in villa number 3 for one night. Drop. The gate opened in an electronic sound. The entire camp was filled with the flavor of money, power and status. But the real world was no better than here. Let's go take a shower first. It's been a few days since I took a shower. Lin Shang always felt a little sticky on his body. Xiao Bai was able to clean his body in the Imperial Beast space, but Lin Shang was unable to do so. 10 minutes later, in the bathroom of the villa, Lin Shang turned off the faucet and walked out of the bathroom. His perfect muscle lines on display, paired with a handsome face. If people saw it, I'm afraid that it would again mesmerize thousands of young girls. Drop, consuming 1 point of points. Hearing this voice, Lin Shang was dumbfounded. It costs money to take a bath too. Can you be a human? Forget about it. It's only 1 point. Wash for a month. Even if you wash every day, it's only 30. Casually wiped. Lin Shang fell head first onto the soft bed. He soon fell into sleep. With the arrival of the next morning, the bugle sounded. All the students came to the playground. The program for this test is speed. Accelerate along this runway, and when you reach the finish line, your fastest speed will be tested. The students jumped into action. All summoned their pet beasts, and so did Lin Shang's white snake. The crowd was concerned about his pet beast. They simply didn't believe that Lin Shang's white snake could still get the first place ranking, but given all the previous experiences of being slapped in the face, the crowd no longer dared to speak. Soon, the race began. A crowd of favored beasts ran, like a tidal wave of beasts descending. The ground in the training camp was trampled with constant tremors, and then, the match ended. Hua's Wild Thunder Lion got the first place in speed. Its fastest speed reached 300 kilometers per hour. I told you, how could a snake run so fast? But don't be discouraged. Lin Shang, it's sick enough to get top 5. The instructor's afraid that Lin Shang's competitive spirit was too strong, that he wouldn't be able to get over it. However, at this moment, Lin Shang didn't care at all. He had never genetically upgraded Little White's speed aspect, and Little White's future direction of concentration was flying, not gliding. Wouldn't it be comical for a dragon to run on the ground with 4 claws? I remember there's an extremely high-grade ferocious beast that can fly even without wings, but it's too hard to kill it with my current strength. Lin Shang silently whispered. That creature was ranked at the monarch level. It was still the weakest cub of them all. It wasn't something he could think about right now, and the time afterward. The strength test was over. You're still a snake? You can roll up a giant tripod weighing several thousand tons with your tail. This kind of force, it's even greater than the iron-armored giant. Tell me, is this snake of yours a descendant of a titanic giant? Lo and behold, it's just the power of a bear. The dynamic visualization test ended. Good boy. The words that can only be seen when the video is slowed down 1,000 times faster. I can actually read it down word for word flawlessly. There's no one else with this kind of visual ability. Low key, it's just eagle eyes. Subsequently, various tests were conducted in the following days. Almost all of them were bagged by Lin Shang in the first and top 3 places. This terrifying performance ability couldn't help but leave the crowd present in shock. More and more, they became curious about the talent and bloodline of this pet beast of Lin Shang's. As for Lin Shang's low profile, they just assumed that this kid was in Versailles. Even instructor Gao Liang and the other 2 instructors were confused. Good brat. I was worried that he'd have a hard time after losing the match, but now it looks like I turned out to be my own clown. Not only was he able to achieve first place in terms of his strengths, but he was even able to get a high ranking while possessing a great disadvantage. Could it be that this snake really has no weaknesses? I'm now beginning to wonder if dragons really exist in this world. How is that possible? This is clearly the image of a small white snake, and it's completely unrelated to dragons, not to mention that it's a legendary creature that doesn't exist in reality at all. Looks like we can only see the real thing in training. Tomorrow we'll start formal training, and at this moment, the rankings in the training program, it had also been put to the outside world. It was clearly seen by everyone. The original skepticism towards Lin Shang had all disappeared without a trace at this point. This is a genius. Top talent is truly terrifying. It's not all like that. Lin Shang's favored beasts, at least in my opinion, have a huge gap between them and the others. What gap? You shouldn't be fooled by the image of a pet beast in its juvenile stage. Many extremely gifted creatures will indeed disguise themselves exactly like some ordinary creatures when they are young in order to save their lives. This should be the case. I just don't know what kind this is. Could it be the 9-headed thunder-swallowing python? But he didn't grow 9 heads either. The crowd's questions and doubts continued to fester on the internet. And at this time, Lin Shang's deeds had almost spread throughout the entire magic capital. Even the other 2 large base cities had heard about it. At this time, the Bai family. I told you a long time ago that our daughter made the right choice. Maybe she really did abduct back a disaster-grade imperial beastmaster for us. Mother Bai cackled. She looked extraordinarily happy. At this moment, Bai Zhouge was also speechless. The talent this kid had shown was indeed a bit beyond his imagination. He had thought, under the attack of that group of rich kids, Lin Shang being able to achieve a top 10 finish would already be amazing, but never expected it. Just a few days into his training, he was able to get such a high ranking in the test. This was by no means something that could be explained by luck. Perhaps it's time for me to support my daughter's choice. Bai Zhouge smiled awkwardly. Now, he was completely out of control, because now it was no longer Lin Shang who was climbing high above their Bai family. The status of both sides nowadays had completely reversed. Of course, the key thing is that the daughter agrees. It's not bad for the 2 to be ordinary friends. Bai Zhouge laughed. I remember you didn't say that before? Mother Bai rolled her eyes at Bai Zhouge. Bai Zhouge could only smile awkwardly. Wasn't that also for her own daughter's sake? Who would want their daughter to marry a poor boy with no money or power? What if she was cheated? After all, their Bai family was considered a big family in Yang City, but there were quite a few people who approached Bai He with such thoughts. But now, such doubts were dispelled. Ordinary friends won't work either. The young man is so good-looking, polite and progressive. If you don't make a move, do you want your daughter to be a concubine? Mother Bai said with a slight frown. Polygamy was allowed in this world. Just like Bai Zhouge, his 2 flat wives were still what Mother Bai had found for him. Anyways, she was also the princess of their Bai family, so it was fine to be a proper wife. How could she go as a concubine? Where have you been thinking? The 2 have only just met, and Bai He hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Bai Zhouge was shocked. How could his own wife's thoughts be so godly? Originally, she was just complimenting him a few times, and as she spoke, it all started to go in the most undesirable direction. Anyway, you don't care. I'll talk to the girl when she comes back. Mrs. Bai lifted her chin and directly left from there. Bai Zhouge could only sigh helplessly. The poor flunky had no say. If he had 100,000 brothers, it's just a matter of being an honest flunky. Doesn't it smell good to eat soft rice? What else is the whole moth? At the same time, imperial capital. Under the dark and gorgeous moonlit night, the girl, wearing a pitch-black trench coat that completely covered her slender figure, and the collar that stood up to hide her eyes in the darkness of the night, was standing on a high building and flipping through her cell phone. And what was displayed on the cell phone? It was precisely the test rankings of this training program, completely transparent and open. just in case someone used small tricks from it. Not bad, Lin Shang. Lin Ming revealed a smile after a long time. She was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. So much so that the corners of her eyes were a little moist from self-touching. It was hard to imagine that such a cold dragon slayer still had his own weak spot inside. It's a pity that I can't go see you right now. Alas, what a pity. Lin Ming rubbed the screen of his cell phone. The last time he went to see Lin Shang was at his school. She hadn't expected to have grown to such a level in such a quick time. Right now, she really wanted to get on a plane and fly there right away, press Lin Shang to her chest and rub and meet him fiercely. And at this time, Lin Shang, who was far away in the villa area of the unknown training base, inexplicably shivered. It seemed to recall some kind of distant unknown fear. Which enemy misses me again? Lin Shang pulled the covers, retracted his heart. Using his cell phone, he flipped through the training camp's mall. After several previous tests, I now have over 12,000 points on hand. But the campground's points are a bit expensive to buy into a Lord-class creature. Lin Shang frowned slightly. The price of a Lord-class creature was dozens or hundreds of times higher than that of a Warlord class. The reason why they were so expensive was because of the difficulty of hunting them. With Lin Shang's current financial resources, to exchange little white scales for a Lord rank, it would cost as much as 50,000 points. Not to mention the fact that he hadn't even exchanged all of them for Battle General grade at the moment. There's about 300 more ferocious beasts to go and I'll be able to hunt enough for 1,000 for little white to evolve. Let's save these points until the end of the training to exchange for the Lord level. Lin Shang had a plan in mind. The next day, the training camp. The students and instructors were all gathered under the camp's 100-meter high walls. The lofty and thick steel city buildings were still extremely mind-blowing when viewed from such a close distance. Seeing that it was almost time, Instructor Leon finally spoke. You guys have almost crystallized now. The original 100 students are now down to just over 70, with over 20 students choosing to abstain on their own. The next step will be to start formal training for you all. If you can pass the formal training, you will be qualified to receive a catastrophe class cub. And this training will last for about a month. As soon as they heard about the disaster class cubs, all the people present had glowing eyes. Wasn't that what they had come here for? If they could obtain a disaster class cub, maybe they would be able to get guaranteed admission to that legendary 5 academies. When the time comes to go back from the training base, one could also make a splash in their own city and be a top student cool. As the saying goes, the best speech is less speech. I won't say any more nonsense. This training is simple. Go out from the Chaotian gate towards the far north, and there, you will see an extremely high mountain peak, and on top of that peak, there is a dragon's blood fruit guarded by a Lord-class creature. Bring that fruit back, and you'll be qualified to receive a catastrophe class favored beast cub. The time lasts for a month, and there are no restrictions on the content of the competition. So even if you only survive in the wilderness for a month, you'll still be able to receive large amounts of points. And if you encounter danger, just press the communicator in your hand and someone will immediately go to your aid. But at the same time, it also means that you have failed. The moment these words came out, it was clear in everyone's minds. This was to let those without abilities live on for a month and brush up some points, while those who had the ability went to deal with the Lord-class creatures and compete for the dragon blood fruit. I'd better go out and live it up. It's a good thing I've seen Master North's wilderness survival. I've seen it, but do you have a nuclear-powered knife and a lighter? I've heard that you have to sign a life and death agreement before you get into trouble. It seems that the death rate is not low. You have to sign a life and death agreement. I'm panicking. If you're panicked, then quit. I said I panicked. I didn't say I was scared. You cow. Although there were students who were a bit flustered, but no one would wimp out. After all, a chance to roll over like this was rare. Open the city gates. As the city gates slowly opened with a rumbling sound, some of the cadets with their favored beasts couldn't wait to rush out. With their speed, it wouldn't be too easy to get that dragon blood fruit. Why is this Lin Shang kid taking his time? His favored beasts don't have an advantage in speed. Not to mention the fact that their rank is only in the middle stage of the battle generals. This competition is not only about speed, it's also about endurance, patience, and the ability to survive in the wilderness. Chief Instructor Gao Liang explained. Under this kind of rule, even if the pet beast was strong, it would not be able to take any advantage. What's more, Lin Shang's white snake hadn't used any skills yet. Most battles between favored beasts also relied on skills to determine the winner. It would be hard to predict the winner this time. Then, I rather think Lin Shang has a good plan. Di Qian silently spoke. Why do you always speak for him? Is he your heavenly father? The bald instructor rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, it's understandable. After all, Di Qian has placed a huge bet. Chief Instructor Sorghum laughed. At this moment, a silhouette was jumping down from the top of the city wall, landing directly in front of the three. Seeing this silhouette, the trio didn't dare to be slow. Immediately, they gave him a standard military salute. Good day, Elder Ding. The trio's eyes were clear, without a hint of slackness. On the other hand, the man standing in front of them, who wore black clothes with a full face of scruff, nodded seriously. He was the leader of this training program, the Dragon Kingdom's disaster great Imperial Beast Master, Ding Long. Well, has the training started? As you can see, it has started. It's good that it started. These days of daily tests are so noisy that I can't sleep, and I can't even play the game anymore. Ding Long rolled his eyes. All day long, a group of little ones with their favored beasts were making a lot of noise in the training campgrounds. It made it so that he couldn't even hear his footsteps clearly. Luckily, he was greeted by his teammates' parents a few times. He was almost so angry that he went over to punch someone along the netting. Hearing this, the three instructors all smiled awkwardly. But Senior Ding, what do you think of Lin Shang's favored beast? Does he stand a chance? Di Qian opened her mouth to inquire. Ding Long, on the other hand, glanced at her. It seems like you're paying a lot of attention to this student, but his potential is good. But to get that dragon blood fruit in this competition, the chances are slim. Ding Long shook his head. Hearing this, Di Qian instantly became anxious. Elder Ding, Lin Shang, he has gotten good rankings of first and top 3 in several tests, and at this moment, even the other two instructors didn't understand. How could one look at it? Lin Shang was the most likely Imperial Beast Master to be able to get a catastrophe class cub. How could the chances be slim that? I'm not saying that his talent isn't good. On the contrary, his talent and favored beasts are the ones I can't see through the most, Ding Long said with a serious face, and with these words the crowd became even more unclear. Elder Ding's words could be said to express great affirmation towards Lin Shang, and yet, he didn't think he could get the dragon blood fruit. Why was this? Very quickly, Ding Long then gave the answer. You guys haven't realized it yet, have you? That little girl from the Du clan, as well as the Tsong clans, and the rest of the several royal beast masters are suppressing the levels of their pet beasts. Their favored beasts will be able to break through to the Lord level in a few days. On the contrary, Lin Shang's white snake, although it scored well in all tests and had the strongest talent, it was the one that upgraded the slowest. If I'm not mistaken, his favored beast should have been contracted after he awakened his talent, and it's a pre-awakened favored beast. Hearing this, the three instructors immediately opened their mouths. This was something they really hadn't realized. No wonder those guys had been a bit slack in their training lately. Originally, they had thought that they had been struck down by Lin Shang. Now it seemed that they were the ones pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Is it possible that all these geniuses like to play the pig and eat the tiger so much? But it's right, Lin Shang's white snake should have been upgraded from the lowest level, whereas the rest of the people's favored beasts were afraid that they would have already reached the early or even middle stage of the war general stage by the time they were contracted. Di Qian silently spoke. After all, it's a sovereign grade gifted favored beast. The upgrade speed could not be compared to her lord level ghost shadow. The two sides were simply not in the same dimension. And based on their investigation of Lin Shang, this white snake was indeed contracted when Lin Shang had just awakened his royal beast talent. Then this time, even if he had the talent, there was no way to utilize it. After all, Lin Shang's favored beast level was only in the middle of the war general stage, and to try to upgrade to the lord level in a month was simply a fool's errand. I'm afraid that even if Elder Ding went back in time, it would be impossible to do it. So that's how it is. Di Qian fell silent. There's no way around it. The rules are just like that. Ding Long didn't have any methods either. After all, it wasn't like he was the one to take this disaster level cub, but it's not completely without a chance. Ding Long added another sentence. As long as one upgrades to the lord level within a month. But, in 1 month, mid-warlord to lord rank? Dreaming of that? AI. The three instructors also sighed. For the rest of the time, they would have to wait outside the door of the training base to see who would come back first. At the same time, in the middle of the jungle, Du Ning, who had just stepped into the wilderness, didn't go directly towards the top of that mountain. That location was far away, even with the fastest speed. Without the interference of wild monsters, it would take at least 6 or 7 days to get there. And if it was disturbed, that number of days would have to increase again. Not to mention that even if they arrived early, they would still have to compete with others. It would be better to evolve the ice butterfly to lord level first. A faint white frost emerged from Du Ning's eyes. She took the ice butterfly and sat down under a waterfall. At this time, the waterfall that had originally pounded downwards had long since frozen into a block of ice sculptures. The ice butterfly, on the other hand, gradually melted into a cocoon amongst the ice sculptures, emitting a silky cold aura. This place is a few kilometers away from the main route. It shouldn't be discovered. Du Ning let out a long breath, and then raised her white, greasy chin. Lin Shang, it's best if I don't run into you again. And such a scene. It was also happening all around the jungle. There were at least several imperial beast masters, all upgrading their favored beasts, when really, there were more and more old sixes. A clearing. Roar. The huge mangy bull let out a pained roar. It was wrapped around by a thick white snake, biting its spine and directly collapsing to the ground. Sequence extraction. Acquire Manhwa gene bloodline. Obtaining the Manhwa strength gene. Acquire Manhwa horn gene. The mang bull in front of him instantly turned into a field of white bones under the use of Lin Shang's skills. Not bad at all. Lin Shang reached out and wiped the unwarranted sweat from his head. This was already the dozenth one. And Lin Shang's reason for hunting these demons was simple. In addition to growing Little White's genes, it was to quickly raise it to the Lord level. I'll kill 50 of them a day. 300 of them. It'll only take me 6 days to kill them all. By then, Little White's level will be almost at the Lord level. Lin Shang was in a slightly excited mood. After all, many of the creatures here were first-time kills. It was possible to seize the power in the opponent's bloodline. When the evolution had passed, Little White's horns would almost have grown out as well. Still toiling to go so far. With Little White's speed, it's estimated that it would take half a month. A round trip wouldn't even be enough time. Might as well just guard the door and beat up whoever comes back. Lin Shang revealed a bright smile. The little white snake on the side was also eager to try. Hiss. The master was really smart. It was estimated that everyone could not have imagined what Lin Shang was thinking right now. There were more than 70 people who had come to participate in the competition. And to beat up all of those 70 people, who could do that? After all, you're guarding the doorway, and you don't know who got that dragon blood fruit. Then it would also be necessary to search everyone. But that was clearly not doable, because the Imperial Beastmasters here are not ordinary people. Rather, they were geniuses among geniuses. But, Lin Shang wasn't an ordinary person either. Next, we just need to keep upgrading and then keep watch. Lin Shang smiled even more happily. Who was the Six Kings? It was still up for debate. In the middle of the jungle, Lin Shang brought Little White towards that high mountain. It wasn't that he wanted to fight for that dragon blood fruit. It was just that the deeper one went into the jungle, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts and the rarer the species, then Lin Shang would also have more chances of being able to obtain the genes of a high-grade ferocious beast. Just as the one person and the snake were moving forward, a gale suddenly blew in the jungle. And then a large-sized, white-fronted, one-horned tiger scurried out from the side. Fierce prudent tiger. Rank, late warlord. Talent, pre-lord. Skills, pounce. Rigid teeth. Omen. Hardening, proficient. Shocking roar. Evolutionary path, fierce and deliberate tiger. Introduction. It's a good thing a drunk didn't meet it back in the day. And it's a good thing it didn't meet a mysterious person who can slide a shovel. Late warlord. Late warlord. This was the first late war general tiger that Lin Shang had encountered. At that time, the Lord Demon that he had encountered in the secret realm was only in the late war general stage. However, he was only halfway into the jungle. He had encountered a late-stage general tiger. The jungle is really dangerous. Not to mention ordinary people. Even a royal beast master could die in battle at any time when they arrive in the wilderness. Lin Shang frowned slightly. Roar! The large, ferocious tiger let out a shocking roar, and then it even charged straight over, stretching out its huge tiger paw. That tiger paw turned steel black in the blink of an eye. However, it didn't wait for it to slap down. Xiaobai's snake tail also turned the same pitch black color. It stabbed out with a swoosh. In just an instant, the snake tail stabbed out from the back of the white tiger's neck. The large white tiger's corpse fell to the ground with a bang as the snake tail was pulled out. Little White crossing a level is already a breeze. Lin Shang sighed in relief. If it was before, it was estimated that it would still be a few moments of entanglement. Sequence extraction. Acquired hardening, skilled, gene. Hardening, skilled, upgraded to hardening, proficient. Level upgraded to late battle general. Proficient level hardening. Lin Shang was delighted in his heart. After spending so much time, there was finally another proficient level skill. The current Little White could probably cover his entire body when he used hardening. There was a qualitative increase in combat power. Hiss. After absorbing the bloodline, Little White Snake's body gradually rolled up. It also became larger and larger, and its scales became fuller and fuller. A pair of less conspicuous rounded horns also grew on its head. It could be said that at this time, underneath Little White's scales, all of them were muscles. And with a casual flick of the snake's tail, it would be able to whip a battle general level ferocious beast on the spot. Only 300 more to go before it can evolve to lord level. Lin Shang rubbed his hand over Little White's forehead. Hiss. Master, continue. Little White is going to become stronger. It's actually so uptight? As a master, you've made me very happy. Lin Shang smiled and nodded, his hand touching Little White's forehead even harder. Hiss. I'm afraid of being squeezed down by my penis. Xiaobai's eyes were very serious. It could sense that its master was going to contract a second favored beast and was now in a state of crisis. Only the strong deserve to sleep on the bed. Oh, then you'll have to work hard. Lin Shang thought that Little White would be repulsed by him contracting a second pet beast. After all, it would give the initial imperial beast a feeling of betrayal. Generally, when an imperial beast master contracted a second pet beast, it is always the case that the initial pet beast is first placed together for a period of time to cultivate. Only after both sides had almost understood and familiarized themselves with each other would they choose to make a contract. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause conflicts within one's pet beast. At that time, if the imperial beast master were to forcefully use the contract command to suppress it, it would seem dishonorable. Continue. Hiss. Little White's level was already completely sufficient. Next, Lin Shang just had to keep hunting ferocious beasts. And in this kind of wilderness, the last thing that was lacking was ferocious beasts. Around every war general level ferocious beast, there were usually 2 to 3 awakening levels hovering around. Not only were they family members, but they also had a high and low status. And a lord level beast. It was surrounded by dozens or hundreds of war general level beasts. Even now, Xiao Bai is able to kill a battle general level beast in seconds. Even if he is now able to kill generals in seconds, he even has the chance to fight against some of the weaker beasts at the lord level. However, he was still unable to face the lord level beasts head on. The day passed quickly. I've almost killed over 50 of them today, so I'll have to pick up where I left off tomorrow. Otherwise, it's still a bit difficult to evolve to the lord level before they return. Lin Shang explained to Little White. Hiss. Ali gave. The next day, still hunted over 50 of them. The third day, 62 only. Fourth day, 73 only. Fifth day, 120 only. Based on the habits of these ferocious beasts, I've been able to find the corresponding ferocious beasts in specific locations with certainty, and the efficiency of killing these ferocious beasts has increased by a lot. Lin Shang pondered silently. Little White, on the other hand, blinked its eyes and looked at its master. Nowadays, its size was already as thick as a bucket. The pair of small white horns on its head could also be distinguished, except for not having claws and not being able to fly. It had almost everything that a dragon should have. Even during this period, Little White had once again obtained 2 skills. Dangerous Intuition. Healing Eye. Dangerous Intuition allowed Little White to detect the danger around him in advance. The Healing Eye, on the other hand, allowed Xiao Bai to heal other people. And with this skill, it could also have a certain damaging effect on bizarre-type creatures. In the future, we might be able to create a pair of holy eyes that wards off evil and disperses demons. Lin Shang recalled that creatures like dragons were all extremely strong suppressors of bizarre and evil spirits. It relied on this pair of dragon eyes that could be open to ward off evil and dissipate disasters. If you can get such a pair of eyes, you will be able to get a great advantage when you follow the Dragon Slaying Bureau to go down those dangerous copies in the future. And it can also help one's second favored beast. Hunting accessories. In this way, with the left foot on the right foot, one could achieve the immortal emperor fruit. This was all proven by previous generations. Alas, the life of brushing monsters is always boring. Lin Shang shook his head helplessly. If this was heard by the other students who were meticulously living in the cave, they would definitely want to run out and yell at him for being shameless. To be able to live in the wilderness for a month was already an expert among experts. And to kill monsters in the wild for a month? They didn't even dare to think about it. They knew that some hunter teams would only go out to kill beasts once a month. Even so, there was also the danger of being injured and disabled. One could only imagine to what extent Little White's strength had swelled. At this time, in the middle of the camp, so many days have passed. These students are almost at the top of the mountain. Right? I'll go over and take a look. You two will guard this place. Ding Long couldn't be bothered. He explained a few words to the 3. The 3 instructors also looked at each other helplessly for a few moments. They had already rescued more than 30 students from the wilderness in the past few days. In addition to those with insufficient strength, there were even quite a few who were going to starve to death without food. I guess the remaining students, living is pretty tough too, right? The 3 subconsciously thought. And at the same time, on that highest mountain peak in this strange land, underneath the top of a mountain that towered over the clouds and was extremely steep, a huge butterfly with marvelous patterns all over its wings. Its figure was as if it was made of ice sculpture, and it looked extremely fantastical and gorgeous. And right beside this butterfly, there were several cheese rock sheep that were also frozen into ice. Cheese rock sheep. It was a ferocious beast that evolved from the rock sheep. It was the #1 killer for rock climbing in the high mountains. And at this moment, these battle general level rock sheep had long lost their lives amongst this ice sculpture. Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. Evolved from the ice butterfly. Its masterstroke is Little Butterfly. Let's just go on a different path. Du Ning's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled. Although these battle general level cheese rock sheep were not enough to worry about, but if they angered the master on top of this mountain, it would not be good. Du Ning didn't think that only her own ice butterfly had evolved to the lord level. It's just a pity that I never met that guy Lin Shang. Du Ning slightly raised her good-looking chin. There was no other meaning. Just simply wanted to spar with Lin Shang. By no means did she feel that she couldn't win against him. It's just a little white snake. The more Du Ning thought about it, the more angry she became. The more she wanted to see this guy, the more she couldn't see him. And in the shadows around Du Ning, not bad little girl. Even this extremely difficult to cultivate favored beast can evolve to the lord level. It seems that this time, the dragon blood fruit is a must-have. Ding Long nodded silently. It was rumored that once a creature like the ice butterfly evolved to the disaster level, with a casual flap of its wings, it could freeze an entire city. It was an extremely dangerous and terrifying creature, but at the same time, it was also difficult to cultivate due to its extreme fragility. If this ice crystal emperor butterfly evolves to the catastrophe level, I'm afraid that it will have no more opponents. Ding Long stroked his beard. Turning around, he left this place again. On a half mountainside extremely far from here, the giant with a huge body that was 10 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and a huge sword on his waist, wearing a mask that only revealed his eyes, was continuously climbing upwards, and on that giant's shoulders, there was also a teenage imperial beast master standing. Night Giant. It had also reached the lord level. Ding Long was slightly taken aback. Now that it had a weapon, the Night Giant's combat power could no longer be compared to the same. Compared to before, there was a qualitative leap. The armor on his body was also much harder to break through. With this kind of combat power, I'm afraid that the owner of this mountain is no longer an opponent. I really underestimated these students. Each and every one of them is simply a demon among demons. Compared to those compatriots of mine back then, those compatriots of mine were simply trash. Ding Long spat. This was simply the best class he had ever brought up. Pick a few disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters to train among these people. He would also be in a happy mood. I must get this dragon blood fruit. Strike the snake 7 inches. The snake is afraid of the sword. My Night Giant is the nemesis of snakes. Song Yunjon's confidence came back. Right now, he wasn't afraid of anything but defeat. And that Night Giant responded with a mow. It was obvious that he was still haunted by all the previous defeats. The knight's honor did not allow him to keep losing, and he had to find his way back. Listening to Song Yunjon's words, Ding Long was somewhat unable to hold back. Just how hated is Lin Shang? I've heard about him spreading rumors about the princess of the Du family. How did this Song Yunjon get into trouble? This kid was too capable of causing trouble. If I really let this guy get his hands on the dragon blood fruit, in the future, if he stirred up a mess for himself, wouldn't he be spoiling his name as a master? To be honest, Ding Long was a bit flustered, but there's no harm in it, being targeted on by these two geniuses. Wanting to get the dragon blood fruit? That would be even more impossible. Ding Long said slowly. Of course, he was just stating a fact. If Lin Shang was able to get the dragon blood fruit, he would have left no stone unturned in his teaching. Big Yellow, did you smell Lin Shang and that little white snake on the road? Manhwa petted the majestic berserk thunder male lion on the side. At this moment, the fur on the berserk thunder male lion's body had turned a snow-white color. Those eyes seemed to contain endless thunder. Obviously, the level of this wild thunder lion had also reached the lord level. Roar! The mad thunder male lion roared low and shook its head. There was more. The name Big Yellow made it feel like the dignity of its lion clan had been insulted. How did this sound so much like a dog's name? Alright then, Big Yellow, let's go. Big Yellow, we'll be at the place soon. Big Yellow. Manhwa smiled and rolled over and sat directly on the back of the berserk thunder male lion. And the berserk thunder stallion was the one who only felt that in the mouth of his heart. There were a handful of knives sticking through. A string of data surfaced on the screen. Real damage 99999. Real damage 99999. Real damage 99999. It was about to vomit blood, but for the sake of its little master, there was nothing the mad thunder lion could do. Rhubarb is just rhubarb. It's just a name anyway. Only the master would call it a name. At this time, the mad thunder lion hadn't thought about it. In the future, there will be a second person who will madly call him rhubarb. The same. There were also quite a few imperial beast masters who came to the mountain. Almost the ones that rushed here. The level of the favored beasts were all at the lord level. This was because the warlord level wouldn't be able to get here at all if they didn't form a group. The demons they encountered on the road alone could stop them for a long time. And that imperial beastmaster low-profile brother who possessed the volcanic rock bug. It was also halfway up the mountain. I must get this dragon blood fruit. Loki brother had a firm gaze. The reason why he had kept a low profile in the middle of the camp before was also very simple. At that time, when he parachuted, he was accidentally hung up on the central pylon. It belonged to the passive low profile. If this matter was spread out, where would he put his face? When he became stronger in the future, he might have to be pulled out and whipped from time to time. That scene would be terrifying to think about. It would be better to keep a low profile for now. Wait to get a disaster class favored beast. Who would remember him hanging on the tower at that time? That's it. He continued to take his steps and climbed towards the top of the mountain with the volcanic rock insect. Since this mountain range was extremely high, to climb to the top, it was estimated that it would take half a day. That was why the group of awakened ones were all working very hard to make their way towards the top. Almost everyone didn't dare to slack off. After all, as long as they were a few seconds slower, that dragon blood fruit might have been snatched away by someone else, and it would be difficult to snatch it from him again. No one wanted to let the fisherman win. One would not choose to make a move until it was absolutely necessary. However, what the crowd could not have imagined was, at this time on the mountain top, there were already beast masters who had arrived there, and they were in the middle of a battle with the master of the mountain peak. Damn! If I had known that I wouldn't be able to fight, I wouldn't have come up so fast. An imperial beast master brought his one-horned snow leopard with him. It was facing a group of ferocious beasts. It was a white snow wolf of enormous size, and amongst the snow wolves, a lord-class white wolf that was 5 meters tall and quite a few circles larger than the rest of the white wolves. It was eyeing him intently. And now these white wolves were guarding a fruit tree on that cliff. There was also a gap between geniuses. With his one-horned snow leopard, it was still difficult to deal with so many warlord-class beasts. Just as he was hesitating whether he should defend against a wave or let go, a clear and cold voice came out from high in the sky. Get out of the way. Hearing this voice, he subconsciously raised his head and looked forward, only to see in the air, the ice crystal emperor butterfly with a splendid figure was carrying a Du Ning with a cool face, slowly landing on the ground. It was just like a Xian maiden above the 9 heavens. It caused this imperial beast master to instantly freeze. Little butterfly, ice seal 10,000 miles. As Du Ning's pink lips slightly opened, icy cold words were spat out from her mouth. The ice crystal emperor butterfly in the air slowly flapped its wings, but invisibly a terrifying force of the domain spread out towards the surroundings. The first to bear the brunt were several white wolves, instantly frozen in place. Their pupils were wide open, but there were no signs of life for a long time. This destructive force also spread towards the surroundings. The dozens of hundreds of white wolves, just after a few seconds they had no breath of life. Like an ice sculpture was left in place. The imperial beast master standing behind Du Ning, seeing this horrifying scene in front of him, his pupils widened in shock. Crap! This is too perverse, isn't it? Instantly killing dozens or hundreds of battle general level ferocious beasts. Was this the domain? Unfortunately, his royal beast talent level was too low to awaken the domain. There was a gap like a heavenly rut between him and those highly gifted favored beasts. If you don't leave, immediately you will also turn into an ice sculpture. Du Ning's words were cold, without any emotion. Now that they were enemies, there was no need for any mercy. If they stayed any longer, they would be seen as trying to compete for the dragon blood fruit. I understand. Snow leopard, let's go. That innocent teenager was startled. Hurriedly, he rushed towards the bottom of the mountain. Just kidding. This kind of power that was just like a god was by no means something his chi snow leopard could fight against. At this moment, Du Ning was like a snow maiden from the land of extreme cold. Her surroundings were the absolute land of death. Just as the domain had just expanded past, all the surrounding battle general level ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Ice cone technique. The ice crystal emperor butterfly slowly vibrated its wings. Dozens of slender ice cones surfaced around it, and then it instantly froze through the stiff-moving lord-class snow wolf to the ground. Blood dyed the earth red. The 4-4 white wolf lord was defenseless. At the same level, a creature with a monarch-level talent was enough to crush a lord level. Well, it looks like I'm the first one here. Du Ning raised her long white legs and walked towards the front in a graceful manner, passing by one white wolf that was frozen into an ice sculpture. She finally reached the fruit tree. Just as she was about to reach out and pick the red fruit, whoosh! A terrifying wind pressure rushed down from high above. Du Ning was instantly startled in her heart, while the ice crystal emperor butterfly even wrapped itself around its owner and retreated rapidly. The next second, rumble! An explosion-like ringing sound exploded ahead. A large blade slashed straight down. Surprisingly, it wasn't Lin Shang, but you came first? Hee, no matter what. I'll take this fruit tree. Night giant, bring me this dragon blood fruit. As Song Yunzhong gave the order, the iron-armored giant stretched out his heavenly hands and directly uprooted the dragon blood fruit tree, and then with a long leap, he jumped down towards the bottom of the cliff. Let's go! Looking at that teenager's departing back, Du Ning's eyes grew colder and colder, and seemed to have a layer of frost attached to them. Can you walk away? In the dark, looking at the dragon blood fruit tree that was directly pulled out, Ding Long was so angry that he nearly rushed out. "Tay motherfucker! Can't the little b-boys be a little lighter? That dragon blood fruit tree!" But he planted it there, directly uprooted. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. "You know this tree is worth over $1 billion international dollars, and you just uprooted it like a weed? If it dies, he would really have to vomit blood." However, it looks like this Lin Sheng kid really doesn't have much to sing about. And now that the dragon blood fruit tree has been uprooted, there's not much movement. Ding Long thought of Lin Sheng. Was that really the case? Taking the first place in all the tests would doom him to not be able to achieve good results in the wild. He had taught so many students, and it was like a magic spell. Now the dragon blood fruit had fallen directly into someone else's hands. Relying on his war general level favored beast, Lin Sheng no longer had any chance, and it had only been half a month. Upgrading to lord level was a fool's errand. Done. The night giant with a huge body, holding a dragon blood fruit tree in his hand. He ran wildly through the jungle. Every step that fell scared the surrounding ferocious beasts into scattering, and behind him, there were several imperial beast masters in hot pursuit. Lin Sheng probably knows that a war general level favored beast can't deal with a lord level, so he didn't come to snatch it, like his style. But I guess it won't take long for those players to realize that the dragon blood fruit tree has been taken away and come after me. Without Lin Sheng as the biggest threat, all I have to do is rush straight back to the base and I won't have any problems. Song Yunjuang's eyes narrowed. The iron-armored giant's figure was too large, and it wasn't easy to hide. However, he was the first to head back now, and he should also be the first to reach the base. As for going up against the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly, after Song Yunzong had seen that terrifying field, he didn't favor that thought, and even if the two fought, I'm afraid that the commotion caused would quickly attract the remaining few people over. It's really the mantis catching the cicada. The yellow sparrow is at the back. In the end, it still let me get my hands on it. Song Yunzong only wanted to laugh at this moment. A catastrophe-class pet beast. And it's still a cub. Who's the second pet beast that can be contracted at the disaster level? Only I. Song Yunzong. Only a true genius is worthy of a disaster-class cub. As the crowd chased after them, not far from the base, Lin Sheng's white snake had just finished molting. It had completely evolved to the lord level. White snake. Rank, pre-lord. Talent, mid-lord. Skills, entanglement, proficient. Water spray, proficient. Hardening, proficient. Healing eyes, dangerous intuition. Dragon's might. Black flame horns, eagle's eyes. Visual reinforcement. Sight. Evolutionary root, auger dragon. Description, devouring the genes of 1,000 species of life. The true king of nature. Lord level. Hiss. Little white coiled around Lin Sheng. His golden pupils extremely majestic. Enhanced by the essence blood of 1,000 creatures. Little White gradually took on a dragon authority of its own. The creatures in the surrounding dozens of miles, sensing this aura, did not dare to approach towards this place. It was worth mentioning that Little White's water spraying skill had also been upgraded to the proficient level. At this moment, it was surrounding Lin Sheng. It looked very intimate. It had just molted its skin and was out of its weak period. To be hugged. It's almost time for them to come back, right? Lin Sheng touched Little White's small horn that was almost bald from his touch and bared his teeth. The paths at this doorway had all been pretty much explored by him. No matter where they went, they would definitely pass through the main road at the main entrance. This road was opened by me, and this tree, it should belong to me as well. Ding Long was on his way back. However, he accidentally discovered a familiar figure. Why is Lin Sheng here? Ding Long was somewhat puzzled. In his opinion, the victory was almost certain now. It was already difficult to reverse anything. Now what was Lin Sheng doing standing on the avenue with his favored beast? Fiercely, an unpleasant thought appeared in Ding Long's mind. Immediately, his eyes continued to dilate. This brat isn't planning to block others on the road, is he? It was simply looking for death. Given Lin Sheng's high IQ, he shouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Can it be that he still doesn't know that other people's favored beasts have already evolved to the lord level? Ding Long suddenly came to a realization. This was somewhat possible. After all, when those favored beasts were evolving, Ding Long didn't notice it either. And at the time when the people were separated, their ranks in favored beasts were only just at the warlord level. Should I remind this kid? After all, Lin Sheng had many enemies. At that time, in case he was ravaged and had his invincible heart shattered. Even if he had a high level of talent in the future, he would probably be depressed and unable to do anything. It's better to forget about it. The training is fair, and it will become no longer fair if I intervene. Ding Long shook his head. He directly returned to the training base. Seeing this senior, the bald head who was originally still squatting at the door eating a boxed lunch, his eyes instantly lit up. Senior, who got a dragon blood fruit now? Hearing this, Di Qian in the distance also raised her white forehead. Did Lin Shang get a dragon blood fruit? She asked bluntly. Your precious henchman didn't get it. The current dragon blood fruit is in the hands of Song Yunzong. If he doesn't get caught up by Du Ning, he should be able to win. What precious henchman? I just asked. It doesn't matter if he didn't get it. With his talent he will get it afterward. Di Qian's pretty face blushed slightly and coughed awkwardly, and then looked towards the jungle in the distance. One failure means nothing. Dang. Dong. Dun 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 dun. The huge-bodied night giant ran wildly through the bushes. Every step that fell left a huge armor boot print on the ground. At the outskirts of the jungle, there were at most late-stage warlord creatures, and the surrounding ferocious beasts fled towards the surroundings at the news. There were even a few ferocious beasts that ran to Lin Shang. It's almost time for them to come, isn't it? Lin Shang and Little White stood on the SAE of a tall tree and looked towards the jungle in the distance. In the distance of that horizon, a huge head with armor gradually emerged. Relying on Bai's vision, he was able to clearly see a tree clutched in that armor's hand, with a crystal-clear red fruit hanging from it. It's you, Little White. Hide in the shadows and prepare to strike. Hiss. The two quickly jumped down from the tree, lurking in the jungle waiting to strike. Soon, the huge night giant then arrived here. Wow! Without waiting for that step to fall, a stream several meters wide violently rushed out from the side. It instantly covered the night giant's feet. Crap! Song Yunzong was dumbfounded. Some bad memories instantly surfaced in his mind, but it was too late now. The night giant had never thought of retracting its foot since it ran all the way over. This foot stomped down, his entire body then violently raised up. But fortunately, there was still a long sword in his hand. The night giant stabbed the long sword into the ground, and only then was he able to stabilize his body and not fall again. But the dragon blood fruit tree in his hand had already been thrown out in the panic. I didn't expect the night giant to be quite flexible after evolving, Lin Shang said with a slight smile as he took the bright red fruit from Little White's mouth. But unfortunately, Little White's water spray skill had reached the proficient level. It could instantly create a sticky slippery stream on the ground. Damn it, Lin Shang, it's you again. Song Yunzhuang was completely enraged. That hit just now hadn't caused his armor to fall open the lines. The night giant put away his sword and got up, intending to chase after him. However, Lin Shang had just turned around. A cold aura came crashing down on him. Little White. Lin Shang's face changed. Little White opened his mouth and a stream sprayed out, and that stream was frozen into a wall of ice in the blink of an eye. Behind the wall of ice, a tall figure and a butterfly as large as ice crystals were vaguely visible. Run! Why don't you run? Du Ning's face was cold, and the night giant behind Lin Shang stood up. The huge shadow blocked all the sunlight that shone through. Give me the dragon blood fruit and I might be able to let you go. Du Ning stretched out her white right hand. Lin Shang looked behind him. The night giant had already gripped the longsword in his hand. Lin Shang, give me the dragon blood fruit. Relying on your late war general level favored beasts, you're powerless to deal with us at all. I'll be honest with you. My night giant is already at the lord level. Song Yunzhong stood on the giant's shoulders and spoke confidently. His nose was tilted up to the sky. Give it to me. I can let you go. And the pig head behind you. I can help you out altogether. Du Ning pulled the hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. Says who pig head that? Song Yunzhong's forehead revealed a tick. Hashtag. The inner displeasure had built up to an extreme. At this moment, 3 more people arrived. Finally caught up. What's the situation now? On the left side of that, an imperial beast master was eyeing a flaming demon dog with a blazing flame burning all over its body. Lin Shang. He rode on the body of the berserk thunder stallion and couldn't help but clench her legs. The current situation had her a bit torn. That dragon blood fruit was in Lin Shang's hands, but she didn't want to take it. But with Lin Shang's mid-stage battle general's white snake, could it be blocked? This snake doesn't look like it has any distinctive features. A masked imperial beastmaster with a black-colored beetle lying on his shoulder murmured silently. This situation also meant the other party's favored beast hadn't evolved to the lord level yet. Don't look at him like this. But he had studied the characteristics of many favored beasts that had evolved, which could tell what level the opponent's race was actually at. This was quite useful in battle. And this favored beast of Lin Shang's did not match the lord level characteristics of any snake-like creature. How about letting him hand over the dragon blood fruit and we'll fight over it? Someone opened their mouth to propose. Ha ha, Lin Shang suddenly laughed dashingly. Hiss. Ha ha ha. Although he didn't know why his master laughed, Little White was done as long as he laughed alone. It would rather make a mistake than do nothing. This bright smile instantly made Bai Hu look lost in thought. To be able to laugh even in this kind of dangerous situation, it's worthy of being you. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, frowned. Why don't you guys take it? It'll go to whoever can get it. Lin Shang spoke indifferently. These people grabbed each other, not putting him in their eyes at all. causing Lin Sheng to feel slightly irritated in his heart. Let us snatch it. Are you sure you can still leave here unharmed? The masked Imperial Beast Master laughed. However, he didn't wait for him to continue laughing. Lin Sheng shook his right hand. The fiery red dragon blood fruit in his hand was instantly thrown towards the man. The eyes of the entire audience also gathered on that fruit in the air. The hostility naturally shifted to him. Nima! The masked Imperial Beastmaster's heart raced. He summoned his own volcanic rockworm. This volcanic rockworm was the size of a basketball. Although it was already considered a giant among the ordinary volcanic rockworms, it was much smaller compared to the favored beasts of several other people. The rockworm vibrated its wings and swept towards the red fruit in the air. Its body was also covered in fiery red magma. I'll see who dares to come and grab it. As long as they touch it, it will be thousands of degrees of heat. At this time, Xiaobai had already rushed to the proximity of that volcanic rockworm. The tip of his tail transformed into a pitch-black color, and he swished it over. Whoosh! How dare you! The masked Imperial Beastmaster laughed. A war general level dares to fight my lord level volcanic rock insect? Won't this one burn your tail off? However, an unexpected scene happened. Pa! Only a loud bang was heard. The volcanic rock bug flying in the air was hit head-on by Little White. The thick scale armor on its body cracked several slits with a click, and then it was sent flying like a bullet. On the contrary, Xiaobai's tail at this moment, it was only slightly burned. After an imperceptible black fire spread, the wound was nowhere to be seen. Put! The masked Imperial Beastmaster, after his pet beast was hunted, violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The Imperial Beastmaster was connected to the spirit of the favored beast. The armor on the volcanic rock bug was again a part of itself. This blow directly caused him to suffer a heavy blow and lose the ability to fight for that fruit. And the red dragon's blood fruit fell steadily into Lin Sheng's hands. Who else wants it? Feel free to come and get it from me. Lin Sheng held the red dragon's blood fruit in one hand and scanned the crowd. Like the master of this place, he was extremely majestic. The crowd was still in shock. A volcanic rockworm the size of a basketball was definitely at the lord level. But why? It was sent flying directly unconscious by an imperial beast that was in the mid-stage of the warlord stage. Not even late stage. Can it be that this snake of Lin Sheng's is already at the lord level? But it doesn't look like it? Song Yunzong had already panicked a little. And the most crucial thing was, this was a second kill. Although there were volcanic rock insects that had carelessly underestimated their opponents to the point of not reacting to this possibility but being able to whip the scale armor on its body to pieces with its tail, it still proved that the strength of the snake in front of them was not to be underestimated. At least among them, it was already the strongest. How about we join forces? Song Yunzong silently spoke. By himself, it was definitely impossible to take that dragon blood fruit from Lin Sheng's hands. Even if he was arrogant, it was impossible to underestimate the other party based on the power Lin Sheng had just displayed. Besides, Lin Sheng wasn't the only one here. The remaining few Imperial Beast Masters were also here. He wasn't stupid enough to let others reap the benefits. Lin Sheng, he was still in a daze. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at the young man in the field holding the red fruit with the giant snake coiled around his body. How can I underestimate Lin Sheng? I'm aiming for him. I'm already this strong. So how can Lin Sheng be weak? Bai Hua, you must reflect on yourself. Looking at Bai Hua, the corner of Song Yunzhong's mouth twitched. It looked like this niece was hopeless. Not to mention helping them team up against Lin Sheng. It would be good if she didn't stand with Lin Sheng and turn against them. And Du Ning in the distance didn't say anything. She didn't seem to have any intention of talking to him. And it was at this time, Song Yunzhong finally couldn't help but make a move. There was no point in dragging it out like this. So it would be better for him to make the first move. The night giant raised that huge iron sword in his hand. As it was raised to its highest point, it slashed down violently. Whoosh! The great sword oppressed and slashed the air. It was as if it could slash through everything under this immense power of the night giant. If it were to hit the ground, it would be enough to crack the ground and open up mountains. However, Xiaobai and Lin Sheng did not avoid it, and did not wimp out in the slightest. In terms of the power genes that Xiaobai had gotten in his body, the only advantage this night giant had over him was its weight. For Xiaobai to be able to easily lift a 1,000-ton cauldron, the true power was definitely more than that. Dang! The great sword slashed straight down. The dust that blew up swept towards the surroundings. The wind howled as the crowd squinted their eyes at the field. He was also inexplicably tight in his heart. When the crowd saw it clearly, they were instantly dumbfounded. Only the middle of the forest floor was seen. A snake's tail took on the shape of an omega. The huge iron sword that would be 7 or 8 meters long was directly embedded in the snake's tail. No matter how hard the night giant tried, he couldn't pull it out. It was as if this huge sword in the snake's tail were originally one. TMD. How is this possible? How could there be a creature with more power than my night giant? Song Yunzhuang was completely dumbfounded. His strength was his only advantage. But now, he was actually cured by a snake. Who would believe this? Who would believe it? In the strength test, it was only because the tripod was light that many people were able to lift it. Now it seems, in terms of strength, he really lost. Lost completely. Although he hadn't lost yet, it was even harder for him than losing. In the next instant, Xiaobai's tail fiercely exerted its force, and even directly pulled that knight's giant sword out of its hand, then flew into the air and spun around twice before landing on Xiaobai's snake tail again. Little White then took the giant sword and directly smashed it down towards the night giant. Rumble! Under a deafening ringing sound, the night giant was directly smashed deep into the ground by this giant sword. One pair of legs were plunged into the earth. It looked very comical. The technique of hammering iron nails still needs to be improved. Lin Shang gave his evaluation. Hiss. I've already worked very hard, master. Little White was a bit aggrieved. It had used all of its strength to swing this. If it had smashed it in a row, it probably wouldn't have been too good. Hearing this, Song Yunzong, who was smashed in the dust, nearly vomited blood. Good fellow, is this the reincarnation of Hercules? The Imperial Beastmaster of the Flame Demon Dog standing not far away secretly gulped. This giant snake was simply not something one could deal with. The strength of the motherfucker was even greater than that of a dragon. Right now, he already wanted to give up this dragon blood fruit. After all, there was still a chance afterward. Why hang on to a tree? If you really die, is not worth it? And the great commotion from here has long been that training camp in the middle of the crowd to hear. Is it already a fight? Listening to the commotion, it should be the night giant, right? It's him, right? Other than the night giant of the Song Yunzong, which imperial beast can make such a big commotion? Looks like this guy was stopped by Du Ning. I guess it's hard to predict the victory or defeat. The crowd looked languidly into the depths of the jungle. The commotion that had been created was so great. It looked like the situation was quite intense. Should we go over and take a look? The bald instructor came to mind. No need. If my estimation is correct, without Lin Shang as a threat, Du Ning should win for sure. Ding Long slowly drank a mouthful of tea made from wolfberry. A sure win. Even if he can securely win against the night giant, there are still other imperial beast masters. That's right. The more people there are, the more confusing the outcome will be. But Elder Ding must have his own reasoning if he would say that. Ding Long was waiting for these words. It seems like Di Qian still has vision, although their overall strength is about the same. At this time, the ice butterfly has already possessed its own domain after evolving into the ice crystal emperor butterfly. Domain. Several people stared wide-eyed. Awakening a domain so soon? It's only at the Lord level. It seems that the ice crystal emperor butterfly's talent is indeed strong. What a pity. If Lin Shang was still around, he might have been able to fight him off. But now that only Du Ning's favored beast has a domain, there's no suspense anymore, right? Being invincible at the same rank amongst domains was not just talk. Those who were able to awaken domains were all favored beasts that possessed the qualifications of a king. And the earlier the domain was awakened, the greater the future potential of this pet beast. This was a skill that would grow with the level of the pet beast. At the same level, a favored beast with a domain would have a win rate of over 90% against a favored beast without a domain. It was because the domain would create an environment that was favorable to the favored beast, and it creates a great oppressive force on the other party. Each domain had an extremely perverse effect. If it was a later stage, perhaps a domain-less favored beast could still have some chance of winning against a domained one. But right now, both sides were only at the Lord level. Then the suppressive power of this domain over the enemy could be imagined. Boom! A burst of white light shone out from the jungle in front of them. Looks like Du Ning has already opened the domain. I guess it won't be long before she returns with the dragon blood fruit. Finally looking over in surprise. And at this moment, in the middle of the forest floor, the ice crystal emperor butterfly was suspended in midair. And with just a slight movement of its wings, an ineffable cold aura pushed straight towards the surroundings. Her primary target was Lin Shang, who was standing in the middle of the field. As for the flame demon dogs on the side, it only needed to be affected in passing. In just a flash, this icy cold aura coated the surrounding plants and trees with a thick layer of frost. Then it quickly stripped them of their vitality. In a flash, the heavens and earth turned white. This reminded Lin Shang of a movie he had seen in his previous life. A burst of cold air surged through, directly freezing the pedestrians walking on the road into a block of ice sculptures. In the absence of heat, there was only a way to die. Extreme cold domain. This was the domain of the ice crystal emperor butterfly. The temperature of the air in the field will be minimized. The ice crystal emperor butterfly's frost ability would also be raised to its limit. I won after all. Du Ning laughed out in a rare moment. Her face was clean and white, and one could not help but lose one's concentration for a while. However, Lin Shang only glanced at her. Laughing? Popping champagne at halftime, huh? Lin Shang also revealed a faint smile towards her. The two of them stared at each other across the room, and Du Ning suddenly inexplicably wanted to avert her gaze. Did this guy see me smile just now? She didn't wait for her to continue thinking. Xiao Bai's pupils gradually lit up, emitting a faint golden glow. Invisible and unspeakable momentum from the small white around the crazy spread toward the surrounding. Just at the first contact, Du Ning's domain was instantly crowded out and could no longer spread outwards. Even the starting domain was being compressed. In Du Ning's mind, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded from the sky. Your favorite beast also possesses a domain. Du Ning opened his mouth. Unbelievably, she looked at the handsome young man in front of her. Lin Shang's domain power was even vaguely overpowering her Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. This meant that the other party's favorite beast had even more qualifications to become a king than hers. But this was the first time she had seen a domain like this that only emitted aura and was used to suppress the other party. It almost returned to the meaning of the domain itself, not relying on the aura generated by the domain to make the opponent submit. Rather, the domain itself represented its own aura and majesty. Even Du Ning could feel it. The Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly inexplicably trembled when it locked eyes with that snake. The Flame Demon Dogs and the Wild Thunder Male Lions in the distance were even more uninhibited and prostrated themselves on the ground. At Lin Shang's gesture, the suppressive force on the Berserk Thunder Stallion only decreased a little. The range of the domain was extremely vast. Du Ning was somewhat incredulous. How could a small white snake possess such a strong domain ability? Without waiting for Du Ning to continue thinking, Little White and Lin Shang had already walked towards her step by step, and at this time, her domain was actually still being compressed. Even the range at this point was already less than a third of what it was before. Missy, little princess of the Du family, don't get in the way. You, don't call me princess, shout I. Ice pick. Du Ning lightly clenched her silver teeth, the ears flushed red. Dozens or hundreds of sharp ice cones instantly surfaced in the air. As the wings of the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly moved, those dozens of hundreds of ice cones so bullets flew toward Xiao Bai. But, in the middle of the domain, Little White's body reaction speed and nerve reaction speed, and his physical quality had all been greatly improved. With just a single swipe of his tail, he smashed all those tens and hundreds of ice picks into pieces. And at the same time, Lin Shang had already arrived in front of Du Ning. With a movement of the white snake's tail, it directly jerked that airborne Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly to the ground. Under Little White's tremendous force, the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly was simply powerless to resist. But after all, it was a monarch-level talent. It wasn't possible to whip it to death in one go. Snap! Little White's snake tail moved. Du Ning directly fell to the ground. When a little girl makes a mistake, it's time to teach her a lesson. Also, I don't have any free time to give you a rumor. I'm done. Lin Shang smiled towards Du Ning on the ground and spoke. You. Du Ning touched the painful back ton and reddened her face. Can't you fight somewhere else? This guy is definitely intentional. Looking at that clear and handsome face, Du Ning lightly ground her shell teeth and blushed. Even her father didn't dare to beat her. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Upon hearing these words, Du Ning immediately trembled. However, at this moment, Lin Shang did not look at her, but instead spoke to the Hell Demon Dog's Imperial Beastmaster. Fight! Fight! To fight? Little White, go! Don't kill it! Just cripple it! Fight! Fight! Hit a fart! I said fight a fart! Big brother! This Imperial Beastmaster was instantly startled. It almost fell to its knees and begged for mercy. Who would dare to fight you here? Although elemental-type pet beasts didn't have entities, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be harmed, and it didn't mean that his royal beast master wasn't an entity. Looking at Du Ning, Bai Hua rode on the back of the Mad Thunder Male Lion. Her good-looking eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looking all the more adorable. After all, we just met. Nowhere near as long as I've known Brother Lin. It's best if we don't fight. I'm a person who doesn't like fighting either. How rude that would be. Lin Shang nodded with a smile, and the owner of that flaming demon dog's mouth instantly twitched, looking at the surrounding forest that was in shambles. How dare you say that you don't like to fight and kill? Every tree and blade of grass here is not connected to you. Brother Lin Shang. He rode the Wild Thunder Stallion to Lin Shang. Smiling, he waved. It's still on the way to the competition. You shouldn't get so close. So what if I'm close? It's not like it says you can't team up. Bai Hua beamed. If it wasn't for the fact that those guys were too weak, I would have definitely stepped in to help. It was just a blink of an eye just now. Lin Shang had practically suppressed everyone present. It made it too late for Bai He to react at all. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Shang had already defeated the rest of the crowd. But these sides proved how powerful Lin was, and a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master. My parents won't be able to stop me then, right? Said Bai Hua as she looked at Lin Shang with a few more hints of affection in her gaze, and then it was quickly put away. There's no rush. As long as I can keep up with Brother Lin, there will always be a chance to confess at any time. Looking at this silly girl, Lin Shang smiled dryly. His current strength was still too weak to allow him to think about anything else. There were actually not many geniuses in this world. And there were also quite a few geniuses like him who had upgraded their favored beasts to the Lord level in less than a few months, becoming Lord Imperial Beast Masters. It was just that no one's favored beast could be like Lin Shang's, constantly seizing genes and becoming stronger. The college entrance exam is approaching, and we're bound to meet other geniuses again at that time. If I can upgrade my second Imperial Beast to the Lord level as well before the college entrance exam, I'll be sure. Lin Shang planned to take the exam to the Magic Capital Academy. It was also the highest school in his base city. Back then, his sister had gotten into the Imperial Capital Academy. That was why Lin Shang didn't go to the Imperial Capital Academy, so as not to be ravaged by Lin Ming. She had loved bullying Lin Shang since she was a child, and had almost been smothered to death in bed several times as a child. I don't know whether to say protective or possessive. In any case, Lin Shang just didn't go. Take your time to rest. I'm leaving. Lin Shang smiled and looked at Du Ning. Losing is losing. Du Ning got up and turned her face away, unable to see the expression on that face. But at this time, she was probably hating her guts in her heart. After all, she was the young princess of the core family of the Magic City Base City. Having suffered a big loss in a place like this, there was no way to retaliate. And then she was spanked. The heart must be 100 times reluctant. You take me back. Lin Shang looked at Bai He. Good. Bai He immediately agreed. Lin Shang rolled over and sat directly behind Bai He. The two of them went forward and back. In 10 minutes along the direction of the main road, they arrived at the gate of the base. Looking at the time, it should be almost time, right? Alas. Look, there seems to be a silhouette there. It looks like White Lotus Wild Thunder Lion. Several people stood up violently. Is it hard to believe that it was Bai He who finally obtained that dragon blood fruit? The bald instructor spoke silently. This was somewhat rare. It was even a bit beyond their expectations. The silhouette was getting closer and closer. It arrived close in a few minutes. Lin Shang and Bai He rolled over and jumped off of that berserk thunder male lion's body. Why have you two come back? The moment she saw Lin Shang, Di Qian walked up in surprise and asked. On the side, the bald instructor and Ding Long also walked over. Oh, this is Ding Long. Senior Ding, an honorary member of our Magic Capital Imperial Beastmaster Association. Di Qian immediately introduced the two with Lin Shang. Honorary member of the Imperial Beastmaster Association? Lin Shang and Bai He were both startled. There were only a handful of honorary members of the Magic City Imperial Beastmaster Association, and every single one of them was a royal beastmaster at the monarch level or above. Now that it appeared in front of them, could it be that catastrophe-level Imperial Beastmaster? Lin Shang thought of many things for a moment. The man in front of him, who was bearded and smiling, also had an aura emanating from his body. If anything, that muscular body, even through his clothes, was able to feel its strong sense of oppression. Although his face was kind, he could never be underestimated. Good day, Elder Ding. Lin Shang greeted Bai He. That dragon blood fruit is on you right now, isn't it? Ding Long's eyes looked at Lin Shang with some surprise. The genius hadn't expected it. He had actually looked away. Before, even without going out of the base, he could guess who would get the championship. But now that he had gone out to see it all over again, it had instead affected his judgment. He didn't expect that Lin Shang, whom he had never favored, would be the ultimate champion. Of course, this not being optimistic meant temporarily. He still valued Lin Shang's talent. However, as soon as these words came out, it was the turn of the three surrounding instructors to be confused. The three of them looked at each other, somewhat face to face. What? The dragon blood fruit was on Lin Shang's body? How could this be possible? It was only half a month's time. Lin Shang was able to raise his mid-battle general's favored beast to lord level? But then again, this was said by Senior Ding Long Ding. It made them have to believe it. A wave of unspeakable excitement rushed into the middle of Di Qian's mind. She had always trusted Lin Shang, and if she could really get the dragon blood fruit, that would be the greatest relief for her. At this moment, Di Qian didn't dare to be sure, so she only inquired again. Lin Shang, did you really get that dragon blood fruit? Looking at the instructor's excited expression, Lin Shang didn't say anything. He just silently took out the dragon blood fruit from the Imperial Beast space, and in his hand, a red fruit with a translucent and crystalline body appeared out of thin air. The moment he saw this fruit, a current seemed to rush into Di Qian's mind from her spine. It made her excited once again. It's true. Surprisingly, it's true. Although she didn't know what method Lin Shang had relied on to get this dragon's blood fruit, the fact that it was happening right in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but believe it. But this was too unbelievable, wasn't it? How on earth did he do it? one had to realize that Lin Shang was facing Du Ning, who possessed a domain, a high-grade pet beast against a low-grade pet beast. Once the domain was released, the suppression would be absolute. But even so, Lin Shang still got the dragon blood fruit. Could it be that they were about to produce a second genius from Yan City who had gotten into those 5 great academies? Good guy. The bald instructor couldn't help but marvel as well. The students who had already been eliminated and returned to the camp also gathered over, listening to the words of the instructors. Their faces were incredulous. Surprisingly, it was Lin Shang who got that fruit. I've seen Song Yunzong's favored beasts break through to the Lord level. It's too powerful. Catastrophe class favored beast cubs. I'm sour, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Brother Lin is awesome. I knew you could do it. How did you get this fruit? Ding Long asked as he exited once again. Summon your imperial beast and let me take a look. Ding Long couldn't wait. Little White. Lin Shang summoned Little White out of the imperial beast space. This slightly massive snake-like figure had a pair of tiny horns on its head. If one were to look at it from a distance, it really wouldn't necessarily be visible. However, it was more obvious when viewed up close. It really does have the aura of a lord level. How did you do it? Ding Long frowned. This snake had the aura of a lord level, but the aura was far beyond that of a normal lord. Even that moment Ding Long mistook it for a mid-lord. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he dared to say, either way, it was impossible for him himself to upgrade a mid-stage warlord's favored beast to lord level in such a short period of time. Could it really be an emperor-grade talent? Or is the SSS-grade imperial beast space really so perverse? Ding Long dared to say. Lin Shang really was the first imperial beast master he had seen with a top-tier imperial beast space. Thinking about it like this, it was quite possible. That's right, Lin Shang's imperial beast space is SSS ranked. And there was also a dragon roaring vision when he opened it. I was there at the time and can make a guarantee. Di Chen vouched for Lin Shang. And the fact that Lin Shang's favored beast was consuming so much could be explained. The surrounding students listened to the instructor's arguments and were also in awe. This was the benefit of a top-tier royal beast space. Raising a favored beast to the lord level in half a month was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. But even if it's at the lord level, the other few imperial beasts can be at the lord level. The bald instructor was a little confused. Not to mention that Du Ning Du family's little girl, his pet beast, the ice crystal imperial butterfly, has awakened a domain ability. As we all know, a favored beast with a domain has a 90% win rate against its peers, and a 99.9% win rate against lower levels. It was hard to believe that Lin Shang's favored beast was at the same level. The battle power was already 10 times that of the ice crystal emperor butterfly? This snake is naive and doesn't look like it? The bald instructor looked at Little White, who was shaking his head and begging for a rub. It was really a bit incomprehensible. It's simple. Because Lin Shang's favored beast also possesses its own domain ability. Di Qian smiled and spoke. What? He also possesses a domain? An instructor at the side opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. 2 imperial beast masters, both possessing their own domain abilities. The training program this time had picked up a treasure. That's right. And Lin was surrounded by those 4 guys. In just a split second, he defeated all 4 of them. Bye, he said with some small pride. It was as if a little girl was showing off her awesome brother. Crap, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? 1 against 4. Listening to that commotion just now, there's definitely more than one lord level. And if you dare to surround a lord level, the other party's level is bound to be at the lord level as well. To deal with 4 lords of the same level at the same time, and one of them has a domain. This is too daring, right? Holy shit, this isn't a genius anymore. It's simply a demon. Is this the junior disaster imperial beast master? Why does it seem like I've already seen a disaster imperial beast master rising? The students who were listening from the sidelines frequently marveled. A sound of admiration and sucking in cool air came out from the crowd. A royal beast with a domain was naturally able to deal with 3 royal beasts without domains at the same time. There was no problem with that. However, if one of them had a domain, then it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose. But even so, it was still 1 against 4. Even listening to Bai, he said it was still taken down in an instant, and not by snatching the dragon blood fruit away and leaving. This was too much to marvel at. What a juvenile demon. The bald instructor touched his bald head that was as bright as a light bulb and marveled frequently. I really wasn't wrong about you. Di Qian smiled and looked at Lin Shang. Well, thanks for the instructor's trust. Lin Shang guffawed. Although there was the credit of the SSS Imperial Beast Space, but the fast upgrade was still thanks to the sequence extraction as a natural ability. Looking at the teenager's smile, Di Qian's heart inexplicably beat a little more. Good, since you're the one who won, then this first disaster class favored beast is yours. Follow me. Ding Long also smiled in a rare moment. Teaching geniuses was always a pleasant mood. Moreover, if Lin Shang could grow up, He would be at least a monarch-class royal beastmaster, already able to stand on his own. When he set it out in the future, his face would also sound good. A few tens of minutes later, Lin Shang followed Ding Long into his office. What kind of favored beast are you planning to have? I recommend that you want a favored beast that has assisting and healing abilities, like the bright emperor butterfly or the Tian Gui vine king. This can be paired with your first pet beast to collaborate with each other. And with a little bit of training, your battle power can increase exponentially. Ding Long spoke his thoughts. Generally, Imperial Beast Masters who contracted a second Imperial Beast chose these favored beasts. This was also considered a standard pairing. Although it was standard, it could give a great advantage against the rest of the pairings. Aren't there any elemental-type favored beasts? Lin Shang inquired. The names of these few favored beasts were quite domineering. On first listen, they were at least disaster level. However, Lin Shang didn't intend to go the auxiliary route. As long as he defeated all of his enemies, where was the need for assistance and healing? He was going to attack strongly. Leave the opponent no room for resistance. Elemental class? 2 attack class favored beasts? Ding Long's brows furrowed slightly. It's not impossible, but elemental class favored beasts are harder to catch, and disaster class ones are even rarer. But it's not necessarily impossible to get them. As long as there's a request, it can definitely be done for you. This was something Lin Shang believed. Nor did he look at who stood behind the training program. Who was the dominant person? If they dared to train disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters, then the other party must be the one standing at the top of the mountain. Trying to get a catastrophe-class cub was hard to say and quite simple to say. Are you preparing for an elemental-class pet beast? No, I'm just asking. Ding Long realized that this student seemed to be a bit mischievous. I want a spirit-type pet beast. Lin Shang's eyes were serious. Spirit exotic type. Ding Long's heart snapped and he was also taken aback. Good fellow. You really dare to ask for it? Spiritual class pet beasts. That was even rarer and more difficult to deal with than elemental class. And disaster class cubs. That's even more. Don't even think about it. I'm afraid that counting the history of human beings in the past 100 years, can't find a few to catch the spiritual class disaster level cubs. The main reason is that this kind of favored beast is really difficult to tame. Its danger and combat power is much stronger than that of a pet beast of the same lineage. It's like Di Qian's late Lord stage spirit type. Even against a pre-monarch, it has a certain chance of winning. One can only imagine how tough this kind of favored beast really is. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Shang was a bit puzzled. Obviously he didn't know about the scarcity of spirit-type catastrophe-class pet beasts. Of course there's no problem. Ding Long nodded. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. The person leading the training this time stood behind the core organization of the Imperial Beast Association, Broken Disaster, the members of which were all disaster-grade Imperial Beast Masters. A catastrophe-class cub was still simple to get. That's good. Lin Shang suppressed his excitement. Evil God. It was time to start manufacturing it right away. It will only take a month, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. On top of that, we'll also give you all the resources you need to upgrade your favored beasts to the catastrophe level. But these resources are only limited to the pet beast that we found for you. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Shang nodded. Of course he knew all of this. It's good that you know. Only then did Ding Long put his heart down. But you have to be careful. The spiritualism favored beasts are the most difficult to tame. And in the past, I don't know how many spiritualism favored beast owners died at home. Even if you have been cultivating it for several months, you must not take it lightly. I understand. Lin Shang nodded. This was something he had checked long ago. But there was Little White. The dragon clan specialized in evil spirits and was the lord of evil spirits. Couldn't they still let him turn over the sky? When the time came, if he couldn't beat him, he would directly release Little White. This is also the reason why Lin Shang chose the spiritual class. Of course the most important thing was, Lin Shang wanted to create the legendary evil god, Nyarlathotep, one of the 3 original pillars, known as the Chaos of Voltron, and his image was ever-changing. It can be disguised into any form. His image is also closest to that of a legendary demon, and Lin Shang happened to possess the genetic blood of a demon. As long as he could create the legendary evil god again, even a little bit of his power would be enough to completely crush this world. It would be enough to completely crush the gods worshipped by those demons in this world. Let them know what it meant to be a true evil god. You eat this dragon blood fruit. The resources I apply for you are estimated to come down in a few tens of minutes. Enough to provide you with a month's worth of training in the training camp. Resources to train a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master. Lin Shang was slightly excited. He casually threw the reddish fruit into the mouth of Little White at the side. Little White swallowed the fruit in one gulp. A heat gradually began to spread from his abdomen. This was the energy brought by the spirit fruit. It could greatly promote Little White's gene recovery and bloodline growth. The pair of small horns on that head grew another few centimeters visible to the naked eye. Lin Shang sat in the house. Little White was on the side digesting the energy from the dragon blood fruit. Lin Shang, on the other hand, felt the feedback coming from Little White. Waiting like this wasn't torturous. Instead, it was very comforting. It could even become addictive after a long time. After all, it was on the way to becoming stronger. A few tens of minutes later, the resources have been applied for you. You can get the qualification to use the Tier 1 blood pool for 1 month. Hearing Ding Long's words, Lin Shang silently opened his eyes. Blood pool? What is that? Why does it sound so evil? This blood pool is a good thing. It's made from the blood of various ferocious beasts coalescing and gathering in it, and the toxins in it are removed to be blended by the top disaster-level nutritionists. As long as the Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beastmasters are immersed in it, they can stimulate the genes in their bodies to grow extremely fast. There's even a chance to awaken domain skills and enhance their potential. In short, the benefits are endless. Using a level 1 blood pool for an hour costs roughly 5 million dragon coins. Doesn't that mean that for 1 day, it would require over 100 million dragon coins? Using it for a month in a row, I guess even the richest tycoon wouldn't dare to splurge like that. Lin Shang was stunned. However, once he thought about the fact that this was the resources needed to cultivate a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster, it made some sense. After all, it was simple for a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster to earn 100 million dragon coins. All that was needed was to hunt and kill a monarch-class ferocious beast. One could even earn a few 100 million more. It's normal for it to be expensive. Most of the genes used in the Tier 1 blood pools are those of Lord-level ferocious beasts, Ding Long explained. At this moment, even Ding Long was not allowed to lament. Back then, even he hadn't used the blood pool to come. The blood of a Lord-level ferocious beast. Doesn't that mean that its genetic lineage is also in it? That's natural. Normally blood pools use fresh blood, as those blood will corrode and corrupt after a long period of time. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Shang became excited once again. It just so happened that he didn't have anywhere to go to find a Lord-level ferocious beast and seize its genes. Now with this blood pool in place, just by taking a dip in it he would be able to absorb a large amount of genes from Lord-level ferocious beasts, and then feed it back to Little White, and he would immediately be transformed. You come with me. Ding Long led Lin Shang to a room. This room was covered on all sides. It was vaguely lit by some daylight from the outside. As soon as he came in, a rich and fragrant flavor hit his face. One couldn't help but take a sharp inhale. In the middle of the 100 by 100 pool in front of him, there was a pool of light red blood. The smell was emitted from the pool of water. There wasn't a bloody and pungent smell as expected, only a fresh fragrance and the urge to taste it. This was an impulse that came from the genes. You go. Ding Long closed the door. Lin Shang stripped off his clothes and Little White entered the pool water. In an instant, a tingling sensation emanated from his skin. It was as if something was trying to burrow into the body. And what followed was an extremely comfortable feeling. Comfortable. Lin Shang slowly lay down. The Little White beside him also belly flopped on the pool water. However, Lin Shang didn't forget about the main event. Sequence extraction. As Lin Shang stretched out his right hand, the original room violently erupted with a blinding light. And the water in the pool even shrunk by a third in that instant. And after that, a voice as if swiping the screen came out in Lin Shang's mind. Acquired the Heavenly Bull Demon Gene. Acquired the Fiery Sun Divine Tiger Gene. Acquired the Qingtian Downer Bull Gene. Iron Blade Unicorn Golden Leopard Gene obtained. Acquired the Lord of the Green Forest Gene. Acquired Hardening, Proficiency, Skill Gene. Acquired Clawstrike, Proficiency, Skill Gene. Acquired Colorful Dragonfish Whisker Gene. A stream of data frantically jumped around. Lin Shang was immediately swept away by this sudden happiness. So refreshing. He was truly not expecting it. Blood could actually be absorbed as well. And after the absorption, what followed was a wave of dizziness. It wasn't until Lin Shang climbed over the edge of the pool of water that he recovered after several minutes. It seems like there's a limit to how much I can extract genes each time. I have to recover for a while before I can do so. Lin Shang rubbed his forehead. This time, he had extracted the genes of at least hundreds of creatures. The genus was somewhat too much for him to bear. Let's stop here for today. I have to go back and digest these genes. This was a Lord-level creature. Lin Shang couldn't stop his excitement. And Little White felt his master's mood and followed suit. Although there were some warlord classes mixed in as well, but the skill levels of these creatures were extremely high. If they were injected into Little White, many of their skills could be upgraded. At this moment, outside the door. This is great. I guess I won't have to see this kid for a month. Ding Long smiled and stroked his beard. Being around this kid Lin Shang gave him too much of a blow. Mainly, this kid was just too evil. He always did something unexpected. But this time, he probably didn't have a chance. This large pool of first-class blood pool, It would take at least a month to absorb it. However, he didn't wait for Ding Long to continue thinking. Crunch! The door behind him rang. Lin Shang opened the door to his room and stepped out from it. Before that, it had already put on its clothes. Why did you come out? Ding Long asked with some confusion. Couldn't absorb it. Needed to digest it first. Lin Shang touched Little White's forehead on the side and opened his mouth to respond. Can't absorb it? Ding Long passed by Lin Shang and directly entered the house. With a pair of eyes, he looked into the pool through the dim light. At this moment, the essence in the blood pool was already a third less. You've already absorbed a third of it? Ding Long's beard was trembling slightly. How long had only passed? It was estimated that the entire time was no more than a few minutes. Directly absorbing a third of the blood pool. Was this still a human being? Even if you directly drank it with your mouth, it wouldn't be possible for you to be this fast. But the truth is right in front of us. This room was meant to prevent the essence of it from leaking. Trying to transfer the blood in a short period of time is impossible. Then there's only one possibility. Lin Shang had already sucked a third of the essence out of this blood pool. Boom! Despite the speculation. However, Ding Long's mind was still struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It exploded violently. This is the SSS Great Imperial Beast Space that produces the Dragon Roaring Vision. It actually has this kind of heaven-defying effect? Maybe this kid can really get into those 5 academies. Ding Long was so excited that his beard was slightly twitching. It was hard to imagine how excited he was at this moment. It was as if he had picked up a rare treasure. It even made him forget the price of this blood pool for a moment. Although the blood pool is expensive, it's not as if the Broken Calamity Society behind the training can't afford to supply it. If we can train another disaster Great Imperial Beast Master, the power of the association will be raised once again. The Disaster Breaking Association certainly wouldn't pay money to help with the training for no reason, having received such a large favor from them. In the future, there was also a chance to absorb these strong people into the association. After all, they controlled 70% of the disaster Great Imperial Beast Masters in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they don't join, it was also impossible to make an enemy of them. Ding Long walked out of the room. You'll stay here to train for the rest of the month. As long as the blood pool isn't enough, come to me anytime and I'll supply it right away. Lin Shang nodded. If it could still be renewed, that would be the best. After all, every time he absorbed a ferocious beast in it, the blood might change. He would also be able to obtain updated abilities from it. When the training is over, it won't be long before the National Imperial Beast Masters Unified Examination begins. Which academy are you planning to enter? Ding Long looked squarely into Lin Shang's eyes. The Magic Capital Academy. Lin Shang immediately responded. Good. Hearing these words, Ding Long instantly smiled in relief. If Lin Shang only wanted to take the exams for those more first-class academies, that would only show that his heart and vision were not long-term enough. That would make it difficult to become a top-notch powerhouse. Instead, if he chose one of the 5 great academies, he would still give Ding Long a high opinion. But wanting to get into those 5 highest academies is not simple. Although relying on your strength you can already easily get into a first-class academy. But if you want to get into the top academies, the opponents you'll be facing are all Imperial Beast Masters who possess dual Imperial Beasts that can be paired with each other. I know all of this. Lin Shang's face was serious. Those guys were all training their contracted Imperial Beasts together with the Imperial Beasts that hadn't been contracted yet. The 2 Imperial Beasts were as if they were connected by the heart. They assisted, attacked, and supported each other in the middle of battle. And Lin Shang had to get that favored beast after. Immediately raise its strength while not allowing it to be rebellious. He also had to train and get along with his first royal beast. The difficulty of this could be imagined. Not to mention that this second royal beast was an extremely difficult to tame spiritual beast, and had just been snatched. Its difficulty was bound to increase dramatically. This was also why when Lin Shang said that he was going to choose a spirit exotic type pet beast, Ding Long was surprised. Alright, you can proceed with your training first. I'll pick 2 more geniuses from the camp in the next few days. Ding Long left a sentence and left the place. And Lin Shang also took Little White and returned to his room. Immediately, he injected the Lord-level gene bloodline into Little White, acquired the Fiery Sun Divine Tiger gene, obtained the Qingtian Yak gene, obtained the Iron Blade Unicorn Golden Leopard gene, obtained Hardening, Skilled, Skill gene, obtained Claw Strike Skill gene, acquired Colorful Dragonfish Whisker gene, acquired Colorful Dragonfish Whisker gene, Hardening, Proficient, upgraded to Hardening, Perfect, Eagle Eye Vision, Beginner, upgrade to Eagle Eye Vision, Proficient. A large amount of skill techniques and bloodlines surged into Xiaobai's body in an instant. In just a moment, Xiaobai's body surface instantly rolled like hot water, emitting a silky mist, and the body also expanded under this mist. On both sides of Xiaobai's head, a pair of slender dragon whiskers gradually grew. The antlers on its forehead continued to spread backward and elongate. the golden-colored pupils became more and more spiritual and godlike. Boom! This energy fed back into Lin Shang's body, and in an instant, it shocked Lin Shang to the point where he nearly fell over. With just a casual press, he instantly flattened that iron bed frame. Is this my power? Lin Shang looked at his hands with some incredulity. The genetic bloodline of a lord level was truly overbearing. Once again, he turned his head to look at Little White. The antlers, dragon whiskers, and already had the initial appearance of a giant dragon. However, the two pairs of golden claws unique to the dragon race did not appear. Drawing snakes, it still belongs to the category of snakes now. Before evolving into a dragon is unable to have dragon claws. White snake, rank, pre-lord, talent, late king, skills, entanglement, proficient, water spray, proficient, hardening, perfect, healing eyes, dangerous intuition, dragon's might, black flame horns, eagle's eyes, proficient, visual reinforcement, sight, evolutionary root, auger dragon. Description, devouring 1,000 genes of life, the true king of nature. A perfect level of hardening skills is enough for Bai to withstand all the hot weapons of today. Except for nuclear bombs, there was already nothing to fear. And Little White also had the additional fish whisker skill, able to breathe underwater and swim quickly, making is an escape artifact. Check the conditions for evolving into an auger, Lin Shang said, and then a string of data appeared before his eyes. Auger dragon, monarch level, devouring 10,000 kinds of life. Dragon soul, already possessed. Dragon soul. This is the little dragon silhouette that ran out of the translucent spirit stone and was absorbed by me before, right? I didn't expect there to be an unexpected blessing. If it was missed, I'm afraid that Lin Shang would have to search for the dragon soul for a long time. Now all that was needed was for the water to fall into place. A few tens of minutes later, Little White finished receiving the scale armor. Various genes and skills on his body had been completely renovated. It was now fully capable of blocking the attacks of midlord, or even late lord demons. Although the rank was in the pre-lord stage, but Little White already had the preliminary combat power of a midlord. If you count those skills, late lords aren't without a fighting chance. Lin Shang smiled and spoke. On the way to digesting these genes, Lin Shang brought Little White and once again went to that deep mountain. Killing ferocious beasts for exercise would familiarize the use of skills and speed up the rate of absorption. Almost every day after that, Lin Shang spent it this way. After soaking in the blood pool, he would head out into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. When he was almost recovered, he would dip in the blood pool again. It took almost 3-5 days to finish absorbing the pool of ferocious beast bloodline, and after it was consumed, Ding Long would then fill it up again. Lin Shang used the sequence extraction skill again in that blood pool, acquired pale giant crab gene, obtained the Qingtian yak gene, obtained bone sacred beetle gene. The genes I got this time are a bit too repetitive compared to before, Lin Shang said silently as he walked out of the pool with Little White, but there was nothing that could be done about it. There were certainly many types of lord-level ferocious beasts, but they were actually limited within a certain area. Even if Lin Shang wanted to get more genes for Little White, he was afraid that he would have to leave the city for other places in the future. But for now, even the types of ferocious beasts around the magic capital were already too many to count. The reason for the duplication of genes in this blood pool was most likely caused by the similarity of the ferocious beasts it farmed. Everything in this world revolved around the service of imperial beast masters. Naturally, there were people who hunted and even farmed ferocious beasts, and then profit from them. There wasn't much to say about this. It was almost exactly the same as the blue planet where he was in his previous life. But this is good. A duplicate bloodline also means that their skill memory genes are also duplicated. It's possible to quickly raise White's skill level. This was important. The later it got, the more important skill proficiency became. After all, Little White rarely had skills that were his own except for his domain. There were also some relatively weak skills, and leveling up those skills became a top priority. While thinking about it, Lin Shang took Little White and opened the door to his room and walked out. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a girl as white as snow. The two of them suddenly looked at each other. Lin Shang's muscles were also exposed. Du Ning froze for a moment, and then a wave of redness instantly climbed from the neck of the whole bright face. Pervert! After cursing, Du Ning turned away with a reddened face. Her heart was beating non-stop. In her mind, she couldn't restrain herself from recalling the image she had just seen. That perfect muscle line was even more perfect than some of the male stars she had seen in magazines. Nope. What am I thinking about this for? This guy is a pervert. Du Ning was going crazy. Every time she saw this Lin Shang guy, something bad would always happen. Looking at that young girl's back as she fled in haste, Lin Shang didn't know what to say. After all, he was at a disadvantage. It looks like Du Ning also got the second catastrophe class favored beast. To be honest, Lin Shang hadn't really thought about this. After all, with his own 2 points and 1 line every day. Almost no one would come here. However, he had neglected to mention that there might be someone who would once again pass the test to get a disaster level cub and train with himself piece by piece. As a result, as usual, he walked out without a top. Looks like I'll have to pay attention next time. Lin Sheng silently spoke. He wasn't surprised that Du Ning was able to get the second disaster class cub. After all, her favorite beast possessed a domain ability. This alone was enough. In the time after this, Lin Sheng could often see Du Ning's figure. Every time they met, Du Ning always stole glances at him intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed to be curious about Lin Sheng's strength growth rate. 10 days later, the third person to obtain a disaster class cub came out. What Lin Sheng didn't expect was that it was an acquaintance from Yang Cheng. By he, this is something I really didn't expect, that you were able to capture a disaster class cub in their hands. Lin Sheng was a bit incredulous. It wasn't that he doubted Bai Hua's strength. It was just knowing how tough it was. But it wasn't impossible. After all, Lin Sheng hadn't fought with Bai Hua's favored beasts. Moreover, the most threatening night giant had already been seriously injured by Xiao Bai, and without a month's time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to recover. This gave Bai Hua a chance. After all, everyone's favored beasts were all monarch-level talents. How come I can't? Ever since separating from the school, I've worked very hard. Bai Hua snickered. But brother Lin Sheng, what type are you planning to contract for your second cub? I heard Du Ning say that she was planning to pick an elemental type, and I'm actually planning to do the same. After all, elemental types are very rare. Bai Hua was happy like a child. Secret. Lin Sheng smiled. Mysterious. The more Lin Sheng did this, the more curious Bai He became. And within the time that followed, from time to time, the two of them traveled in the wild in pairs. From time to time, they would discuss things regarding the training of imperial beasts. In the end, even Du Ning joined in. It turned from a 2-person trip into a 3-person trip. Of course, this was all pure friendship between comrades. The duo's biggest purpose was still to find out what kind of cubs Lin Sheng had chosen. The genus was something that made the two of them curious. What kind of cub would someone like Lin Sheng choose? An elemental type like them? Or a plain and simple defense type? However, although the three of them had gotten close, at best, Du Ning had let go of her preconceived notions, and Bai Hua also held other intentions. As the saying goes, be closer to your enemy than anyone else. The relationship between the three was just so delicate. Finally, after a month of living plainly with two absolute beauties, Lin Sheng's white snake had once again broken through the realm. It had reached the middle lord stage. In the middle of the jungle, snap, little white snake tail moved. It instantly killed a pre-lord ferocious beast in seconds. It was as simple as killing a chicken. So strong, little white seems to be stronger than before. Bai Hua stood at the side and watched. Previously, her mad thunder stallion had still entered the lord level at the same time as little white. As a result, it had only been such a short period of time. Little white had reached mid-lord stage. This upgrading speed had far surpassed them. It was also at this moment, a message came out from the watch. Both of them received the message at the same time. Lowering their heads, they looked towards the watch. Your cubs have arrived. Seeing this line, the faces of the two were unable to contain their elation. Looking back at each other, riding on the berserk thunder stallion's body, they dashed furiously towards the base. In less than half an hour, they returned to the base from the jungle hundreds of kilometers away. In a courtyard, 3 absolutely pitch-black cages were placed on the ground. Du Ning, Bai He, and Lin Sheng were standing in front of those cages. Even through the cages, they could feel the anxious movements coming from them. This is the catastrophe class cub I captured for you. You know that this time, a dozen disaster-grade Imperial Beast Masters from the Disaster Breaking Group were deployed, sneaking into the hinterland where the ferocious beasts are located. And with those ferocious beasts and demons, they engaged in an earth-shattering, void-shattering battle. It can be said to be the greatest action since the establishment of the base city by mankind in the last 100 years. It was fought until the Great Tao was worn out. Only then. Alright, Elder Ding, don't blow it off. We all know. The three silently rolled their eyes. Did Elder Ding read too many novels? He even fought until the Great Tao was worn out. It would be nice to fight until the mountain wore out. Ahem, isn't this to let you guys know that cubs aren't easy to come by? And cherish it, Ding Long silently explained. There seemed to be some heartfelt weakness. After all, the passage he spoke before was something he had scribbled idly before. Next is the main event. You must make your favored beasts accept you. When these cages are opened, the first person they see is you. Make sure there is no one else around when it comes to contracting and pacifying. It's best to cultivate a good relationship within a week's time, and contract within half a month's time. Ding Long explained in great detail. After all, this was contracting a cub. He definitely couldn't watch from the sidelines. This was because the offspring of some strong bloodlines would actively choose a very strong imperial beastmaster. With him here, it was simply impossible for these students to contract these favored beast cubs. We understand. The three nodded to each other. 1 week, half a month to contract. Time was indeed tight, but for the sake of the disaster class cubs, everything was worth it. Picking up the cage that was covered by a black curtain on the ground, the three of them then returned to their dormitories. And before Lin Shang left, he was called out once more by Ding Long. You have to be careful. This creature of yours has caused that old friend of mine to lose a lot of energy. It was too late to even probe this cub for injuries before sending it over. In order to obtain it, his favorite beast had to spend at least tens of billions. It took more than half a year of rest to recover. Ding Long glanced at the cage. Deep scorn was in his eyes. But don't worry, it's still just a cub and doesn't even know anything. What's powerful is its disaster-level old mom. Even in the end, that old monster was only slightly injured. Don't worry, senior. A trace of emotion passed through Lin Shang's heart. These seniors were indeed true to their word. It seemed that this organization called Broken Calamity was not like his name, which sounded a sense of darkness. The Imperial Beastmasters inside were still quite humane. In Lin Shang's house, Lin Shang was sitting on the ground, looking at the pitch-black cage. Little White, on the other hand, hooked his head at the side. Also curious. Whether or not I can get into the Mordor Academy depends on you. Lin Shang touched the pitch-black cage, speaking close to home. You're the key to whether or not I can become the strongest person in the world. To put it farther, if I don't become the strongest person in the world, it's all your fault. Before even opening the technological iron cage, Lin Shang began to teach the creatures in it assiduously. The little White on the side of the room was listening in awe. Lin Shang moved forward and looked around the perimeter of that cage, quickly finding a depression for a crimson button. As Lin Shang pressed towards the depression, the black curtain around this technological cage disappeared. The scene inside came into view as well. Looking at the creature in this cage, Lin Shang was dumbfounded. Even Little White was staring at the snake's eyes. It didn't even spit out its letters anymore. It was only in that cage. There was a ghost-like creature suspended there. Its appearance was as if it was a sunny day doll. There was also a trace of aggression on its face. That's right, just like a ghost was enough to describe this creature. This isn't right? Hiss. Who's trying to frame my master? Both the man and the snake were dumbfounded. Even White could tell if he didn't know any better. Isn't this just an ordinary ghost? How can it match my master's tall, powerful and handsome image? As for Little White's horse's ass on the side, Lin Shang turned a deaf ear. Is it possible that disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster found a random one to deal with me? You're a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster. How can you be injured by catching an awakening-level ghost? And seriously injured? Is it possible that I got the wrong cub? Lin Shang had often seen this kind of bloodshed in TV dramas. Could it be that this kind of bloodshed had happened to him? Don't do it. Lin Shang held back the apprehension in his heart. He opened his data viewing skill. The opponent's attributes instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Ghost, rank, mid-battle general, talent, late warlord, skill, curse, evolutionary root, none. Introduction, extremely high-level imperial spooky. It will hide its form and talent during its infancy to ensure that it can live to a strong enough period, and most of its disguised forms are beings with the talent of a war general. So don't be deceived. Empyrean. Some favored beast cubs would indeed surpass their parents in talent, but most were inferior to them. One has picked up a treasure. 1 in a million. No, 1 in a billion talent. Lin Shang instantly became excited. What are you looking at? Don't release this great master yet. That ghost looked at the one person and one snake in front of him. In his heart, he secretly cursed. However, these two people did not have the slightest intention of releasing it. Impossible. Could it be that I'm not disguised like those pariahs? The ghost came to an unfamiliar environment at this time, and was somewhat tearless. It was extremely intelligent. Only once it was born. Its rank had reached the middle stage of warlord. The talent was truly terrifying. Even this guy's disguise. Even the appraisal skill was taken into consideration. If Lin Shang didn't have the system, I'm afraid that even with the ability to appraise living beings, he would have been fooled by it. Looks like the racial talent is all in the disguise. As long as you live, you're invincible, right? At this moment, the little ghost obviously hadn't noticed. Everything about it had long been seen by the human in front of him with its pants down. It could only continue to pretend to be helpless, weak and pitiful. After all, the snake next to it looked terrifying, vaguely making its heart tremble. Although it does not have a heart this snake seemed to listen to the orders of the two-legged beast in front of it. Then what kind of race is this guy that looks like a two-legged beast? As long as I obey, he won't feed me to this snake, right? Still giving me loads? But it's just as well. This kind of imperial gifted favored beast. Being able to obtain it was simply an unexpected blessing. Lin Shang forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and thrill and tried his best to put on a calmer expression. He had once heard, an emperor-gifted being was the topmost existence in this world, disdaining to contract with any human, if it was really dismantled. I'm afraid that this little ghost wouldn't be willing to contract with him even if he died, right? AI. Poor child. Your parents entrusted you to me before they died. My parents? Died? That little ghost didn't have much of an expression when it heard Lin Shang's words. After all, it had never seen its parents either. Moreover, parental affection rarely existed between spirit creatures. But you're too weak, so I'm afraid no one would be willing to contract you, right? Lin Shang sadly turned his head away. That apparition was thrilled to hear this. This two-legged beast really didn't see through me. Then hurry up and release this great master. But if I release you, you'll probably be killed within a few steps. It's dangerous out there, don't you think so? Little White. Hiss, hiss. Little White looked at his master's eyes and nodded in a hurry. Hiss. Even I almost died out there just now. Little White was very cooperative. The ghost in that cage's heart trembled at once. But you're really a bit weak, a little ghost like you. I have to feed Little White to eat hundreds of them a day. Then am I contracting you or letting you go out to be eaten by ferocious beasts? That scene would be too tragic. Eaten alive. Lin Shang's eyes flashed with a few hints of panic. What went through his mind was the image of being with Lin Ming. Woo woo. The little ghost instantly panicked. In its opinion, its own disguise stunt could never be recognized. This was a kind of intuition that came from the soul's instinct. And the terrified look in the eyes of this two-legged beast just now was too real. Hey, let's go. Go out and get some air. Lin Shang did not directly agree. Instead, he took Little White and directly left the room. And the little ghost in that cage was instantly a little puzzled after the two left. It doesn't look like he's lying to me. He's not going to contract me and set me free, is he? The little ghost thought of Lin Shang's panicked eyes just now. Then it couldn't help but shiver coldly. That was definitely a look that would only be displayed after seeing something of great terror. As a ghost, it simply couldn't be clearer. At this time outside the door. These guys? I'm afraid that contracting these three favored beasts will take quite a bit of time. Ding Long silently whispered. The 7 days, and half a month limit he had given. It was actually just to give the trio some sense of urgency. After all, the sooner they were contracted, the harder it would be for accidents to occur. Elemental beings were generally extremely irritable. Keeping them in one place all the time would easily create resistance and tension. However, just as Ding Long shook his head and intended to leave, Lin Shang's door opened again. Crap! Ding Long couldn't help but curse. This brat. The cage just opened and the deed was done? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Right now, the record of the fastest contracted disaster-level cubs in the Dragon Kingdom, that is, those professional beast tamers, had all spent at least 3 or 4 days. You succeeded in the contract? Ding Long asked apprehensively. How could it be? It's only just met. Lin Shang beat away his hand. An expression of how could you ask such a question? It gave Ding Long the urge to curse him in his heart. How could I ask such a question? Wasn't it because you forced me to? Only this time, Lin Shang finally did something human. How is it? Is that pet beast good to tame? What kind of talent is it? Ding Long couldn't wait to ask. It's a little ghost. It's quite good at camouflage. Emperor-level talent. Lin Shang stroked his chin and said seriously. Ding Long rolled his eyes. How could the cub of a catastrophe-level favored beast be a little ghost? And his old friend was starting to get seriously injured. There was no way a ghost could be captured and returned. Not to mention an emperor-level talent? He could count the number of imperial beastmasters in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possessed emperor-level talent on his fingers. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, there had been an emperor-level cub that was publicly auctioned. It was directly sold for a sky-high price of $100 billion. Of course, this was only the amount of the transaction on the surface. There was no telling how many favors had been given behind the scenes. Watching Lin Shang walk in the direction of the cafeteria, Ding Long suddenly thought of something like, took out his cell phone from his pocket, entered a mysterious string of phone numbers. Hello, what's the matter with you again? I'm recuperating now. I would like to ask, what race is that spirit-like pet beast you caught? Ding Long asked as he opened the door. It's a spirit type. Ah, you've said it and you're still asking? Could it be that something happened? You wouldn't have let that cub go, would you? No. My student even joked that that cub was an emperor-level talent. Ding Long laughed dryly a few times, and then shook his head. How could it be possible? This old friend of his was only a disaster-grade imperial beastmaster. Wouldn't he turn his head in fear and run away when he encountered an emperor-grade ferocious beast? And still dare to rob someone else's cub? Yet it was unexpected. The other party fell into a moment of silence. It's actually really an emperor-class cub. I told you that the kinship between such spirit-type creatures isn't that strong. Why would it still chase me for 900 kilometers after robbing its cub? It's possible that this kid stole it too. If I remember correctly, not long ago, that black dragon Nayak, he attacked the Lighthouse Kingdom because he lost his cub. This brat has quite a lot of guts. He even dares to steal the pup of an emperor-level black dragon. Listening to the words of his old friend on the opposite side, Ding Long was instantly confused. What did you say, Black Dragon Nayak? Ding Long instantly froze. Just a few years ago, a major event had occurred on the blue planet. An emperor-level black dragon had rushed out from the territory of the bizarre creatures and carried out an attack on the nearest lighthouse country. That attack destroyed all the coastal cities of the Lighthouse Kingdom. The strong Imperial and catastrophe-level Imperial Beastmasters in the Lighthouse Kingdom were provoked into pouring out. They nearly surrounded and killed the black dragon in the Western Ocean. It was later discovered that it was because the black dragon's cub had been stolen by someone. That's what provoked its rage. As the faith and leader of the weird creatures, the black dragon Nayak was already the top predator on the blue planet. Once when Ding Long saw it from some images on TV, he could feel the pounding, endless darkness. It nearly caused him to become demonized. And if it wasn't for the fact that the Lighthouse Kingdom had critically injured the black dragon Nayak, they, the catastrophe-class Imperial Beastmasters, wouldn't have dared to travel to that forbidden land to plunder the cubs. But that's not necessarily true. Many descendants of powerful races hide their forms when they're young. Not to mention, how could this little brat be so bold as to rob his boss's child? Ha ha ha. Then you say an egg? Causing me to get excited for nothing. Ding Long rolled his eyes. Didn't this suddenly come to mind? One still needs to have dreams, right? I don't know where that cub has landed now. If it can't land in our human hands, it's better to beat it to death. That's right. In case it grows up and becomes our enemy, it'll be another tricky guy. This was if it really was a favored beast with an emperor-level talent. That would be a big deal for the entire Dragon Kingdom. But he guessed that his old friend was dreaming again. This kid had been a dreamer since he was a kid, and he loved paperweights. A creature in this world that could be called a dragon. It meant that it was at the top among its kind, even if it really is. Want them to bow down and contract with humans? Dream on. There is no one who can make an emperor submit. In the dining room, Lin Shang had just entered. Immediately, a group of people surrounded him. Brother Lin Shang, it seems like the only way to see you is to eat. Have you sent down any of your disaster class cubs? Let me take a look. What's the point of looking at it? You can look at it if you want to. To the enthusiasm of the crowd, Lin Shang responded politely one by one. Then he came to the front desk of the restaurant. Are there any ingredients for psychic creatures? Of course there is. Instructor Di Qian's pet beast uses this kind. The nutritionist took out a few pieces of weirdly colored and twisted shaped meat from the backstage. This is the favorite food of spirit-type creatures. It should be bought for Instructor D, right? The nutritionist secretly inquired. Spending one's own points to buy something for someone else was not allowed in the camp. Of course not. Lin Shang smiled mysteriously. He then left the restaurant. Emperor class. I wonder when I'll be able to make it show its true form. It was indeed difficult to think of contracting an emperor class. Cajoling. One couldn't just lie without cajoling. Otherwise, even if it was contracted, it would easily give itself a temper. Hiss. It wouldn't be better to beat it a few times. Little White jumped at the chance. No, we have to convince the spirit with virtue. Soon Lin Shang and Little White returned to the room. Someone, skirt, 390111304442. Lin Shang and Xiaobai had just returned to the room. The little ghost in the cage smelled the odor. And became restless for a moment. Lin Shang didn't intend to tease it and directly placed the pieces of meat in the cage. Sure enough, although this ghost was impatient, it did not consume it. You're not eating it? Then I can take it away. Lin Shang raised an eyebrow and directly took those pieces of meat back. That little ghost instantly panicked. It hadn't eaten for a few days already. If it was taken away again, when would it be able to eat? In the next instant, its original form changed in an instant. The doll-like body gradually melted, and then in the cage condensed into a strange-looking, robust deer-like creature. This deer was covered with dark hair. The eyes were deep and dark. The antlers on the head were not forked, but stoutly extended towards the back of the head. Even its hooves and short tail emitted black fire. Extraordinarily domineering and extraordinary. It was just a bit miniature. Eyes. A strange cry came out of the fawn's mouth. Those front hooves were also constantly raised, stepping on the ground without stopping. How is it different? Lin Shang pretended to be puzzled. However, the other party's information had already surfaced in his mind. Black Inferno Deer Fawn. Rank, Mid-Warlord. Talent, Emperor Grade. Skills, Camouflage, disappears when it grows to Monarch level. Black Fire, Trample. Body Shift, Death Domain. Evolutionary Route, Black Inferno Dead Deer. Description, a strong and domineering being, located at the top of the food chain. and has been given the title of dragon. Lin Shang's mind was shaken. Wasn't this the cub of that black dragon Nayak? He had naturally heard of the legend back then. Beings that could be given the title of dragon were all existences at the top of the food chain. The key is this guy. He actually has a domain. It is said that the unicorn will step on the auspicious clouds, and all the difficulties on earth will be eliminated. I'm afraid that this black flame deer will only bring death and calamity. Your talent is barely good. Lin Shang opened the cage. The cub came out of it and ate the food on the plate in 3 or 2 tries. It was obviously starving. Willing to contract with me? Lin Shang spoke directly. The fawn looked at the white snake gawking at the side and silently nodded. The deer had to bow its head under the roof. After 30 years I will definitely. Before it could make an ambitious oath, an unspeakable energy bloodline and strange sensation surged into its body. Boom! In just a split second, that fawn instantly broke through to the late stage of battle general. Even the pitch black hair on its body became more vigorous and oily. This is the ability of a two-legged beast? Fawn was stunned. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, you will definitely not be treated poorly. Lin Shang smiled and spoke, looking at this two-legged beast in front of him that gave him benefits and meals. The deer that had just suffered from the bumps and scares suddenly had tears in its eyes, as if eating soft rice is also quite fragrant. The key to his own breakthrough would take half a year at least at the late stage of the war general stage. But the two-legged beast merely touched itself. It instantly broke through. This left the deer a bit baffled. Lin Shang's contract was successful. The souls with this living creature were bound to each other and came with its own deer language translator. I'll call you little spirit from now on. Lin Shang opened his mouth, because the first time they met, the other party was in the form of a ghost. The little deer had no intention of resisting at this time. It merely chanted softly. Its size then rapidly grew larger, and it ended up like a wild horse. So handsome. Lin Shang stroked the lush, silky black hair on the fawn. This would definitely be the most handsome boy in the room if he were to ride it out for a run. He had heard that the emperor-level black dragon, with just one trample, it destroyed hundreds of tall buildings in the coastal city. The strength of its power could be imagined. This place is thousands of kilometers away from the hinterlands of the spirit-like creatures. I don't know, Lin Shang muttered in a low voice. As long as he didn't go out of the dragon kingdom, not take little spirit towards that kind of place, it would definitely not be found by its parents. Thinking about this, Lin Shang put both Little Spirit and Little White into the Imperial Beast space, then walked out the door. He intended to take the 2 pet beasts to the wilderness for training. By the way, he would raise Little Spirit's level. As soon as he walked out the door, he encountered a few people who were speaking. The disaster level cubs are just too cranky. No matter how much I try to pacify them, they're always restless. Bai Hua's brows furrowed slightly. There were also several times when that favored beast injured me, but I was very patient. Du Ning silently spoke. Not a trace of impatience could be seen on her face. You have to slowly cultivate the feelings of the favored beast. After all, it's a disaster level. It's relatively bad to contract. Some of the weaker Imperial Beast Masters, even if the family bought them extremely talented pet beasts, they wouldn't be able to contract them. Both of them were a bit sullen, but it was still early. As long as the contract was successful before the month ended. Brother Lin Shang. The moment he saw Lin Shang, the boredom in Bai He's heart dissipated. Even Du Ning on the side didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had hooked up. How's your pet beast contract going? Du Ning inquired. It's already been successfully contracted. It's a pet beast with an emperor-level talent. The cub of that black dragon. Lin Shang said directly. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of being exposed. It was just that he was afraid that even if he said it, the two would not believe it. As expected, the 2 women silently rolled their eyes. Forget it if you don't want to say it. But Brother Lin Shang, before the training ends in a month, Elder Ding will be inspecting our results. If we can't contract by then, these favored beast cubs will be taken back. If we can successfully contract them, it'll be much easier to get into a good academy. But not being able to contract them can be very troublesome. Bai He's brows furrowed. All 3 of them had a chance to get into the 5 great academies. The prerequisite was to be able to contract these 3 disaster-level cubs, but the difficulty was a bit too high. Although the 2 were strong, they weren't strong enough to make those favored beasts instantly recognize their masters. I'm going to go train in the wilderness, so you guys cheer up. Lin Shang said goodbye to the 2. Looking at Lin Shang's distant back, Du Ning frowned a little. I heard Senior Ding Long say that he contracted a spirit class cub. I'm only afraid that it's harder to get along with than our elemental class. Ah, then Lin is still going to hunt ferocious beasts? Won't he seize the time to cultivate a relationship with that little cub? Bai He opened his mouth. His pupils revealed his concern for Lin Shang. There's less than a month left. Didn't Lin say that he still had to take the exams for the 5 great academies? Why would he still be stupid enough to pick a spiritual favored beast and not even bother with it? Let him go. Du Ning shook her head. It was far away in the throbbing of that hair. Du Ning estimated that it was because Lin Shang's first pet beast contract was too simple. It was mistakenly thought that the second one was the same. In reality, a royal beast master's second pet beast talent was usually higher than the first pet beast. This would cause the second favored beast to feel a sense of resentment for succumbing to concubinage, and it would become even more difficult to contract. She estimated that if Lin Shang didn't step up the cultivation of his feelings and went on a wilderness training trip, throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds, sooner or later, he would have to eat the consequences. In the jungle in the wilderness, more than 31 horned wild boars in groups came barreling towards Lin Shang, and the black deer standing beside Lin Shang nearly stamped down with a black hoof. Invisibly, a pitch-black field spread out towards the surroundings. The flowers, grasses, trees, and other plants on the ground gradually decayed and died within the scope of a circle, visible to the naked eye, until the 30 unicorn boars were all wrapped within. Sensing the fear of death, the one-horned boars revealed terrified eyes and began to frantically flee. But, the King of Hell wants you to die in 3 nights. Will he not leave you until dawn? Under the rapid erosion of the domain, the one-horned boar's skin rapidly aged, corroded, and finally turned into a field of tired white bones. The field of death. A veritable field of death. Anyone who dared to step into it would be quickly stripped of their life force. Yo! The little spirit tossed its head. It looked bored. Go! I'll take you guys to kill the Lord level. Lin Shang, dressed in all black, rolled over and rode on the little spirit with pitch-black fur. Little White, on the other hand, surrounded its body and quickly ran wildly towards the depths of the jungle. Little Spirit's speed was extremely fast. Under the extreme muscle explosion, it was even able to reach that high mountain in half a day. If Lin Shang had had such a favored beast at that time, then the outcome of the match would have been beyond doubt. July 16th. A few days, Lin Shang brought his 2 pet beasts, Little White and Little Spirit, to the depths of the jungle to round up Lord-class pet beasts. At night, they returned to the base to replenish and restore their energy, absorbing energy in the blood pool. Soon, the 2 favored beasts became tacitly acquainted with each other. The feelings also warmed up rapidly. It was no longer as restrained as before. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and you must be promoted to the Lord level as well. Lin Shang patted the fawn on the head. The 1,000-fold acceleration of time allowed Lin Shang's favored beast to quickly absorb the energy it received. It was just a pity that there were no bizarre-type creatures in this jungle to hunt the required genes for the fawn. Hiss! Fawn! Hurry up and upgrade. Mao! Who is your little brother? The fawn raised its 2 front hooves, looking angry. Unfortunately, it couldn't beat Little White at all. Little White's pair of dragon eyes were just too much of a restraint for evil spirits, and the guy also possessed his own domain. The key was that Little White was too favored, and every time the master raised his strength he always gave Little White a boost first. No way! I must also quickly take credit. At this time, Little Deer didn't know. Lin Shang had to hunt demons in order to give them genetic enhancement, and there happened to be no bizarre and dark-type creatures here, so it was impossible to give Little Deer too much reinforcement. But there would be plenty of opportunities when they returned to Yang City. Even the Chopper Bureau had quite a few spooky-type secret areas. 7:30 p.m. Lin Shang returned to the base. At the gate of the base, Di Qian was leaning against the side of the steel city wall, and the moment she saw Lin Shang, Di Qian immediately got up and walked over, as if she had something to look for him. Captain D, do we have any weird-type secret realms in Zhanlong Bureau? Lin Shang was the first to speak. There is, but you won't be under my control in the future. After all, you're now considered a Lord-class Imperial Beastmaster, so go back and apply for a position promotion from the Dragon Beheading Bureau. Di Qian's face was filled with relief. It was followed by a cautious seriousness. I've heard that you found a bizarre-type favored beast? Yes. Lin Shang had no intention of hiding it. He just didn't know why everyone knew about this matter. Let me tell you, bizarre-type pet beasts are the hardest to contract. They feed on the soul grievances of evil people. You should know that back then, when I contracted this ghostly shadow of mine, it took me not an ounce of time. You have to put in a lot of effort and time. Don't be careless. Di Qian's eyes were serious. Probably heard some gossip from somewhere. There was some worry about Lin Shang. How about this? From today onwards you come to me once a day. I'll tell you in detail the essentials of this type of creature contract. After all, I've spent a few years with spirit-type favored beasts as well. Thanks a lot, Captain D. But I've already finished my contract. Right now. The little deer was still sleeping in the Imperial Beast space. Lin Shang turned around and went in the direction of the cafeteria to get some food. He was going to train Little Spirit to become a dark gargoyle, a bizarre lord capable of transforming into any form. Hey! Looking at the teenager's departing figure, Di Qian's slender legs trembled and she kept tapping the ground with her feet, seemingly impatient. This was a chance after all. Ah, this child, Lin Sheng, has too much self-esteem. Sometimes it doesn't work to not rely on others all the time. Early the next morning, a helicopter, carrying a few middle-aged men in expensive clothes, it arrived in the middle of this base. These few people were all disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters. Ding Long personally greeted them. Long time no see. Old Chen, what are you doing here from the Imperial capital this time? I've come to see an old friend. Ha ha ha. The man that Ding Long had called Old Chen responded with a loud laugh. Still trying to hoodwink me? You're guessing that you're here for the special recruitment thing again this time, right? This was all discovered by you. Ding Long was speechless. Almost every year, those top academies would send some professors to come to major cities to specially recruit students. And the students who were specially recruited, there was no need to take the college entrance examination. As long as they pass a limited test, they can enter the school directly. And Ding Long in front of these people. It is now the first-class school of the Dragon State. Professors from Jiangnan Academy, Peak Mountain Academy, Mountain River Academy and other top-tier academies. All of them were extremely strong and famous. Ding Long, we've heard that you've recruited many talented students this time. I remember there's also a genius called Lin Shang. Rumor has it, the pet beast he contracted is of the disaster level? Old Chen inquired smilingly. This matter had been known clearly by Mordor for a long time. The first place amongst the training camps. The first genius student to obtain a disaster class cub. I'm afraid that it had long been eyed by the various universities. I'll be honest with you, we, the Jiangnan Academy, are willing to give a full set of black and gold armor, in addition to a third favored beast of the dragon character generation, just to recruit this cadet. Hearing this, Ding Long couldn't help but be moved by it as well. A set of black and gold armor was enough to block the attack of a catastrophe-level ferocious beast. And which of the dragon character's favored beasts was not in existence that stood at the top of the food chain? Just like the black dragon among the legends. If it wasn't for the strongest person in the Lighthouse Kingdom, Zeus, who took action, I'm afraid that the coastal cities of the Lighthouse Kingdom today would have been destroyed by that black dragon. These two together, without tens of billions of dollars, I'm afraid it's very difficult to take down. I'll have to ask about this matter. Ding Long promised first. Ha ha, then thank you very much. Remember to help our Jiangnan Academy publicize and advertise more. When I have time later, I'll invite you to. Old Chen made a wink at Ding Long. If this kind of genius could be taken down, it would be of great benefit to their Jiangnan Academy. And to him. Get lost, calf. You want my wife to beat me to death, don't you? Ding Long said without a trace of anger. The time that followed, those first-class academies selected a few more among the remaining trainees. They were directly led away from this training base. Before leaving, Old Chen also purposely revealed a piece of news to Ding Long. I've heard that the 5 great academies will also come to your camp to enroll students. You'll have to seize the opportunity. The 5 great academies of the Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, Sacred Snow, Everest, and Dragon Slayer. In the entire Blue Star, they all had a great reputation. Each of these academies had an Emperor-level Imperial Beastmaster sitting in them. And there was no shortage of Monarch-level Imperial Beastmasters among their students. It was the most desired Holy Land in the hearts of all Imperial Beastmasters. Anyone who was able to enter one of the 5 academies, from the inside out. The lowest is also a disaster-level Royal Beastmaster. I just did not expect that the 5 academies would come to special recruitment. This was almost equivalent to the ancient emperor's private visit. After all, the 5 great academies regarded themselves highly, and in the past would never condescend to enrollment. And the time after that, there were people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association, the Dragon Beheading Bureau, and the military who came here. Almost all of the students here were scavenged. Joining the Imperial Beastmaster Association and the Dragon Beheading Bureau didn't have any conflict with entering those 5 great academies. Among the academies you could study, while the Imperial Beast Association and the Dragon Beheading Bureau belonged to one side of the force. Take for example the Dragon Slaying Academy, one of these 5 great academies. Behind him stood the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Among these forces, it is the military that is the biggest. That's why many students also chose to join the military. This would be a safeguard for their future and retreat in the future. I heard that those few geniuses from Songyun Zone who had reached the lord level of Imperial Beasts were recruited away by the Jiangnan Academy and other first-class academies. I'm really envious. It would be great if I could also be specially recruited. Don't even think about it. Even if the first-class academies don't come to specially recruit them, they'll almost certainly be able to get in. That's right. To be able to raise a pet beast to the lord level and become a lord beast master so quickly is already considered 1 in a million. It's good that I can get into a first-class academy. The crowd present, they were all top geniuses from various towns. However, It was only after arriving here that they realized there was a gap between geniuses. It was even so large that it was impossible for people to chase after them. Just like those 3 Imperial Beast Masters who had obtained disaster-grade Imperial Beasts, wouldn't even agree to the special enrollment of the first-tier academies, instead planning to directly enter the 5 great academies through the college entrance examination. And once they were in, they would at least come out as a catastrophe-grade Imperial Beast Master. There was simply no worry about not having a way back. What power, money, were all far less important than being strong in one's own right. More than 10 days passed. July 27th. Eyes. The fawn let out a long hiss. Originally, it was on the verge of growing to the late stage of War General, and with the rich meals and the strong addition of Lin Shang's Royal Beast Space, it quickly broke through. Black Inferno Deer Fawn. Rank, Late War General. Talent, Imperial. Skills, Camouflage, disappears when it grows to Monarch level. Black Fire, Trample. Body Shift, Death Domain. Evolutionary Route, Black Inferno Dead Deer. Description, a strong and domineering being, located at the top of the food chain, and given the title of Dragon. As time passed, the hair on the Black Inferno Deer's body lengthened with the naked eye. Its hooves, abdomen, and with the weak parts of its body, all grew pitch-black scales. The dark aura became even more dense. Even if Lin Shang did not need to strengthen its bloodline, today's Black Flame Deer was already the topmost existence under the same level. So handsome. Just at the late stage of War General, this Black Flame Deer was so majestic and domineering. If it evolved to the same level as its mother, how strong would it be? Lin Shang's heart vaguely looked forward to it. Moreover, the most crucial thing was, the ability of the deer to hide its form had not disappeared. It could still change into its ghost form at any time. It was very convenient. Night. A private luxury airplane dedicated to the imperial capital. It was chartered by someone this evening. The attendants above did not know who it was, but understood that its identity and status was by no means something they could pry into. Ma'am, do you need any more special services? The service personnel was sweet-looking and spoke to a woman who was reclining in a chair. Even the service personnel. Its face value was enough to hang most people, but compared to the red-haired woman who was slumped in the chair, it was a bit far from it. No need. I have no notice. You guys don't need to come back to me. The gorgeous-looking, yet very young red-haired woman waved her hand. Only after the attendant left did she pick up her cell phone. Boss, do you think it'll work? I always feel like this is a bit bad. What's not good about it? Those rich kids can find connections, but not my brother? I'm going to go through the back door today, but this time is different. The red-haired woman's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. This time, they were representing the imperial capital to go to the training camp to recruit students, but the captain wanted to open the back door for his brother. It didn't matter. Not to mention opening the back door. Even if it was her own life she was willing to give it. The only thing that makes her heart unhappy is, for someone as outstanding, strong and beautiful as the captain, how could his younger brother be such a loser? Even if he couldn't get into the 5 major academies, did he have to go through the back door to get into a first-class academy? Anyway, I need to see my brother appear in front of me in a month. Alright then, I'll try my best. The red-haired woman closed her beautiful eyes and sighed. Hopefully before I go, this guy can be specially recruited away by another academy, right? That way there would be no need for her to be embarrassed left and right. He couldn't even have inherited a bit of his sister's excellent genes, could he? Since Lin Ming had given so little information, that the red-haired woman had thought of a lot. In fact, she had originally thought that as someone as strong as the captain, he must have very strict requirements for those within his own family as well. How could it not be said that he had personally gotten into one of the 5 great academies to give himself a fighting chance, but never thought that the disciple control is so thorough. And before this private airliner arrived at the training camp, 2 more black and gold warplanes with pitch-black seals on their appearance landed in the camp early, and on that warplanes, 2 people with arrogant faces walked down from each of them, but after those 2 saw Ding Long's figure, their faces immediately piled up with smiles. Old Ding, what kind of good students are you cultivating for our dragon-slaying academy this time? What cultivated for you? It's clearly for our Everest school to cultivate. These 2 started a war of words before they even stepped down. Ding Long, on the other hand, smiled. As the second of the 5 great academies, it's great to have students who can fall into your eyes. The 2 were speaking in jest, so he naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Those who could come here for special recruitment. It was either a figure that could represent the academy or a disaster-level Imperial Beast Master. Then introduce us before it's too late. But our Everest Academy's requirements are stricter as before. A lean, short man from the dragon-slaying school silently spoke. This I naturally know. Even if a person can't pass, it's all very common. Ding Long nodded. Just as long as you can understand. Other than those 3 Imperial Beast Masters who possessed catastrophe-level favored beasts, the rest of them are all out of sight. A robust man with a stocky figure and a stab wound at his neck spoke up. He came from the Everest Academy, where all the Imperial Beast Masters were more stocky. This one brushed away almost everyone. Ding Long smiled helplessly and bitterly. Those who could enter these 5 great academies were already geniuses among geniuses, and those who could be specially recruited by them would have to be amongst the demons. It was estimated that this academy had also heard about this training program of theirs, and that was why they had specially come here. After all, there weren't really many young Imperial Beastmasters who possessed disaster-level talent. I also don't know if these 3 have succeeded in their contract. Ding Long was a little apprehensive in his heart. It was still less than half a month. If possible, it was still quite hopeful that they would all be specially recruited by the 5 great academies. It was just that the possibility was a bit slim. The news of the 2 big shots coming to the camp quickly spread. Have you guys heard about this? 2 big ones from the 5 great academies have already come to our camp. Which 2 big ones? Sacred Snow School? Could it be the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital? The Sacred Snow Academy only recruits female students. It should be the Everest and Dragon Slayer Academies. It's these 2 academies. And I heard that the bigwigs coming from the Lady State only see those 3 that have catastrophe-level pet beasts. That's for sure. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid none of these big shots would have come here. Envious. I'm just too good to be able to get in. What special admission? I'll stop dreaming here. The students in the camp were talking. Not to mention being able to contract a disaster class cub. It was just that it would be difficult for them to quickly raise their favored beasts to the Lord level. At this moment, everyone's gazes rested on the 3 people who were qualified to contract a disaster class cub. At the training camp, in a square, Du Ning and Bai He were both standing there with nervous expressions. In front of them were the 2 envoys who had come from the Magic Capital and Everest, as well as Elder Ding and the 3 instructors. The other students were standing in the distance watching from afar. TMD 3 Disaster Great Imperial Beastmasters. I wouldn't have been able to see one in the past for many years. This is the benefit of being strong. Wide-eyed, that is. But Brother Lin is really ruthless. This even dares to let them off the hook. Ha ha ha, this time I'm afraid I'm going to be defeated. We can't beat you. There's always someone who can rule you, right? Having been oppressed for so long, seeing Lin Sheng finally suffer a loss for once, the students on the side had some joy in their hearts. On the other hand, Bai Hua, who was waiting there, was worried. Where's the other one? The man with a robust body and a gaze like that of a lion opened his mouth and asked. His sharp gaze swept over towards the surroundings, and those who met with him dodged away, not daring to look directly at him. He went to train in the wilderness. Bai He immediately replied instead. Still training in the wilderness? I haven't seen Lin Sheng accompanying his disaster cubs much these past few days, have I? Ding Long froze, slightly embarrassed. How could he accidentally say what was on his mind? And upon hearing his words, those 2 frowned even more tightly. Training is certainly important, but one must also distinguish between the lesser and the greater. The robust man said as if he were lecturing. Since he hasn't returned yet, let's start with you 2 first. Yes. Du Ning took the lead and walked forward. Although the Du family was considered a big family in the Magic City, it was still a bit inferior compared to a behemoth like the 5 great academies. After all, the 5 great academies, behind them stood the strongest people in human society. Inside the academies, the top genius students were also gathered. When these students graduated into society, they would still be inextricably linked to the academies. The gold content of being admitted to these academies was also very different from being specially recruited. After all, the 5 major academic institutions have those 50, 60, or even hundreds of people who get into them every year. But those who were specially recruited had never been. Shao Dai. Du Ning beckoned. The ice crystal emperor butterfly slightly stirred its wings and hovered behind her. Looking at this dreamlike creature, the surrounding students were startled. A lord-level ice crystal emperor butterfly. Getting into a first-class academy was already on the cards, and there was even a chance to impact the top 5 academies. Well, release the skill and see. The stout man nodded, and then under Du Ning's command, the ice crystal emperor butterfly instantly unfolded its domain, followed by countless ice cones suspended in midair. At this moment, a field of death was formed around the ice crystal emperor butterfly. This scene was seen in the eyes of the surrounding students, who immediately turned pale with fear. If their favored beasts were to go up against the ice-clear emperor butterfly, they could only be killed in seconds. It wasn't even on the same level. The level of the favored beast is average. Being able to condense ice cones, this skill proficiency isn't high, is it? Yes, it's only just reached the proficiency level. Du Ning nodded silently. Hearing this, the students on the side people were dumbfounded. Lord level was still considered an average level? A skill at the proficiency level was considered not high? This kind of condition was already easily able to enter a first-class academy, right? However, they still couldn't enter the eyes of the 5 great academies. Your talent is very good. According to your skill proficiency and pet beast level, you can probably rank outside of 120 in our academy. 120th place. I'm afraid there are only about 100 people in the entire academy. But when one thought of the fact that there were still monarch-ranked royal beast masters in that academy, it all made sense. How's the contract for that disaster class cub coming along? It hasn't succeeded yet. Du Ning shook her head. It had only been less than a month. How could it be contracted so quickly? It's possible. With your current strength, you'll almost certainly be able to get into our Everest Academy if you cultivate your second favorite beast to warlord or lord level before the exams. Although I also want to recruit you. The standard of requirements for this special recruitment is very high. The stout man shook his head. For a genius like Du Ning, he really wanted to be recruited into his academy. Once he gave up now, maybe the exam would be taken into another academy, but there was no way. The criteria for this special recruitment made him smack his lips when he looked at it. Even he suspected that the academy didn't intend to specially recruit students at all. That was why it set such high standards. It was estimated that unless that Black Dragon King came, it would be possible to pass. Right? The gazes of the two of them went back to Bai He, who was on the side. My strength isn't as good as Sister Du Ning's. And the disaster class cub hasn't been contracted successfully. Bai Hua shook her head. She still had a clearer perception of her own strength. What about the remaining student? The man with a lean figure who hadn't been speaking said. Du Ning's strength was already very strong in their opinion, yet she still didn't get the number 1 position in this training camp ranking. Naturally, this caused the duo to take great interest in Lin Shang, who was ranked number 1 in the training ranking, even if he couldn't pass the special recruitment. Promising the other party some favors and pulling the strings would also be good. Maybe they could pull this genius into their own academy? I've sent him a message. I guess I'll be back soon. Du Ning said. It was about the same. At this time, Lin Shang returned to the training camp at the same time as usual. Today's harvest was quite fruitful. We hunted a total of over 90 ferocious beasts, most of which were late-stage battle generals. Lin Shang was very satisfied. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Fawn's level would be raised to lord level. At that time, trying to get into the Magic Capital Academy would be the nail in the coffin. Brother Lin, someone over there is looking for you. A friend from Yangchang hurriedly informed Lin Shang when he saw him return. I know. Lin Shang nodded. He knew that the envoys from the Everest Academy and the Dragon Slaying Academy had come for special recruitment. However, the place he wanted to go was the Magic Capital Academy. But he couldn't really let these two off the hook. It wasn't good to be too arrogant. At this time, Lin Shang had already returned to the training base. The moment the two envoys saw Lin Shang, their eyes let out a bright light. Lin Shang's good looks were part of it, but more than that, it was the temperament that emanated from his body. This kind of temperament was the kind that could only be found on a true genius. But Lin Shang's attitude towards the cultivation of cubs, and making them wait here for such a long time, it left the two with a slight grudge in their hearts. Geniuses they had seen a lot. Being proud of their talent was fine with them, but if one did not have the relative strength, then it would not be called bullying, but rather self-indulgence. I guess this white snake is your favorite beast, right? The stout man spoke coldly. Yes. Lin Shang stroked the scales on the little white body with his hand. The relationship between the favored beasts seemed very close, easing the duo's mood a little. Student Lin, it's naturally important to cultivate a relationship with your initial imperial beast, but you can't neglect your second imperial beast either. Although normally this person is quite stupid, but what he's saying now is quite right. After all, it's a disaster level cub. It definitely has much more potential than the first pet beast you contracted. That lean man also said with a smile. The first favored beast, its talent would only be at the monarch level at best, right? There seemed to be only a difference of 1 level between the catastrophe level and the monarch level. However, the number of royal beast masters at the 2 levels was a 1,000-fold difference. The lean man's words instantly made the stout man roll his eyes. If you're talking, just talk. What's the point of disliking me over nothing? And Ding Long and Di Qian also meant the same thing. Who called Lin Shang, who hadn't cultivated a relationship with that disaster class cub since the first day he passed. It had soaked up the wilderness almost every day. Anyone who took a glance could tell. Lin Shang didn't fancy that second favored beast much at all. However, the increase in each pet beast of a beast master was a geometrical increase in one's combat power. It was impossible to compare only contracting a single pet beast to those imperial beast masters who had 2 or 3 pet beasts. Listening to the words of the crowd, Lin Shang was a little puzzled in his heart. Was his relationship with Little White not good? Thinking about it, Lin Shang's movements of jerking Little White's snake head couldn't help but speed up a bit, and the little deer in the imperial beast space was also anxious. Eyes, damn those 2-legged beasts, actually picking on me and my master's relationship. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. When I grow up I'll make you all look good. You don't need to worry about that. 2 seniors. I already contracted my second favorite beast 10 days ago. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, revealing a springy expression. However, looking at this expression of his, Di Qian's heart was worried for no reason. This kid wouldn't be stupid, right? Even Ding Long was confused. Wasn't it only 10 days ago that you were just given the disaster class cub? It's fine for you to lie to your teacher, but why did you lie to yourself? The 2 envoys who had come to this place had already heard Ding Long speak about this matter, and were instantly somewhat novel. You're saying that you just got a disaster level cub and succeeded in contracting it? Yes, it was still an emperor class cub. Lin Sheng nodded with a serious face. How come no one believes in the truth these days? Hearing this, the 2 envoys immediately stifled their laughter a bit, looking like they were holding back a lot. That's good. Good then. Let's ask this student to release that emperor class cub of yours from the imperial beast space and take a look. If the contract is successful, isn't it possible to stay in the imperial beast space? The 2 envoys were completely falling apart. What kind of joke is this? Do you know what it means to contract an imperial level cub? In the entire world, I'm afraid that there were no more than a handful of imperial beast masters who could contract an imperial level cub at this age. Not to mention getting an emperor level cub to agree to a contract within a day. This was even more of a dream within a dream. Even the possibility of him eating a mouthful of shit right now was more likely than this. The 2 were completely disappointed in Lin Xingli in their hearts. So what if he was gifted? This kind of self-talking and bullying nature was not destined to go far in the future. However, before the 2 could speak, a strange sound suddenly spread out from heaven and earth. The surrounding sunlight seemed to be covered in that instant, instantly turning pitch black, and after all that surrounding darkness completely disappeared. A creature that was 3 meters tall, robust and covered in black and gold scales, like a steed unicorn, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment this robustly built creature appeared, some of the surrounding imperial beast masters' imperial beasts instantly collapsed to the ground in fear. This was suppression from the bloodline. It was the absolute domination of higher-ranked creatures over lower-ranked creatures. At this moment, the deer's eyes, which were as dark as a bottomless abyss, were staring at the 2 envoys who were frozen in place. The dark aura emanating from his body was as if it was about to turn into substance. It made the crowd standing at the side shudder. How is this possible? The 2 envoys were completely dumbfounded. Even Ding Long was dumbfounded in place. The eyes of the 3 of them were staring dead at the field. And that favored beast was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It blasted right into their brains. It made them tremble. The dopamine inside the brain was even more frantically secreted. It was constantly being transported throughout the body. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This robust body, pitch black scales, and the dark corrosive aura emanating from its body. It was a look that any disaster-class imperial beastmaster would never forget. The emperor of the dark creatures, the predator at the top of the world, the black dragon Nayak. The 3 of them stuttered and were completely speechless, only feeling that they were now like clowns. And Ding Long was even more confused. So what Lin Sheng had said before was true. It really was an emperor-level favored beast, and it was the heir of the legendary black dragon Nayak. The most crucial thing was that this favored beast had been summoned from the imperial beast space, which meant that it had been successfully contracted. Shit, an emperor-level cub, and it's the topmost existence amongst the emperors. I'm afraid there aren't even 10 creatures of this level in the world. The dark aura on this body, I can't forget it. I've seen it in the video back then. The stout man's voice was trembling. This is simply picking up a treasure. As long as the first favored beast was similar to Du Ning, plus the second favored beast had already reached the standard for their special recruitment, not to mention their academy. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that countless forces would throw out olive branches to Lin Sheng. Student Lin, the doors of our Everest Academy are open to you at any time. As long as you can join our Dragon Slaying Academy, we're willing to provide access to the secondary blood pool once. The 2 men were excited. A level 2 blood pool, the blood pool of a monarch level creature. Using it once, the price was estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. And just at this moment, a special airplane from the imperial capital was also about to land in the camp. In the eyes of the 3 catastrophe-class imperial beastmasters was a look of shock that was hard to hide. Since ancient times, there were not a few imperial beastmasters who had the opportunity to contract with an imperial-level favored beast cub. However, the ones that managed to make it submit and contract were few and far between. The imperial beastmaster's temperament and strength alone could not pass. The talent level is too low. The first contracted favored beast is too weak. All of these would cause dissatisfaction in the hearts of emperor-class favored beast cubs. Many emperor-level favored beast cubs would rather die. They would rather not enter into a contract with a human. What method did Lin Sheng use? To make this black dragon's offspring willing to follow him? Moreover, this was the black dragon's cub that had been lost for several years. Now it had unexpectedly appeared within their dragon kingdom again. The surrounding group of students were still completely unaware of why the 3 catastrophe-grade Imperial Beastmasters were showing such shocked expressions. After all, they had only heard of the black dragon Nayak's name, but had never seen it. Back then, that video was only circulated amongst the higher-ups. In order to avoid causing panic in the base city, it wasn't widely spread, with the exception of the disaster-level Imperial Beastmasters. Randomly publicizing such videos would be hunted down by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Lin actually contracted this disaster-level cub? I'll go, and he did it within a day. No wonder he'd been out training before. So he was cultivating a tacit understanding between the 2 favored beasts. Damn, this is a demon. How on earth did Lin Shang do that? That's not the point. The point is that even if that's the case, it's not enough to make the 3 of them show that kind of expression. That's right, anyone who can become a catastrophe-level beastmaster will be honored as a guest in any base city. What kind of scenes have they not seen before? It's not like the matter of contracting a catastrophe-class cub didn't happen in the past. The hearts of the crowd were filled with puzzlement. Although the black-favored beast in front of them looked very majestic and domineering, and its bloodline must not be low, but to be able to frighten a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster didn't seem to be enough, did it? After all, no matter how talented it was, it only looked like a battle general-level favored beast now. How strong could it be? Can't it be that this is really an Imperial-level cub? I don't know who said this. The crowd present was instantly dumbfounded. And naturally, Di Qian, who was standing beside Ding Long, thought of here as well. So I was wrong about him. While shocked, Di Qian's heart was also filled with self-blame. Previously, she had suspected Lin Shang, but she hadn't thought that all the things the boy had said before were actually true. It was just that they hadn't believed it. For a moment, when she thought about Lin Shang's previous suspicions from his teachers and classmates, she realized that he was still training his 2 favorites in the wild. Lin Shang had trained the 2 beasts in the wild to have a tacit understanding with each other. Di Qian's eyes became a little sour. It must have been because he didn't want that cub to come into contact with the rest of the people and affect the contract. That's why he didn't prove his innocence in advance, right? Di Qian felt inexplicably remorseful in her heart. Why hadn't she believed what Lin Shang had said at the time? In reality, Lin Shang didn't release the little spirit simply because it was too jumpy. Little spirit's will to fight was too strong, and it wanted to go up and give a kick to anyone it saw. Previously, when they had just met, they had sneaked up on Little White in the jungle, and a trample had directly stepped on Little White's scales. Result, only left a little bit of ash on it. Instead, he was dragged by Little White and violently beaten. But that was all before. Now the relationship between the 2 favored beasts had eased a lot. It was simply closer than a blood brother. Nah. How about it, classmate? How are you considering it? As long as you agree, immediately you can become our special enrollment in Everest. That stout man spoke again. What's so good about Everest? The air there is freezing. It's simply not suitable for black dragons to survive. The lean man opened his mouth to retort. Those eyes were constantly sizing up the black dragon's body, almost as if they were seeing a rare treasure. Ha! The black dragon's ability to survive can be adapted to wherever it goes. The stocky man spat again. Those eyes were also sparkling, nearly coming up to the black dragon's body. TSK. Look at the scales. Look at the fur. Look at this muscular explosion of strength. This is the best horse in the world. If one were to evolve to its mother's level and possess such a favored beast, it could become a disaster level just after stepping into the disaster level. The toughest existence amongst the Imperial Beast Masters to mess with. Once it grows to the Emperor level, the Dragon Kingdom possessing such a nation-protecting divine beast, the 2 of them don't dare to think about it anymore. What about the Lighthouse Kingdom? I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to jump in front of the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Did I hear it right just now? Those 2 Lord Envoys said that this is the Black Dragon? Could it be that legendary Black Dragon that attacked the coastal cities of the Lighthouse Kingdom? The one that destroyed hundreds of tall buildings with a single trample? I'll go. The tall buildings in the coastal cities are all made of special materials. Even if they face a tsunami, they can't collapse easily. All of them crushed with a single trample? How powerful must that be? And now they're actually being fought over by 2 envoys to join their 5 great academies. I'm not dreaming, am I? It's true, not dreaming. The geniuses on the side had their harums flowing out, hating to take their place. There were tens of millions of people in the entire young city. Only a dozen or so were able to enter the training camp, and to be able to take the test to suggest one of the 5 great academies. A dozen years would not necessarily be able to come up with one. Then the probability of being specially recruited by one of the 5 great academies was even lower. And now Lin Shang was not only being specially recruited by the Wudi Academy, he was even being snatched up. What kind of honor is this? I'm afraid that even the top student of the college entrance exams wouldn't be able to have this kind of treatment. What college entrance exam top student? Really not familiar. To make an emperor level cub voluntarily settle for second place, then this snake's natural bloodline must not be low either. The two men's gazes landed on Little White's body on the side, and for some reason their hearts violently trembled. It seemed that they had seen this form of favored beast on some picture, but could not recall. How about it, classmate? How are you considering it? Retracting their gaze, the duo inquired in hushed tones. Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng shook his head. I want to go to the Magic Capital Academy. Even if I don't get specially recruited, I'll be able to get into that academy on my own. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the two were not surprised. This kind of genius didn't need to be specially recruited, and was bound to be able to enter one of the 5 great academies. It was normal for the heart to be a little high and mighty. It looks like he does have the capital to be proud. On the surface, our 5 great academies are ranked the same, but in reality, the Devil's Capital and the Imperial Capital. These 2 academies are the 2 academies with the fiercest competition and the strongest. And in previous years, there were also frequent fights between students between the 2 universities. Although I don't know if these 2 academies will come for special recruitment, but with an emperor level cub alone, it won't be enough for them to make special recruitment. At the very least, the proficiency of your favored beast skill should be at the proficient level as well. The duo silently spoke. This difficulty level was already quite high. However, what the two did not know was, not only did Little White have many proficient level skills, he even had perfect level skills. Miss Sue, the airplane will be arriving soon. In the private airplane, the sweet and moving-looking attendant said to the burgundy-haired girl. I know. The girl nodded. Then she got up and put on her black jacket, accompanied by the sound of an airplane landing. The private airliner landed in the middle of the training camp. This is an airliner from the Imperial Capital. The students present were surprised when they saw the logo of the Imperial Capital Academy engraved on the airliner. Could it be that the Imperial Capital Academy had also sent someone for special recruitment? Not waiting for the crowd to hesitate, a burgundy-haired, gorgeous-looking girl walked straight towards the crowd with her long, plump and tight legs. Her white arms were coiled in front of her body, but her eyes were scanning the crowd. There was an invisible aura of superiority in it. So it's Imperial Capital's Su Xin. The two from Everest and Dragon Slayer base city immediately recognized her. The rising star of the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Xin, who was called the Crimson Demon Shadow. Hello, the two of you. Su Xin greeted the two. Although she was only at the peak of a monarch king right now, she was still far from the 2 people in front of her. But she didn't look at how old she was now. Those who could reach the peak of the monarch king rank at this age were destined to have a great future. As for the 2 catastrophe-grade Imperial Beast Masters in front of her, they were limited by their age, and it was already difficult for them to advance an inch further. What's more, she was now representing the Imperial Academy. So naturally, she didn't need to call the 2 as seniors. The 2 were also aware of this. The Crimson Demon Shadow was renowned in the Imperial Capital. Once a person had entered a secret realm where even a monarch-level Imperial Beast Master would die and broke it. But there wasn't a single Imperial Beastmaster who could reach the monarch level who didn't recognize her. Who is Lin Sheng? Su Xin spoke bluntly. Those beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, and some timid boys didn't even dare to meet her eyes. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, was somewhat curious as he sized up the girl in front of him. Is this the Su Xin who still wets the bed in her teens? Lin Sheng had heard his sister talk about this matter. At this moment, his inner thoughts, if the Su Xin in front of him were to find out about it, he would inevitably have to endure a severe beating. Eventually, Su Xin's gaze locked with Lin Sheng. You are Lin Sheng, right? Yes. Su Xin sighed in relief. The long face was quite handsome. When the time came for the 3 of them to live together, it seemed pretty good. It was that Su Xin didn't like white boys too much. After all, she had fought for everything with her own hands. Then we'll leave first? The 2 catastrophe-grade Imperial Beastmasters intended to leave. If it was impossible to specially recruit Lin Sheng, there was no point in trying those remaining students. They didn't even meet the most basic requirements. Can no one pass the test? Su Xin asked seemingly unintentionally. A trace of disappointment inevitably flashed in her eyes. This Lin Sheng, he couldn't even pass the special recruitment for the Dragon Slaying Academy and the Everest Academy. How could he be qualified to enter their topmost Imperial Academy? The 2 little girls standing next to him were quite pretty. Before coming, Su Xin had seen a few people constantly joking around. For a while, the image of a rich son of a rich family, a playboy who did not do his job and used his looks to molest a good family jumped out at him. Such an image, compared to the most perfect one in one's heart, simply a heaven and a hell. Yet these 2 people are still siblings. Can you believe it? But the boss's order is heaven's order. Ah, Come back to the Imperial Capital Academy with me, the boss wants. Not today, you have to go back with me today. Su Xian almost blurted out. The crowd on the side was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open. The duo from before, who had rushed to specially recruit Lin Shang, they could understand. After all, there were Emperor-level cubs. But this scene in front of them they didn't understand. Lord Envoy, if you want to specially recruit a student, you still have to pass a test before you can do so, right? The bald instructor asked with some apprehension. Su Xian instantly gave him a cold glance. In an instant, the bald instructor was scared out of his wits and no longer dared to open his mouth. Was this the Crimson Demon Shadow? It was truly terrifying. The aura that naturally emanated from that body alone made him a Lord-level Imperial Beast Master. Cower in fear. Don't open your mouths to speak. Can I bring someone back to the Imperial capital for testing? Su Xian said coldly. What kind of joke is this? This kind of dude could pass the Imperial capital's special recruitment? Then would the boss still let her come and open the back door? What does opening the back door mean? Don't you all understand? Su Xian felt that she had already shown enough obviousness. Why this group of people still stupidly asked there? Do you know what a back door is? It's a relationship. I don't know what to do. But I'm not sure. Su Xian suddenly felt that it was a bit difficult to communicate with these people. And Di Qian feels something is wrong. This person clearly didn't know Lin Shang's talent and hadn't conducted a test before summoning him to the Imperial Capital Academy. Not to mention that the enrollment conditions of the Imperial Capital Academy could be 10 or even 100 times more difficult than those other 3 academies. Envoy Su, are you the only one coming? Di Qian asked, somewhat worried for Lin Shang. Yes. Su Xian frowned slightly. This opening of the back door seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Wasn't it the case that the moment he opened his mouth, this kid came up with his ass? Living in the Imperial Capital Academy for many years, Su Xian had almost developed the habit of the people around her constantly approaching her, and would naturally develop an air of superiority. However, this Lin Shang heard that the Imperial Capital Academy wanted to recruit him. There wasn't a single happy expression on his face. If some of the dudes she knew, she had promised them to join the Imperial Capital Academy. It was estimated that they would have to line up on their knees to come over and lick her shoes. It was no wonder Su Xian was arrogant. After all, the academy was not only rich, but also extremely powerful. The students in there were all at least at the monarch level, and when they left the school, they were all at least disaster level Imperial Beast Masters. Even the teachers in it were disaster level, and behind them stood an unknown number of disaster level Imperial Beast Masters. They clung tightly together. Other people were squeezing their heads to join them. This was why everyone wanted to send their children into that academy. As long as they could enter it, it was a carp leaping over the dragon gate, just for turning into a phoenix. It seems like there's only a test. Then okay, the test is always fine, right? Su Xian said helplessly. The surrounding crowd was completely speechless. How did it turn into us begging you to test? Isn't this Nima you to enroll students? Why don't we do it this way? The Imperial Beast level reaches the collar. Late War General. There is a proficient. Nope, proficiency level skill. As long as you can hit 10,000 tons of power on a fist power machine, you'll be considered to have passed. Su Xian spoke word for word. It seemed to be afraid of turning up the difficulty. The crowd was filled with question marks. The students on the side were even more dumbfounded. The 3 instructors, on the other hand, were dumbfounded of dumbfounded. Even Ding Long couldn't understand it. This requirement of yours? Who in the training camp can't fulfill it? You're not here for special recruitment. You're here to stock up. Are you sure you're not recruiting for an electronics factory? My goodness, proficiency level skills. Are you serious? Lord level favored beasts would more or less have this kind of proficiency level skill, right? Doesn't that mean I'll be able to get into the Imperial Academy as well? Something's not right. Something's not right. Better take a look first. The students didn't understand. And 10,000 tons of power is really daring to say The ferocious beasts had been strangely powerful since ancient times. Under continuous attacks, creatures at the late warlord stage could casually hit 10,000 tons or even 20,000 tons. And the lord level could easily reach 100,000 to 500,000 tons. And Su Xian hadn't tested it for too long, and had somewhat forgotten the standard. Seeing that the crowd's expressions weren't quite right, Su Xian hurriedly had his assistant carry a strength tester into the arena. Lin Shang was about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by Su Xian. Hurry up and test the strength of the favored beast. Su Xian spoke extremely fast. Since she couldn't say anything, she simply made it quick. After the test was completed, he directly said that he would only recruit 1 quota, took his little brother and ran away. Lin Shang was not given a chance to explain. A machine covered with a film made from the skin of a ferocious beast was just pestled in front of Lin Shang's eyes. It really doesn't listen to people. Lin Shang smiled bitterly. It looked like if he didn't test himself, Su Xin designated that he wouldn't let go. But it's just as well. I haven't tested what level Xiao Bai's power has reached yet. Lin Shang's heart also lit up with a hint of triumph. His goal was to become the strongest Imperial Beast Master. Then since that was the case, he had to have a clear idea of his own strength so that he could plan his growth path afterward. Little White. As Lin Shang opened his mouth, Little White arrived in front of the large cowhide drum. Then it raised its snake tail and directly smacked it. Splat! The force of this blow was extremely great. It directly pumped out a gust of explosion-like sound in the air. 130,000 tons. Generally, the power of a lord level was around 100,000 tons. 130,000 tons was already considered one of the better ones. The students and instructors on the side were not too surprised. On the contrary, Su Xin, who had always been relatively calm, was slightly surprised. It seemed like this brother wasn't that bad, right? And before the crowd could continue to think about it, Xiao Bai's body was violently covered with a layer of pitch-black horns, and then that black color gradually coalesced at the tip of his tail. Whoosh! This time, Little White used a tremendous amount of strength. On its way out, the serpent's tail made a sonic boom in the air, and then it suddenly smashed onto that cowhide drum. Rumble! A sound like a thunderstorm exploded in the field, accompanied by a burst of sonic booms. It shook the eardrums of the surrounding crowd to the point of raw pain. They all looked into the field incredulously. The entire body hardened, and it could be focused on a single point. This was an adept-level hardening skill. At this moment, even Su Xin's heart jumped violently. Proficient-level hardening. Although the hardening skill was very common, it was also one of the most difficult to cultivate. To reach the proficient level, it was never possible without 30 to 40 years of hard practice. But right now, did Lin Shang have half a year to contract a favored beast? I'm afraid that he hadn't even had half a year before he had already reached proficiency level proficiency. This could already be called a genius. 190,000 tons. The value eventually stopped at 190,000 tons as well. The best value that a pre-lord could hit was almost around 200,000 tons. But it was important to realize that the current Xiao Bai could have just struck a single time. A single attack with a power of 200,000 tons was no longer something that could be described as excellent. However, that wasn't all. Not waiting for the value to continue jumping, Xiao Bai's snake tail, unexpectedly in that black horny flow, gradually transformed into a pitch-black orb. Finished, perfect level hardening. The crowd present was completely dumbfounded. Even Su Xin's beautiful eyes were open, incredulously looking at that teenager in the field. How is this possible? One must know that right now even her Imperial Beast hardening skill was only at the perfect grade, but her Royal Beast was already a Monarch-level Royal Beast. And it was at the peak of Monarch. It was about to step into the disaster level. But this teenager in front of her had contracted the Imperial Beast for half a year? Rumble! This time, Little White flung his tail with tremendous power. With the addition of perfect grade hardening, it could flow its black horns to any part of its body. It could even change that part into any form, such as from a knife, sword, axe, hammer, or something like that. And the power of coalescing together is twice as powerful as spreading it all over the body. This smashed on that cowhide drum, directly shaking out ripples after ripples on it. However, the ripples on the top have not disappeared. Xiao Bai's snake tail once again pumped. Not smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying rattle after another came out in this. It even shook some royal beast masters whose royal beasts were no more than at the level of battle generals to the point where they nearly fell to the ground. One must know that they weren't ordinary people. Rather, they were imperial beast masters with extremely strong physical qualities. Even so, they were nearly shaken down. It was enough to imagine just how much power Little White was pumping out at this moment. What is this? Is it a bomber? The trainees on the side covered their ears with all their might. Eyes rounded up as they looked at the crazy scene in front of them. Are you sure this imperial beast of yours is just a snake? Why was this display of terrifying power even stronger than what they had tested before? This kind of strong power. If the night giant was allowed to come, I'm afraid that all of them would be able to whip the armor on his body with a single tail to explode apart. Fortunately, Song Yunjong was not here at this time. If he had seen this scene, I'm afraid that he would have been directly scared to the point of having his mind cracked open. Lin Shen, your rate of progress is also too fast. Ding Long and the three instructors looked at the field with dead eyes. They had been in contact with Lin Sheng for the longest period of time, and had watched him walk step by step from the war general level to the lord level. This rate of progress was truly too terrifying. You, Su Xian was completely dumbfounded. She stared with a pair of beautiful eyes, her small mouth slightly open, looking at the teenager in the field with disbelief. She only felt that at this moment, her heart was thumping so hard that it was practically about to jump out of her heart. What a déjà vu the scene was. Back then, the boss was also like this, beating everyone speechless with his strength. Now her younger brother, who had shown strength, was surprisingly this terrifying as well. And it seemed like that teenager just wanted to see how far he could exert himself. If she hadn't taken the initiative to force it, I'm afraid Lin Shang wouldn't have even made a move. Finally, Little White stopped attacking. That snake tail gradually recovered. However, the value on top of that cowhide drum couldn't stop. 590,000 tons. 710,000 tons. 900,000 tons. The value on the strength testing instrument soared crazily. It didn't stop until it was around 900,000 tons. Looking at this terrifying value, the scene was silent. 900,000 tons. I'm afraid that some of the weaker pre-monarch favored beasts would have this kind of power, right? Wouldn't that mean that Lin Shang was only at the lord level but possessed a battle power close to that of a weak monarch level? For a moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Little White were filled with horror. The battle power was directly across two ranks. What kind of creature is this? The scales on Little White's body were extremely wide, revealing a heart-stopping luster. A pair of pale golden yellow pupils had a strange beauty that made one's soul nearly fall into it after looking at it for a long time. And the most crucial thing was the pair of small horns on its head that were roughly a few centimeters long. But with these, the crowd was not yet able to determine its race, because it wasn't uncommon for snakes in this world to have horns on their heads, like the one-horned python, the green sky bull snake. Which one had horns on its head that weren't it hefty? But it was the first time the crowd had seen scales as beautiful as this, and this leap in talent and combat power. Far from the unicorn python and green sky bull snake, this kind of trash can touch the porcelain. It wasn't until a long time had passed that the crowd came back to their senses from the shock. Good. This kind of battle power is already enough for us to make a special recruitment. Su Xian's eyes were narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon, a smile spreading across her face. I told you, geniuses are all related to each other by blood. Since the older sister is strong, how could the younger brother be weak? I'm not going to the imperial capital. Lin Shang rejoiced over Little White's strength before speaking indifferently, and Su Xian's expression instantly froze. Not going to the imperial capital. What are you staying here for? Be good. Go back with your sister. Su Xian took a step forward and let out a voice that was so regal that it made people's hearts itch to hear it. I want to rely on my own strength to take the exams for other academies. Lin Shang closed his eyes and started babbling. Hiss. That's right. This snake does not eat food handed out in contempt. Little White followed suit and helped out, and Su Xian's complexion went cold in a split second. The pair of pupils that emitted a light red color looked at Lin Shang, as if the air around them had chilled a few points. This was a common behavior of Su Xian after being rejected, and at this time, she was somewhat inhibited. The Crimson Demon Shadow had personally invited someone. No one had yet dared to refuse. But then, the expression returned. Since you insist on going to another academy, then you can go. Su Xian's words seemed threatening, and then it was even without stopping, directly turning around and leaving. Why aren't you persuading? Lin Shang was a little confused. The students of the Demon Capital and the Imperial Capital often engage in sparring matches with each other, and the stakes placed are extremely high. Someone as famous as the Crimson Demon Shadow, even if she can't personally challenge you, she can still find someone a bit stronger than you. This method is often used between the two academies to force and snatch some students. Di Qian obviously knows some insider knowledge. The biggest resources between these two academies are those students with unlimited potential, and this behavior of snatching each other is secretly allowed by them. This was because it could temper the fighting spirit between the students. After all, no one wanted to be a traitor and a slave of two castes. It does seem a bit troublesome. A little bit just, whatever. Lin Shang shook his head. Soldiers come and go. Little White's battle power, although in the pre-lord stage, but it was already able to deal with late lord ferocious beasts. The bottom line was that he still had some. Looking at this big-hearted son, Di Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly. You've been targeted by the Crimson Demon Shadow. Even if a pre-monarch royal beastmaster is targeted by her, probably wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Not to mention Lin Shang, a freshman. If he went to the Devil's Capital Academy without a senior to protect him, it probably wouldn't take long for the Imperial Capital to snatch him up. At that time, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer a lot again. After all, everyone present could see that this Crimson Demon Shadow seemed to have a soft spot for Lin Shang's little piece of fresh meat. Not only did she speak to him in a delicate voice, but she also seemed to be begging the other party to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, The news in the camp also quickly spread to the outside world. Among the top echelons of the Devil's Capital Academy, you guys immediately go and specially recruit this student called Lin Shang, a favored beast spanning 2 ranks, plus an Emperor-class black dragon cub. Our Magic Capital Academy has picked up a treasure. A man in a black suit was excited. I understand. I'll go now. A teacher nodded repeatedly. This kind of talent, it was truly rare. Moreover, it was heard that this Lin Shang was also an S-class royal beast master and had awakened the topmost royal beast space. If he could join their Magic Capital School, it would be one more big help on the way to dealing with the Imperial Capital School. In the city, in an extremely dark high building, there were 4 or 5 of the topmost Imperial Beastmasters who were surrounding a round table. This one called Lin Shang, who is now just 18 years old, has already joined our Dragon Beheading Bureau. It was Di Qian from Yangchang who recruited him. 18 years old. To be able to find a genius for our Dragon Beheading Bureau must be rewarded, and immediately promote Lin Shang. Give support to the growth fund. Make sure to lock him firmly in my Dragon Beheading Bureau. I've already asked someone to transfer Lin Shang's household registration from my bureau to Magic City, and I'll be able to complete a smooth handover within half a day. I have no problem with that. Collecting this kind of genius is also a blessing for my Dragon Beheading Bureau. Everyone nodded their heads. There were no objections in their hearts, and right above that round table, there was only one seat that was empty. That was the seat where the director of the Dragon Beheading Bureau was. At this time, the various forces in the dark were all in some turmoil. For example, the military, the Dragon Slaying Bureau, the Imperial Beast Association, and the various subdivided forces within it. Even some private labor unions and private chambers of commerce. All of them threw out olive branches to Lin Shang. The rewards were so generous that it was really hard to refuse. A random organization was offering tens of millions of dollars, and it was still the starting capital. If Lin Shang hadn't seen much of the world, I'm afraid that he would have easily gotten carried away. But nowadays, his goal was clear. Enter the Mordor Academy first. Then, through the resources of the Magic Capital Academy, he would hunt down strong ferocious beasts and seize their genes. Today is the day the training ends. The blood pool has been completely absorbed by Little White. Lin Shang was in his house, stroking the slippery scales on Little White's body. Now Little White's level had broken through into the middle lord stage, and had obtained many lord level skills. Gigantization, skilled. A certain kind of giant rat, a skill to change its size for a short period of time. Swallowing clouds, skilled. This is Lin Shang's favorite. Can let Xiaobai spray clouds to cover the surrounding area to block the line of sight. There were countless other minor abilities. The more powerful skills were race-specific and could not be inherited by Xiaobai. This was more of a pity. But, it's almost time for the training to end. How about it? Did he pass the test? My brother? Passed. And, Su Xian was sitting on the private airliner, holding her cell phone, a little anxious to speak. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming on the other side of the phone seemed a little anxious. It's just that, he's not willing to come to Imperial City. And, Su Xian recounted all the things he had encountered in the training camp to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming on the other side of the phone fell silent. The corners of her pink mouth hooked up. The little guy is quite good. I thought it would be difficult for him to even get into the 5 great academies. Lin Ming's heart was inexplicably moved, and then it let go of her heart. Since that's the case, let's wait for the school year to start. I'll have my own way to abduct him to the Imperial capital by then. Lin Ming's tone was cheerful and seemed to be in a good mood, and it was the first time Su Xian had seen her boss in such a good mood, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Rejecting me? This is tragic. Right. Sister Lin Ming is very good at cleaning up disobedient freshmen. Su Xian couldn't help but begin to look forward in her heart. Wait until that unruly brat arrived at the Magic Capital Academy. There would be plenty of time to play with him. One must know that Sister Lin Ming, tidying up that group of guys from the Magic Capital School, was a very good hand. Until today there had never been a failed attempt in this regard. Being targeted by her could even be said to be some sort of honor. Let's go. In the training camp, Di Qian brought both Lin Shang and Bai He on the return airplane. After saying goodbye to the various instructors in the camp, they left the camp. On the way back, it was still impossible to see the outside world. In just half an hour, the airplane returned to Yang City. All over Yang City, banners were being pulled. Welcome scholar Lin Shang back to his hometown. Lin Shang looked embarrassed all the way. There were also some unknown outsiders. Hadn't paid attention to the news. Hasn't the college entrance exam started yet? Who is this top scholar? Lin Shang, you don't even know? The college entrance exam is nothing. He's been specially recruited by the Magic City Academy. Special enrollment. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have to take the college entrance exam to enter the Magic City Academy? There are hundreds of people who can enter the 5 great schools in the college entrance exam every year, but I don't think there's even one who's been specially recruited. right? That's natural. It's not just about being able to enter the Magic Capital Academy. I don't know how many big shots want to draw him in. A small city like your Yang City can produce such a genius? The outsiders were surprised. And at this moment, Lin Sheng had already returned to his home. Outside his home, a large group of reporters and neighbors were surrounding him, trying to get a dip of the scholarly aura outside his home. Alas, I've seen that Lin Sheng is a smart kid since I was a kid. His sister got into the Imperial Academy that year, and I was the one who watched her get in. And now it's a family of twin stars. Yes, I even hugged this child when I was a child. It's a pity that this child's fate was so ill-fated that both his parents died. It's not like my son who is so unlucky. It's hard for him to even get into the lowest school. Right. Look at Lin Sheng. He even got the mayor of Yangcheng to officially praise him on a TV program. Shy. I just don't know when this kid will be back. The doorway was bustling with activity. Lin Sheng could see it clearly from thousands of meters away. Hugged me as a child? Lin Sheng was dumbfounded. How could he not remember? In the past, when both of his parents had died, he hadn't seen these neighbors so warm. Only so few had given them help. But then there had been no contact. But Lin Sheng could understand. It was still difficult to raise his own children. Where would one have the money to raise two others? One must realize that raising a single imperial beast master was already the limit of what an ordinary family could afford. Only at this time did Lin Sheng see what it meant to be poor in the downtown area with no one to ask, and rich in the deep mountains with distant neighbors. The nature of man. Lin Sheng had no intention of blaming. He took a long way around and went back through the back door. As soon as he returned home, Di Qian called him, the envoy from Magic City, and the commissioner sent down by the Dragon Beheading Bureau, as well as some of our mayor's bigwigs from Yang City all want to meet you. Should we go to your house now? Or should we meet them at the Noble High School in Yang City? Let's do it at the Noble High School, Lin Sheng responded. When he was on the airplane, he had already gotten the information about the Magic City special recruitment. Hanging up the phone, Lin Sheng was in the house, taking another look at the furnishings. This glance might be the last, but it also just showed that he had become stronger than before. Yangcheng Noble High School. In a large office, the black-clothed Mordor envoy and the commissioner of the Dragon Slaying Bureau were exchanging words with the mayor of Yang City. Ha. Thanks to the mayor being able to teach such outstanding students to our Magic City Academy. Nowhere. It's still all due to student Lin Sheng's own efforts, the mayor of Yang City said modestly. And the principal of Yangcheng Noble High School was also all smiles. How could he say that Lin Sheng had also gone out from their school? He was also considered. A bit of credit, right? I've also come here this time to give Lin Sheng a commendation on behalf of our Dragon Beheading Bureau. Of course. Our Dragon Kingdom will definitely not treat students with strength poorly. The crowd spoke one sentence after another. All of them were constantly boasting on their lips. In the future, when Lin Sheng graduated from the Devil's Capital Academy, after he came out, he would at least be a monarch-level royal beast master. There was even a great possibility that he would be able to grow into a catastrophe-level royal beastmaster. How could they not flatter him? And soon, Lin Sheng also came into the office. Hello seniors, Lin Sheng greeted as soon as he entered. The crowd also responded. So young, it's true that it's just like the director said. Just 18 years old and you have such achievements. This look is so imposing to look at. The commissioner of the Dragon Beheading Bureau Sked, and the envoy from the Magic City Academy took a step forward. Student Lin. This time I'm specifically representing our Mordor Academy to make a special recruitment for you. We've already evaluated your battle prowess, so there's no need for a test, no need for a college entrance exam, and you can come directly to the Magic City at the start of the school year. Are you willing to join our Magic City school? The envoy's heart was a little apprehensive. Of course, Lin Sheng nodded silently, and the envoy's hanging heart finally relaxed. Although he had previously heard that Lin Sheng was planning to enter the Magic Capital School, he had only heard it. Now that he had gotten an official response, how could he not be excited in his heart? We, the senior management of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, have unanimously decided to promote you to an official member of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, and appoint you as the captain of the Yangcheng branch, and you are already qualified to enter the C-class secret realm occupied by our Dragon Beheading Bureau. To be able to enter amongst the secret realm in the first place, this was already a great right, and the captain of the Yangcheng branch is almost as close as Di Qian, Instructor Liu and the others. It's a real position with real power in the whole of Yangcheng. But what made Lin Sheng's heart flutter the most was the right to enter the secret realm. To know today's world, if there is anything that money cannot buy, it is the product of the secret world. Before leaving, the envoy from the Magic Capital also gave Lin Sheng a wake-up call. You have to go and certify the identity of a Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster first. The college entrance exam will probably end in less than half a month. Just certify your identity before that. and as soon as Lin Shang left this place, he rushed directly to the Imperial Beast Master Association. The gate of the Imperial Beast Master Association. Most of the Imperial Beast Masters were here to authenticate their identities. Welcome to the Yang City Imperial Beast Master Association. May I ask what kind of business you're here for? The flamboyant-looking attendant smiled as she looked at the teenager in front of her. It was quite handsome-looking. I'm here to certify the identity of a Lord-class Imperial Beast Master, said Lin Shang as he handed out his identification. Lord level. That attendant was taken aback. 18 years old and you're here to certify as a Lord-level Imperial Beast Master? She didn't dare to be slow and picked up Lin Shang's identification. When it saw Lin Shang's name, it was so shocked that it covered its mouth with both hands and looked incredulously at the clean-cut young man in front of it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Shang smiled and inquired. No problem. No problem. Please follow me. With an excited face, the service staff led Lin Shang to the testing location. The process was also smooth. Lin Shang received his certification as an intermediate Lord-class Imperial Beastmaster with little effort. He had become a documented, intermediate Lord-grade Imperial Beastmaster, intermediate Lord-level Beastmaster. In the entire Yang City, one could probably count them all. Lin Shang couldn't help but feel some stirrings in his heart. I never thought that one day I would be able to become an intermediate Lord-grade Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Shang left the Imperial Beastmaster Association after taking a picture at the request of the attendants. He was now as the Yang City sub-captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. It was with certain qualifications to inquire about information about ferocious beasts on the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Those were information that was not open to the public, and were only for Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters. And now that he was the sub-captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau, he had a higher level of authority. Lin Shang opened his cell phone, directly started flipping through it. A few tens of minutes later, floating whale, to be able to fly without wings. Isn't this ability what Little White needs? The weakest cub is at the monarch level, and the adult body can even reach the late catastrophe level? Lin Shang was taken aback, but at least there was now a way to make Little White take off. It was just a matter of working towards that goal. Thundering God Rabbit, a pair of pointed horns that can release flashes of lightning, capable of instantly cleaving disaster-level ferocious beasts to death. The cubs are also at the monarch level. The nine-headed divine python, distributed amongst the jungles along the coast, with 9 heads capable of spewing out 3 types of elemental power. It's also a disaster-level beast. Even through the screen, Lin Shang could feel a hint of the pressure coming through, not to mention facing those living creatures directly. At least with his current strength, he was still far from being able to manage to kill these creatures. It seems like I must become stronger. My current strength is still far from enough. Lin Shang had another goal in his mind. That was to become a catastrophe-grade Imperial Beastmaster, hunting these ferocious beasts and making Little White the strongest creature in the world. Moreover, Lin Shang had heard that almost 90% of the students who had graduated from the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital were disaster-grade Imperial Beastmasters. The remaining 10% died in the school's adventures. After graduating from the Magic Capital School, I'll be able to become a disaster-level Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Shang was confident and had a sense of crisis in his heart. The Crimson Demon Shadow is true to his word. I'll definitely face a lot of pressure when I arrive at the Magic Capital. There are even many Imperial Beastmasters with higher ranks than me, and we don't have the C-rank secret realm belonging to the Dragon Slaying Bureau in Yang City. I'll have to look for some attack type means and see if there are any ferocious beasts with attack skills in the wilderness around Yang City. In the search bar, he typed in keywords such as Yang City, Lord level, and so on. Thunder Dragon Python, probably ranked around Lord level. It's the leader of that group of lightning serpents. After the secret realm around Yang City was broken, there were still 7 or 8 Thunder Dragon Pythons roaming the jungle, and each one of them was followed by at least dozens or hundreds of lightning snakes. It's just you. Lin Shang's eyes lit up. Although there were very many Lord-level ferocious beasts in the depths of the Yang City jungle, however, there were only about 7 or 8 of them that had mutated into a Thunder Dragon Python. If one wanted to find it, one had to join some team of hunters that had the ability to enter the depths of the jungle. Lin Shang returned to the Hunter Association once again. You, Team Lin, why are you back again? That girl couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness when she learned that Lin Shang was now a sub-captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau after Lin Shang had left. A captain was equivalent to being in charge of the entire Yang City's Dragon Beheading Situation Force. To become a sub-captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau at such a young age, in the future, his future was bound to be unlimited. I don't know how many young ladies from the deep bosom of the family would follow and send them forward. Where is her turn to be a small staff? But there was always nothing wrong with making good relations. In the Imperial Beast Association, is there a team that goes out to the field to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python? Lin Shang asked directly. Thunder Thunder Dragon Python. This ferocious beast killed a Lord Imperial Beastmaster only the year before. It's really fierce. But there aren't too many Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters in Yang City. So very few people will team up to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python. Generally those with the word dragon in their name were ferocious. Alright, do you know where the Thunder Dragon Python would normally be? Lin Shang asked again. The records of the Imperial Beastmaster Association might not be very clear, but being a local, one might know something about it. I've heard some old hunters say that in that jungle all the way into the southeast, you'll see a lake, and once you see it, you must stay away. And he's seen a Thunder Dragon Python at that lake. The attendant seemed thoughtful. That hunter was a veteran Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster. Even he said that it was dangerous. So it must really be life-threatening. A lake? Kind of interesting. Lin Shang smiled. He reckoned that the lake must have something special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted a mutated creature like the Thunder Dragon Python to go there at all. To be able to title a creature with an ordinary bloodline as a dragon, what exactly was in there? Lin Shang became more and more curious. But Captain Lin, you mustn't go alone. There were once 3 Lord Imperial Beastmasters who went together to surround the Thunder Dragon Python and narrowly escaped death. Captain Lin had only just broken through to the Lord level, right? Once he encountered a mutated creature like the Thunder Dragon Python, he would have no chance of survival. Thank you. Lin Shang waved his hand. Didn't take the waiter's words too seriously. Little White's strength nowadays was already at the top of the list at the Lord level. It even had the chance to fight head-on against some weak pre-monarch pet beasts. There was already nothing to be afraid of at the Lord level. Walking out of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Lin Shang casually hitched a ride and rushed to the outside of that jungle. At this time, there were already some hunters gathered there, and as soon as Lin Shang got out of the car, there were a few people walking towards him. Recognized? Also, but Lin Shang didn't like to cover himself up too much. He could only wait for the other party to come over with a smile on his face. Should I speak in a captain's tone later? Or be more amiable? Just as Lin Shang was hesitating. That one over there. Yes, you, the one that's quite handsome. Long. The handsome one? Lin Shang was dumbfounded. He wasn't recognized? And what the hell is the handsome one? I wanted to rely on my own strength to eat, but in the end, I'm still relying on my face? Lin Shang smiled bitterly. We have a Lord-class Imperial Beastmaster leading our team, and we're still missing one person, so come over here. In front of her, the girl with some freckles on her face waved at Lin Shang. It was also true that she had come over to draw Lin Shang in because she saw that he was more handsome. If one wanted to enter the depths of the jungle, first of all, there had to be a Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster leading the group, and the number of people had to be sufficient. In other words, Lin Shang was pulled in to make up the numbers. Lin Shang was stupid. However, it was good. He had planned to find some fanboys and girlfriends on his own, but it was troublesome to protect the safety of others on the road. It just so happened that someone invited them to come along. Did you find the people? A bearded Imperial Beastmaster raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Shang. Obviously he was the Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster in the team. Yes. Team who? The girl with freckles on her face opened her mouth and shouted. When we reach the depths of the jungle in a moment, all of you will listen to Team Who's orders, so don't act without authorization and lose your little life. The teenager on the side saw that Lin Shang was long and handsome, and he was also so close to the girl that he couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy in his heart. But having met for the first time and not having the hatred of killing his father, he still kindly reminded him, it won't be. I can also be a Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster. Lin Shang smiled and spoke. Just you? Still Lord level? You think you're Lin Shang? The freckled girl rolled her eyes. The person was quite handsome, and this mouth was quite deceitful. Lord-level Imperial Beastmaster. Is that something you can impersonate? Pretending to be a highly educated white boy. It's okay to cheat the rich. Pretending to be an Imperial Beastmaster is not looking for a fight. Not to mention such a young Lord Imperial Beastmaster. Other than Lin Shang, she had never heard of one. Let's go. Brother Lin can't pretend to be anyone. The teenager left behind a sentence. Looking at the several people, Lin Shang was secretly shocked. How was it that with such a wide range of popularity, no one knew what he looked like? Even that little girl from the Imperial Beast Association recognized him because she had been to the Imperial Beast Association herself before and saw his name. It seems that the protection of the Royal Beastmaster's portrait rights piece is going well. Lin Shang silently spat. He then followed the group. Since the others didn't know, he wouldn't foolishly keep saying it either. A name was something you made on your own, not by a mouth and what others said. It was a team of roughly 6 or 7 people. After entering the jungle, they each summoned their own Imperial beasts. Iron Shell Road Walking Turtle, Red Blood Wolf, Steel Blade Giant Mantis, and that Lord-class Royal Beastmaster's favorite beast was a black-feathered Steel Eagle. That black-feathered Steel Eagle hovered in the air, searching and hunting ferocious beasts extremely fast. In less than half a day, they rushed deep into the jungle, hunting dozens of battle general level beasts on the way, and most of them were late-stage battle generals. See, Team Who is one of Yang City's rare lord-level Imperial Beast Masters. I heard that Team Who is also a member of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. He came to hunt ferocious beasts to make money in order to cure his wife's illness. And Team Who has always been very kind to people. You'll get a lot of benefits when you get out. That freckled young girl hemmed and hawed. And at this time that black-feathered steel shadow was also throwing a thunder snake from high in the air directly to its death. Someone in the team immediately walked up to pick up the corpse. It's almost time to enter the depths of the jungle. We must be careful, and immediately avoid encountering lord-level ferocious beasts, especially the snakes with blue stripes on their bodies. Once you see this kind of lord-level ferocious beast, don't have any hesitation. Turn around and run. Team Who gave a serious and detailed explanation. I understand. How many times have I told you? The crowd responded one by one. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time that this lord-level Imperial Beastmaster had explained this sort of thing. Lin Sheng, who was following the group, also nodded silently. This Lord Great Imperial Beastmaster's character was indeed good. Although he had pulled him in to make up the numbers, he hadn't treated him as cannon fodder. Instead, he hadn't let him make much of a move along the way. One should know that some hunter teams often invited some individual Imperial Beastmasters and had them carry out extremely dangerous actions. In comparison, this person already looked good. Moreover, it was also someone from their Dragon Beheading Bureau, which made Lin Sheng look a lot better. After the group entered the forest area, they moved more cautiously. Originally, the late warlord thunder snake that was not encountered very often in the periphery. When they arrived in this forest area, it was as if they bumped into them as if it was a common occurrence. Although there were already 3 or 4 late-stage battle general beast masters in the group, it was quite difficult to move. There were several times when Lin Sheng applied to make a move, ZB. In the end, they all ended in failure. Finally, let's rest in place first, then we'll return. The harvest this time was already very full. There was no need to risk their lives to continue. Everyone stopped moving and took out food and water from their backpacks. I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Sheng left behind a sentence. Be careful, don't stray too far away. Team Who frowned and opened his mouth to explain. Lin Sheng nodded. Turning around, he entered the jungle and immediately disappeared. Little spirit, hiss. A pitch-black warhorse covered in scale armor exuded a dark aura. Lin Sheng leapt onto it and directly rode on it, and then it hurried towards the southeast direction in the jungle. On the way, there were thunder snakes of the late war general stage attacking. However, Little White and Little Spirit were tied together, and a fling of their tails directly smoked and exploded them. Nearly 1,000,000 tons of force. It was hard for even a lord level to carry it, let alone a war general level. Still no shadow at this depth? Lin Sheng wondered. Little Spirit was running at full speed, as fast as 3 times the speed of sound, causing bursts of sonic booms in this jungle. In just a few minutes, it was estimated that it had already traveled dozens of kilometers forward. Finally, Little Spirit crossed a grassy area, and a lake suddenly appeared in front of him. And around that lake, there were also 3 giant pythons with blue lines all over their bodies. 3 thunder dragon pythons. Hair. Lin Sheng's expression was joyful. However, as he approached the lake, his body became more and more tingly. There's something wrong with that lake. The closer it gets, the more it can feel a current. No wonder these thunder dragon pythons like to stay by that lake. Hiss. At this moment, the 3 lord-class thunder dragon pythons that didn't like to be disturbed also saw the humans behind them. A crackling, terrifying thunderous sound was immediately emitted from their bodies, and Lin Sheng's gaze passed through the lake and saw something at the bottom of the lake. It was a blue stone that emitted thunder light, and there were dozens or hundreds of them. This is a thunder lightning stone. A single piece can be sold for millions of dollars. There are so many of them here. Lin Sheng was secretly delighted. It was important to know that thunder lightning stones were key items for tempering the defenses of lightning skills and pet beasts. No wonder these thunder light pythons were able to dominate this jungle. It turns out that they occupied this entire large lake. This is my destiny. How can these beasts possess it? Hiss, 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 hiss. These thunder dragon pythons also saw Lin Sheng's intentions. This was because not too long ago, 3 human royal beast masters had come and taken away a few of their thunder lightning stones. It made the killing intent in their hearts automatically pull full when they saw a human royal beast master nowadays, in the middle of the jungle. Why hasn't it returned after so long? Team Who frowned. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. 10 minutes had passed and Lin Sheng still hadn't returned. I guess it's prostatitis. I'll go take a look. The boy from that team got up and dug in towards the jungle. After a few minutes he violently turned back. "Captain, he's gone." The boy's complexion revealed a hint of anxiety. It wasn't because he was worried about Lin Shang. Rather, it was because at a time like this when a person was suddenly missing, it was likely that he had been targeted by other ferocious beasts. Missing? Captain Hu stood up. Even if it was missing, it was impossible to not make a sound at all. He was a sentinel beast master. From Lin Shang's physical qualities, Captain Hu could tell a thing or two. Could it be that he was an awakened level royal beast master? If that was the case, it was quite possible that he could be killed in seconds by a battle general level ferocious beast to the point where he couldn't make a single sound. "No, it's getting late. We have to hurry back," the team member said. "Not yet. Wait here for another half an hour. If he doesn't come back, we'll leave." Black Eagle, scout the surrounding skies. If you find a silhouette, immediately notify me. Team Who gave the order to his black-feathered steel eagle. Aang. The black-feathered Kong responded with a long chirp while flying away. Roar. Rumble. In the depths of the jungle, 3 thunder dragon pythons with blue electric patterns surrounding their spines spewed out thick lightning from their mouths towards a white snake and blasted it. As Little White approached towards the 3 thunder dragon pythons, he continuously dodged the thick lightning. However, there were still quite a few that hit his body. The electric field generated around this thunder pool is really affecting Little White's movements too much. Even with Lin Shang's current physical quality, it was difficult to even approach that thunder pool. Not to mention that Little White had to keep moving with the 3 thunder snakes clamping down on him. Moreover, those 3 thunder dragon pythons had apparently long since adapted to the environment here and were barely affected. The 3 late lord level ferocious beasts were really not easy to deal with. It was also thanks to Xiao Bai's scales at this time, which possessed the anti-electricity ability of a deep-sea electric eel, that he wasn't completely crushed. Without this ability, this electric field alone would be enough to make it difficult for Little White to move an inch. But thanks to this electric field, so much so that those weak thunder snakes couldn't even follow the 3 lord fierce beasts, Lin Shang was somewhat grateful in his heart. A single lord-class creature followed dozens or hundreds of warlord-class thunder snakes around. With 3 lord level, there were 300 to 400 thunder snakes. If these thunder snakes discharged their attacks at the same time, I'm afraid that even Little White wouldn't be able to carry it. Roar! The 3 thunder snakes, seeing that they could not stop Little White from advancing, at one time, they began to unite, spitting out incomparably thick blue thunderbolts in their mouths to surround Little White. Those 3 blue thunder lights were like a large net. If struck by such thunder light, the pre-lord ferocious beasts were afraid that they would directly die violently. Hiss! Let me go up and stomp them to death. At this moment, Little Spirit's violent temper came back. Raising a pair of front hooves, he was impatient. Fine, you go. Lin Shang patted its horse's back. Hiss! Master, I'm joking. Little Spirit immediately settled down. Wasn't it just a joke? Why did you take it seriously? A ferocious beast in the late lord stage. Any other of those 3 snakes could hang it up and fight it right now. But just wait for me to grow up. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. At that time, won't I still be able to kill these 3 snakes at will? Just at this time, Xiao Bai finally rushed to the front. The pair of snaketail violently turned into the color of pitch black, and then condensed into a sharp blade. As Little White violently threw out the sharp blade, it cut the air and emitted a burst of whining. Poof! A thunder dragon python was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Then another 2 swings. Poof! Poof! As 2 sounds rang out. The remaining 2 thunder dragon pythons were also chopped into 2 pieces in that instant. 3 thunder dragon pythons were instantly killed. These 3 thunder dragon pythons were invincible in terms of aggressiveness at the lord level, but their defense was insufficient. Every time they faced a battle, they almost always instantly killed or critically injured their opponents. But this time it was considered a kick in the teeth. Their attacks could only leave some wounds on Xiao Bai's body, which was simply not enough to be fatal. And after that, they were even instantly cut down by Xiao Bai's power that was close to 1,000,000 tons. It seemed like a simple kill, but without extremely strong lightning resistance and attack power. These 3 thunder dragon pythons staying by the thunder pool were a near invincible existence. Strip out the snake gall of these 3 thunder dragon pythons. Lin Shang and Little Spirit endured the tingling sensation and walked forward. The snake galls of the thunder dragon pythons were taken out, then used the sequence extraction skill. Acquired thunder dragon python bloodline gene. Acquired thunder dragon python electricity resistant scales. Acquired thunder boom thunder, introductory, skill gene of thunder dragon python. And then Lin Shang extracted the thunder dragon python genes of the other 2 together. It was then injected into Little White. As the gene entered the body, Little White's scales gradually produced a slight change. The originally snow-white neck was altered by the genes to create a blue-purple thunderbolt mark, and he successfully obtained the thunder dragon python's attack skill. Booming thunder, skilled. Roar! As Little White used the skill, its pupils gradually emitted a heart-stopping blue-purple electric light, and that bluish-purple lightning mark on its back gradually emitted a deep blue light. Little White's mouth contained a stream of wild thunder and violently struck in the middle of that pool of water. That thunderbolt was incomparably thick, with a diameter of 3 meters, and instantly blasted out a deep pit in the pool water. What a strong power! Lin Shang lamented. And the most crucial thing was, Lin Shang could exercise his thunder blast skill through the thunder lightning stones in that thunder pool. These thunder dragon pythons can evolve so strongly just by feeling that thunder light through the lake. If Little White were to directly use these thunder lightning stones, to what extent should it evolve? Lin Shang was excited in his heart. Afterwards, he directly let Little White dive into the bottom of the lake and put the tens or hundreds of thunder light stones into the royal beast space. A total of 139 pieces. I'm afraid that the entire stock of Yang City doesn't have this many. And at the same time, in the middle of that camp, well, Black Eagle, did you find anyone? Aang. Black Eagle let out a long cry. Captain Hu, on the other hand, only nodded his head as his face gradually became grave. It then changed even more to shock, with a hint of disbelief carried with it. What's wrong, Captain Hu? Seeing the captain's positive expression, the team members at the side all opened their mouths to inquire. He's fighting 3 thunder dragon pythons. It's not quite accurate to say fighting. He's confronting those 3 thunder dragon pythons. Since the thunder dragon python's ability to spit out lightning was too terrifying. So much so that Black Eagle only dared to watch from the air in the distance and didn't get much of a good look at the scene. So team who didn't know very much. Usually thunder dragon pythons are rare. And with 3 whole thunder dragon pythons gathered together, even a lord-level royal beast master going there wouldn't be saved. Right. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. I don't know what was going through their minds. Indeed, with the strength of the Black Eagle, if it touched the thunder dragon python, it would also be killed by a single strike of that lightning. It's not even a level of existence. Captain Hu silently spoke, and the hearts of the crowd became more and more surprised. No wonder Captain Hu said that when he saw a snake species with blue stripes on its body, he would turn his head and run. Even Captain Hu's pre-lord Black Eagle would be killed in seconds when it encountered it. It could be seen how ferocious and overbearing this thunder dragon python was. And that teenager had actually encountered 3 whole ones at this time. One really didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. I'll have Black Eagle lead me to watch from afar again in a while. If there's no chance we'll leave again. Captain Hu quickly made a decision. Back then, he had had his life saved by a predecessor of the Dragon Beheading Bureau in the jungle. How similar was the scene now? If he, Hu Rui, escaped now, how could he go to the Dragon Beheading Bureau to face that senior in the future? So he had to go. And with Captain Hu leaving this place with his Black Eagle, the people on the side all revealed envious looks. Captain's strength is so strong and his character is so good. How come he hasn't thought of finding a girlfriend? You don't know yet, do you? The captain hunts ferocious beasts so desperately just to make money to cure his wife's illness. The team member at the side silently spoke. The crowd was all a bit shocked. But that's 3 thunder dragon pythons. I reckon this youth is basically hopeless. And the thunder dragon python should be deep in the jungle. How did he run such a long distance in such a short period of time? A few people's hearts were filled with perplexity. At the same time, Hu Rui had already flown dozens of kilometers on the back of the Black Eagle. Only then did he finally see the lake and the scene below. 3 thunder dragon pythons. Skeletons, already dead? What's that white one? At this moment, the white snake with a white body and a faint electric light on its body twisted its head and glanced towards the sky. It immediately shocked Hu Rui into a cold sweat. It was too terrifying. Across such a distance, merely being stared at gave him a crisis of death. This kind of distance, even the thunder dragon python couldn't possibly do it. And there was no way that a thunder dragon python would have left the surroundings of the thunder pool. That meant that those 3 thunder dragon pythons had been killed precisely by that white snake, killing 3 lord-level thunder dragon pythons at the same time. Is it possible that this is a monarch-level beast? Hu Rui's mind was shaken. And when he saw that snow-white snake heading towards a silhouette, this inner shock was raised to another big level. Who is that guy with the exploding head? Could it be our Yang City's Grand Imperial Beast Master? Hu Rui immediately went over in his mind the royal beast masters in Yang City that possessed monarch-level royal beasts, but none of them possessed the image of an explosive head. Not only was it the explosive head, the clothes of the figure underneath were also scorched and tattered, and even his face was caked with dust, so it was obvious that he had just experienced an extremely intense battle. Hu Rui didn't dare to be slow and immediately ordered the Black Eagle to land down. There were strong people around here, and it was disrespectful to the strong people for him to fly high in the air. This senior. My name is Hu Rui from the Dragon Beheading Bureau. I don't know if senior is. Hu Rui landed in front of Lin Shang and arched his hand as an album before carefully inquiring. Lin Shang froze for a moment. Then he touched his hair. Just now when he approached the thunder pool, the hair on his body was exploded by electricity. It was just that he hadn't paid much attention to it, but he hadn't wanted to make Hurue not recognize him. Just as Lin Shang was planning to confess, he suddenly heard the 3 words Dragon Beheading Bureau. You're also from the Dragon Beheading Bureau? Yes, I am an official member of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. That would be a coincidence. I am the new captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau who just came to Yangcheng to succeed me. Newly arrived captain. Hurue was taken aback in his heart. He had indeed heard that a new captain was coming to Yangcheng, and the succession ceremony would be held tomorrow, but he never expected to see it in this jungle today. No wonder he had never seen this senior's figure before. So it turned out to be a new arrival. Good day, Chief Captain. I wonder if you have seen a teenager around here. Tall and handsome, probably around 18 years old? Well, I've already saved him. Lin Shang nodded. He was new to the office, so he had to raise the bar a bit, lest he be unconvincing. Hurue sighed in relief. Then thank you, Chief Captain, and thanks to that teenager's luck can me captain you in this jungle? I don't know Captain. My surname is Lin. Captain Lin. I will definitely be on time for the succession ceremony tomorrow. A few minutes later, Hurue returned to the campground. How's it going, Captain? Is the person still alive? Alive. And he was really lucky to have encountered the newly arrived chief captain of the Dragon Chopper Bureau in this jungle. What? The crowd looked at each other. This luck really wasn't ordinary. I'm afraid that if he had met an ordinary lord-level royal beastmaster, he wouldn't have been able to save him. It had to be one of the 3 strongest members of the Young City Imperial Beastmaster Association to do it. And the one he met happened to be the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. One of the 3 strongest. But this newly arrived director is really strong enough. Can he slay 3 thunder dragons all by himself? And it's still by the thunder pool. Admiration grew in Hurue's eyes. It was the yearning for a strong person. He had thought that the captains who had come to serve this time was a straw man, but he hadn't expected the strength to be so strong. Still willing to lend a hand to ordinary people. It seems that our Yang City has really picked up a treasure. That freckled girl said cheekily. Yeah. That's why I'm planning to join the Dragon Beheading Bureau in the future as well. The boy on the side also spoke up, setting up a goal for his own heart. Ha, brat, then you have to work hard. Wanting to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau is not that simple. You have to know that Captain who is one of the few Lord-class Imperial Beastmasters in our Yang City, and even he is only a high-ranking member of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. A few members of the team proceeded to laugh, and a few tens of minutes passed. Lin Shang found a place in the jungle that was relatively calm and peaceful. From the Imperial Beast space, he directly took out a Thunder Light Stone. The Thunder Lightning Stone emitted tingles of lightning, causing Lin Shang's palms to have a tingling sensation. It seemed like there was an invisible energy that wanted to drill into his flesh and blood. There was even a sense of comfort after a long time. I'll first look on the Royal Beastmaster Association's network to see exactly how this Thunder Lightning Stone can be used. There were a total of 3 ways to use the Thunder Light Stone. First, used as food for thunder elemental creatures. Second, paired with a certain special material, it was used to exercise the defense ability of a pet beast, which could have a certain probability of awakening an extremely strong lightning resistance in the pet beast, or even mutating a lightning attribute skill. Third, directly forcefully absorbing the lightning energy in the lightning stone to raise the level of the lightning attribute skill. The first method was rarely used as it was too extravagant. After all, Thunder Light Stones were rare in number and extremely expensive, with a single piece reaching a price of millions. I don't need the second method. Little White doesn't lack lightning attribute resistance or lightning attribute skills, so there's only the third, directly absorbing the lightning attribute energy from the lightning stones. Lin Shang picked up a Thunder Lightning Stone and threw it to Little White. Hiss! Little White curiously approached that piece of Thunder Light Stone, and then the lightning energy in it, unexpectedly and unconsciously sprang out from it and directly surged into Little White's body. At the same time, the lightning mark on its back diffused slightly and unnoticeably, emitting a faint blue light. Since it can be absorbed, let's absorb it all at once. Lin Shang made a move, and 100 Thunder Lightning Stones in his hand instantly piled up on the ground in front of him. For a moment, it illuminated the surroundings of this jungle, emitting a large amount of bluish-purple light. The trees and grasses that were close by instantly withered. The birds and beasts even fled towards the distance. It was enough to see how majestic the thunder attribute energy was. The energy in the lightning stone transformed into a substantial airflow in the air, and flew directly into the mark at the back of Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai immediately felt a tingling in his body. The cells of his entire body were madly stimulated to grow. The pair of dragon horns on his head instantly grew twice as long, and the scales on his body were also faintly emitting blue electric light. At this moment, Xiaobai was like a giant dragon bathed in lightning. Thunder Blast, proficient, has mutated into Thunder Dragon, proficient. skill discharge, introductory, acquired, upgraded from discharge, beginner, to discharge, proficient, 2 more skills, and they had mutated. Lin Shang was elated. This was simply something for nothing. Upgrading a skill to the proficient level would take decades of time. One didn't know. Some Imperial Beastmasters were able to become a party of great power by merely possessing a proficiency level skill, and Little White had no idea how many proficiency level skills he possessed today. The most crucial thing was that booming thunder was already strong enough, and the 3 thunder dragon pythons had spent an unknown amount of time by that thunder pool before they had just reached the introductory level, and Xiaobai absorbed all of this thunder lightning stone, and not only did it evolve to the proficient level, it even mutated into a new skill. Try the effect of the skill. At this time outside the jungle, that squad of 7 or 8 people had just left the jungle. Then a group of people immediately surrounded it. What ferocious beast did old Who hit this time? Sell it to me directly. I'll give you the highest price in the room. Ha ha ha. Still according to the old rules, Hu Rui took the bag out, and in the next instant, the crowd in front of him did freeze. Not only did they not react, but instead, they raised their heads and froze, looking into the middle of the jungle. Dragon! Dragon! Suddenly one person's finger pointed at the forest in horror. Then more people's gazes all moved over. Even Hu Rui and the others immediately turned their heads away, not knowing what was happening. After the crowd moved their eyes to the jungle, they were instantly shocked by the sight before them. They only saw the depths of the jungle where the sky was originally clear. Suddenly appeared a black pressurized dark clouds. And the most horrible thing is that under the dark cloud, a huge thunder dragon with a body tens of hundreds of meters high. It was covered in extremely terrifying blue-purple electric light, raging madly in the jungle. Its body was as if it was made of thunder from the 9 heavens. Overbearing, majestic, terrifying. Just a single pounce was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Rumble. Explosion-like sounds and airwaves swept even from the jungle. The horrifying bright light pierced the eyes of the crowd. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the bright light disappeared. However, I'm afraid that the jungle had long been blown into a wasteland. What happened? My God! What the hell was that? How can it be so terrifying? It's hard to believe that a thunder dragon python did this. A thunder dragon python has transformed into a dragon. That thunder light is too terrifying. If it was unleashed in a city, it would be enough to level an entire neighborhood. It must be some monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster unleashing his skills again. Could it be that senior? Hu Rui instantly thought of a lot. This kind of terrifying skill. Other than that senior, who else could unleash it? Was senior really a monarch-level Imperial Beastmaster? No wonder even Di Qian, the captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau at the late Lord stage, was able to replace him. Hu Rui looked shocked. The team members on the side were also shocked. This was too terrifying. It was simply like a godlike power. So strong. Can I also become such a royal Beastmaster in the future? That teenage girl longed in her heart. Captain Hu, we're also going to the Dragon Beheading Bureau tomorrow. I also want to meet that new captain. That teenage girl was all excited in her heart. If such a strong person didn't see this opportunity, they might not see him in the future. But tomorrow at the meeting everything is under my command. Hu Rui hesitated or agreed. The new captain arrived. The Zhanlong Bureau within the team members are allowed to bring their families. It just so happened that he was also alone, so he might as well bring these 2 little guys to see the world. Great! The 2 were instantly excited. And at this moment in the jungle, Lin Shang looked at the wasteland in front of him that had been leveled by his own explosions and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. This skill was too terrifying. It was almost already comparable to the killing skill of a monarch-level favored beast. Even Little Spirit in the Imperial Beast space was shocked. What kind of race was this big brother of his? Why is it so terrifying? Hiss. Humph. Little White seemed to be very proud as it watched its master's surprise. If it could grow hands, it would be pinching its waist right now. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Shang stroked Little White's very conspicuous dragon horns. His heart was very pleased. It could both swallow clouds and spit out thunder and lightning. How was this different from the legendary dragon? Soon Lin Shang returned home and put the 3 pieces of thunder dragon python's guts up for auction on the internet. And they were all sold in less than 15 minutes. The average price of one was around $90 million. And the other party paid Lin Shang $300 million for the 3 thunder dragon guts. $300 million. This was simply a huge amount of money. But now that he was faced with this huge sum of money, Lin Shang had been able to stabilize his mind, and was able to do so without being shocked, because compared to the 3 thunder dragon guts, the thunder lightning stones in that thunder pool were even more expensive. The next morning, Lin Shang woke up early to wash up and put on a cleaner outfit. Afterwards, he took a car and arrived at the Dragon Beheading Bureau's Yangcheng headquarters. The headquarters of the Dragon Beheading Bureau was located in the center building of Yang City. and was established separately from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Although they belonged to the same Imperial Beastmaster Association, the internal management and division was separate. Or rather, the Imperial Beastmaster Association was more like a group that united all the major organizations to fight against the consortiums and organizations of various countries. Inside the Dragon Chopper Bureau, there were executives and bigwigs from all walks of life in Yangchang, even Chief Instructor Liu, the mayor of Yangchang, and Di Qian. I heard that the chief captain who came this time has only just graduated. Is he up to the task? A burst of skepticism came from the guests. I'm sure you all know who's coming to take over this time. There's no doubt about his strength. Although he's just graduated, he's already been specially recruited by the Magic Capital Academy and his strength can be said to be the strongest amongst those present here. Di Qian, wearing a black dress, explained. For a while, the voices below became much smaller. It really is Lin Shang. I heard that it was personally assigned by the headquarters, so it seems that they want to rope him in and tie him to our Dragon Beheading Bureau, to be specially recruited by one of the 5 great academies at such a young age. Such strength and talent deserves this honor. But I'm afraid that after the titular honor, he'll have to leave our Yang City again. And who will take over the affairs of the Dragon Beheading Bureau in Yang City at that time? It should still be Captain D who takes over. After all, in a way, she even has a mentor-pupil relationship with that genius. The skepticism in the crowd had completely disappeared at this point. And in the corner of the hall, that person is actually Lin Shang? No wonder the bones look so young. Hu Rui was somewhat surprised. And beside him, the girl with freckles on her face and the teenager were even more excited. They hadn't expected that the two idols in their hearts would now have their figures overlap. Lin Shang was that captain of the Dragon Beheading Bureau. To have this kind of strength at such a young age, this was something that the two of them didn't even dare to think about. At this moment, Hu Rui was seeing a familiar silhouette. Isn't that the person we met in the wilderness yesterday? Hey, kid, why are you here too? The freckled girl waved at Lin Shang. I'll tell you, the captain who came to succeed the Dragon Beheading Bureau this time is the same person as the one who saved you in the forest before. You're really lucky to have such a character personally come to your rescue. The boy squeezed his eyebrows, while then looking left and right. I wonder when Captain Lin will come. Looking at a few people, Lin Shang blinked. Touching his nose seemed a bit awkward. And it was at this moment, Di Qian, who was wearing a black tuxedo in the distance, saw Lin Shang and walked over with a stride. What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and follow me over? Di Qian smiled faintly, and without a second thought, she pulled up Lin Shang's hand and left. It was also a way to help ease his awkward situation. Hello guests, this is Lin Shang, the new captain of our Dragon Beheading Bureau. Di Qian introduced Lin Shang in front of the crowd. Sparse applause came from below. Good day Captain Lin, you really are a talented man. That's true, so handsome. I wonder if Captain Lin has a date. I think my niece is good, a first-class academy, and her looks can be ranked first in her class. Screw you, you don't even look at the occasion. You're here for a blind date? Forget it, we can meet later if we have the chance. Ha ha ha, look at other people's intelligence, and then look at you. The crowd all laughed. The senior official who introduced his niece was made to blush. The entire arena was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only the 3 people standing in the distance were completely frozen. He was Lin Shang? Before, he had even said in the jungle that he was a lord-level Imperial Beastmaster. The crowd was surprised that they still didn't believe him. And just now I called him a brat. The freckled girl muttered in a low voice and suddenly winced. The other two, on the other hand, had shocked looks on their faces. Soon, the succession ceremony was over. The process was nothing much. It was nothing more than big shots from all walks of life constantly slipping up to Lin Shang and introducing blind dates. They were all politely rebuffed by him one by one. You'll be going to the Magic City soon. So leave the Yang City side of things to me to manage for you. Whenever you want to come back, you can always take over as well. Di Qian smiled and patted Lin Shang's shoulder. A whole lot of trouble. I don't want to stay here. It's better if you come. Team D. Lin Shang rubbed his head. Ha ha ha. From now on, you're also a person of status. Don't call me Team D anymore. Just call me directly by my name. Di Qian. Lin Shang softly called out Di Qian's name. Di Qian blushed slightly. Alright. I won't keep you. It's still important to go to Magic City. This is a big deal in life. Di Qian has a cautious face. I understand. But Captain D, there's one more thing I need to say to you before I leave. Half an hour later, Hu Rui still has some palpitations. It was also at this moment that the valiant woman in a black tuxedo walked straight to him. Nicole, Hu Rui, the hybrid? Yes, Captain. Hu Rui hurriedly nodded his head. Although he was of mixed blood, he had lived within the Dragon Kingdom since he was a child. Yet because of this, he had been unable to be promoted. Very well, from now on, You'll be in charge of the secret realm management and rescue missions of the Young Chang Dragon Beheading Bureau. Remember to take over early. After leaving these words, Di Qian turned around and left. Only Hu Rui was left alone, frozen in place. Many thoughts come to mind. Even his eyes were a bit sore. 10 days later, the domestic college entrance examination enrollment was completely over. Lin Shang also utilized the teleportation formation and arrived at the magic capital base city. Phew! With a flash of light, arriving at the magic capital base, Lin Shang took a deep breath before looking around. The topmost powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered here. The three major base cities of the entire Dragon Kingdom, Devil's Capital, Imperial Capital, and Everest were established in a hand position on top of the wasteland Earth. And around the three base cities, there were dozens and hundreds of small base cities. Yang City was a small city on the periphery of the magic capital. Each large base city has a main array, while the small bases are given sub-arrays. With human technology alone, it was naturally impossible to create this kind of teleportation array. There was a theory that this teleportation array was obtained from the secret realm of those spatial cracks. At this moment, this great formation was being built in the middle of a bird's nest-like cover building, with different cities teleporting to different locations. This friend from Yang City, please come down first. Someone else will be teleporting soon. The attendant at the side spoke. Hearing the words of the attendant, Lin Shang nodded and walked down from that formation. He then came straight to the periphery of this main formation building. The surrounding area was crowded with people and tall buildings, and each building was built with dazzling alloys and black gold. This little brother, which school are you going to? Free transportation from Magic City today. A blonde female driver, speaking in broken Chinese, winked at Lin Shang. There was also a luxury sports car worth a lot of money parked beside her. I'm so lucky today to have met such an extreme product. Still a student by the looks of it, right? Looking white and clean, the blonde thought as she waved her hand at Lin Shang. What a big, white, car. In the Imperial Beast space, Little Spirit began to call out. It was curious about human transportation. No need. Someone has already come to pick me up. Lin Shang refused with an awkward smile. Lin Shang was not surprised that there were foreigners in the Magic City. He had already seen quite a few foreigners from the crowd around him. Quite vigilant, the blonde girl muttered under her breath. However, when she saw Lin Shang walking towards that Mordor Academy's specialized shuttle vehicle, she broke out into a cold sweat. In that crowded crowd, there was an empty space, and in that empty space, there was a black and gold hovercar parked. The black gold levitation car reflected a strange luster under the sunlight, and was 9 meters long and about 6 meters wide. It was so conspicuous like a crane standing in front of a flock of chickens. Although it occupied a large area, not a single person dared to say no. At this moment, from that vehicle, a man wearing glasses walked down. Mr. Lin Shang, right? This is your student card. After arriving at the academy, you can only enter the campus by utilizing your student card. The man handed Lin Shang a black and purple card. The texture was cold in his hand. Lin Shang put the card into the Imperial Beast space, and then sat on this hovering vehicle. The vehicle then quickly left under the envious gazes of the crowd, and in less than 10 minutes, it arrived outside the gates of the Magic Capital Academy. This is the school? Lin Shang looked at the school's gates that could not be seen at the end of a glance. Opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. You'll get used to it later. The man with the glasses responded with a smile. And what surprised Lin Shang even more was that there were 6 big words carved on a stone outside that gate. Kill all evil spirits in the world. The words were strong and sharp. There was a murderous aura hidden in the darkness. It made Lin Shang begin to wonder whether this was a schoolhouse or an army. Those are the words left by the first principal who established our Magic City Academy. He was an emperor-level powerhouse. The glasses man's words were filled with reverence for this principal. A few minutes later, Lin Shang presented his campus card and entered the campus of Magic City. He soon found a teacher that his Chinese class belonged to. It was a man with sword eyes and starry eyebrows. His entire face as sharp as a hammered knife carving. You are Lin Shang? You should be my 103rd student. There are 93 seniors ahead of you who have already graduated. My name is Chen Dagger. You can address me as Teacher Chen, or Old Chen is fine. Chen Dagger was very good at talking. Of course, this good talk of his only faced the outstanding students. As the only special enrollment student in Magic City, Lin Shang was clearly the one who had the potential to become an outstanding student. Hello Old Chen, Lin Shang greeted. Yo 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 yo, Old Chen, you're good. At this moment, the little spirit in the Imperial Beast space was a little impatient again. Alright, next I'll introduce you to the rules and some of the facilities of our academy. Old Chen brought Lin Shang around in the Magic Capital Academy. This is the location used to train the attacking power of the pet beasts. And the one who holds the first place in attacking power today is your predecessor. Kun. It's now ranked third in the academy. This is the location used to record the points gained by the students and exchange them with the points gained from hunting and killing ferocious beasts. The person who has killed the most ferocious beasts in a single month is Changsun Kangen, who killed 376 ferocious beasts in January. The academy ranks 17th. This place is used for sparring between students. This is the training room for training imperial beasts' resistance to blows. The cylindrical tower in the center is the location where trainees exchange their points for items. As Old Chen finished introducing the surrounding buildings, Lin Shang finally understood almost everything. What exactly are the points used for here? Lin Shang opened his mouth to inquire, and Old Chen smiled slightly at this moment. Points are the most important thing in the Magic Capital Academy. I'm sure you've already learned about the role of points in that training camp, and it can be said that the point system of that camp is to imitate the Mordor Academy to a certain extent. And the Magic Capital Academy's points ranking rewards are even more so. As long as you can get the top 10 positions in the ranking, you can use the level 3 blood pool every month. As long as you can get the top 50 positions, you'll be able to use the level 2 blood pool every month. Level 3 blood pool. And it was still a monthly use. Lin Shang was taken aback. Level 1 blood pools were concocted using the blood of Lord level ferocious beasts, while level 2 blood pools used monarch level. So wouldn't level 3 blood pools be concocted using the blood of catastrophe level ferocious beasts? Lin Shang was dumbfounded. This reward was too generous. No wonder there were some students in the academy who didn't want to leave this even after becoming a disaster level Imperial Beast Master. Moreover, this blood pool was more important to him than others. After all, he himself could directly extract the genes in that blood pool. Must quickly raise my strength in order to get the right to use the second level blood pool as soon as possible. Lin Shang had another goal in mind. The top 10 of the academy? In the entire Magic Capital Academy, there were nearly 500 students who stayed behind. And every single one of them was an elite from all over the country. It was enough to imagine just how difficult it was to get the top 10. The blood pool is still the most basic reward. There are other more generous ones, Old Chen added with a smile. Even the blood pool is just the most basic reward? Lin Shang was taken aback. And at the same time, at the entrance of the Magic Capital Academy, there was indeed some bustle. I, Wang Kong of the Imperial Capital, have come here to challenge the special enrollment of your Magic Capital Academy. A thin-looking teenager stood at the entrance of the Magic Capital Academy. It hasn't even been the day for our two universities to spar, and the Imperial Capital can't wait? What? It wasn't the Crimson Demon Shadow himself who came and sent a dog over? I wonder if you would still be able to say that if it was Lord Su himself. The teenager smiled and directly disliked him, and the man's face was stunned. Su Xian's prestigious reputation had long been spread between the two great academies. It was also the right-hand man of the Imperial Capital in the annual sparring match between the Devil's Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy. Last year, the Imperial Capital Academy won 3 sets of SSS grade resources from the Magic Capital Academy, as well as the mining rights of many secret realms. The two academies had always been incompatible with each other. Who is it that is clamoring to challenge us here? Chen Dagger inquired smilingly. Mr. Chen. Old Chen. It's this one from the Imperial Capital Academy. Just started the school year and he wants to come and challenge our school's freshmen. The Imperial Capital is really getting out of line. Old Chen's sharp gaze glanced towards the teenager. Cold sweat immediately flowed down the teenager's forehead. Elder Chen, I've only come to challenge your academy's newest special enrollment, and I'm doubtful if he's qualified to be specially enrolled by your academy or not. That teenager was full of nonsense. In actuality, he was just looking for a reason to come and challenge Lin Shang. After all, if he could be specially recruited by the Magic City Academy, what was the point of doubting his strength? Doubting Lin Shang was almost equivalent to doubting the Mordor Academy. Whether or not you have the strength to be specially recruited, it's not your turn to test it by the Imperial Capital Academy. If you don't get lost, I'll beat the shit out of you right away. Do you believe me? The two sides were at each other's throats. Lin Shang's entire body was confused as he watched. There was a wife-taking feud between these two universities. He suspected that if Old Chen wasn't here, both sides would have already fought at this point. Why don't you say the bet? Chen Dagger interrupted the crowd. The students on the side were instantly anxious. Old Chen, Lin Shang has only just entered my Magic Capital Academy. This kid has been in the Imperial Capital for a few years and has been stuck at the late Lord stage. We all know what he's resting on. Lin Shang, can't agree with him. Some of the seniors of the Mordor Academy silently spoke. You say what you want to bet on, right? Lin Shang spoke directly. Lord level? After the current Xiaobai obtained the offensive skill Thunder Dragon, let alone being at the Lord level, even if he faced a pre-Lord King, he would have the power to fight. Hearing Lin Shang's words, the seniors on the side immediately changed their faces, and even more of them shook their heads. Chen Dao, on the other hand, smiled and didn't say anything more. The corner of that teenager's mouth in the imperial capital slightly hooked up. A trace of delight appeared in his eyes unnoticeably. Only imperial beast masters of the same level could initiate challenges with each other between the two great universities, and he had originally been able to break through into the monarch level a few months ago, yet he was still in the late lord stage, just to challenge lord level imperial beast masters. Now in his opinion, Lin Sheng agreeing to his challenge was simply looking for death. No matter how talented you are, your pet beast level is only at the mid-lord stage. How can you possibly compare it to my bullhorn panda? The teenager seemed to have already won. Lord level. I'm invincible. It seems like I'll soon be able to complete the task Sister Su gave me. I'm Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital Academy. And now, I'm launching an official challenge to Lin Sheng from the Magic Capital Academy. If I win, you must withdraw from the Magic Capital Academy. These words came out. The faces of the people present again changed drastically. This was almost the most serious bet of all. A failure would mean that one would have to withdraw from the Magic Capital Academy and join the other party's academy instead. Could a loser have a good time at the other side's academy? Apparently the Imperial Capital side also looked at Lin Sheng's talent. Chen Dagger hadn't expected that the other side would make this kind of offer either. Originally, he just wanted to hone this new special enrollment student and incidentally see his strength. However, he had never thought that Wang Kong would be so decisive. What about saying that it was just a sparring match? What? You don't dare? The corner of Wang Kang's mouth hooked up slightly. That face was like a spring breeze, and it seemed that he had only asked unintentionally. However, it caused some of the seniors from the Magic Capital Academy to frown slightly. That's fine, but if I win, I want all the points on you. Lin Sheng spoke indifferently. The other party had stayed in the Imperial Capital for so many years. There must be quite a few points on his body. The truth was also true. Wang Kong had indeed robbed quite a few points from the Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters. Hearing this, Wang Kong also hesitated. This is a reciprocal deal. You can choose not to agree, but you must take out a correspondingly valuable bet. A royal beastmaster from the Magic Capital Academy in the crowd spoke. Alright, I agree. Wang Kong fiercely clenched his teeth. He wouldn't lose anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? At the Lord level, he was confident that he was invincible. A few minutes later, on the ring of the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Sheng and Wang Kong stood opposite each other, and standing on the side were the seniors of the Magic Capital Academy who were watching. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Wang Kong, I think, claiming to be invincible at the Lord level. And it's true. Then you guys are just going to watch the Imperial Capital School and snatch the students from your school? What can be done? Once a duel is agreed upon, no one has the right to change it. What's more, Lin Sheng was able to be specially recruited by our Imperial Capital School, so naturally he's not stupid. The crowd wanted to see, what kind of tactics did this new special enrollment student have, to be able to make him arrogant enough to one-on-one fight with Wang Kong, who could be called invincible at the Lord level. The crowd was biased in favor of Wang Kong winning, but it wasn't as if they didn't have any hope for Lin Sheng. Then I'll make a move, but you can only use the first Imperial Beast in this ring, so don't forget, Wang Kong kindly reminded. And then a foot 3 meters tall, the panda whose shoulders, abdomen, and hands were covered in steel landed heavily on the ring. Above that panda's head, there was a pair of extremely sharp bull horns. Bullhorn panda. Level, peak lord. Talent, king peak. Skills, ironize, giganticize. Punch, evolutionary path, evil devil panda. Description, a ferocious beast of great strength. No longer a protected animal nowadays. It's the first time I've seen a lord peak level favored beast. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and summoned Little White. A white snake with sharp horns on its head and extremely thick appeared beside Lin Sheng, and behind that white snake's head, there was a not-so-obvious lightning mark. What kind of favored beast is this? Why do I feel that this favored beast looks so much like the legendary dragon? Are you kidding me? It just looks like it, right? After Lin Sheng summoned that favored beast, the crowd instantly murmured. The main reason was that this favored beast and the legendary dragon looked just too much alike. In particular, the pair of antlers on its head and the golden-colored pupils were practically identical. The only thing that was lacking in beauty was that it didn't grow legs. Even Wang Kong froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. Bullhorn panda, charge! Wang Kong came up and amplified his move, intending to win with strength. However, that wasn't the end of it. As the bullhorn panda charged, not only did its body continue to enlarge, even its body had a faint yellow film attached to it. Wang Kong has used his natural skill. The defense power has increased dramatically. This is intended to be a one-strike decision. The gazes of the crowd were tightly fixed on the bullhorn panda that was furiously running over in the field. The entire training ground shook slightly under this massive power. Little White, harden. Give me your best. Lin Shang spoke faintly. The first time you struck out, you must strike with vigor. If you hit with one punch, you can avoid 100 punches. Hiss. Little White's eyes instantly became serious. The pair of snake tails hovered in the air and swung continuously, gradually attaching a layer of black horns. Even on that horny texture, there was a trace of lightning floating around. Roar! The body of the bullhorn panda continuously enlarged, like a moving mountain, charging furiously towards Lin Shang and Little White. Lin Shang, he's not planning to take it head on, is he? A snake-type favored beast facing a bullhorn panda like this, that one with strength without dodging, was actually planning to confront it head on? The crowd was dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Shang had some kind of high stance. Wasn't it looking for death to take it head on like this? The next second, that white snake with antlers, even its body was enlarging, and in the end it had grown 3 to 5 times as much. In the end, it was actually almost similar to that bullhorn panda. Enlargement. How could a snake possess such a skill? What kind of creature is this? The seniors of the Magic Capital Academy who were originally standing around watching the battle couldn't remain calm at once. Even Wang Kong was confused. He truly hadn't expected this scene. But so what if it's giganticized? With your mid-lord stage, trying to fight against my peak lord stage is simply a dream. In the wild, a peak lord ferocious beast was even commanding 2 or 3 mid-lord ferocious beasts under its command. Although there was only a small realm difference, the strength was worlds apart. Peak lords, on the other hand, were said to be invincible at the lord level. It could even kill mid-lord ferocious beasts in seconds. Both sides came into contact. The bullhorn panda raised those giant claws and violently slapped them towards Little White's head. At the same time, Xiao Bai's gigantic snake tail was also thrown over. A whole million tons of force. It heavily smashed into the body of the bullhorn panda. Boom! With a loud bang, the bullhorn panda was directly smashed out. That's right, it was smashed away. The huge body of the bullhorn panda, just like a ball, was jerked into midair by Xiao Bai, and ruthlessly fell to the bottom of the ring. This loud rumbling sound shook the surrounding crowd, who were dumbfounded. And Wang Kong was even more dumbfounded. His bullhorn panda had been killed in seconds, and it was still spiked by a mid-lord's favored beast? My points are, Wang Kong, who had reacted, was even more uncomfortable. The points he had accumulated over the past few years could rank in the top 100 in the imperial capital. It was dumped overnight. Good. Ha ha ha. School brother really does have strength. A mid-lord can defeat the peak lord's claimed invincible bullhorn panda. No wonder he can be specially recruited by our Magic Capital Academy. He's really perverted. Awesome. At this moment, the way the crowd looked at Lin Shang was very different from before. It was a regard that hadn't even existed before. Only a strong person could make them look at him. A mid-lord has the battle power of a peak lord. The bloodline talent is at least in the late disaster stage. Chen Dagger's eyes were on fire. He had really picked up a treasure. At that time, when the above assigned Lin Shang a special enrollment, to him, he was still more or less unhappy in his heart. Now if he were to ask Lin Shang away again, he would be truly unhappy. In addition to the excitement of the people present, there was no one who had a harder time than Wang Kong. You have my points. Wang Kong gritted his teeth and turned around. Hearing the sneers of the crowd behind him, Wang Kang's face gradually became ugly. I'm afraid that the title of Lord Level Invincible would have to change from now on. And a few minutes later Lin Shang's cell phone received a message. 370 points? So little? Hearing Lin Shang's words, the surrounding crowd was wide-eyed. 370 points is still too little? A lot? Looking at Lin Shang's rhetorical question, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. It was almost as if they were crying and laughing. You brat really doesn't know the blessings when you're in the midst of them. 370 points is enough to rank you in the top 150 of the entire school. You have to know that the top 100 of the Magic Capital Academy are all Monarch-level Royal Beastmasters. And for you, a Lord-level Royal Beastmaster, to be ranked in the 150th place just after entering the school is already heaven-defying. A wave of envy was revealed on the eyes of the crowd. I'm afraid that the only one who could have so many points at the Lord rank was Wang Kong. After all, he had long had the ability to break into the Monarch level, but just never did. But although the crowd was envious, they also understood that this was all earned by Lin Shang's own strength. But Lin Shang, I advise you not to spend these points freely. It's more cost-effective to save the points for obtaining those rewards on the leaderboards every month. The crowd gave Lin Shang ideas, and Lin Shang nodded. That was exactly what he was planning to do. One couldn't just do everything to catch fish, right? First get the top 100, the right to use the first level blood pool. Boss, I'm back. Wang Kong borrowed the teleportation formation and returned to the Imperial Capital Academy. Looking at his difficult face, Su Xian suddenly had a sudden jolt in her heart. Lin Shang didn't accept your single challenge? In Su Xian's opinion, as long as Lin Shang accepted, It was impossible for Wang Kong to lose. It was impossible to lose to anyone, at least at the Lord level. He agreed. Wang Kang's expression became even harder. You lost? Su Xian slightly opened her red lips, somewhat incredulous. Wang Kong had stayed at the Lord level for a few more months at least. Although the various aspects of the royal beasts were not considered to be at the limit, they were still in the first echelon of the Lord level. As a result, he had actually lost to Lin Shang in single combat. It was important to know that according to her previous investigation, Lin Shang's favored beast was only in the mid-lord stage. Was it surprising that a mid-lord already possessed peak lord level strength? Can only say that it's worthy of being the boss's younger brother. Su Xian snorted coldly. Sister Su, why do I see that you seem to be very happy? Wang Kong man was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to come to Sister Su's place to seek comfort. As a result, he was zapped again. There's no harm. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Not to mention that in 6 months, we're going to have another cut with Mordor. So let's talk about it then. 6 months from now? So soon? Wang Kong was taken aback. At the same time, in the Mordor Academy, Old Chen, why are we so incompatible between the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital School? Lin Shang asked somewhat strangely. He thought that there would at most be some skirmishes between the two academies. Unexpectedly, he hadn't thought that it had developed to such a stage. That's naturally because the two academies hold the most secret realm resources in the Dragon Kingdom. Those large secret realms, once they are discovered, who will mine them first? Chen Dagger was very satisfied with this student of his, so he intended to say more. Last year, our Magic Capital Academy lost to the Imperial Capital, directly losing 50% of its resources. 50% is an astronomical figure. It's enough to build a small base city anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Shang froze again. So cheer up. In 6 months it's estimated that a new round of fights will start again, and this time there are far more large secret realms involved than the previous times. Chen Dagger had high hopes for Lin Shang. Lin Shang, on the other hand, nodded silently. 6 months? It was enough time for him to raise Little White to the monarch level. Moreover, Lin Shang had heard that the large teleportation arrays in the base city were found from those large secret realms. Naturally, it also made Lin Shang a little hot under the collar. If one could enter that secret realm, God knows how many benefits could be obtained? That's right. Just go ahead and work hard with the goal of defeating the Imperial Capital. Lin Shang estimated that his sister would also participate in the fight between the two academies. After all, the benefits and amounts involved were simply too much. Even some large spatial secret realms were involved. Very quickly, Lin Shang arrived at the center building of the Magic Capital Academy. In that building, there was an electronic leaderboard that was broadcast in real time. The leaderboard was filled with unknown names. Lin Shang was ranked at the front of that leaderboard. 137th place? He was just short of the 30th place. Lin Shang's eyes continued to look up the leaderboard. In the top 150, all of them were Lord-level Imperial Beastmasters, and most of them were in the late Lord stage. The top 100 were filled with a large number of Monarch-level Royal Beastmasters, as well as a few Peak Lord-level Royal Beastmasters. For the top 50, almost all of them were at the late Monarch stage. What was even more terrifying was that of the top 10 people in this academy, 8 of them were all disaster level, and that wasn't even counting the students who had intentionally hidden their strength. Isn't this even higher than the level of those teachers of mine? Lin Shang was surprised. There really were a lot of geniuses in this world. In the Magic Capital Academy alone, there were so many Imperial Beastmasters who had reached the catastrophe level in their 20s, and there were even more who had reached the Monarch level. The Lord level was even full of them. That what is really inferior to a dog? In that case, Su Xian is also about 50th in the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Xian was called the Crimson Demon Shadow, and her rank was probably in the late Monarch King stage, and it was one of the stronger ones in the late Monarch King stage. Then what level of strength was his sister, Lin Ming, at now? Lin Shang's heart jumped violently. No wonder back then, his own sister had become the chief freshman of the Imperial Capital, causing everyone in Yang City to know about her. Now it seemed that it was indeed an extremely weighty name. What are you looking at here, classmate? In the hall, the sweet-looking female with a ponytail asked Lin Shang with a smile. Oh, I'm a freshman who just came here to see where I can get points. So you're a new student. If you're trying to compete for the position of chief new student, you can go to the various training rooms to refresh your records. That's a relatively quick way to grow your points. Or, you can also directly challenge the trainee whose ranking is higher than yours. And after defeating the other party, you can swap rankings with him. The girl with a ponytail spoke quickly. Freshman chief? Yes, as long as you have the highest points among the new students by the end of the month, you can get the status of freshman chief. In addition to the rankings, an extra share of resources. I still advise you to work hard. The rewards that the chief gets are coveted by even those seniors who are in the top 50 or even top 30 of the rankings. The girl laughed slightly. Even they are coveting it? Could it be that it was something even better than a grade 2 blood pool? Lin Sheng came to be interested. That's good. The first goal of entering the academy is to first become the chief freshman of the Magic City. Looking at this freshly arrived schoolmate so excited, that girl also smiled slightly. How could it be that simple to get the resources of the chief? But freshmen just have to be energized to do that. One had to have the vigor to bring down all those old men in order to go the distance. A few tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at a training room that specialized in testing strength. And just in time, a few students from the Magic City walked right up to him. Such a quick power burst of 700,000 tons. Maybe you can really get the resources for this freshman chief that. However, at this moment, the student who had hit an outstanding 700,000 tons was sad. It's far from good enough. The highest record for a freshman on that power instrument right now is 1.3 million tons of eruption, and that special enrollment student from before, who also defeated the Imperial Capital's peak Lord Imperial Beast Master with a single strike. I'm afraid that his favored beast's power outburst is also above 1 million tons. Are they all that perverted? At 18 years old, he has a peak Lord level pet beast, and it's still a power type. I heard that his name seems to be something like Zhang Maniac. That's really wild. A few people's faces were shocked. They originally thought that it was already outrageous enough for a Lord level to be able to hit 700,000 tons. They didn't expect someone to be able to hit over 1 million tons. Was this still a human being? 1.3 million tons? It seems to be higher than what I tested in the training camp with Little White. Lin Sheng rubbed his chin. At that time, Little White's strength had only just exceeded 1 million tons. However, at that time, Little White was only a pre-lord, and now it had already reached a mid-lord. The other party's favored beast, on the other hand, was a peak lord level power type. In a way, Little White even had an advantage. Open a room. Lin Sheng handed over the card. It's not yet the end of the month, and you haven't gotten free access to the ranking rewards yet. But since you're a new student you can still use it for free for a month. The service staff quickly opened a room for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng picked up the key and entered the room. It was filled with all sorts of training equipment, and he even summoned Little White out and went straight to that strength testing instrument. Freshman ranking number 1, Zhang Maniac. 1.3 million tons. Freshman ranking number 2, Zhan Luoxian. 970,000 tons. Total ranking number 1, Anonymous. 130 million tons. Second in overall ranking, Anonymous. 100 million tons. There really are quite a few geniuses, and this freshman ranking and total ranking are spaced apart from each other. So it seems to be a kind of protection for the freshmen of Magic City. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. If they, the freshmen, were directly allowed to compete with those older students for the rankings, it would almost be a surefire losing situation. Xiao Bai, still do your best, don't hold back this time, use all your skills as well. Hiss. A few minutes later, a sound like an explosion continuously came out from the room. If it wasn't for the soundproofing effect of this room, I'm afraid that this sound could spread throughout the entire Magic Capital Academy. Very quickly, the best test results came out. 1.37 million tons. Congratulations to Cadet Lin Sheng for winning first place in the freshman power test. At the end of the month, 100 points will be automatically sent to your account. 100 points. So much. Lin Sheng was excited. But this wasn't the final result yet. One had to be able to keep this score before the end of the month. And in the meantime, other people's favored beasts grew in power and might be able to surpass him. Lin Sheng also had to keep pulling up this upper limit in case he ended up being stolen from the list. After leaving this strength test location, Lin Sheng came back to the room for the speed test. The room was filled with various laser instruments. The favored beasts needed to dodge back and forth between these lasers, and the longer they lasted, the better their score would be. But the lasers in this laser room are really getting faster and faster. It's also a good thing that Little White's nerve reaction ability is considered one of its strongest. The test ended a few minutes later. Congratulations to Cadet Lin Sheng for winning first place in the freshman nerve reaction speed test. Total persistence time 176 seconds. A total of 176 seconds of persistence. Until the end. The speed of that laser was already so fast that it was close to the speed of sound, and the number was even around dozens of them, and the lasers flew by without producing any sound at all, and had to be observed with the naked eye in order to be avoided. To be able to hold on for 176 seconds in this situation was already quite unbelievable. Even the second place finisher only lasted about 120 seconds. Looks like this achievement is secure. Go to the next one. Lin Sheng wore a smile on his face, intending to first set the record again today. Without seeking the limit, he would at least hit a ranking first. Hiss. Little White was also excited. It hadn't moved its muscles in a long time. Just after Lin Shang had just left the training room, several students flanked a boy who entered the room. How's it going, Zhang? Are you confident that you can get the chief of this freshman class? Yeah, brother Zhang. I've heard that we have a special enrollment student from the Magic City, and even Wong Kong from the Imperial City is no match for him. A few people around him were speaking in a serious manner, and the man they were clustered around, the man with robust arms, did smile. You guys, just looking forward to me fighting with others. Zhang Maniac shook his head. On the side, the Imperial Beast Masters who had become new students laughed awkwardly. But brother Zhang, this time, the status of freshman chairman is about the resource support those clans in the Magic City will give you. Yeah, even if it's a fair sparring match, we can't slack off. I naturally know. When have I ever slacked off? Just do your best. Zhang Maniac's eyes were sharp. He had reasons why he had to get the chief status this time. After all, it was about the resource support from the major clans. Being able to become the chief of the freshmen of the Magic Capital would enable him to receive the financial support of the major clans of the Magic Capital, while the second place would not be remembered by anyone. However, he wouldn't feud with the other students in the academy because of this. To be able to enter the Magic City Academy, there were more or less some forces behind them, and that special enrollment student, Lin Sheng, was the head snake of Yangchang Base City. It was rumored that even the youngest daughter of the Du family, one of the three big families in the Magic City, had a great relationship with him, and this Du family was the very family that supported him behind the scenes. If Lin Sheng were to hear these rumors here, he would probably be spitting blood in anger. When did he become the head snake of Yang City? Those rumors were even more bullshit. Besides, other than Lin Sheng, there are enemies that are more worthy of my attention. There were still many strong people among the freshmen this time. Zhang Maniac thought a lot in his mind. He then went straight into the strength test room. Boss Zhang is really too ruthless. Obviously, the strength has already surpassed the second place by so much a long time ago, and still comes to test his strength every day to constantly set new records. It's no longer possible for this to be stolen from the list, right? The few that haven't tested the strength of their favored beasts are all agility-type favored beasts. Maybe this is just stable. The crowd murmured. It seemed that Zhang Maniac was revered. This was a normal phenomenon in the academy, where strong people were more or less followed around. For example, Lin Sheng's sister, Lin Ming, also had her own forces and connections in the imperial capital. At this time in the training room, Golden Ape, roar! As Zhang Maniac opened his mouth, a huge ape with golden hair all over its body violently appeared beside him. The ape's height was around 5 meters, with a pair of large hands occupying almost one-half the size of his body. Dang! That golden ape's arms fiercely exerted force. Like a siege hammer, it directly smashed onto that strength testing apparatus. Even the fist formed by the golden ape's palms was a circle larger than the cowhide drum on that testing instrument. Rumble! A huge sound rang out. The testing instrument, it seemed, was smashed and moved back a centimeter. Phew! Having just obtained a portion of the family's fierce beast blood, the golden ape should be even stronger now. This will almost set a new record, right? The corners of Zhang Maniac's mouth began to rise uncontrollably, and coincidentally, at this moment, the sound of the instrument also came out, dropping. 32 million tons. 32 million tons. Not bad, not bad. After drinking the fierce beast blood, it had grown by more than 20,000 tons. Zhang Maniac kept nodding his head. Don't look at this as a small 20,000 tons. The further back the power went, the harder it would be to increase. A mere difference of 10,000 tons might require a huge pile of resources and weeks of hard training. It's almost stabilized. Go break through the other tests. Zhang Maniac was in a good mood. However, when he turned around, congratulations on your second place in the freshman ranking. Increase in power from the last test. Drop in rank. The voice of that instrument was extremely harsh. It caused Zhang Maniac to violently stop his stance before he quickly turned back and looked dead at that freshman ranking. Lin Shen, 37 million tons. How could the gap be so large? Zhang Maniac violently took a step backwards. Don't look at this as a small 50,000 tons. But Zhang Maniac knew that this was a gap like a heavenly rift. The more non-power type favored beast's power increased, the more difficult it would be. But isn't Lin Shang's favored beast an agility type snake? How could the strength be so strong? Zhang Maniac's face turned pale. If he couldn't even win in strength, wouldn't he lose even more miserably in agility? I reckon that this time, Zhang will definitely be able to set a new record. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. In terms of strength, not to mention that special enrollment, even if it's ranked in the whole school, I guess Brother Zhang won't be lower. Quickly look, Brother Zhang has come out. The crowd smiled as they looked towards Zhang Maniac who rushed out from the room. However, At this moment, his expression was very off. Not ignoring the crowd, he passed right by them. The crowd immediately glanced at each other, not understanding what had happened. How was it that when they went in, they were in a good mood, but when they came out, they were like this? Can it be that Zhang's record has been broken? Impossible. The golden ape has already reached the peak of Lord. Very few fierce beasts can surpass it in this aspect of strength. Quickly, follow over and take a look. Several people carried a trace of disbelief in their hearts. They quickly followed Zhang Maniac's footsteps to the room where the agility test was conducted. And at that moment, Zhang Maniac had long since come out of that room. Sure enough, I knew it. 176 seconds. It's really a demon. Zhang Maniac's eyes were shocked. Those were eyes that several people had never seen before. What 176 seconds? What on earth? The few people were completely unaware of what had happened. As for Zhang Maniac, today, he had even strolled through all of those several training locations as if he had gone crazy. From the shock at the beginning, to the later confusion, until the final numbness, strength test, nerve reaction test, gravity style test, defensibility test, Zhang Maniac muttered softly under his breath. Both of his eyes seemed to be a little lifeless. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Those few people were really puzzled. How come Brother Zhang had changed so much all of a sudden? All of his previous wild look seemed to have vanished, and listening to the words of the crowd, Zhang Maniac seemed to have come back with confidence. That's right, there are some things that you are destined to not be able to compare with him, so it's better to just do well for yourself. Starting today, I'm going to be in seclusion for 16 hours a day, do nothing but eat, sleep, and cultivate. Treat every day as the last day, and then just don't be afraid of losing either. Listening to what Zhang Maniac said, those few people looked at each other. How could they have been listless just a moment ago and then suddenly start struggling again? What kind of stimulation was this? Oh, isn't this Zhang Maniac? A teenager with long hair smiled as he looked at Zhang Maniac in front of him. I'm going to go into seclusion. On the last day of the test, I'll come out to refresh the rankings. Zhang Maniac avoided the crowd and directly entered that training room. From today onwards, the magic capital would circulate the legend of an extremely hard-fighting Zhang Maniac. The teenager froze. Zhang Maniac was the hidden number one amongst the freshmen. It was also the biggest stumbling block for him to become the chief of the freshmen in Magic City. But he didn't expect that Zhang Maniac wouldn't even put him in his eyes now? Just as well. Since you're not playing the list, I'm not playing the list either. Let's see which one of us gets this freshman chief status in the end. And after Lin Sheng hit the list, in less than 2 days, this news had also quickly spread throughout the circle of freshmen in Magic City. On the exclusive forum of Magic City. Have you guys heard? That special enrollment student broke the records of Zhang Maniac and various other students. Maybe he can really become the chief of the Magic City's freshmen. Indeed, I also went to that training room to test it out, and that record is really hard to break. But it's not like we don't have a chance. There's still more than 20 days to go. If you guys will train for more than 20 days, couldn't it be that Lin Sheng, he won't train? The crowd murmured. All of them were a bit shocked that Lin Sheng was able to put up such a performance. However, they also didn't feel that he would definitely get the freshman chief status. After all, in the past few days, they could often see Zhang Maniac going in and out of various training places. And the list hadn't been refreshed for a long time. This was to try to make a splash and directly surpass Lin Sheng in one fell swoop. Even besides Zhang Maniac, there are also a few low-profile Magic City freshmen who are just burying their heads in the sand and practicing hard. I'm afraid that they were also planning to directly steal the list on that last day. Kun, how is it? This new schoolmate of yours has good strength, right? In the room reserved for teachers. Shendagger smiled and said to the man beside him who was short around 1.60 meters, like a black iron dwarf with a very strong body. Kun, now ranked 3rd in the entire school in Magic City. It was the number 1 person in terms of attack power without a doubt. This attack power didn't refer to just one imperial beast, but 2 imperial beasts, with 2 pet beasts that all chose attack-type pet beasts. Kun could be considered a legend in the Magic City. It's not bad, but this power is a bit worse than what I had back then. Kun flipped through his phone and didn't seem to care much. If it was him back then, he could also easily get the status of freshman chief. Of the top 50 people they ranked in the whole school, I'm afraid that more than 10 of them were once freshman chiefs, and the remaining 40 or so people weren't even the strongest in their class. Becoming a freshman chief didn't mean anything. Really? Then what if I say that his favored beast is only but in the mid-lord stage right now? Shendagger smiled as he looked at the man in front of him. As for Kun, when he heard this, he even directly froze. But after just a moment of freezing, he recovered again. Help me make an appointment to fight the first one. My hands have been itching a bit again lately. At the same time, in the center of Magic City's center column tall building, Junior, why haven't I seen you come over for 2 days? The girl with the ponytail revealed a trademark smile and asked Lin Shang, "Oh, I've been busy playing the leaderboards for the past few days, and now that I've swiped all of them, what else can I do to increase my points?" Lin Shang inquired to the ponytailed girl. "Points? I'm afraid that relying on the points from the list alone is not quite enough to get the chief status. You can also go out into the wild and hunt ferocious beasts, or enter into the secret realm of the Magic Capital Academy, and you can also get a certain amount of points." The girl smiled and spoke. This child was probably aware of how hard it was to beat the list, so he wanted to start from other places, right? She didn't think much about it either. The reason for being entrusted with the management of this cylindrical building was to provide convenience and various information to the students within the academy. There's a secret realm? Lin Shang's eyes lit up. Of course, our Mordor Academy has our unique secret realm of resources. However, there are certain requirements for your ranking to enter the secret realm. With your current ranking, you should be able to enter the Lord-level Ferocious Beast Space Secret Realm once, and the supplies you get from hunting in the secret realm can also be handed over to the academy to be used for exchanging points. Of course, you can also keep them for yourself. The girl smiled and spoke. Then is there a Lord-level Bizarre Creatures Secret Realm? Creepy creatures? There are, but that's secret realm. Take me there now. Lin Shang hurriedly spoke. Originally, he was still thinking about how to help Little Spirit hunt those bizarre creatures, but wasn't it just the right time now? Alright then, but you'd better call a few more students. It would be dangerous for one person to enter the secret space, not to mention that this is a bizarre class. The girl introduced herself to Lin Shang as she walked. The creatures in the bizarre class secret realm could be the most difficult to deal with. Soon, she brought Lin Shang to the ground floor of the building. The underground space was very open. There were also several large teleportation formations. She led Lin Shang to one of the teleportation formations, Underworld Ghost River. Recommended for Lord-level trios to enter, as long as you stand at the teleportation array. Before the young girl with the ponytail could speak. At this moment, Lin Shang had already stood on top of the teleportation array. The young girl instantly panicked. You quickly come down. How did you dare to enter that secret realm alone? However, before she could finish her sentence, a black mist filled the air and wrapped Lin Shang's body in it. When the mist dissipated, the figure had disappeared. The girl froze at once. A person had entered the secret realm that was recommended for 3 people to enter, and it was still a secret realm of such a bizarre system like the Underworld Ghost River. One could even encounter a life-threatening situation. The young girl didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly walked to the elevator, pressing the ascending button even. And at the same time, the scenery around Lin Shang also changed. What met his eyes was a space filled with darkness, corruption, and dilapidation. The sky was pitch black, and the surrounding area was boundless. And the only thing that could be seen was a black river beside Lin Shang, and around that black river, there were countless bizarre creatures wandering around. Yo! It was my turn to appear. In a roar, a huge horse with scaly armor all over its black body appeared beside Lin Shang, and that ghost wandering by the river in the distance also saw the two. Cluck cluck cluck, how dare a meat-eater come to our territory? Get on me and cut it into pieces. I'll take your bones and pick your teeth. That one terrifying creature came wandering from mid-air. Its body was cloaked in black robes, and in its hand, it held a scythe that was longer than its own body, like a god of death. Ghost scythe. Rank, late warlord. Talent, pre-lord. Skills, curse, death strike. Evolutionary root, none. Introduction, spirits wandering in the ghost river will curse any creature they touch, and killing them will be cursed as well. I'll kick your ass. I'll fucking kick you to death. Before Lin Shang could say anything, the little spirit directly ran wildly up, a pair of black hooves raised high. It directly stomped towards the ghostly apparition. Jia jia jia. Do you think that physical attacks are useful against us ghosts? The ghostly sickle let out an eerie sound, seemingly mocking the black horse in front of him. However, in the next instant, those pitch-black hooves seemed to be infinitely enlarged in front of it. It seemed impossible to even dodge it, not waiting for it to show its terrified eyes. Snap! There was a crisp ringing sound. That ghost sickle was directly trampled into pieces by one of Little Spirit's hooves. After it died, a wave of resentment from the ghost sickle's body seemed to want to stick to Little Spirit's body. But in the next second, it was sucked into its body. Yo! Big guts! At this moment, the Little Spirit. It seemed to have found the confidence lost in Xiao Bai from these ghosts and monsters again. It stood there proudly, enjoying the terrified eyes of the surrounding creeps. Lin Shang, on the other hand, directly used the sequence extraction skill. Naturally, he wasn't worried about whether or not Little Spirit's attack would be effective. As the scion of the Dark Empire's top existence, how could he be afraid of these bizarre-type creatures? A mere mid-warlord could kill a late warlord creepy in seconds. Even the opponent's curse after death could be completely immune. Extracting Ghost Side's grievance breath. Gain the Ghost Scythe Curse skill. Gain the ghostly character of the Ghost Scythe's nihilizing ghost. Gain the 130-year soul mark of the scythe. Soul seal? Lin Shang was somewhat stunned. Soul imprints were imprints that all bizarre creatures possessed within their bodies, and would continue to rise with age. However, between bizarre creatures, it was extremely difficult to seize the other party's imprint, and one could only make the other party take the initiative to reveal it. And now Lin Shang was actually able to forcefully seize the soul imprints within the bodies of these bizarre-like creatures. I remember that legendary black dragon that lived through a long period of time and had soul imprints in its body that were 10 million years old. If Lin Shang could keep seizing the bizarre life Dao, the little spirit would only become stronger and stronger. A normal lord-level bizarre creature with a 1,000-year imprint in its body would be considered good. A 10,000-year mark would be able to call itself a party ghost king. A 100,000-year mark. That's an existence no one can mess with. Even Di Qian's late lord-level bizarre creature only had 1,000 years of soul imprints in its body. Lin Shang was excited. Infuse gene. As Lin Shang used his natural skill, a soothing sensation immediately surged into Little Spirit's body. Little Spirit's energy also skyrocketed in this instant, and the black scale armor that had originally only covered the weak parts of his body began to spread outwards again at this moment. After a few minutes, it had almost covered half of the body. Compared to before, it looked even more divine and extraordinary. And after obtaining that 130-year-old soul mark, the bizarre aura emanating from the little spirit's body became even more appalling. It scared some of the weak bizarre creatures in the surroundings into shrinking backwards. Comfortable, the little spirit stood beside Lin Shang's body and became somewhat excited. Master, I want more. Let's kill all the weird creatures around this black river. Nope, let's supersede them all. Little spirit was busy shaking his head, looking at that one floating weird creature. It didn't seem so annoying anymore. That's exactly what I want. Lin Shang smiled slightly. These bizarre creatures were born by absorbing the grievances of humans. The two sides were destined to be mortal enemies. There was nothing to be merciful about. Not being able to kill them all was the greatest sin. Just like the school motto of the Magic Capital Academy, kill all the evil spirits in the world. Those large words were powerfully engraved. And now Lin Shang could still feel the overpowering will emanating from it. Soon, Lin Shang brought Little Spirit beside this black river and began to slaughter. And then he absorbed all the genes of those bizarre creatures, gained the ghost side's 79-year soul mark, acquired 17 years of soul imprints from the blood red ghost, cursed doll 120 years soul mark, curse skill acquired, obtained voiding skill, acquired evil thought sense skill, a black crow swept past Lin Shang's head. It let out an eerie and miserable caw. The level of these bizarre creatures is too low, and they all seem to be insubstantial bizarre creatures. Lin Shang shook his head. We have to find out the spatial master of this underworld ghost river, the genetic skills on it. It was what Little Spirit needed. And at the same time, the girl with a ponytail had anxiously arrived in the middle of the hall. What's wrong, Tian Xin? What's the hurry? A calm voice came out. Tian Xin froze for a moment, and after seeing the short man in front of her, her face instantly became elated. Senior Hu Kun, Lin Shang. He entered the ghost river space alone. Hearing those words, Hu Kun's face immediately changed. He went in alone? Yes. Tian Xin nodded repeatedly. Wait here. I'll go call teacher Chen Dagger right away. Hu Kun turned around and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at this cylindrical building with Chen Dao. This brat is simply nonsense. That's a 3-person lord-level secret realm. The owner of the space, Guile Crow, is extremely difficult to mess with, Chen Dagger said as he walked. Even if he had talent, he couldn't be this reckless. A single person entering a group-level lord-level secret realm. Even Hu Kun, the number one attacker back then, had to think twice before entering. Soon the two followed Tian Xin to the ground floor of the original building. And that ghost river space. Indeed, someone had already entered. Hu Kun, didn't you enter this ghost river secret realm back then? What is the strength of the lords inside? Hearing this, Hu Kun shook his head. That lord suppressed his strength at the lord level, and with a rank above that, it is simply impossible to enter his space. Once one forcefully enters, it will only lead to the space collapsing and subsequently blowing up, and no one will fare well. Back then, I entered that space and walked along the Black River for a full 3 days, but I couldn't find it either. Hu Kun had one more thing he didn't say. That was that if he had found that lord back then, the victory or defeat would have been really hard to predict. After all, that creepy crow had kept its strength suppressed at the lord level. I'm afraid that he wanted to break through into the mid-king stage in one fell swoop. At that time, even if a monarch-level beastmaster enters it, he may not be able to defeat it. The end was beyond cunning. Then we can only wait for this kid to come out? Want to come out? Unless the master of the Black River is willing to let him out. Hu Kun shook his head. Lin Shang had truly messed with the most unmissable existence. Back then, if he hadn't been strong enough, the master of that Black River wouldn't have let him out. This time, even if Lin Shang came out, I'm afraid that he would have to be starved for a few days. Without absorbing enough negativity from him, that guy wouldn't let go. Just as well, geniuses are too sharp. They need to be sharpened. This kid, I didn't realize he could cause so much trouble. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to see it. Tian Xin blamed herself somewhat, in case the sharpening didn't work. Instead, it made Lin Shang's mind explode from being tortured by the ghosts and monsters, and then live up to his previous enthusiasm. I'm afraid that she, Tian Xin, would have a hard time walking away from her self-blame within a few years. And at this time, on the Black River, but wherever a horse passed by, there were corpses all over the place. That horrible black horse, with its mouth still yelling, "Why stay when the world is hard? Just let the poor Taoist overtake the master. I will carry your soul imprint and live on for you. What are you afraid of?" With Lin Shang's current strength, that Black River's master may not really be able to hold him. It's probably going to take some suffering, but the blade sharpened this way is also sharper. Chen Dao and the others were helpless. They only had to leave this place. Once one entered the secret realm, unless the owner of the secret realm was willing, it would be difficult to come out from it. However, the master in that secret realm would not lay down a death sentence. It knew very well what the result would be once it laid down a deadly hand. That would usher in the endless pursuit of the devil capital day and night. "How's it going, Hu-kun? What happened?" A royal beast master friend in the dormitory smiled and asked Hu-kun, "Why do I see you looking a little less than perfect?" "It's nothing. It's just a schoolmate who accidentally entered the secret realm of the underworld Ghost River alone. Went in alone. That's a big deal. You have to know that the time in the secret realm is different from the flow of time outside the secret realm. I remember that the flow of time in the underworld ghost and the secret realm is twice as fast as reality, right? And at the end of the month, a new freshman chief will be elected. So this kid probably won't make it in time, right? That's what I'm worried about." Hu-kun scratched his head. Lin Shang was taught by the same teacher as him anyways. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been able to help him yet. But then this happened again. If this matter were to spread out, he, as his senior brother, would not look good either. But there isn't necessarily no chance. If he can get benefits in the Ghost River Mystic Realm, that's one more month of cultivation than the other students. Hu-kun spoke again. "I'm guessing it's difficult, right? Many seniors entered the Ghost River Secret Realm when they were at the Lord level. Which one of them didn't come out hungry and skinny? The name Newcomer Grave isn't given for nothing." The housemaid on the side shook his head, not looking favorably. That was the newcomer's grave. To be given this title was already enough to speak for itself, although there was twice as much time. Let's not talk about improving strength. Coming out without being weaker would already be a great benefit. And at the same time, the matter of the new special enrollment student defeating Zhang Maniac and getting an extremely high ranking in all the tests had also spread. I said why Zhang Maniac was so desperate to train in seclusion. It turns out that the rankings were beaten. But this record is truly a bit perverse. Even if you pull all the previous freshmen over, it's estimated that they can still be ranked relatively high. Can't it be that the identity of the freshman chairman this time has already been confirmed? You don't have to say. There are already many organizations in Magic City trying to contact this special admission student, but he's kinda high-strung. I don't know why he hasn't answered his phone in the past few days. His cell phone is not working, and he can't even be seen. The freshmen on the Magic City campus were all marveling at the strength of this special enrollment student. Just at the Lord level, he was able to fight with the power of a pre-monarch. The crowd also became more and more curious about this special enrollment student's favored beast. But the only thing that was certain was, this time, Lin Shang had almost secured the freshman chief's spot. After all, there were a full 100 points for that first place in the ranking. Taking the first place in so many rankings, even before, it had almost never happened before. Even some of the older students in the Devil's Capital were somewhat concerned. This kid has good potential. In the future, it might really become a great help for us against the Imperial Capital. He might become the next disaster-level Imperial Beast Master in our Magic Capital. Indeed, ever since the chief student of the Imperial Capital arrived, our Magic Capital has been defeated. As soon as the crowd recalled that figure, there was some scorn in their eyes. Lin Ming, although she wasn't the strongest in the Imperial Capital yet, but it was the most difficult to deal with. After all, it couldn't help that her talent was extremely high and her growth rate was extremely fast. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take 2 years for her to become a major problem for the Devil's Capital. At that time, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to win over the Imperial Capital Academy in the grand competition. And once half of the resources are taken away every year, the battle power between the two universities would be out of balance, and the Imperial Capital Academy would become stronger and stronger. This seemed to be a fight between the two universities. But behind it, it was unknown how many organizations stood behind it, and even the military was involved. A few days later, when the enthusiasm of the crowd's discussion was almost gone, the news that Lin Shang had entered the secret realm finally went viral. In a gravity room, a huge golden ape was constantly lifting a piece of iron that weighed several tons. Lifting it up, put it down, lift up, put it down, lift it up, put it down again, and there's a 30 marked on the top of the room. That is, 30 times Earth's gravity. Ha ha ha, it seems that my efforts to cultivate are not fruitless. The heavens reward me for my efforts. Lin Shang, you can't blame anyone else for this wave. Zhang Maniac couldn't stop his laughter. As long as Lin Shang didn't continue to raise his strength, it was not without a chance for him to surpass the record he had originally left behind. Even according to the intensity of his current training, the chances were still high. Double the gravity again. As it spoke, the number on the gravity room jumped from 30 to 31, and a foreign youth with blonde hair. It was also maneuvering one of its own white-headed eagles, practicing its dodging ability. That white-headed eagle was extremely fast, and every time it moved, it would emit a burst of sonic booms in the air. Its sharp wings seemed to be able to cut through steel. Yes, good. The blonde man commanded his favored beast over and over again. Strong man of the Dragon Kingdom, if you hadn't entered the secret realm, I wouldn't have had a chance at all. But now, everything is hard to say. The corner of that blonde-haired youth's mouth hooked into a smile. Originally, he was very confident, but after seeing how fast a snake could be to that extent, a trace of panic arose in his heart as well. But now he was full of blood again, as long as he could get the chief student's resources rewarded. In the future, the rest of the students would only have a harder time catching up with him. Perhaps even that special enrollment student would no longer be able to catch up and could only look up to him. The Imperial Beast cultivation. One step faster, that's step by step. And this kind of scene, it also happened in many training rooms. This month, all of the pet beast training rooms in the Magic City were almost completely occupied. Magic City Forum. This scene seems like deja vu. I remember that in previous years, there were also some old trainees who, when they first enrolled in school, had almost secured the freshman's chief, but as a result, they had to go to the secret realm to make a wave. And they even chose the newcomer's grave. The Underworld Ghost River. That's not true? When I heard that the Ghost River of the Underworld was the newcomer's grave, I was even more energized. Crap, isn't this the 37th ranked Shenhe? The 26th year freshman leader? Can you tell us why the Ghost River of the Underworld is a newcomer's grave? Hearing the inquiries from the crowd, Shenhe was also bored and began to talk eloquently. The crowd that listened was getting more and more alarmed. The most bizarre point of the Underworld Ghost River, it was that its path was almost impossible to get to the end. No matter what, it was impossible to find any trace of that lord. Logically speaking, a small secret space could not have such a large range, yet it was just hard to exhaust. Moreover, the ghosts and monsters in it kept emerging from the Black River as if it was endless. The crowd was also more and more shocked by the difficulty of this secret space. At this time in the secret realm, the giant horse with a black aura emanating from its body and clad in pitch-black scale armor stomped and exploded a ghost, and then it continued to keep advancing along the Black River. It's been more than 30 days here already. I thought the bizarre creatures in the Black River were endless. How come they're gone here? Lin Shang was somewhat helpless. Hunting these bizarre creatures every day for these 30 days or so was getting less and less every day. However, after injecting all of the genes and soul imprints into Little Spirit, it was also a very large amount. The number of soul imprints needed to level up a creature like the Black Flame Deer was much more than other weak bizarre creatures. This was also the reason why the Black Flame Deer was able to crush the rest of the ranked ferocious beasts at the same level. Black Inferno Deer. Rank, Late Warlord. Talent, Imperial. Skills, Camouflage, disappears when it grows to Monarch level. Black Fire, Trample. Size Change, Death Domain. Soul Mark, 3,800 years. Evolutionary Route, Black Inferno Dead Deer. Description, a strong and domineering being, at the top of the food chain. Given the title of Dragon. Late Warlord, one more step away from breaking into the Lord level. By that time, Lin Shang would have 2 Lord level favored beasts. Entering the top 100 of the rankings would definitely be within reach. Little Spirit, don't you know your way around? Do you know where the owner of this secret space is? No idea. Little Spirit shook the horse's head. And I'm not a horse. It's just that it hasn't evolved yet. Lin Shang was a bit puzzled. He was on his way to hunting the bizarre creatures of the Black River. A space door had appeared around him, seemingly trying to send him out. But this was paradise. How could he possibly go out? Hiss. I can try. Little White, who had been staying in the Imperial Beast space to watch the show, suddenly spoke out. Good. Lin Shang nodded his head in a hurry, and as soon as Little White appeared in this space, an invisible field spread out towards the surroundings. and that pair of dragon eyes also surfaced with a gleam of golden light. That light shone out, and even little spirit moved 2 steps backward. It was also at this moment, the black river in front of them suddenly began to bubble, and then with a flutter, a monster with a huge body shape flew out from it. It was only when the monster stopped in midair that Lin Shang was able to see its figure clearly. Eerie Crow. Level, Pre-King. Talent, Pre-Disaster. Skills, Crow Dissipation. Blood Eyes. Curse, Sleight of Hand. Evolutionary Path, Dead Crow. Introduction, creatures that live in the river Styx. The favorite eyes of the Emperor in the darkness. Kid, this is you seeking death. You've pushed me too far. That creepy crow's huge body was suspended in the middle of midair. A pair of blood-red pupils stared deathly at the teenager and the 2 favored beasts below. It had originally relied on the Black River to suppress its strength. It had thought that it would be able to continue quietly like this. However, it had never thought that the teenager would barge in, and the bazaar under its own command would not only be no match for it. Even the 2 Lord-level bazaar were killed by the deer by relying on the domain to cross the ranks. And as the eyes of the creepy emperor, how could it not recognize a noble breed like the black flame deer? Whatever. This is human territory anyway. After I eat this black flame deer, maybe my talent can break through into the emperor level as well. This was an opportunity. The said creepy crow swooped directly downwards. The body was as huge as it covered the sky. So what if I'm in the pre-king stage? It's not like Xiaobai doesn't have the power to fight. Python. Level, Late Lord. Talent, Late Catastrophe. Skills, Entanglement, Proficient. Enormous, Proficient. Cloud Swallowing, Proficient. Water Spray, Proficient. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eye. Dangerous Intuition. Dragon's Might. Black Blaze Horn. Eagle Eye, Proficient. Visual Reinforcement. Sight. Evolutionary Root, Augur Dragon. Description, devouring 1,000 genes of life. The true king of nature. Nowadays, Xiaobai's talent level had long reached the late disaster stage, and after staying in the Imperial Beast space for over a month, his level had also skyrocketed. It had already digested all of the rat strips that Lin Shang had bought earlier. At the mid-lord stage, he was able to take on pre-master king beasts. At the late lord stage, he already had the power to fight. Hiss! As Little White opened his snake's mouth, a large thick fog instantly spread around. In just a few seconds, the fog seemed to spread between heaven and earth, and that guile crow also rushed into the dense fog in a flash, instantly losing its target. What ability? But so what? You're only at the lord level. Monarchs killing lords. It couldn't be more common. Without waiting for Guile Crow to continue hesitating, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in that white mist. The shadow was like a giant snake in the sky, and its body was even bigger than that. Whoosh! The giant snake's tail violently lashed out at it. The creepy crow suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The entire body instantly dispersed and transformed into countless small crows, which then dodged the attack and coalesced together again. But 30 to 40 of them couldn't dodge in time and were beaten into bloody foam, and the shadow disappeared. How is it possible? The power of that hit just now was above me. Creepy Crow was shocked. Wasn't that snake's level only lord level? Even if it was a lord level black flame deer, it shouldn't be its opponent at this moment. Not waiting for Guile Crow to continue hesitating. Snap! The serpent's tail in that shadow kept collapsing like a skyscraper at night. In the midst of the dense fog, its vision was obstructed, so it could only disperse its body into countless crows to dodge. However, with these few strokes, the crows that had dispersed out were smoked to death by hundreds more. This can't go on like this. You're forcing me. The Guile Crow looked violently at the black river behind it, and then opened its mouth wide. That black river instantly turned into a stream of water flowing into its mouth. The black river, which was like an endless black river, was just directly swallowed into its mouth. This black river is also a treasure that it got from this space. Not only can it hide its own breath, even after absorbing it, it could also be transformed into a suit of armor to cover its body. Ga ga ga! As the Guile Crow let out 3 cries, that black river filled out from its body and covered its body. It formed an incomparably black scale armor, and even his feathers were strengthened and turned into an extremely black color. Hiss! Master! The dark aura on this crow has become even more intense. Little White reported from within the dense fog. The dark aura has become thicker? Lin Shang frowned. This creepy crow had probably used some means, or had offered up its own bottom card, and with another swipe from Little White, instead of dodging, the creepy crow transformed into a sharp blade that directly brushed past Little White's body at 3 times the speed of sound. Put! This time, it directly scraped and cracked 2 of Little White's snake scales. Even Lin Shang was taken aback. What a strong defense and attack, to withstand this kind of impact and not even get injured. Instead scratching Little White. One must know that the scales on Little White's body, but it was a collection of the hardest parts of all Lord-class creatures. This also meant that the other party's attack could not be blocked by any Lord-class creature. Caw! The guile crow once again let out an eerie caw, and then it snapped to see the heavenly serpent shadow in the thick fog. With a whoosh, it floated and rushed over death. However, when it rushed closer, what greeted it was not a body. Instead, it was a thunder dragon with a huge body. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a terrifying roar. The creepy crow was scared out of its wits. It turned around and wanted to leave. However, in the next instant, rumble! The huge thunder dragon directly drilled into the body of that ghost crow. Even the layer of pitch-black scale armor covering its body was unable to isolate the electric current. It was instantly electrocuted and fell directly to the ground. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to use his natural skill. Gain Ghost Crow Soul Mark 1700 years. Gain the skill Crow Dissipation. Gain the skill Death Song. Gain skill Blood Eye. Gain skill Black Feather Gene. In an instant, the black crow was absorbed into nothing. Only a puddle of black slime was left behind to fall on the ground. Mao! Little Spirit walked up and stepped on that slime with a hoof. The black slime was instantly sucked into its body. Although he didn't know what it was, but Lin Sheng knew that this black river must be heavenly, and it was the most precious thing in this secret space. Inject the gene. Lin Sheng placed his hand in the little spirit's body. Successfully obtained 1700 years of soul imprint. Successfully obtained skill dissipation. Successfully obtained the black feather gene. With the injection of genetic energy, the little spirit spun around on the ground in relief. Finally he himself could get strengthened by his master as well. Previously, every time Little White got strengthened, he became so much stronger, but Little Spirit had seen it in his eyes every time. He had been craving for it, and today he finally got what he wanted, and the master gave it to him. At once, he screamed with excitement. Absorb this gene well, and in the future, I will elevate you into the world's most bizarre and unpredictable existence. Lin Sheng stroked the hair on Little Spirit's body, and it clearly felt much thicker than before, and it became softer and smoother, and there would be less resistance when running. It was clearly the effect of genes, and after the soul imprint of the previous 700 years was completely absorbed, Little Spirit's body suddenly became swollen again, and black scale armor emerged on its entire body. The pair of huge black horns on its head also became even more massive. Even on top of its back, a pair of black wings grew. Black Inferno Deer. Level, Pre-Lord. Talent, Imperial. Skills, Camouflage, disappears when it grows to Monarch level. Deadly Fire, Proficient. Undead Trample, Proficient. Body Shift. Field of Death. Dissipation. Death Song. Soulmark, 5,500 years. Evolutionary Root, Black Inferno Death Deer. Black Dragon King. Introduction, Black Inferno Death Deer. When it grows to adulthood, it will automatically reach the rank of Monarch. Evolved. Little Spirit's level grew to Pre-Lord. Lin Sheng was delighted in his heart, and the skill's proficiency unexpectedly increased automatically. Is this the benefit of talent? And there are two more evolutionary roots. It seems to be the effect of genes. Lin Sheng decided to temporarily set Little Spirit's main form as the Black Dragon King. But, without waiting for Lin Sheng to continue thinking, the little spirit in front of him actively used the dissipation skill. The body instantly transformed into countless small ghosts, floating in the air like sunny dolls. Good fellow, this is an escape divine skill. Lin Sheng touched his head, and the most crucial thing was, it was also possible for these little ghosts to help spy on him. Since we've got the good stuff, let's leave first. Hiss. Good. Mao. There's nothing to grab. Gone. Gone. The place where this secret space was located was also not in the Magic Capital Academy. When Lin Sheng left, it would naturally dissipate somewhere and merge with reality. At the same time, the Magic City schoolhouse was about to reach the end of the month. The schoolhouse was also bustling with activity. I heard that Zhang Maniac has set another record. His favored beast power came to over 1.3 million tons. You don't say. There's also an Owen from the Lighthouse Kingdom who broke Lin Sheng's nerve reaction. Speed test. One after another. The first place on the list was knocked off. The points Lin Sheng gained were also decaying in disguise. This back and forth. The likelihood of being able to become the chief decreased. And Lin Sheng had been staying in that secret space. The other students, however, were constantly hunting ferocious beasts in the wild and selling them to the Imperial Beast Association in the center building. The number of points was also growing by leaps and bounds. This has been waiting for more than 20 days. It's the end of the month, and they still haven't come out of the secret realm? It can't be that he died in there, right? You can't be joking here. The two people guarding outside the Ghost River secret realm were talking and laughing, and when one of them's gaze unintentionally landed on top of that sign, he shook violently. The lights of the Ghost River secret realm are out. What? The two men looked shocked. The lights on that secret realm had indeed gone out. This also meant that the Ghost River mysterious realm, the secret realm, would completely disappear from the Devil's capital from now on. and the owner of that space was also killed. At the same time, a figure emerged from that teleportation array. Although his body was a bit dark and dirty, and even some smells were coming out. However, the muscles and lines on the body were extremely perfect, and those eyes were resolute. The aura emanating from his body was even greater than before. It caused both of them to take a step back uncontrollably. You came back from hell? A sentence inexplicably came out of the mouths of the two. Lin Shang smiled and glanced at the two of them, but did not say anything. He passed right by the two of them. The reason for not opening his mouth was also very simple. Lin Shang only wanted to quickly go back and take a shower right now. Soon, Lin Shang returned to his room. He hurriedly rinsed off in the bathroom. With a face of relief, he opened the special computer in his room. Inside were several messages from Bai He and Di Qian, as well as a few from Du Ning and some of his friends in the training camp. Lin Shang was often idle and bored, so he chatted with Bai He on voice video. The little girl's strength was also very good. Although she hadn't been specially recruited, she had still gotten into the Sacred Snow Academy, which only recruited female students. Du Ning, on the other hand, went to the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, Mordor had often failed in schoolhouse competitions. It was estimated that her family had also taken this into consideration and sent Du Ning to the Imperial Capital Academy. With her strength of being ranked in the top 3 in the training camp, it was more than enough to get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Shang smiled and initiated a voice call to Bai He. Zhang Maniac, 927 points, ranked 83 in the entire school. Owen, 916 points, ranked 92 in the whole school. Zhang Hakryu, 867 points, ranked 91 in the whole school. Currently, the 100th ranked student has 300 points, and Lin Shang possesses 773 points, temporarily ranking 97th in the whole school. Of course, if it wasn't for the points benefit of the freshman rankings, it would be impossible for these freshmen to enter the top 100. Someone summarized the crowd's points ranking in the forum. The prerequisite was that they could keep these rankings at the end of the month, and today was the last day. This record was also the points Zhang Maniac and the others had gotten after refreshing the various rankings. However, today, the situation had changed. Lin Shang had actually rushed out of that secret realm before this. If he could beat these people and get first place instead, it was highly possible that he could surpass them. What the hell am I panicking about? Even if he came out, his body must be exhausted by now. Zhang Maniac and the others kept nodding their toes. However, when it was seen, Lin Shang had killed the Lord in the Ghost River mysterious realm, the crowd was completely shocked. Really? That secret realm known as the Tomb of Newcomers was actually cleared by a newcomer. Of course it's true. The lights on that secret realm have gone out, and the Lord in it is bound to die. This Ghost River secret realm was a secret realm that none of the top 10 rankings bigwigs were able to clear that year. Special enrollment deserves to be special enrollment. Its talent is really strong enough. It looks like he's going to come out and set those records again. Let's quickly follow him over there and take a look. The crowd on campus was excited beyond measure. In addition to some of the new students, the older students also rushed over. And at this moment, Lin Shang obviously didn't know about these things yet. I'll hang up first then. Our academy is competing for the freshman chief. These people are so perverted. They're almost as good as you. Bai He in the picture was wearing a white dress, her clean as snow face flushed and smiling. To be honest, Lin Shang hadn't answered her calls for a month. It made Bai Hu's heart inexplicably hard, but it was good that it was just an accident. It's almost time for me to go out. Lin Shang hung up the video, and then came straight downstairs. The dormitories in the Magic City were also independent dwellings with their own exclusive areas. Lin Shang quickly opened a training room. Dang! A random tale flung up. The massive force of a late lord transmitted into the cowhide drum. 7 million tons. Congratulations on winning first place in the freshman strength test. 290 seconds. Congratulations on winning first place in the freshman nervous reaction speed test. 57 times Earth's gravity. Lin Shang passed through 5 hurdles all the way. At the same level, Xiao Bai had almost no opponents. After all, even the monarch-level Guile Crow in the secret realm was no match for Little White. Nowadays, its strength, combined with those skills, it had long since reached the monarch level. It was just that the level of evolution wasn't quite enough. It needed the genetic bloodlines of 10,000 creatures to evolve into a Jiaolong. Look guys, the leaderboards have changed again. Lin Shang has refreshed those freshman rankings again. He got 300 points from beating Zhang Maniac and is now ranked 63rd in the whole school. There were people watching the leaderboards all the time today. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That creepy crow had not bound Lin Shang. Instead, it became a stepping stone for him to keep moving forward. The point rankings were overflowing today. Even Zhang Maniac, who was in second place, was hundreds of points off. There was no way back anymore. Damn. How could this guy be so perverted? Jean Maniac was practically dumbfounded. No wonder he was able to become the first special enrollment of the Magic Capital Academy throughout the ages. Even the Black River secret realm of the newcomer's grave could be passed alone. He should have thought that he wasn't. His opponent was. Nowadays, I'm afraid that those who can be his rivals are long gone among his peers. Oh, my god, this Dragon Nation person is also too perverted. Even the foreign students from the Lighthouse country were planning to give up. Not an opponent. Not a match at all. The gap between the two sides was simply not on a level. Relying on the points rewarded by this freshman, Lin Shang was even about to squeeze into the top 50 of the entire school. Even after getting a pass, the points for the secret realm are only 63rd? Lin Shang seemed a little dissatisfied, but it wasn't bad at all. After all, 63rd place could get the right to use a first-level blood pool. Relying on these blood pools, Lin Shang would be enough to fill the gap of those 10,000 ferocious beast bloodlines. Otherwise, relying on him to hunt them would take an unknown amount of time. But now it could be synchronized, and when Little White reaches the Monarch level, he can hit the top 50 again and get the right to use the second-level blood pool. A grade 2 blood pool was something practically priceless in the market. The corpse of a single Monarch-level ferocious beast could be sold at a price of 10 million levels. The price of a blood pool made up of the bloodline of hundreds of Monarch fierce beasts would be even more astronomical. If it weren't for the fact that the Devil's Capital Academy was rich in resources, any power that took out this amount of resources would have to suffer a flesh wound. If the rest of the people knew about this kind of thought of his, they would definitely scold him for being perverted. Not to mention a new student. Even students who had long since entered the academy a few years ago wouldn't necessarily be able to enter the top 70. But Lin Shang had reached the top 70 within a month. And after Lin Shang had gotten a spot as the chief student of this session of Magic City, what ensued were countless olive branches, just as it was in the training camp at that time. But this time, the ones who came to recruit him were people and forces at a higher level than that. For example, the Du family, a large family in the Magic Capital. It sent someone to contact Lin Shang directly through Du Ning's connections. They wanted to tie Lin Shang to their Du family's chariot after graduation, and promised resources for the use of the secondary blood pool. This was nothing short of a bloodletting. And in addition to that, the other two great clans were also throwing olive branches at Lin Shang. Even some clans far away from Everest and the imperial capital were also showing their goodwill. To be able to become the freshman chief of the Magic Capital, one would surely know a large number of powerful people after graduation, as long as they could climb into a relationship with Lin Shang. In the future, if the family encountered difficulties, with just a word, they would be able to recruit countless monarchs or even disaster-level imperial beast masters. This was the root of being able to gain a foothold between families. It was also the reason why the resources possessed by the academies were becoming more and more enormous. The conditions given by the military and the Imperial Beastmaster Association seem even more enticing. With those conditions, Lin Shang couldn't help but gulp when he looked at them. No wonder those older students in the academy are raising their strength so quickly. With so many people rushing to give away resources, it's hard not to get stronger. Lin Shang was instantly a bit thankful. He had started out working towards getting into the 5 great academies. With a casual word from others, they could send some resources that Imperial Beast Masters would never see in their entire lives. This kind of platform and vision was something that could never be obtained elsewhere. But everything was fought for with one's own strength. After Lin Shang politely refused all those olive branches, the other party still sent the highest quality food that Little White and Little Spirit needed. It was almost enough to sustain what he needed for a few years in the Magic Capital Academy. Damn! These bees are so rich. Master, why don't we rob them? Little Spirit muttered as he stuffed pure fodder into his mouth in the Imperial Beast space. The tough banded nature in his bones was almost exposed again. Not yet. No, not even in the future. Lin Shang reprimanded Little Spirit. The day ended. No accidents had occurred. Lin Shang had become the chief freshman of the Magic Capital. This was normal. Those points had been almost impossible to catch up with. And Lin Shang also officially obtained this status on the official website of the Magic Capital Academy as the representative of the freshmen of the Magic Capital. Every session of the Magic City freshman chief needed to do this. Only the video showed Lin Shang dressed appropriately. His black hair was cascading, and he had a slightly stern look in his eyes. Picking up the script in his hand, he began to read. I'm very happy to be able to become the freshman chief of this term of Magic City. This is not possible without my personal and Imperial Beast's hard work and cultivation. The video was about 5 minutes long. What was in it was the Magic City Academy, portraying Lin Shang's majestic image to the general public. After all, the chief representative of the new students was the Magic City School, and the compulsion had to be high. So handsome. Is this the chief of the freshmen of the 5 great academies? Really handsome, especially with those eyes. Seeing my heart beat faster. And so powerful. Don't even think about it. Just take a look here. He's the only special enrollment in the Magic City Academy this year. If I remember correctly, Lin Shang seems to be the younger brother of that genius from the Imperial Capital back then. What a twin star of a family. The two became the chief of the freshmen of the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital respectively. Is it hard to believe that there's going to be a sibling killing scenario? So exciting. The internet was abuzz with talk. All of them were discussing the matter between Lin Shang and Lin Ming. There were even people kowtowing to CP on the internet. Once Lin Shang became famous, almost everything about him in the training camp as well as in Yang City was dug up. All of a sudden, the heat of two top geniuses coming out of a humble family was topped to the highest level. Even Lin Shang's sister, Lin Ming, was also dug up once again. Imperial Capital Academy. Both of them are surnamed Lin. No wonder the boss thinks so highly of him. I thought it was just about his talent and looks. Crimson Demon Shadow Su Xin murmured and whispered. Indeed, lately the boss has been looking at her cell phone and giggling. I thought she was looking at something. The somewhat robust-looking man at the side silently spoke. She shouldn't be a younger brother controller, right? I see that the boss often scrolls through those CP knocking posts. This is against morality. Su Xin blinked. His own brother was good-looking, comfortable to look at and powerful. It wasn't impossible. That's you overthinking it. The boss simply found it funny. She also told us to step up our strength and prepare for the competition in 6 months. That's true. I'm just kidding. A little bitty person who just became a royal beast master not long ago. What can she compare with the super demons of the Imperial Capital? Su Xin stroked her white chin. Suddenly, she felt that she had watched a little too much soap opera. How could someone as cold-blooded as the boss be a disciple controller? I remembered back when the boss had just enrolled in school. There were a few old students who were rich second-generation students who always teased her on the forums of the Magic City Academy. As a result, ever since boss had gone to the door, those few people had never made a sound again. Since then, they walked around Lin Ming when they saw her. It could be said that when she first enrolled in school, she had a fierce reputation in the Imperial Capital Academy. It's just that he hasn't been making many moves lately. And at this moment, Lin Ming, wearing a bodysuit, her perfect figure was outlined to the nth degree. At this time she was lying on her bed, covering her face with a pillow, body slightly shaking, laughing a little bellyache. How is it? My senior brother's strength is pretty good. Right. Kun, who was wearing training clothes, smiled and opened his mouth to the companion beside him. What's your senior brother? Have you taught him? Why are you so thick-skinned? That companion rolled his eyes. This despairing trifecta of questions made Kun touch his nose. There was a slight embarrassment. Should we invite him to join us? It's fine. We can't get enough of this kind of genius, but move fast. In case that group of nemesis snatch it up first, it'll be troublesome. That companion laughed. Lin Shang and Kun were teachers. It was also considered to be the same teacher. At this moment in Lin Shang's room, Mao, the small spirit with a huge body, was operating the use of the Black River on its own body, letting the Black River turn into a sticky liquid. It climbed on top of Little Spirit's body. Only a creature this close to darkness could manipulate it. Snap! The sticky liquid detached a long tentacle from the Little Spirit's body and directly grabbed a plastic bottle on the tabletop, and then it melted and absorbed it instantly. It then transformed into spikes and ghostly hands, continuously destroying the surroundings. The Little Spirit was using it with great ease. My luck is really good. Even this kind of treasure can be obtained. Lin Shang's eyes glowed. The moment he had come out, he had searched the internet for a detailed description of this item. Black River, whose real name was Parasitic Spirit, was a parasitic living creature born in the Dark Lands, being able to reside in the body of a dark living creature. The stronger the power of this living creature, the more exaggerated the strength of the Black River itself would be. Generally, a dark emperor with a parasitic spirit could easily abuse an emperor without a parasitic spirit. This was something that even catastrophe-level ferocious beasts coveted. Even in the human network, there were only a few records. No wonder the trickster crow didn't know about it. That trickster crow still thinks that it's just a defensive appliance. But in reality, defense is only one of its weakest functions. Lin Shang was excited. It could cover the body and hide one's aura. The attack could break through any lord-level defense. Even Little White couldn't really block it. Of course, it was also partially due to the fact that the owner who used it was a monarch-level ferocious beast. If it was used by Little Spirit, it naturally couldn't be so sharp. But even so, it was perverse enough. It was a priceless treasure. Initiate, activate. All systems are activated. Do. Lin Shang's phone rang. It was Chen Dagger calling himself Mr. Chen. Ha ha ha, not bad, but your kid calls me Teacher Chen when he gets a favor and calls me Old Chen when he doesn't, right? Chen Dagger over there laughed out loud. Lin Shang instantly fell silent. Just kidding, I'm happy that you can call me a teacher. Now that you've come to the center building, it's already the end of the month when it's time to distribute the resources. Of course, there's also the exclusive resources for your special enrollment. Good, I'll go right away. Lin Shang put down his cell phone. The two favored beasts were also very excited. They were extremely spiritually intelligent, so they could naturally understand exactly what was going on. A few minutes later, Lin Shang arrived at the building in the center of the Magic City Academy. That building towered high into the clouds, but Lin Shang's mood was unprecedentedly wonderful. For the first time, he had gotten the resources of the Magic City Academy. Any student would be excited today. Here, the stoic-faced Chen Dagger also smiled today. From afar, he waved his hand towards Lin Shang, and Tian Xin, who was standing by the counter, also looked over. She really didn't expect Lin Shang to be the special enrollment student. In the previous few days, she had always thought that Lin Shang was just an ordinary student who had been admitted to the Magic City Academy. Thinking about how she had taken care of Lin Shang like he was a weak schoolmate before, Tian Xin's face burned a little. Of course, this was only caused by embarrassment. In all these years in Magic City, she had never made this kind of blunder before. First is your points ranking. Your final ranking is 72nd, and even though you've dropped back a few places, you still get the right to use the first level blood pool, as well as free lodging and free training room fees, but there's still a charge for the gravity room. On top of that there's the Magic City Freshman Chief Resource, which covers the meals for all your favorite beasts for 5 years. If your favorite beasts manage to reach the Monarch, Disaster, or Emperor levels during their time in school, the school will also cover all the materials needed for the evolution of the pet beasts. This one reward. Both Lin Shang and the two favored beasts had glowing eyes when they heard it. The two favored beasts had only heard about covering all meals for 5 years. Lin Shang, on the other hand, heard that all the materials needed for upgrading were covered. This also meant that as long as one kept upgrading their pet beasts, they would be fine and would not need to be bothered by evolutionary materials. It was important to know that once a favored beast advanced to the Monarch or Catastrophe level, the materials required would be astronomical. It was only because Xiaobai's talent level wasn't too high before that the materials weren't in such dire need. But once Little Spirit advanced to the Monarch level, the cost of the materials required would definitely be something Lin Shang would not be able to come up with in a short period of time. It was heard that the materials required for a pet beast with a Monarch talent to advance to Monarch were billions of dollars. And if they didn't use alternative materials and chose the optimal materials for all of them, the amount spent would only be several times that number. No wonder those old farts are also eyeing this quota. I'm afraid their favored beasts should have evolved a long time ago. Lin Shang stroked his chin. The reason why many students didn't leave the academy was also found. It was to get the pet beast advancement materials provided by the academy, and the academy would get more connections with stronger imperial beast masters as a result. In the long run, they would only earn more. When can I go use the level 1 blood pool? Lin Shang couldn't wait any longer. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. You still have points you haven't used yet. Chen Dagger raised his hand to stop Lin Shang. Lin Shang's eyes instantly lit up. Right. The points ranking would be recalculated the second month, whereas last month's points would only be kept for 1 day. Then today was the deadline to spend the points. Soon, Lin Shang came to the counter. What things can I exchange my points for? Or what is more cost-effective to exchange? It can be exchanged for anything, and the average Imperial Beast Master will exchange the highest grade, highest quality food for their pet beasts. Tian Xin introduced Lin Shang, the highest quality mixed meat of snakes, only the most valuable gram taken from each ferocious beast. 10 points can be exchanged for a meal's worth, whereas in the outside world it would take 1,000,000 to buy it. 1 million. This price was quite expensive. After all, Lin Shang's favored beasts were different from others. Due to its fast digestion, it had to eat almost every day. Ha ha ha, you're the president of this year's Magic City Freshman, so Magic City will naturally cover all the food for you. Chen Dagger looked at Lin Shang's tangled expression and instantly wanted to laugh a little. Geniuses also had times when they were tangled up over their pet animal's food. Ah, that's right, a free package also means that I can whore out $30 million to the academy every month for nothing. Lin Shang made a fist with his right hand and slammed it on his left palm, and Little White in the Imperial Beast space was also excited. It was finally time to improve its meals. Tian Xin and Chen Dao instantly blinked their eyes and looked at each other. 30 million? The highest quality of pure meat could carry close to half a month with one meal, right? You can't possibly eat it every day, right? Is there any food for bazaar-type pet beasts or dark-type pet beasts? Pick me some of the highest grade. There is, Pure Souls, a favorite of bazaar creatures. One meal alone costs 30 points, and the price in the field fluctuates between 1 million and 3 million. After all, the total amount of pure souls is different. Moreover, This kind of food can enhance the quality of the favored beasts in all aspects, and good ingredients can also improve the mood of the favored beasts. And the most crucial thing is that consuming this kind of food is more than 10 times faster than normal food in terms of evolution. 3 million. That's 90 million a month for nothing. The two favored beasts combined would eat up $100 million of the Mordor Academy's food expenses in a month. The corners of Lin Shang's mouth hooked up slightly. It's too good to be true. Lin Shang was excited in his heart. And Little Spirit was also happy. Those food impurities bought online before were too much. If it wasn't starving to death if it didn't eat it, as a noble emperor, it wouldn't have eaten this kind of garbage. Now it was finally going to improve its food itself as well. Listening to the voices here, the students who had also come to spend their points looked over in surprise. After hearing the words of the crowd, they were envious. Chief student, as long as you get this spot, even if you don't do anything, every month, one would be able to obtain a large amount of resources provided by the Magic Capital Academy. The resources consumed in a random month could create several millionaires in the outside world. Yet in the academy it was just simple food expenses. But if they wanted to do so, they would need to spend several millions, or even tens of millions. Even if the Imperial Beast Masters made money faster than ordinary people, they couldn't afford to spend like this. It really made people's eyes red with envy. Your freshman chief status has already been recorded in your student card. As long as you are in the cafeteria of the academy, you can get the food you need for free. Of course you can also go there every once in a while, and there is usually a lot of stock left behind. Listening to old Chen's words, Lin Shang nodded. Then what's better to exchange my 1300 points for? Since there was no longer a shortage of food, are there any floating whale carcasses? Lin Shang inquired. No, not to mention the fact that creatures like the floating whale are rare, and even young calves can reach the strength of a monarch. It's too difficult to hunt and there's nothing cost-effective about it. And every time the floating whale can be sold at an extremely high price. Relying on this amount of your points is obviously not something you can buy. And the Magic Capital Academy doesn't have this channel either. It wasn't that the academy wasn't strong enough. It was just that the same ferocious beast corpses wouldn't be that necessary. In the future, it would be better for Lin Shang to personally kill them. Also, then can I exchange all of my points for Thunder Lightning Stones? Yes, a total of 300 points can be exchanged for 260 Thunder Lightning Stones. The exchange price for each item was different. Thunder Lightning Stones were very rare in Yang City. However, it could only be called rare in Magic City. With his Thunder Light Stone, Lin Shang returned to the dormitory. In a room in the dormitory that was dedicated to training, 260 Thunder Lightning Stones were piled up on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Silky arcs of electricity drifted out, all of which could peck out a black hole in the wall. The energy in this Thunder Lightning Stone is even denser than the ones I got in the wild before. Lin Shang looked at the Thunder Lightning Stones that were piled up like a small mountain on the ground, worthy of being a major power in the Dragon Kingdom. The store was big but didn't bully customers. Although things were expensive, what was exchanged was definitely the best. Hiss! Little White slowly walked forward, tracked by the lightning mark on its back. A stream of water flowed out of each of those 260 Thunder Lightning Stones. The stream of water formed a vortex in the air and all of them rushed into that Thunderbolt seal. Thunder Dragon, proficient, upgraded to Thunder Armor, perfect. Rumble. Terrifying wild thunder filled Little White's body. The lightning swam around, but it did not injure it in the slightest. That streak of lightning electrified a black trail on its body connected to the ground on that iron plate, but it did not splash onto Lin Shang's body. At that moment, Xiao Bai's body was covered with scales made of lightning, horns made of lightning. It was even armed to the teeth. That layer of lightning armor covered the periphery of his body, and it was truly as if he was wearing a piece of armor. Even that sharp claws extended out for several meters, made up of lightning. Mao, Master, Bai is targeting me. All of its skills are yang. Little Spirit stared at it in the Imperial Beast space with anxious eyes. It's impossible for this self to surpass it in a monkey's time. This wave was definitely restrained. Not bad. Very strong skills. This ranking hadn't been in vain. No wonder the crowd was so eager for the 5 great academies. It really was true that the strong became stronger and stronger. Must accumulate enough resources. I want to enter the top 50 of the rankings at the start of the new January. Lin Shang set a goal for himself. And then without hesitation, he took Little White and Little Spirit and stepped directly on that teleportation array and rushed to a small edge city. In the days that followed, as soon as Lin Shang woke up every morning, he took his 2 pet beasts to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. The level of the beasts that were hunted were almost all at the Lord level. If it was below this level, it wouldn't have much of a training effect. And at night, instead, they returned to the academy and immersed themselves in the level 1 blood pool. The skill pools and genes of the 2 favored beasts were improving by leaps and bounds. Little White was fine, Having originally absorbed a lot of genetic energy before, Little Spirit absorbed less than half a month this time. The rank directly broke through from pre-lord to mid-lord. Its body became even more massive. Originally only 2 or 3 meters tall changed to 4 or 5 meters. The pair of pitch-black feathered wings could also be displayed on the back, and the parasitic organisms in the body were utilized more skillfully. This was an improvement in battle experience, far beyond what could be gained by giving genes. It could only be improved by constant training and fighting against ferocious beasts in the wild. In the middle of March, Lin Shang once again brought Little Spirit into the Lord-level secret space, and then hunted the weird creatures in the secret space to extract their genes. But this time, the luck wasn't as good as before. It didn't find the owner of that secret realm. Sensing the entry of an existence with a stronger strength than his own, the owner of that secret realm space had long ago run away somewhere. Soon the month ended. Lin Shang's points ranking was 56th. Originally, his points were ranked within 50th place. However, he didn't expect to be stolen from the list at the last minute. This was common in the Magic Capital Academy. But Lin Shang was a newcomer and didn't expect so many people to steal the list. I can't slack off next time. The fact that a Lord-level Imperial Beast Master was able to squeeze into the top 50 caused quite a shock within the school. At the start of the second month, Lin Shang was going even crazier than the previous month. As soon as he woke up in the early hours of the morning every day, he took 2 ferocious beasts to hunt in the wild. Once in 3 days, he entered the secret space. At noon, right in the middle of the third month, the goal of 10,000 ferocious beasts was successfully reached. I've absorbed nearly 7,000 plus bloodline genes in the first level blood pool, while the ones I hunted in the wild accounted for about 3,000 of them. Exactly 10,000 of them. It was time to evolve. Lin Shang's gaze was like lightning. Taking Little White with him, he arrived in the middle of the river outside of the Magic Capital. Lin Shang's naked upper body rode on top of Little White's body. At this time, Little White's body was already extremely wide, and could casually churn up a large boat in the river. One person, one snake. Along the river downstream, along the way, there were dark clouds all over. The winds were gusting, and thunderbolts were coming down from the sky. It seems that this kind of creature is envied by the heavens, and even the heavens want to take its life. The thunderbolt struck Little White's body, exploding wound after wound, and attracting countless ferocious beasts to bite. And Lin Shang sat on its forehead, staring tightly ahead without wavering. Finally, after half an hour had passed, that river grew wider. The scales on Little White's body were also almost completely shed. As it rushed into the sea, huge and incomparable scale armor once again grew on top of that body. The white scale armor was engraved with complicated patterns and was even harder than before. A dorsal fin like a fish's fin grew on its back. On its body, 2 pairs of 3 sharp claws also stabbed out. The divine light in its pupils became even more appalling and terrifying. Only the neck did not grow a large amount of sideburns, but row after row of sharp teeth sprouted from its mouth. Jiaolong. Success! Lin Shang stood up violently. The jiao is more than 10 feet long, resembling a snake but with 4 legs, with a white baby on its neck, ochre flying on the chest. Roar! Little White roared up to the sky. It moved freely in that river. Its speed even broke through 5 times the speed of sound, but it could only be so swift in the middle of a river. What is that? The crew on the surrounding ships were shocked beyond words, but that figure was like an electric light. Fleeting. By the time they took out their cameras, it was already too late. Mao! Little Spirit, who was in the Imperial Beast space, stared wide-eyed. Something seemed to have been awakened in the depths of Little Spirit's memory. After following Lin Shang for such a long time, Little Spirit had naturally heard of legendary creatures like dragons. Could it be that Bai was really? The Little Spirit was dumbfounded. Before, when it was made to be the second, it was still more or less unconvinced in its heart. Now it was completely convinced. Even if one's talent was strong, one simply couldn't compare to a legendary divine dragon. After receiving a huge power feedback, Lin Shang felt that the power contained in the body was even stronger, and it seemed to have an innate affinity with water. The dragon is good at water. Even though it can't fly, it's still considered a bully in the water. Lin Shang was excited. A few days later, the center of the building in the Magic Capital base city. Bang! Looking at the huge teeth that Lin Shang threw out from the Imperial Beast space, Tian Xin covered her small mouth, her eyes all shocked. You really killed the monarch in that abandoned city. That was a mid-monarch creature. Tian Xin was shocked but reacted violently. Your Imperial Beast has reached the monarch level? Tian Xin's heart snapped as she looked at Lin Shang smiling but silent. It had only been less than 3 months since he came to the school to reach the monarch level. This rate of elevation was too terrifying. This tooth is the most precious part of its body. It can be exchanged for almost 300 points. 300 points plus your 2,600 points. 2900. Tian Xin was shocked. He couldn't be clearer about what this meant. It meant that Lin Shang had only just arrived in the academy. In less than 3 months, he had gotten the 36th place in the academy ranking, being able to obtain the power to use the second-level blood pool. After losing novice protection, being able to get such a ranking was already enough to explain a lot of things. TD, you kid is really TND perverted. Zhang Maniac was stupid. He himself had been trapped at the peak of Lord for less than half a year. He had thought that he would be able to break through to the monarch level, and then he would be able to hold Lin Shang down for a period of time. However, he never thought that this perverted kid would break through before himself. How can I say that I'm also an SS grade Imperial Beast space? The difference is so big with an extra letter. You kid line ah. Several senior sisters are asking me for your contact information in private. Lin Shen. Chen Dagger's serious face was on the verge of turning into a chrysanthemum smile. It was amazing that such a genius could fall into his hands. Old Chen. It's that match in a little over 3 months. What level do I have to reach in order to participate? Lin Shen opened his mouth to inquire. Oh, you still want to participate in the fight between the magic capital and the imperial capital? Chen Dao glared. This is a competition that requires both favored beasts to be at the monarch level in order to participate. I'm afraid that there are only about 20 of us in the Magic Capital Academy who have both favored beasts at the monarch level or above. Chen Dagger said. Don't look at his current first favored beast at the disaster level. The second favored beast was only just at the pre-monarch level. Not to mention those royal beast masters who only had a single monarch ranked favored beast. Cultivating a single monarch level favored beast might be affordable for some families. Cultivating two? Unless it was the young master of a Fortune 500 company. Who would dare to be so generous? I understand. I'll work hard. Lin Shang smiled and nodded. What the hell are you working hard for? You didn't even understand what I was saying, did you? Chen Dao blinked his eyes. The expression that was as resolute as a knife was a little taut. But if you really want to, it's not like you don't have a chance. I'll give Hu Kun a call and let you meet Du Qianxiu. Du Qianxiu? Lin Shang had naturally heard of this name. The Magic Capital Academy was perennially ranked in the top 5 in terms of points. Its strength was even a bit stronger than Hu Kun. When his results were the best, he had ranked first in the points ranking of the academy, and it was also the biggest party among the several gangs in the Magic Capital Academy. Alright then, but I'm going to use the secondary blood pool first and come back. Lin Shang waved and left. Soon, he arrived at the location to receive the rewards. The guard outside the door took a look at Lin Shang's student ID number and immediately gave him a somewhat surprised look. Then a smile piled up on his face. Student Lin Shang, right? Go in. Lin Shang nodded and entered. Although he had already come here countless times, this time, Lin Shang's heart still beat a little faster. And as he pushed open a door, he was immediately shocked by the sight within. Only to see that in the middle of the room, it was filled with all sorts of horrible creatures with huge bodies. Golden apes with barbs all over their bodies, huge crocodiles with teeth made of steel, wolves with 6 wings on their backs. All of them were much stronger than the one Lin Shang had encountered in the base city before. The pressure alone could suffocate a person. However, this was just an illusion. As Lin Shang shook his head, the shadows disappeared. What appeared before his eyes was an altar of the blood essence of a monarch-level imperial beast. There was a sizzling flavor emanating from it, causing one to smell it and have their appetite increase. Is this the blood essence of a monarch-class creature? The percentage of blood essence of a monarch creature was extremely small. That's why the amount was also much less than that of the Lord class. Sequence extraction. Obtain 6-armed golden ape gene bloodline. Obtain the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile gene bloodline. Obtain the winged pale wolf gene bloodline. 6-armed golden ape power gene. Iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile bite gene. Golden armored tortoise defense gene obtained. Acquired strong attack, mastery, skill gene. A large number of genes were extracted by Lin Shang. A preliminary estimate was that there were over 60 monarch-level bloodlines in this. This was already an extremely exaggerated number, and Lin Shang's current physique was already enough for him to withstand the simultaneous extraction of so many bloodlines. Inject. A large amount of genes were injected into Little White's body, and with that, Little White's body became boiling hot. It was even able to cook an egg directly on his body. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that it was completely finished. Dang! Lin Shang picked up the machete and slashed down directly on Little White's scale armor. That special steel blade was directly chipped in half. The defense had increased drastically from before, and as time went on, after converting all of this defense gene, it would only get stronger, and this is still the first day. After I inject a large amount of monarch-level genes into Little White will almost be able to deal with late monarch pet beasts in the pre-monarch stage. Little White had just broken into the pre-monarch king stage and was able to deal with mid-monarch king stage, and at that time, there was no genetic lineage of a monarch-class creature in his body. It was all based on his own skills and talents. Augur Dragon. Rank, Pre-Junior King. Talent, Peak Emperor. Skills, Entanglement, Perfect. Enormous, Perfect. Cloud Swallowing, Perfect. Water Breathing, Perfect. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eyes, Proficient. Dangerous Intuition, Proficient. Petrification, Proficient. Thunder Armor, Perfect. Dragon's Might. Black Flame Horns. Eagle's Eyes, Proficient. Visual Reinforcement. Vision. Evolutionary Root, True Dragon. Introduction, devouring thousands of living beings. Standing at the head of the creatures. Previously, he had absorbed a large number of creature bloodlines from the first level blood pool. The skills had almost all reached the perfection level. Nowadays, he had obtained the monarch level skill Rockify. Little White's base was very solid at this point. Coming out of the room, Lin Shang once again went to the cafeteria. Still picking up a month's worth of food? The Imperial Beast nutritionist in that cafeteria stared at Lin Shang with wide eyes. He didn't understand how this kid's Imperial Beasts were so capable of eating. Everyone else came every few days, and Lin Shang was able to eat $100 million of their cafeteria's food expenses in a month. Even if the academy had money, it couldn't build it like that. But during that time, he asked Chen Dao, but received his permission. And that was the key to Lin Shang's favored beasts being able to improve by leaps and bounds. Even the food they ate was of the highest grade and in unlimited supply. Could they not evolve fast? It was estimated that even the Duplan's sidekick wouldn't dare to build it like this. Bringing their own food. Lin Shang bumped into Hu Kun just as he left the house. Lin Shang, I've been looking for you for half a day. Come with me to meet Du Qianqiu. Hu Kun smiled as he looked at this schoolmate of his. He was also very satisfied with Lin Shang in his heart. Understood. Lin Shang responded, also smiling. He and Hu Kun often talked about Imperial Beast cultivation, and the two of them had long been acquainted. The same person was Chen Dao's disciple. Lin Shang was naturally eager to meet this senior, who had ranked number 1 in the magic capital. A few minutes later, Lin Shang followed Hu Kun and arrived at the villa area where he lived. The Magic City Academy had a large area, and there was an area dedicated to the students. And the usual place where they gathered was in Hu Kun's home. Just think of it as returning to your own home. Don't be polite. Before Hu Kun could open his mouth, the little spirit in the Imperial Beast space came first. Ha ha, just think of it as where you live. Don't be polite. Hu Kun stretched out that robust and powerful arm and opened the gate. The iron gate was made of a special alloy and was extremely heavy. However, Hu Kun was still able to push it open with ease. The physique of a catastrophe-class Imperial Beast Master was evident. And that's if there's only one catastrophe-grade favored beast. If both favored beasts reached the catastrophe grade, the power would be terrifying. The two entered the villa along the stone-paved road. At this moment, Du Qianqiu, along with several other royal beast masters, were standing in the middle of that living room. Du Qianqiu. Lin Shang stared at her for a while. The first feeling one got was that she was beautiful, cold, and the kind of cold that was inherent to her. Speaking of which, you and Qianqiu have some connection. You should know her sister, right? Although she wasn't born from the same mom, but at least she's considered a sister of the Du family in Magic City. You mean Du Ning? Lin Shang instantly recalled that girl who pretended to be high-strung. It was different from the Du Qianqiu in front of her. Du Ning pretended to be high and cold, but Du Qianqiu was cold from the depths of her soul. Don't look at Qianqiu's cold face, but she's actually a warm-hearted person. Hu Kun heatedly laughed. You talk too much. Du Qianqiu interrupted Hu Kun. Hu Kun hurriedly shut up. This was a ruthless master who possessed 2 catastrophe-level pet beasts all by himself. His strength was considered to be among the topmost group in the Magic Capital Academy. Generally, a disaster-grade beast master could have 3 favored beasts. A single catastrophe-level pet beast could be called a catastrophe-level Imperial Beast Master. And with 2 disaster-level pet beasts, one would have a certain reputation and status amongst disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters. Having 3 disaster-grade favored beasts could almost be called invincible in the disaster class. And if one were to break it down, these favored beasts were also divided into the first, middle, and late stages. A small realm, the difference was immense. As for the people present, there were a total of 5 people with Lin Shang. 4 of them were all disaster-grade royal beast masters. And I'm afraid that the only one who had 2 disaster-level ones was Du Qianqiu. Lin Shang, I've already heard about you from Teacher Chen. If you want to quickly raise your favored beasts to catastrophe grade, you must travel to the catastrophe grade secret realm. Du Qianqiu came straight to Lin Shang's side. Up close, it was still impossible to see a single flaw from Du Qianqiu's body. She was just like an ice sculpture that one did not dare to touch. But aren't I looking for death by going to a disaster-level secret realm? Lin Shang raised the question. Of course I won't let you go by yourself. As long as you join us, I can take you into a disaster-level secret realm once a month. Du Qianqiu spoke out her conditions. She also really wanted Lin Shang to join her. Among the several organizations in the Magic Capital Academy, Du Qianqiu was not the strongest one. There were even two of her opponents who possessed two catastrophe-level imperial beasts. It would be a good thing for her if she could recruit this new chief of the freshmen of the Magic Capital under her command. Isn't this equivalent to hugging the thigh and letting someone else lead you into a higher-level secret realm? Lin Shang thought in his heart. This sort of thing seemed to be very common in any place. Of course, Du Qianqiu added, the points gained in the secret realm will be divided fairly based on how much you contributed, and if you get it on your own strength, you can have 100% of it yourself. Okay, I'll join you. Lin Shang nodded. Being a lone wolf was not enough with his current strength. If he wanted to survive, he had to back up a more powerful force. Du Qianqiu revealed a rare smile, and the three people beside him also smiled. The chief of the new students of the Magic City, and still the only special enrollment. Lin Shang's joining was undoubtedly great news for the crowd. Ha ha ha, we're all students of Teacher Chen Dao, so don't have too many barriers. Hu Kun laughed. Yeah, I've heard of your name Lin Shang when I was still hunting ferocious beasts in the wild. You're very famous in our Magic City. A youth on the side opened his mouth to praise. Even people in the Magic City know about it? Definitely. You're the newborn chief of Magic City. And many Imperial Beast Masters know you in Magic City Base City. At that time, if you want to go out, remember to cover up a bit more or less. Don't be too tempted. A senior secretly winked at Lin Shang. Lin Shang blinked and pretended not to understand. Alright, Du Qianqiu interrupted the crowd. Lin Shang, go back and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Right, the secret realm we're going to this time is a new medium space. I'm afraid that there will be people from other academies going as well. You have to be careful when you get to the secret realm. That youth said with a serious face. I know. Lin Shang was naturally clear in his heart. He had just stepped into the monarch level now, and he was just a little fledgling in the eyes of those disaster-level Imperial Beast Masters. But you shouldn't be too serious. Anyways, our Magic Capital Academy is also the top of the 5 academies. Those people probably wouldn't dare to mess with us. Ha ha, the youth patted Lin Shang's shoulder and laughed. To have power was to be capricious. If they didn't mess with other people, those people should burn high incense. Who would dare to come and actively look for trouble from them? A few minutes later, Lin Shang returned to his room. The two favored beasts were there eating their food. It looked downright fragrant. Little Spirit's level is in the mid-lord stage, and after getting benefits in the secret realm, it has to evolve to the late lord stage quickly. When the time comes, get the resources from the academy. One could easily advance to the monarch level. He himself could become an unrivaled existence amongst the monarch level. The two monarch level favored beasts were capable of becoming a city lord level existence in any small base city. In the newly opened medium secret space this time, rumor has it that someone had seen a gene fruit. I heard that someone from our Imperial Capital Academy is already planning to enter that secret space tomorrow. Not only the Imperial Capital, but also the rest of the major first-class academies, all of which have sent someone to go. Gene fruits, any one of them can fetch tens of billions of dollars, and it can stimulate the bloodline talent of a favored beast. I'm going to go and join in the fun tomorrow. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get one of the lost ones? Otherwise, let's follow the Imperial Capital's group into it. The big deal is that we'll get less benefits. Someone came up with an idea. At this moment, Lin Ming was leading several people, Su Xin, to discuss countermeasures. Sister Lin Ming, are you planning to go yourself this time? A few hints of excitement flashed through Su Xin's eyes. If Lin Ming entered personally, who else could rob them? Yes. Lin Ming spat out a single word. She wanted to get the gene fruit in the secret space. It was not something that a disaster-level lord was qualified to possess. The next morning came quickly. The underground of the cylindrical building, in front of a teleportation array. The 5 people, Du Qianqiu, Hu Kun and Lin Shang, were heavily armed. Yesterday, someone from the Jiangnan Academy brought back a gene fruit and auctioned it off online for a sky-high price of $13 billion. The crowd glanced at each other. All saw eagerness in each other's eyes. The target is that space lord. Find it and kill it. Du Qianqiu's words were cold. The air around them all seemed to have lowered a few degrees. Understood. Understood. Lin Shang, you'll follow us aside and take care of the little monsters. I know. Lin Shang nodded, thinking a lot in his mind. 13 billion gene fruits. If he could get one for himself, he would be able to make Little Spirit break through into the monarch level at any time. With a flash of light, the crowd disappeared from the teleportation array, and then, they appeared in the middle of a jungle. Apparently, the owner of this world was more fond of wild environments. The surrounding weather was extremely dim, and an extremely dangerous aura constantly emanated from the jungle. However, at this moment, there was a silhouette missing from the group. Lin Shang is gone. Hu Kun's face was startled. It's not just Lin Shang. Lu Song is also missing. A team member nervously looked around. Now immediately find the lord of this space and kill it. Du Qianqiu frowned slightly. Hu Kun froze for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. This was a medium secret space. The size of the range was almost equivalent to a small base city that housed 10 million people. Trying to find someone here was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be better to quickly kill the space lord here and take away the gene fruit. At that time, Lin Shang would naturally be out of danger. Lin Shang, you have to be careful. It's not just the ferocious beasts that are dangerous in this jungle. A monarch-level royal beast master had fallen into a disaster-level secret space. As long as he acted a little more cautiously, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Where are the people? Lin Shang landed in the jungle and looked towards his surroundings. How come there were no more people? Could it be that this was a random teleportation space? It was also somewhat possible. When too many people entered a space, the owner of the space sensed a crisis and would turn on the self-protection function of the space to disperse these people. This knowledge, Lin Shang had seen in books. Hiss! Little White appeared from the Imperial Beast space. Mao! Little Spirit followed suit and came out, fiercely yelling as if to announce his arrival. Little White threw a tail directly at Little Spirit's head. You're screaming so loudly, afraid that others won't hear you, right? Lin Shang rolled his eyes. Little Spirit immediately chirped low in aggravation a few times, and then its eyes lit up. Master, I can smell the flavor of the gene fruit. Smelled it? How did you smell it? Lin Shang was a little confused. I can't say. It's an impulse in my bloodline. It's like he's urging me in a certain direction. I have a little bit of it too. Both favored beasts seem to have some of this feeling. After all, now Little White's talent had also reached the emperor level. The two favored beasts had become even more sensitive to these resources than before. They would involuntarily rush towards those things that could make them stronger. Then lead the way. Lin Shang rolled over and directly rode on Little Spirit's body. Since Little Spirit was now 4 or 5 meters tall, Little White was also barely able to coil around its body. Just like this, one person, one snake, and one horse, headed towards the west. Roar, roar, roar. Bursts of beastly roars continued to emanate from the jungle, and every now and then the branches of the trees along the roadside would reach out a branch to attack Lin Shang, but they were all instantly killed by Little White. Nor did they look at the kind of creatures from which the genes in Little White's body were now extracted. Those terrifying beings were the top of the line even at the monarch level. However, Lin Shang had also encountered many not-so-nice ferocious beasts on his path. Their ranks were all around the late Monarch King stage. At the pre-Master King stage, Xiaobai still dared to fight. In the middle stage, it was a bit of a struggle. In the later stages, it wasn't at the same level at all, so it could only be avoided. Silky. A writhing sound came out from above the little spirit's body. The black parasitic spirit was like skin, attached to the bodies of these two favored beasts and Lin Shang, completely isolating their sense. In the process of sprinting, there was even a time when it dashed past the eyes of a mid-monarch level being without being noticed. There are more and more monarch levels. I guess they're almost here. Usually a catastrophe class fierce beast would have so many 5-6 monarch king classes under it. Lin Shang's eyes were glowing. Hopefully, he would be able to obtain 1 or 2 gene fruits. Soon, an extremely huge mountain peak appeared before Lin Shang's eyes. On top of that mountain peak lay a reptilian creature covered in thick skeletal barbs. The reptilian creature hadn't discovered Lin Shang and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. But there were still 3 pre-monarch ferocious beasts patrolling the surroundings. Merely observing from such a distance caused Lin Shang and the 2 favored beasts' hearts to tremble. Is this a disaster-level ferocious beast? In the past, Lin Shang had never really seen one, and to be able to control 3 late-stage monarch fierce beasts, their rank was at least in the mid or even late stage of disaster. Brother? A voice suddenly came out from beside Lin Shang. Lin Shang turned his head violently. In front of him, there was a man furtively looking left and right. Did you get separated from your own group as well? And when the man's gaze saw the medal of the Mordor Academy on Lin Shang's body, he immediately revealed a look of envy. I have first-hand information here. Do you want it? While speaking, the boy's eyes kept glancing around at Lin Shang's favored beast. Damn! Those who came out of the Magic Capital Academy were rich. The talent level of these 2 favored beasts was definitely not low. There were some beast masters who would enter the secret realm in advance to observe the movements inside, and then sell the information they obtained to those who entered the space later. What valuable information do you have? Lin Shang opened his mouth to inquire. I know that the gene fruit is in that mountain. The man pointed at the mountain range underneath the giant lizard's body. Kid, aren't you fucking bullshit? Playing with us? Aren't you? Little Spirit took a violent step forward. A dark aura came out, and at this moment, 2 more people suddenly came out from behind the man, eyeing Lin Shang's people intently. The man laughed at once. Without bodyguards, he dared to sell information here? Of course it's not this information. I have more valuable ones, boy and girl, and this secret space will soon be in chaos. I can guarantee that it's definitely worth every penny, just 5W. The man held out his hand. That's not too expensive. Lin Shang stroked his chin. He, that's for sure. And I don't sell it to normal people. The man's eyes glanced at the symbol of the Magic Capital Academy on Lin Shang's body. Good, go ahead. Lin Shang casually transferred 50,000 to the other party. With this amount of money, the edges of a random ferocious beast could be sold. He, brother, you've made a lot of money. If it wasn't for this place becoming so dangerous, I wouldn't have sold the information so cheaply. Those few people before, I'm not afraid to say, I was able to sell them a few $1 million and slaughtered them. The man seemed a bit smug. Looking at Xiaoling, she just wanted to hoof it on his face. It was a pity that there were two burly men standing behind him, so Little Spirit didn't quite dare to make a move. Damn it, to actually make me pay. This is simply a strange shame. Little Spirit secretly swore in his heart. When it got stronger, this would definitely be the last time. In the future, it wouldn't even pay for anyone else. Listen to me. A few tens of minutes later, Lin Shang's eyes lit up. It was indeed a message worth the price. Also, as the man said, Lin Shang had indeed earned it. This is my business card. In the future, contact us at any time when you're in the space secret realms around the world. You'll be able to get first-hand news. The man left a business card and quickly left. They were the information merchants who entered the various space secret realms at the first opportunity when they opened. They also had their own organization within the Dragon Kingdom. According to what he said, the various university campuses are planning to make their move tonight. Lin Shang's eyes lit up. 3 of the 5 great academies had come here. All of them had discussed in advance and were planning to make their move to seize it this night. At that time, this space would naturally become extremely dangerous. But that information merchant hadn't sold it cheaply to Lin Shang because of this matter. Rather, it was because he saw that Lin Shang was a student of one of the 5 great academies and thought that he might know this information. So he didn't dare to rip him off too hard. But not wanting to leave empty-handed, he could only give an extremely low offer. Just find a place to wait. At night, use the color of the night plus the parasitic spirit's hiding function to sneak in. Lin Shang lurked around that mountain range. Soon enough, he waited until nightfall. Do it! Hu Kun summoned his favored beast, and Du Qianqiu on the side did the same. Hu Kun's favored beast was an elemental being made up of hurricane winds that would constantly enlarge with its body as it fought, and was extremely destructive. Du Qianqiu, on the other hand, was a snow wolf with snow-white fur that could not be seen as special, but Hu Kun did not dare to underestimate it. The other person in the team also summoned his own favored beast, and at the same time, at a place closest to that mountain peak, Lin Ning was wearing a black combat suit that outlined his body, and in her hand, she held a 2-bladed sword that was almost as long as her body. The width of the sword's hilt was also able to cover that slender waist. Above the hilt, 2 blue-green pupils opened up, representing the thunder element and the wind element. A special type of pet beast, a self-conscious weapon. This is a type of pet beast that is even rarer than the elemental pet beasts. The attack power was the strongest among all types of pet beasts, but it was extremely dependent on the user. So strong, Su Xin, who was on the side, was secretly surprised. A trace of fervor also arose in her heart. That blade, every time it appeared, there would be catastrophe-level ferocious beasts choking on blood. Let's go! Dual elemental power. I can only support it for 5 minutes at most. Lin Ming picked up the greatsword with one hand. A few threads of thick killing intent even arose in his eyes. 5 minutes was enough to kill the spiny-backed dragon. But the spiny-backed dragon wasn't the key. The most dangerous thing here was still the students from the rest of the academies. Finally, at that moment, countless extremely terrifying auras emanated from around the top of that mountain. Roar, roar, roar. The spiny-backed dragon that was climbing on top of the mountain fiercely opened its scarlet eyes. Angry roars spread throughout the entire secret space. A large number of ferocious beasts at the pre-monarch, mid, and late stages all rioted. The entire secret realm space was in chaos all of a sudden. Roar! For a moment, the miserable cries of countless ferocious beasts came out from all around. With the help of the dark moonlight, Lin Shang was unable to see clearly. Is it this intense? Hidden in the darkness, Lin Shang was secretly shocked. At the same time, there was also a hint of excitement. When that thornback dragon comes down from the top of the mountain, it's almost time for me to make my move. Mao! At this moment, Little Spirit finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Even a monarch-level creature could die here. What was it doing getting together as a lord level? Go! Follow me! Lin Shang directly rode on top of Little Spirit's back. The breath of the two of them then disappeared into nothingness. Little White, on the other hand, was taken back into the Imperial Beast space. In an instant, Lin Shang rode Little Spirit into the open field in front of him. With the cover of the night and the concealment of his breath, he was barely noticed. Lin Shang's heartbeat accelerated as he continued to approach the mountain range. However, it was good that Little Spirit was fast enough. In less than a moment she had traveled half the distance. However, just at that moment, roar! A purple light suddenly rose from the body of the gigantic spiny-backed dragon. That light instantly illuminated Lin Shang's figure. With scarlet pupils, looking at this audacious human, the spiny-backed dragon couldn't draw back for a moment. However, there were still a large number of monarchs in the surroundings that had received orders from the spiked-backed dragon to charge towards this place. Woof woof! A pre-monarch three-headed dog violently rushed closer, looking for death. Little Spirit hummed disdainfully, and then a snake tail violently appeared from the void, and the tip of that snake tail transformed into a sledgehammer, directly smashing the three heads of the three-headed dog together. Boom! The huge corpse of the three-headed dog fell directly to the ground. Lin Shang was busy and used the sequence extraction skill, gaining the iron bone three-headed dog gene bloodline, gaining the three-headed gene, acquire bite force gene, acquires bite skill, acquired fire breathing skill. The corpse of that three-headed dog turned into a field of white bones in an instant. Little White was able to kill a pre-junior king at the late lord stage. Now that he had broken through as a pre-monarch king, his strength was even equivalent to a mid-monarch king near the peak level. Having gained a large amount of monarch-level genes, killing a pre-monarch ferocious beast couldn't be easier. The rest of the ferocious beasts simply couldn't keep up with Little Spirit's speed. However, along the way, there were still other imperial beasts maneuvered by other imperial beast masters attacking each other. Even Lin Shang was accidentally hit a few times, but after seeing Little White's terrifying attacks, no more monarch-level royal beast masters dared to mess with it, and all of those imperial beast masters rushed into that mountain peak. Your brother, how can so many people rob it? Little Spirit's eyes were red with anger. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I get stronger, one of you will be counted, and none of you will be able to survive. Forget about them for now. Can't you sense where those gene fruits are? Right. Little Spirit snapped to attention. I'm an emperor. The ability to find things, especially those ordinary imperial beasts, can be compared? Swoosh! Little Spirit slightly bent down and sniffed on the ground, and then fiercely, his eyes lit up. Over here, on the peak of the mountain where the spiny-backed dragon was lying, there were many holes of different sizes. Lin Shang followed one of the holes and directly entered the interior of the mountain peak. At the same time, roar! The huge-bodied spiny-backed dragon violently spat out a purple laser from its mouth. As that laser swept past, several of the Imperial Beast Master's favored beasts were blown into serious injuries. However, what angered it the most was the silhouette in front of it. That human with a large sword in his hand. Almost. You deserve to die as well. Lin Ming silently spoke. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Lifting the large sword in his hand, the surface of the blade was instantly covered in blue-purple crazy lightning. As he swung out the blade, it instantly turned into a sharp blade that flew out diagonally. Pooh! The sharp blade chopped through. One of the hedgehog dragon's hind legs was directly sliced off. The intense pain instantly caused it to fall into a berserk state. Turning its head, it intended to flee the place, even knocking over one of its own monarch-ranked henchmen along the way. Trying to escape? Lin Ming held his sword as a hurricane surfaced above his feet. In just an instant, he flew to the back of that thorn-backed dragon's body. Then holding the hilt of the blade with both hands, he slashed heavily from top to bottom, accompanied by a burst of thunder as well as a terrifying sound. Rumble! Lin Ming's entire figure directly pierced through the hedgehog dragon's back and landed underneath its abdomen. And then the huge-bodied catastrophe-class ferocious beast hedgeback dragon collapsed with a loud bang. A bit weak. Using two elemental forces is really overestimating you. Lin Ming put away his long sword, his words still cold. However, the crowd watching this scene was shocked. A mid-catastrophe ferocious beast. Just like that. Dead? Hu Kun was still somewhat incredulous. It would be strange if it didn't die. Lin Ming overdrew his power and was able to reach the late disaster stage in an instant. Du Qianqiu on the side clearly knew something? Frowning, he looked towards the sword-wielding silhouette. Go to the mountains. Bring all the gene fruits, and those who refuse to cooperate. Kill. A tyrannical aura filled Lin Ming's eyes. Even Su Xian at this moment didn't quite dare to approach her. Of course, killing was impossible. Although the wilderness didn't fall under the jurisdiction of the government, there were often things where imperial beast masters killed each other. But once caught, it wasn't that easy to get away with it. Just beat up the uncooperative ones. Sister Lin Ming is affected by the weapon. Normally she is not like this, Su Xian explained to the surrounding crowd. And the freshmen of the imperial capital who were brought in by them also nodded nervously. And then the crowd collectively headed towards that mountain. At this time in the mountain range, The battle outside is going to end. Get the stuff and run quickly. Don't be seen by the imperial capitals. Lin Shang listened to some tense voices in the mountains. Turning his head, he looked at Little Spirit. Can your parasitic spirit forge special things? A few seconds later, in the cave, a few students from the Jiangnan Academy were holding a white fruit in their hands and were hurrying forward. However, Lin Shang's figure violently blocked in front of the few people. Hand over the item. Lin Shang stretched out his hand. Those few people took a look at the Imperial Capital School emblem on Lin Shang's chest, and their faces instantly changed. What to do? If we don't agree, that crazy bitch will definitely come. But this was a gene fruit worth tens of billions of dollars. It was also unwilling to let them just give it away. Hiss. A white snake appeared behind Lin Shang, looking at the crowd intently. Those few people looked at the creature and shivered violently. In the darkness, Little White looked uncannily similar to the legendary dragon. To give or not to give? Lin Shang smiled. The color of Little White's pupils became more and more exuberant. Give. Those few people clenched their teeth and directly threw the gene fruit in their hands towards Lin Shang, turning around and leaving. They couldn't fight, and if they shook people, they couldn't compare to the imperial capital. They could only blame it on the fact that there were no strong people in their academy to lead them. Looking at the snow-white transparent gene fruit in his hand, even with silk veins in it, Lin Shang was in an agitated mood. Tens of billions of dollars, it was now in his hands. Now is not the time to be happy. There must be others in here. Lin Shang exchanged glances with his two favored beasts. Little Spirit was instantly excited. Knocking on the door was its favorite thing to do. In the time that followed, Lin Shang kept posing as a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, seizing gene fruits in here. Sensing the scent of humans could be much simpler than sensing those gene fruits. Once he encountered the students of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Shang killed them. With the cover of the parasitic spirit, he sneaked in from behind. With Xiao Bai's power, a mid-monarch or even a late monarch Imperial Beastmaster would not be able to resist when he sneak attacked them. Not to mention that these people seemed unsuspecting. Close to 20 gene fruits were snatched in just half an hour. Finally, there was also someone who realized that something was wrong. On the outskirts of that mountain peak, beside the huge corpse of the hedgehog dragon, Du Qianqiu and Lin Ming stood opposite each other. Beside the two of them were Hu Kun and Su Xian and the others. The two of them had made an appointment with each other not to personally go out and let their own men go to the mountain to fight for it, grabbing as much as they could. And at this time, but suddenly a person rushed out. A huge red bag was bulging on his head, and he bared his teeth in pain. Sister Lin Ming, someone pretending to be one of our Imperial Capital students is hitting us in the back. Robbed us of at least a dozen gene fruits. These words came out. The atmosphere of the scene immediately became tense with swords. The Imperial beasts of the crowd instantly appeared behind them. I can guarantee that it wasn't my people from Mordor who did this. At least not the ones I sent there. Du Qianqiu's eyes were cold. In a real fight, she wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Is that so? Then how about I go and pull that person out? Lin Ming silently spoke. As you wish. Du Qianqiu spread her hands. But I have to follow you. Who knows if you're going in to take away what we found? Lin Ming didn't say anything and directly stepped towards the mountain peak, while Du Qianqiu followed her closely. The two of them had just walked to the bottom of the mountain peak. Another figure stepped out from it, and the moment they saw Du Qianqiu, the figure immediately shuddered. Sister. Du Ning touched the bag on her head, seemingly somewhat aggrieved. Humph. Du Qianqiu exhaled heavily through her nose and didn't pay any attention to her. Even though Du Ning and herself were not from the same school, how could she be so indisputable, and to be smothered by someone? I'd like to see which kid is so bold. The two were unexpectedly on the same page at this time. In the middle of the cave. These are all good things. This ferocious beasts collection is really good. Lin Shang's eyes were glowing. There was a huge hollow space in the middle of that cave, and piled up in it were huge eggshells of various colors. Of course it wouldn't be the eggs of that spiny-backed dragon. The higher the rank of the fierce beast, the more difficult it would be to breed offspring. Lin Shang estimated that these eggshells were kept by the spiny-backed dragon itself to eat, or left for its own offspring to use. It's just a pity to have saved so many and given them to others. Lin Shang looked at the huge eggshells in front of him that could not be seen at a glance, and his eyes burned a little. The price of an eggshell was estimated to be around 100,000 to 1,000,000 dollars. If it was possible to breed cubs for the Imperial Beast Master to contract, the price would only be higher. However, the essence contained within was the most important. It was able to increase the growth rate of the pet beast extremely quickly, stimulating the potential of the genes and cells in the body. Little White, Little Spirit, you guys swallow all these eggshells. As Lin Shang ordered, the two favored beasts immediately rushed towards the storage room in front of them like they were scattering. In the wild, It was extremely common for ferocious beasts to devour the cubs of the rest of the ferocious beasts amongst themselves. Little Spirit used its hoof to crack open that eggshell and sucked out all the essence liquid from it in one bite. On the other hand, Little White swallowed the eggshell together. Not even a bit of nutrition was wasted. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely angrily curse it for not being competitive. Is it bad to take it out and sell it? Eating it directly is too damn extravagant. But Lin Shang doesn't care that much. Ta-da! Hello, two seniors. The two students from the imperial capital and the magic capital hastily nodded their heads in greeting when they saw Lin Ming and Du Qianxiu. Well, have you seen the guy who made trouble in the cave? Du Qianxiu opened his mouth to inquire. No, but several of my companions were hammered by him and robbed the gene fruits we found. This guy's hands are just too ruthless. Even mid-monarch royal beastmasters were knocked by him. As soon as they said this, the two students were a bit frightened. To knock the black hand of even a mid-monarch king, this strength was at least at the late monarch king stage, right? It was highly likely that it was even at the disaster level. Hearing this, Du Qianxiu glanced at Lin Ming. It's only just ended the overdraft state. The bloodlust and killing intent in my body right now hasn't completely faded. In case I can't save my sanity and slaughter someone in a while. Du Qianxiu was a little nervous. If Lin Ming really killed someone here, it would be troublesome. And it was still for a monarch-level imperial beastmaster. So it would be even harder to explain when the time came. But the good thing was that this place was in a secret realm. As long as one lied and said that they were caught in the crossfire of a battle between ferocious beasts and died, no one would find out. White Wolf. Du Qianxiu summoned his pet beast? The two students from the imperial capital and the magic capital's legs trembled a little as they looked at the giant wolf with snow-white fur. A catastrophe-level pet beast. Not to mention them, even the two's pet beasts would be killed in an instant. Hurry up. I still have things to do to get back to the imperial capital. Lin Ming, who was on the side, spoke calmly. Got it. The two of us are still afraid that we won't be able to catch him? Du Qianxiu laughed slightly, and the wolf with snow-white fur just sniffed at the ground and ran out wildly towards the darkness. Lin Ming also hurriedly followed. Good fellow, just which one of them invites hatred? To think that he could make the two big brothers strike together. Now I think he's in deep shit. A few hints of pity surfaced in the eyes of the two as they looked into the darkness. Crunch crunch crunch. Deep within the dark cave, gnawing sounds continuously emanated. Roar. Little White excitedly took his two front paws and patted his stomach. Lying on the ground, he didn't want to move at all. And so did Little Spirit, who was standing at the side, as the stomachs of both favored beasts rumbled high. With their emperor-level digestive ability they could even eat like this. It was enough to imagine how much energy was contained in that eggshell. Roar. Someone was coming. Little White violently opened his pupils. Still in a flash, the black parasitic spirit wrapped all three of them. So many eggshells? It looks like it was just eaten. Quite a big appetite. Du Qianxiu looked towards the surroundings. I didn't expect this little thief to have a big appetite. In that direction, the two slightly perceived in the darkness, and in that instant behind the duo, there was a sudden cracking sound. Gotcha! The duo turned their heads violently, only to see a teenager with a snake and a well-built horse looking at them awkwardly. Hello too. I was just passing by. How could I have accidentally stepped on an eggshell? This was finished. In the darkness, due to his nervousness, Lin Shang did not see the two's appearance clearly, and could only sense an extremely dangerous aura from them. That was far from being able to fight against himself. However, the two of them could see clearly. Lin Shan. Du Qianxiu's heart was delighted, hastily stopping the ice wolf's movements. Since it was one of their own, there was nothing more to say. On the contrary, Lin Ming, who was on the side, unexpectedly froze in place as well. Then it even took a direct step and rushed up. Du Qianxiu's heart immediately tightened. In her opinion, a cold person like Lin Ming had no affection to speak of. This was to murder his own brother. Wait! Without waiting for Du Qianxiu to call out, Lin Shang was already being held in Lin Ming's arms. The face that was close to Lin Shang's face nearly covered him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Well, darn. What is this? Demonic method. Lin Shang stretched out his hands and struggled. It was only then that he finally escaped the bondage. However, after seeing the overwhelmingly worldly face of the woman in front of him, Lin Shang was instantly frightened and almost dripping with cold sweat. It was simply more terrifying than the scariest horror movie he had seen back then. Lin Ming, Little Shang, you child. Why didn't you talk to sis when you went to such a dangerous place? What should I do if you have a problem? Lin Ming fiddled with Lin Shang's hair with a doting face. The tyranny and murderous intent on her face had not yet faded. It made Lin Shang look extraordinarily frightening. It was all my fault for making you suffer in the past, but you should also know your sister's suffering. When she said those two words, Lin Ming's teeth gritted extraordinarily dead. Come back to the imperial capital with me. She grabbed Lin Shang's hand, and she intended to leave. Although it was extraordinarily soft, Lin Shang couldn't care less about feeling it. I'm not going. Lin Shang hurriedly refused, and Du Qianqiu looked at the scene in front of her and was even more dumbfounded. Was this still the Lin Ming who killed ferocious beasts without blinking? Why was she acting like a little mom in front of Lin Shang? However, when Lin Shang said those words, the air around him violently seemed to have lowered a few degrees. It made Du Qianqiu couldn't help but tense up a bit. Good boy, go back with sis and I'll teach you training hand in hand. Lin Ming's eyes curved into a nice crescent moon. Her voice was sweet, and she planted a kiss on Lin Shang's cheek. The fragrant lips died in a kiss. Du Qianqiu blinked at once. If this kiss was placed on anyone, I'm afraid that they would be hunted to the ends of the earth by that group of people in the imperial capital. I don't know how many heirs of large conglomerates had pursued Lin Ming, and in the end, they had invariably hit a snub. It's over. It's over. Am I really going to become a three-name slave? Lin Shang didn't care too much about the touch of his red lips. I don't know how many times they had all been kissed before. No, I've already promised Sister Du that I'll join her in the competition between the two schools. Lin Shang had a bright idea, and Du Qianqiu was cooperative. Yes, I brought Lin Shang to the secret realm this time to help him level up his second pet beast, Du Qianqiu graciously admitted. This was also the truth. It was indeed the purpose of the group's trip here, only that there were some accidents in the middle of the trip. Hearing this, Lin Ming's beautiful fists clenched creakily. However, Du Qianqiu just stood there smiling, completely unafraid. After so many years of letting himself be defeated, now it's finally my turn, isn't it? Let's go. Senior Lin Shang, come back to Magic City with me. Of course, all those gene fruits you got in your hand belong to you. Du Qianqiu was in a good mood. The words he said to Lin Shang today were almost more than what he had said before combined. And as Lin Ming looked at the two of them, he suddenly became a bit pensive. Can't it be that his younger brother he likes to be a bit more cold and condescending? Too passionate is not good? Lin Ming couldn't help but nod. Little boys were indeed like this. Like, the desire to conquer. Right, that's how it was said. But Du Qianqiu, when it's time for the match, I'll see if you can still calm down. Lin Ming caught up and dragged Lin Shang to his side again. Little Shang, where did you get your pet beast from? Look at this appearance, it's quite handsome. It's practically carved out of the same mold as you, looking like a legendary dragon. But this horse next to it is not a horse. Donkey not a donkey. Xiao Bai listening to enjoy. Xiao Ling is angry, almost put down. It's a pity that this ruthless person even dared to kill the spiny-backed dragon. Will still be afraid of it? The two talked continuously along the way. Lin Ming's words were gentle, just like his own mother. Hearing Du Qianqiu, he sighed. On this journey, Lin Ming had probably said more words than he had since he joined the Imperial Capital Academy. This dead disciple controller. Rather, I've caught a hold of him. The three of them followed closely and left the cave. This space is almost amortized. We must hurry back. I don't know who said this. The crowd then dispersed. Lin Ming, do you still want this thornback dragon's corpse? Lin Shang looked at the catastrophe-class fierce beast that was as huge as a small mountain on the side, his eyes glowing. You want it? Lin Ming looked at Lin Shang with some curiosity. This thornback dragon's corpse is estimated to fetch over $13 billion in the outside world, but even that's not as much as a gene fruit in your pocket, Du Qianqiu said coldly. Lin Ming didn't even say anything. She was also a bit embarrassed to ask Lin Shang for it. Otherwise, Lin Shang wouldn't have been able to stand alone based on this one fruit that sold for tens of billions of dollars alone. Want it? If you want it, call out to your sister. And if you do, I'll give it to you. Sister, hey, it's yours. Looking at the silly two, Du Qianqiu's heart burst with speechlessness. Where do you still have the appearance of a disaster-grade Imperial Beastmaster? A strong member of the Imperial Capital Academy? Looking at the two, Du Qianqiu's heart tightened and his gaze inexplicably landed on Du Ning's body. However, when this sister of his saw Du Qianqiu, there was a sudden burst of nervousness and his body could not help but tremble. Alas, let's go. Du Qianqiu sighed. Lin Xingza arrived in front of the spiny-backed dragon and gently touched it with his hand. Sequence extraction. In an instant, the body of the spiny-backed dragon collapsed down like a puddle of slime. Acquired the spiny-backed dragon bloodline gene. Acquired the spiked dragon's black death purple light skill gene. Acquired spiked dragon spike gene. Cool. This was a catastrophe-level ferocious beast. If Xiao Bai could obtain a skill that surpassed his rank, he could completely use it as a killer weapon. It could even be invincible at the same rank right now. Alright, sister, I'm going back too. But I won't be merciful in the match 3 months from now. If you lose, then you'll have to listen to my arrangements in all matters. Lin Ming gave Lin Shang an ultimatum. Got it. Lin Shang was slightly impatient. Older sister was good at everything, but she was a mother-in-law, always trying to bind him. It's hard for the top 10 powerhouses of the Imperial Capital Academy to even think about speaking to your sister. And you still don't know enough. Hu-kun was a bit hateful. If he himself had such a strong sister, he would have already hugged his thighs and not let go, saying something treasonous. He couldn't wait to hug and sleep together every day. This kid really doesn't know the blessings of life. It's none of my business. Old Hu. Lin Sheng shook his head. A sister was a sister. It didn't have anything to do with that high and mighty thing of the imperial capital. As long as he wanted to, he could talk and play with his sister whenever he wanted to. A few tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to the Magic Capital Academy, and after the crowd left, the news that this secret realm had been conquered also spread immediately. Even Lin Ming's video of him descending from the sky and instantly killing a mid-catastrophe ferocious beast in seconds was also spread online. It attracted countless people to pursue and adore it. In this day and age, people were more interested in strong women, with such a beautiful appearance. And being a strong student at the imperial capital, Lin Ming naturally attracted the attention of countless people. But the gene fruit in the secret realm was nowhere to be found. There were rumors that it was privately divided between the imperial capital and the Mordor Academy, and that they didn't intend to sell it to the outside world. Even if the major organizations knew that the two universities intended to privately swallow the gene fruit and did not intend to sell it, they did not dare to put pressure on the two universities, so the matter could only be left unsettled. At the same time, Lin Sheng's basement, the world would never have imagined. The gene fruit that had attracted the attention of countless people was like a watermelon on the road being thrown on the ground by Lin Sheng, piling up like a small mountain. That one fruit was crystal clear, and one could even see the gene veins inside the fruit. There was only a faint fragrance wafting out from the fruit, but also very attractive. Xiaobai swallowed a whole. 2 or 3 times will chew a clean. Nowadays, Xiaobai's mouth had long been filled with sharp teeth, and was no longer like the snakes before, which could only rely on stomach juices to devour. And Little Spirit was even more so. Although it looked like a horse, its mouth was also all filled with row after row of sharp teeth. It soon took effect. The blood vessels of the two favored beasts slowly expanded. Along with the accelerated flow of blood, the cells in their bodies were also working frantically. A large amount of black, sticky liquid was discharged from the body surface of the two favored beasts. That was the impurities that hadn't been transformed with the bloodline of the rest of the creatures. This gene fruit that could make the bloodline of the favored beasts more pure. Like the bloodline Lin Sheng had injected into the two favored beasts, the ones that hadn't yet been transformed, or couldn't be forcibly transformed cleanly were all expelled. Mao! The little spirit roared. The body gradually took on a change. The conditions for advancement have been reached. The little spirit's energy skyrocketed once again, and that was only after eating 5 or 6 gene fruits. There were still 7 left on the ground. Little White's hands were very flexible nowadays, with 4 claws, one claw grabbing one, throwing it and shoving it into his mouth. Mao, leave some for me. After getting a taste of the sweetness, he got all anxious for Little Spirit. Well, Little White immediately looked at his master with a resigned face. It seemed like it was going to be petulant and cute again. However, Lin Sheng looked at the 2 that Little White was holding in his mouth, and the 4 gene fruits grasped in his 4 hands, and really didn't know how to help it. Don't eat it first. Look at your stomach holding up like you're pregnant. Lin Sheng held his forehead speechless. Little White had not yet digested the essence from the eggshell in that cave after swallowing it. Then he came back and wildly stuffed a dozen or so gene fruits into his stomach. A Chinese dragon is as fat as a Western dragon. It was estimated that his feet didn't even touch the ground when he walked. Oh, Little White was suddenly aggrieved. However, Lin Sheng didn't listen to it pretending there and collected the remaining 7 gene fruits on the ground together. And then he sent Little White into the Imperial Beast space to speed up the consumption of energy, and brought Little Spirit to the center building of the Magic Capital Academy. Lin Sheng, why are you free today? But I heard that you got a lot of benefits in the secret space. Some of the students smiled and greeted Lin Sheng. These were all students of Chen Dagger, and Lin Sheng responded one by one. The benefits were indeed quite a lot. All the valuable things in that intermediate secret realm were all wrapped up by him alone. Could it be less? It was just that it would be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. For my second Imperial Beast to advance to the Monarch level, I need the following materials. Lin Sheng shoved a piece of paper listing various precious materials into Tian Xian's hands. Tian Xian immediately looked shocked. Her mouth opened enough to stuff a golf ball. So fast? Previously, Lin Sheng's favored beast was still at the war general level. It really seemed to have gotten a lot of benefits in that medium secret realm. Good. This is your privilege as a chief student. But these materials are all rather expensive and will take some time. Tian Xian looked at the materials listed on that paper. The shock in her heart went to another level. Even for the advancement of the catastrophe level gifted favored beasts in the academy, The materials required were not as expensive as what Lin Shang needed. There were even some that simply could not be bought with money. They had to be entrusted to the Dragon Beheading Bureau or the Disaster Breaking Organization. What level was Lin Shang's second pet beast? Why were the requirements so high? Lin Shang certainly knew. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked himself when he was listing those materials. Among them was a fruit that grew on a dark cliff. And there were catastrophe-level ferocious beasts guarding it up there. There were even several materials that were comparable to the value of gene fruits. All of them were good things that had a price. If Lin Shang were to find them, Little Spirit wouldn't know how many years she would be stuck at the Lord level. Now with the privilege of being a Chief Shang, it was much simpler. Write down the stuff and leave it behind. In a few months, someone will obediently send it to him or her. This quality of service didn't have to be said well. After submitting the materials to the center building, Lin Shang returned home and injected that spiny-backed dragon gene into Little White, acquired the spiny-backed dragon bloodline gene, obtained the black death purple light gene, acquired the spiny-backed dragon spike gene. As the gene energy was injected, an alert sound of successful injection came out. Black death purple light. This was a disaster-level ability. Lin Shang had seen with his own eyes at the time. That spiked-backed dragon emitted a lush purple light all over its body, and a laser went down. Several royal beasts of the monarch-level royal beast masters were then shaken to the point of fainting, and that was just the ones that were affected. Its power could be imagined. And as time passed, under the influence of his genes, the scales on Little White's body became sharper and sharper. A purple light slowly merged onto the dragon fin behind Little White. That dragon fin emitted a faint purple shimmer, reflecting Little White even more terrifyingly. And then 2 days later, both favored beasts stayed in the Imperial Beast space to digest the energy in their bodies. Lin Shang did not continue to bring them to the field to train. After all, in Little White's condition, it was difficult to even walk with a big belly, let alone go and fight amongst ferocious beasts. However, as the energy continued to be consumed, the levels of the two favored beasts slowly pushed forward. Little Spirit had nearly reached the limit of the Lord rank. That is, the peak of the Lord rank. Little White, on the other hand, was gradually progressing towards the mid-monarch stage. The aura emanating from his body was far more powerful than before. Now, I'm afraid that a mere glare would be able to scare a Lord-level ferocious beast to death. At the same time, in the distant northern part of the Occidental continent, in the middle of a dark territory, a gigantic crawling monster with a huge body and a spine that nearly pierced into the clouds exuded an extremely dark aura. Its body was covered in sky-high barbs, and with a pair of wings spread out, it could cover an entire small bay city. Those scarlet eyes sent chills from the bottom of one's heart just by gazing at them. Black Dragon King Nayak, the emperor of the dark creatures. Its strength, even amongst the emperors, was a peak existence. Now, in front of Black Dragon King Nayak's eyes, two equally terrifying beings were lying prostrate. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these two beings were also equivalent to the existence of an emperor level amongst the ferocious beasts. And now that they were facing the Black Dragon King Nayak, they could only prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Dragon King, I've searched for your child's information. One of the huge red monstrous birds with 9 heads trembled and said, although it was the same emperor, the Black Dragon King in front of it was able to kill it instantly. Humph. Nayak's nose heaved out white mist. For the first time, there was movement. Seeing this, the two ferocious beasts hurriedly continued. Your child, who had stayed under a late catastrophe-level ferocious beast. We have gotten word that the ones who snatched it away were a few humans with Asian faces. Another ferocious beast whose figure could not be seen hurriedly responded. And at this moment, when the Black Dragon King Nayak received this news, he violently stretched out his body. That pair of wide wings instantly covered the territory of darkness, causing countless beings in the darkness to prostrate themselves. Roar! The angry roar that resounded through the heavens and earth signaled the emperor's wrath. When an emperor was angry, he ambushed 10,000 miles of corpses, and at this moment, the surveillance satellites of the Lighthouse Kingdom captured this image, and instantly the security centers of the nation were thrown into extreme panic. After several years of time, the Black Dragon King, who had heavily damaged their lighthouse nation and pulled them down from their position at the top of the human race, had once again made a move. More than 2 months had passed. The competition between the two great universities was being prepared in full swing. In a wilderness area, Little Spirit, pester him. Receiving Lin Shang's order, countless large hands composed of black slime stretched out from Little Spirit's body. It locked the skeletal giant wolf, which had a huge figure, firmly in front of its eyes. However, that skeleton giant wolf nearly broke free with just a slight force. However, a building beside it was violently pierced through. A purple deathlight shot straight into the skull of the skeleton giant wolf before piercing out. Skeleton giant wolf, late king stage ferocious beast, dead. Phew, extract the genes. Lin Shang placed his hand on the skeleton giant wolf's bones. Skeleton wolf bloodline gene obtained. Gained the skeleton wolf bone gene. Gained the skill tear bite, perfect. Gained the skill bone armor, perfect. Gained the skill punch, perfect. Finally dead. Lin Shang let out a long breath. For the past 2 months, Lin Shang had been hunting ferocious beasts in the junction forest between Everest Base City and magic capital Base City. And this skeleton giant wolf had been the strongest ferocious beast in this forest junction. Due to its hard bones and ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it was difficult to kill it. In the end, it allowed Lin Shang and the 2 favored beasts to find an opportunity. Good coordination. Lin Shang touched the foreheads of the 2 favored beasts, and then the bone armor skill of the skeleton giant wolf was instantly injected into Little White's body. Acquires the skill bone armor, perfect. Perfect level. And it was an exclusive skill for this creature. It would be much easier for Xiao Bai to kill late-stage monarchs with this skill. Now that Xiao Bai's level had reached mid-monarch, close to the late stage, his true battle power was at the late monarch stage or even the peak. Relying on this huge amount of skill, even encountering pre-disaster ferocious beasts, it could run even if it couldn't be beaten. Little Spirit, on the other hand, was still at the Lord level, but its true battle power had already reached pre-monarch. Lin Shang was now considered the top of the line amongst the monarch-level Imperial Beast Masters. After all, there were no more than 30 Imperial Beast Masters who had both of their favored beasts at the monarch level that had reached the monarch level. Brother Lin Shang, are you still in the wilderness area? Suddenly, a message popped up in Lin Shang's cell phone. Yeah, what's up girl? Lin Shang smiled. Sent the message back. In less than 2 seconds, the other party sent it back. Isn't that close to the Sacred Snow Academy? Why don't you come find me? Below that paragraph, there was also a cute emoticon attached. Fine. Lin Shang shook his head. Close by? Relying on the teleportation array, it would take less than 10 minutes to get there. This girl Bai he was really getting better at lying. But in his heart, Lin Shang had long treated Bai he as his own sister. It was only natural for a brother to indulge his sister, right? A few tens of minutes later, Lin Shang arrived in front of the famous Sacred Snow Academy in Everest Base City. The Sacred Snow Schoolhouse was built on the edge of Everest Base City, and was originally a fortress used to defend against the peripheral ferocious beasts. It was called the wall that could never be breached. At this time, however, with the military's heritage and the special nature of the academy, it was ranked as one of the 5 major academies alongside the magic capital Imperial Capital. A glance at the academy gave an extremely clean feeling. There were still quite a few teenagers hovering outside the main gate. Lin Shang had a clean look, and as soon as he passed, someone came up to strike up a conversation. Brother, you're also here to watch the waves, right? Watching waves? Lin Shang was a bit puzzled. That's black talk. The boy came up to Lin Shang's ear. White flowery thighs, one layer stacked on top of the other can't be seen. The boy hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Seeing as you're also quite handsome, I'd advise you not to hit on the students here. Although the students inside are all white and clean looking, making people itch to look at them. But, if you really hit on them, you'll die a horrible death. The boy said it with great care, and at the same time, there was a car pulling up in front of Sacred Snow Academy's gate. See that? The brand new Black Gold series. The full price is $70 million. TSK. You have to spend so much money to find a good wife these days. There was envy and emotion in the boy's eyes. Why bother with that? What belongs to you is the best. Lin Shang opened his mouth to persuade. I'll just ask if you have a girlfriend, right? Lin Shang instantly felt that he was being a bit talkative. Just should have let this brat fend for himself. Who wouldn't say the big lie about not having a girlfriend? Quick look, school's out. The boy tugged on Lin Shang's arm and shook it. Lin Shang didn't mind so much. It's just that if you shake it like that, it's just that you're shaking it so much that people are looking at you. It's like I'm in the same boat as you. That's true, but it's really quite white. The students of St. Snow's Academy all look like princesses. Not only are they clean and beautiful, but even their dusty temperament gives people the feeling that they can only be viewed from afar. And at the same time, the rich young man who drove a $10 million sports car also received the person he wanted to pick up. The two of them were quite a pair. However, that girl glanced towards the two, but realized that the guy beside Lin Shang was staring at her legs and sweeping them around, and immediately frowned. After whispering a few words to the young man, the two of them walked over towards here. Not good to be discovered. Let's run slowly. You don't go too fast. The boy standing beside Lin Shang immediately panicked. If he was caught, he would still have his legs broken. Run what? Lin Shang gave him a look.